The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 798 to Chapter 867. Xianxia did not choose the wrong sect, because not only did she have the support of the patriarch, she also had the support of her fellow sect members. But Xianxia seemed to have chosen the wrong sect. Because ever since he entered the sect, the number of times he acted cool was not much, but the number of times he made a fool of himself was quite a lot. For example, the test of the seventh heaven and earth originated from negative emotions. Not only did a martial artist have absolute perseverance, but they also had to have a positive attitude. Otherwise, it would be easy to be eroded and lead to despair and inferiority. Night Emperor's perseverance was indescribable. His attitude towards revenge could be considered positive. If it was normal, he would be able to withstand it. However, the difficulty of the non-challenge was the highest. What was the most difficult? Naturally, it was to activate the age and soul restrictions, when the negative emotions that were several times more than the normal mode swarmed over. Night Emperor did not even resist. He directly squatted on the ground and held. He even felt so inferior that he lost the courage to live. Sigh. He could not be blamed for choosing the wrong sect. He could only blame himself for courting death. Quick, quick. Xianxia hurriedly said, hurry up and stop. It was not easy to show Xianxia's strength in the previous two worlds. This guy was squatting on the ground like a little wife, crying and making a fuss. Wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Xiao. Xianxia hurriedly turned off the test mode. I'm too trash. My living in this world is polluting the air, polluting. Xianxia, who was howling in despair, suddenly stopped. Immediately, he was stunned. What did I say just now? The most painful thing in the world was that although the sea of consciousness was controlled by various negative emotions and said things that shouldn't be said, after it was over, he actually remembered it clearly, at that moment. Xianxia squatted on the ground and did not stand up for a long time. He covered his tear-stained face with his hands and roared in his heart, what the hell am I saying? At this time, if there was a song with plum blossoms as the background music, it would definitely be very appropriate. What's going on? Xianxia said that he's trash? I heard it. He even cried. Although Xianxia cancelled the test mode in time, Xianxia's words and actions were completely transmitted to the outside world and appear in the eyes of all the martial artists in the continent. The fans, who were still shouting, were all stunned on the spot with tears in their eyes. Their idol was the most outstanding, hard-working, and the most, but now he was denying himself. Could not accept it. Everyone. At this moment, Xianxia hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The seventh heaven's test is to make people disheartened and despair. My disciple is showing you what it means to be disheartened and helpless. Get. Calm. Xianxia stood stand. When he thought about what he had just done and said in the projection array, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. His acting is so good. I almost believed him. After Xianxia's explanation, all the martial artists were enlightened. Xingfan's fans also burst into laughter. They thought proudly, this is my idol's acting. No one will dare to doubt him in the future. Of course. Some people were puzzled. Since there were all kinds of negative auras in the seventh world, why were they fine standing there? Come, come. Xianxia said telepathically, this is a live broadcast. You can't be too casual. Act for me. They could not let outsiders know that they were controlling the array. Since they were in the seventh world, they had to act well even if they had to. Su Xiaoma held and lay down. He clenched his fists and knocked on the ground. This is too embarrassing. I don't want to live anymore. Why do I still have the courage to live in this world? Why don't I just die? Li Qingyang clenched his fists and lowered his head. He tried to blink his tears, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not feel it. At that moment, he turned around to look at Xiao Ziji. He had his back to the camera. He secretly took out a green onion and wiped the corner of his eyes. Soon, his eyes were filled with tears. Life is meaningless. Li Qingyang held and walked over. He put his arm on Xiao Ziji's shoulder and said telepathically with his back to the camera, Junior brother, give me some. Clang, the sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. Xianxia placed the sword on his neck. He looked up and said sorrowfully, although the sect of all times has been passed down from ancient times, we are still inferior to the world. Jun is ashamed to face the spirits of our ancestors in heaven. His voice was solemn and sorrowful. F***ck, the patriarch is still the best. The patriarch is still the best at acting. What are you bastards looking at? Come and take the sword. Do you really want me to commit suicide in front of everyone? Xianxia said telepathically. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma reacted the fastest. He immediately rushed over and snatched the sword away. Then, he clamped it on his neck and cried, I'm a burden if I live. I'm willing to go to the underworld first. After waiting for a while, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could only care about their own despair. No one came to persuade him. He could only put down the sword and howl, how can trash like me taint a sword? Everyone was speechless. They could see that although the disciples of the sect of all times were complaining that they did not want to live, none of them really wanted to die. Just like that, under the eyes of the whole world, Xianxia and some of the disciples acted for a full hour. Then, he pretended to suddenly regain his senses and said in shock, What did I do just now? Patriarch. Li Qingyang pointed to the front and said, the stairs to the 8th heaven and earth have appeared. We passed? We passed just like that? Xianxia was not in a hurry to enter the 8th heaven and earth. He continued to rest where he was. For now, the entire array system that existed in the 10-directional life-ending tower was controlled by Xianxia. However, the area in charge of the reward system was in a damaged state, so she still had to work hard. You can do it, Xianxia encouraged her. Okay. Xianxia also had enough confidence. It was not because she controlled the array, but because the patriarch and senior brothers all believed in her. Let's go. The next day, Xianxia led the disciples to the 8th heaven and earth. The test here was the opposite of negative emotions. The cultivators who entered would fall into an illusion where their wishes came true. Some wanted to become a powerhouse. They would have the illusion that they had already become a martial emperor and could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Some craved beauty and had groups of wives and concubines, living a carefree and happy life. As long as one dared to dream, the 8th heaven and earth would give them everything they wanted. However, the prerequisite was that if they were completely immersed in it and could not extricate themselves, they would be trapped forever. After hearing the illusionary martial emperor's introduction, Xianxia did not let Xianxia start the test. He continued to act like he was in a drunken stupor with his disciples. When it was over, they would enter the 9th heaven and earth. Medicine, medicine, medicine. Elder Zhou shouted anxiously. Elder Zhen hurriedly took out a pile of pills and stuffed them into Yi Tianqing's mouth. Passing the 3rd heaven and earth was equivalent to setting a modern record. Now that the sect of all times had entered the 8th heaven and earth, it was equivalent to breaking the ancient record. When he thought about how he could show off to the people from other certification centers in the future, not only could he proudly say that the area he was in charge of had a sect that won the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition, but he could also proudly say that they had broken the 10-directional life-ending towers record that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Yi Tianqing was so excited that he could not control himself, the 9th heaven and earth. The test here was more impressive because it combined the physical body, movement technique, spiritual energy, bone honing, soul, 5 elements, negative emotions, and temptation of the previous 8 heavens and earth. Of course, it was not done one by one. It was done by thunder and lightning, in the words of the creator of the 9th heaven and earth, the Thunder Punishment Martial Emperor. This place was called the Thunder Punishment Heaven and Earth. The thunder tribulation that descended contained all the tests of the previous 8 levels. As long as one could withstand one attack, one would be qualified to enter the 10th heaven and earth. Xinyao. Xianxia said, lower the difficulty to the lowest. I'll give it a try. System, look at Yi Xingchen. If he wanted to play, he would play the most difficult one. You actually lowered the difficulty to the lowest. What's the point of this? What's the fun in this? Okay. Xinyao controlled the array. Whoosh, after a while, in the sky that resembled dusk, rolling thunderclouds gradually condensed and spat out lightning snakes. Boom, the lightning that contained many tests sprayed down and instantly lit up the entire space. It accurately hit Jun Changxiao. The physical body, bones, soul, and all kinds of negative emotions and illusions all burst out, instantly causing him to enter a very sour rhythm. Fortunately, the difficulty was the lowest. After a short period of despair, Jun Changxiao recovered and said in a cold sweat, "If this is a little stronger, I won't be able to withstand it at all." "Xingchen, do you want to give it a try?" Yi Xingchen was silent. At this time, he did not dare to act cool. "Xianxia, open the staircase to the 10th heaven and earth." "Okay." Buzz, the staircase to the 10th heaven and earth gradually appeared. He passed? It's over after being struck by lightning? Why is this 10-direction suicide tower getting simpler and simpler? The audience's eyes widened. It was not that it was getting simpler and simpler, but that Jun Changxiao had to make it simple. What will the last heaven and earth be? The 10-direction suicide tower was very similar to the Tower of Trials, but the latter only had 9 floors, so Jun Changxiao was more curious about the test in the 10th heaven and earth. If it was a hodgepodge of all the tests in the level, then the 9th floor was already there. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more curious he was. Let's go up. After resting for a day, under everyone's gaze, Jun Changxiao led his disciple to the staircase to the 10th heaven and earth. The scene on the light screen disappeared again. Everyone was looking forward to the latest scene. But after waiting for a full 15 minutes, the light screen was still dark, and no new image was transmitted in. What's going on? Buzz, an image appeared on the light screen. It was not the so-called 10th heaven and earth, but outside the tower. Zhen Dejuan stood in front of the camera and announced helplessly, "There is a restriction in the 10th heaven and earth, and we can't get the image information." No way. Everyone collapsed. There were 10 worlds in the 10-direction suicide tower, and the most important one was definitely the last one. It was hard for anyone to accept that they could not be transmitted out and could not see it with their own eyes. This was like watching a TV series. After waiting for the finale with untold hardships, they would definitely be angry and curse. Although there was no new image transmitted, all the martial artists were still paying attention to the scene outside the tower, because they were waiting to see if the Sect of all times could come out. If they came out, it meant that they had passed the 10-direction suicide tower. In this ancient era where experts were as common as clouds, only martial artists could reach the 6th heaven and earth. If they really passed, the shock it would bring would be very strong, the 10th heaven and earth. This was an even more illusory scene, and Jun Changxiao and his disciples, who had entered this place, stood there in a daze. At this moment, images appeared in their eyes, flashing past like passing clouds, and finally fixed on an environment full of spiritual energy. There were mountains, rivers, and all kinds of birds and beasts. The air was filled with a desolate and ancient aura, and Jun Changxiao and his disciples seemed to have turned into soul bodies, floating high in the sky, and taking in the scene below. Patriarch. Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. Boom, boom, suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Without thinking, they instinctively turned to look and saw a burly middle-aged man in the sky, holding a mountain in his hand. That was not a mountain, it was more like a miniature version of heaven and earth. Great wilderness destruction. The middle-aged man roared angrily, and the heaven and earth that he was holding suddenly flew out, and then expanded rapidly, as if covering the entire world in an instant. Whoosh whoosh, the wind whistled, and the space shattered. Although Jun Changxiao and his disciples were watching from the side as soul bodies, they could clearly feel the explosion of that terrifying power. In an instant, they could tell from the words "great wilderness destruction" and the voice that this middle-aged man must be the martial emperor of the great wilderness on the first level of the 10-direction suicide tower. Break it! Angry roars came from below the heaven and earth of the great wilderness. Several experts whose cultivation were not weaker than the martial emperor of the great wilderness shone with dazzling light, and then a terrifying power burst out, turning into fists and punching. Bang! 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 Every punch was shocking to Jun Changxiao and the others, and they were certain that these people's cultivation had reached the martial emperor level. At that time, there were very few martial emperors, but now there were so many of them. Combined with the desolate environment, they immediately realized that what they were seeing now was definitely the scene of the battle of the martial emperors 10,000 years ago. That's right. What appeared before them was the scene of the battle of the martial emperors, where the martial emperor of the great wilderness fought against several martial emperors. Bang! 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 Whoosh whoosh! Under the bombardment of power, the great wilderness destruction began to crack, but it continued to sink. Finally, under the gaze of Xianxia and the others, it crashed into the ground. Rumble. At the moment of contact, a corner of the continent could not bear the load and immediately burst open. Then, under the impact of the impact, it floated all the way to the east. Damn, he had directly shattered the world. Xianxia and his disciples widened their eyes, and even Xianxia was shocked. It turned out that the martial emperors of the ancient times were so powerful. When he was at his peak, he would definitely be defeated. Shwa. The Great Desolation martial emperor landed and sat cross-legged on the Great Desolation heaven. From his perspective, his back was facing Xianxia and the others. His body was gradually petrified from his legs. What was going on? Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Ka ka ka, suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard. The crack in the grand wilderness continued to expand and expand. It's about to shatter, Xianxia murmured. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. When the heavens and earth of the great wilderness split apart, the lower body of the martial emperor of the great wilderness that was gradually petrified also began to show dense cracks. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that the vast wilderness was connected to him. Ai. The Great Desolation martial emperor let out a long sigh. Before he was completely petrified, he tried his best to turn his head and said with an aged voice, "My great desolation land shall be inherited by you." Xianxia was stunned. Subconsciously, he followed the expert's gaze and looked at Xiao Ziji. "No, can he find us?" Xiao Ziji said. "Thank you, senior." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, they seemed to have crossed time and space. It was like two people from two different eras had completed some kind of ritual at a special node. Ka ka ka, the cracking sound continued. The vast wilderness was already full of scars. The Great Desolation martial emperor of the great wilderness was completely petrified. In the end, he completely collapsed under everyone's gaze and turned into dust. The two martial emperors who were suppressed below had their flesh and blood torn apart. Xianxia and the others fell silent. The martial emperors of the ancient era died just like that. It was a little sad. Swoosh, at this moment, the scene before his eyes changed again. A streak of light sped through the boundless land at a speed that made one gasp in amazement. Ta. After running for a long time, that person gradually came to a stop. He then shook his head and looked at Su Xiaoma in the sky. He smiled and said, "Little guy, how about I give you this body of Gale?" "Thank you, senior," Su Xiaoma said excitedly. Buzz. The space shook and the scene in front of them changed again. An expert was fighting with a few people. Although he was fighting alone, the strength and purity of his spiritual energy were much higher than others. Boom. Boom. The battle lasted for a long time and it was earth-shattering. The land in the south could not withstand the pressure and directly separated from the mainland. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The emperor-level expert of the ancient era had such a terrifying cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could destroy the world. Based on their level of battle, the world was considered lucky that it was not completely destroyed and was only broken into pieces. After an intense battle, the martial emperor who was fighting alone defeated a few experts at the same level. However, he was also severely injured. He then looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "Who will inherit my body of spiritual pulse?" "Me." Yi Xingchen spoke first. If it were any other body type, the Night Emperor would definitely maintain his cold demeanor. However, this was the body of spiritual pulse and he could not back down. Martial Emperor Ling Ju looked at Yi Xingchen with a hint of disdain in his eyes. F***ck, what kind of look is that? Could it be that I, a bona fide martial emperor, inheriting a spirit vein is something that he finds very embarrassing? Whoosh. The scene in front of them continued to change. More martial emperors appeared and more intense battles took place in front of him. After watching a few more battles, Xianxia finally understood that the 10th world did not test them. It only took them back to 10,000 years ago to witness the earth-shattering battle of the martial emperors. However, what puzzled him was, judging from the scene, it was clearly a scene left behind in advance. Why would Martial Emperor Da Huang, Martial Emperor Chingfeng, and the others capture his and his disciples' presence and choose the inheritor of the body type? Could it be that it was not a movie left behind but a special ability that could fold the space of two different eras together so that they could spy on each other? That's possible, the system said. Whoosh! At that moment, the scene in front of them changed again. They appeared in a forest with lush foliage. This is, Xianxia said in surprise, where's the 10-direction life-ending tower? The environment was right but there was no tower. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, streams of light flew over. They were the martial Emperor Da Huang and the others who had died earlier. There was also a black-robed old man who they had not seen in the previous scene. He stood at the place where the 10-direction life-ending tower was supposed to be and said, "Everyone, how about we set up a stone tower here to seal all the body types and leave them for the future generations to inherit?" Xianxia was enlightened. No wonder the 10-direction life-ending tower was not here. It was not built yet. Sure. No problem. Martial Emperor Da Huang, Martial Emperor Chingfeng, and the others agreed. The black-robed old man said, "Let's begin." The 9 ancient martial emperors immediately performed their special abilities and took out pieces of square stones. They then piled up a 10-story tower in the shortest time possible. After the tower was built, the scene changed to the inside. The black-robed old man was setting up the array and defense on the first floor. The entire process seemed to be slowed down. However, due to the complexity of the process, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dazzled. Xianxia's face was filled with joy. As the black-robed old man continued setting up, she gradually gained a more comprehensive and intuitive understanding of the array on the first floor. "Have you memorized it?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia said excitedly, "Patriarch, I've memorized it." Swoosh! At that moment, the scene changed again. The black-robed old man appeared on the second floor and continued setting up the array on the third floor, the fourth floor, and even the 10th floor. I see. Although the array was very complicated, Xianxia memorized it all and had a new understanding of the structure inside. "Everyone," the black-robed old man said, "the array on each heaven and earth has been set up. If someone dies, their body type will be separated and integrated into the array, being sealed forever. However," he paused and said, "it can't be taken away easily. Therefore, I suggest that each of you choose a heaven and earth to guard and leave behind a test. Only the fated ones can obtain it." The Great Desolation Martial Emperor was the first to speak. "I'll guard the first heaven and earth. I'll guard the second heaven and earth. I'll guard the third heaven and earth." The 1st to 9th floors were occupied by 9 ancient martial emperors and left behind a test with their abilities. The black-robed old man said, "I'll guard the 10th floor. If the future generations can reach here, not only can they obtain the body type stored here, but they can also peek into the array's secrets and control the entire 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda." It turned out that the stone pagoda's real name was the 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda. However, due to the difficulty of the challenge, many cultivators died inside. As time passed, it was named the Suicide Pagoda. Next, the black-robed old man raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He smiled kindly and said, "It's time to set up the reward array. Girl, look carefully." Swoosh, swoosh, streams of light flashed as array flags flew out. They were not only placed on the 10th floor but also around the pagoda, forming a pattern similar to the 5 elements 8 trigrams. Swoosh! Swoosh! The messy lines were drawn and then connected to the array. The entire process was done in one go. It meant that the person who set up the array was definitely a top-notch array master. Xianxia stared at it without blinking. Images appeared in her sea of consciousness, reorganizing and expanding. Finally, it evolved into an extremely complicated star-scattered chessboard. "It's so messy. I can't understand it at all." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji didn't have array talent. When they saw the lines drawn, they felt like they were reading a heavenly book. Xianxia might be able to understand it, but after receiving so much information at once, he felt like his brain was about to explode. Patriarch. Not long later, Xianxia said, I already understand the structure of the pagoda's array. I can control it easily. I can also take the sealed body types at will. Xianxia was overjoyed. Swish, at that moment, the scene in front of them disappeared. Everyone returned to the illusory realm of the 10th floor. Wang, with a thought, Xianxia and Yao instantly fused into the damaged array formation, and then reconnected the damaged array formation. Wang, after the repair was completed, the space vibrated slightly. One could only see elf-like lights appearing. Patriarch. Xianxia said, these are the 10 body types sealed in the pagoda. From left to right, they are the Great Desolation body, Raging Wind body, Spiritual Pulse body, and the last one is the Formation Spirit body. I can summon all of them. You can now distribute them as you wish. P.S. 3-in-1. The last world of the 10 Directions Suicide Tower was overseen by the ancient Array Emperor. Inside were some scenes of the Battle of the Emperors 10,000 years ago, as well as the entire process of the array formation. Or perhaps, the black-robed old man who set up the array formation had already calculated that one day in the future, someone would enter the 10th world, so he deliberately left behind the method of setting up the array formation in the form of an image. Rather than calling it a test, it would be better to call it an opportunity for those who passed. Xianxia did not disappoint, and successfully controlled the entire tower's array formation system. Not only did she repair the reward mechanism, she also summoned out all the physiques that were sealed within. There was one on each floor, and there were 10 on the 10th floor. They were like a ball of flame or a flickering spirit, floating in the 10th world. From the first world to the 10th, they were the Great Desolation physique, Gale physique, Spiritual Pulse physique, Sword Transforming physique, Primordial Spirit physique, 5 Elements physique, Frustration physique, Illusory physique, Thunder Punishment physique, and Formation Spirit physique. Li Qingyang said in surprise, so there is a form of the physique. In his understanding, whether it was innate or postnatal physique, they were all illusory. He never thought that they would exist like spirits. Xianxia was relatively calm. After all, he had once fused with the sacred flame body, so he had some understanding of what form it was. There are exactly 10 people who came in to challenge, so let's split one each. Hearing this, the disciples' eyes lit up. At this moment, Jun Patriarch had taken all the physiques for himself, so the disciples would definitely not say anything. After all, he was the boss, so what he said was final. But it was definitely unrealistic for him to fuse with so many physiques. Not to mention, if all the good things were given to him, then what would the disciple use to represent the sect in the future? Xinyao. Xianxia pointed to the ball of flame-like light on the far right, and said, the formation spirit body should be related to the array formation, so I will let you inherit it. Thank you, Patriarch. Xianxia happily summoned the physique over. The little guy was not disgusted. It circled around her in circles, as if it was very happy. Although this kind of physique that was similar to light could not speak, it had its own thoughts and was able to form some kind of connection with the martial warriors. I have sinned. Xianxia said, the Great Desolate physique is yours. In the previous image, the Great Desolation Martial Emperor had looked at Xiao Ziji, so it was most suitable for him to inherit this constitution. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked over and held the Great Desolate physique in his hands. When his palm came into contact with the light, a thick and heavy aura spread out, instantly making him excited and agitated. Bubbly foam, the body of Gale is yours. Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were both speed-type martial artists, but the former was a little faster, while the latter's specialty was his leg strength. Zhou Hong, the sword transformation body is yours. After all, Xianxia did not deliberately pursue the sword Dao. Among the disciples present, he was the only one who could inherit it. Body of spiritual veins, Patriarch. Yi Xingchen said without hesitation, this disciple is willing to inherit. Although the other physiques were not bad, he did not care about them. He only hoped to inherit the physique that would allow him to increase his cultivation faster. Alright. Jun Changxiao said, take it. Thank you, Patriarch. Xianxia anxiously walked over and held the body of spiritual veins in his hands, a smile appearing on his face. Night Emperor laughed. Night Emperor actually laughed, however. The body of spiritual veins in his hands was struggling, as if it was not satisfied with its new owner. Behave yourself. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. With such a scare, the little guy immediately became obedient. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Jiang, I'll give you the primordial spirit body. Thank you, Patriarch. Xianxia took the primordial spirit body and wondered in his heart, what is the use of this thing? If he knew that the primordial spirit body could accurately capture everything around it like spiritual sense, he would definitely jump up in excitement. After all, it would undoubtedly be of great help in finding his sister. Little Fei. Jun Changxiao said, choose one. Li Fei scratched his head, and said, disciple will choose the body of frustration. What about you? Jun Changxiao looked at Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian said, disciple doesn't need it. She already had an ice attribute physique, so she wasn't interested in other physiques. You really don't want it? No. Alright then. Jun Changxiao looked at Li Qingyang and said, there's still the body of illusionary dream and the body of thunder punishment left, you can choose one. Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, Patriarch, these two physiques don't seem to be of much use to this disciple. It's better to leave them for suitable fellow disciples. Jun Changxiao said, even if it's not suitable, you have to choose one. He knew that his second disciple had a gentle personality and did not fight for anything. However, since he was here to challenge the level, he naturally could not lack the benefits. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, body of illusionary dream for Qianqian, body of thunder punishment for you. Yes. Li Qingyang held up the body of thunder punishment. Lu Qianqian could only give up the body of illusionary dream. If the martial artists in the outside world knew that the two of them were forced to accept the physiques by the Patriarch, they would definitely be extremely envious. This kind of physique from ancient times, even if it was not of any substantial help to martial arts, they would definitely not dislike it. They would take as many as they could. 9 out of 10 physiques were divided, and the remaining 5 elements physique would definitely be Jun Changxiao's. Patriarch. Su Xianxia said, how do we fuse? Sit down cross-legged and communicate with it with your spiritual thoughts, guiding it into your body, Jun Changxiao said. Swoosh. Swoosh. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Whoosh. Xiao Ziji was the first to communicate with the great desolate physique. When his spiritual thoughts touched it, the other party turned into a cloud and covered his entire body. The process of fusing the physiques was extremely simple. When he absorbed all the cloud and mist, a small world the size of a fingernail gradually condensed in his dantian. This was the great desolate world. Although it was very small, after successfully condensing, it established a certain connection with his flesh and blood. Xiao Ziji communicated with it slightly and felt that the strength and hardness of his body had increased by a lot. The great desolate world had just been condensed, and the defensive strength it provided was limited. If he wanted to use it in the future, he would definitely have to temper and strengthen it. As for reaching the level where the great desolate martial emperor could use it to smash people, there was still a long way to go. Jun Changxiao did not wish for his disciple to one day use the great desolate world to smash people, because at this step, it would definitely be a battle of life and death. Zzz. Li Qingyang stood up and opened his right hand. Streaks of lightning condensed in his palm, and he said in surprise, I'm a lightning cultivator now? Ha ha ha. Su Xianxia's laughter could be heard. A whirlwind gathered under his feet, and he ran at his fastest speed. Zhou Hong stood up. He looked very normal, but the sharpness around him was as if his entire body had turned into a sharp sword. My spiritual thoughts have been strengthened. After Xianxia merged with his primordial spirit, his eyes flashed with ecstasy. With a slight release, it could even spread to a range of more than 10 miles. Patriarch. Li Fei opened his right hand, and a ball of black attributes condensed. He said, what's the use of my physique? Find a target and try it. Jun Changxiao said. Oh. Li Fei threw it at Su Xianxia, who had just stopped. When the black attributes merged into his body, the latter knelt on the ground and cried, "I'm not even comparable to an ant, my life is meaningless." This was not an act, it was real. "Do you understand now?" Jun Changxiao said. Li Fei was enlightened. "I understand, the attributes condensed by my physique can make people depressed and despair." Xiao. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was suddenly penetrated by some kind of energy. Li Fei was stunned. He suddenly felt as if he had turned into a bird, and then flapped his wings, flying freely in the sky. "Fly, fly, fly," he waved his hands with a silly smile and ran around the 10th heaven, looking very funny. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Lu Qianqian. Needless to say, this woman must have fused with the illusory body, causing Li Fei to fall into fantasy and dream. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen covered his face and laughed. He had already fused with the spirit vein physique. As long as he circulated the Taishan Sutra and body metamorphosis scripture slightly, he could feel extremely pure attributes of heaven and earth spreading over like a tsunami. With this physique, there was no need to worry about not being able to break through quickly. This incident tells us that no matter how arrogant and cold a person is, as long as they encounter something that makes them feel good, they will also laugh until they lose control of their bladder. Everyone. Suddenly, the Array Emperor's old voice sounded, "Congratulations on inheriting the physique sealed in the 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda, but you also have to bear the responsibility." "Responsibility?" Jun Changxiao said. The Array Emperor continued, "Why did the War of the Thearchs happen 10,000 years ago, aren't you curious?" "Not curious." Jun Changxiao said, "Xianxia, open the entrance to the outside world, we'll return to the sect." "Yes." The Array Emperor, fusing with the physique and then leaving, this was 2F** ket up. Buzz. The space shook, and the stairs to the outside world opened. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for the disturbance." Then, he was about to leave with his disciples. "Young man." The Array Emperor hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm not finished. P.S. Today's 2 chapters add up to 9,000 words, please vote on Monday." Jun Changxiao wasn't interested in finding out why the War of the Emperors had happened 10,000 years ago. In his opinion, since he had already obtained the benefits of the 10-directional life-ending tower, and he and his disciples had also inherited the constitution, he would definitely leave happily. Moreover, the entire continent was still waiting for him to pass. That's right, his main purpose of entering the 10-direction suicide tower was to raise his ranking on the hero-seeking board. He had brought his disciple through the tower without any injuries and had broken many records. He would definitely raise his ranking. Obtaining 10 physiques would raise his sect's ranking. Jun Changxiao suddenly felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Patriarch. Xianxia said, "Senior Array Emperor must have something important to tell us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left a trace of his remnant soul in the tower." "All right." Jun Changxiao stopped and said, "For the sake of my precious disciple, I'll give you a few minutes. Hurry up and say everything you need to say." "Young man." The remnant soul of the Array Emperor in the formation said, 10,000 years ago, the War of Emperors started because the falling star continent was invaded by foreign tribes from other realms." "Invaded by foreign tribes?" Jun Changxiao asked in surprise. The Array Emperor said, "It's a special existence without a physical body. It can control a martial artist's soul and do things that bring disaster to the world." "The experts killed by Martial Emperor Da Huang and Martial Emperor Ling Ju were controlled by the foreign tribes?" Jun Changxiao asked. "That's right," the Array Emperor said. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' faces changed slightly. They did not see anything different about the martial emperors who were killed earlier. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Wasn't this kind of realm invasion a little too old-fashioned? Get to the point. Jun Changxiao said, "For example, what's our responsibility?" The Array Emperor said, "Although Martial Emperor Da Huang and the others sacrificed themselves to defeat the foreign tribes, their ambitions will not disappear just like that. They will definitely come back in the future. All of you must take up the responsibility of protecting the falling star continent." "I'm sorry." Jun Changxiao said, "The responsibility of saving the common people and maintaining world peace should be left to others." Suddenly, someone asked you to protect the entire continent. It was like running into an old faker who claimed that he was the hero who saved the world when he went out to buy soy sauce. Young man. The Formation Emperor said solemnly, you have all inherited the physique legacies left behind by the emperors. You must do your best for the falling star continent. Sorry, I'm not interested. Xianxia said, let's go, let's go. Everyone followed him and was about to walk out of the pagoda. The Formation Emperor hurriedly said, young man, if you protect the falling star continent, you will definitely be rewarded. Shua. Xianxia returned to his previous position and said, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. The corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. Speaking of benefits, the speed of the Patriarch's return was almost as fast as Wu Xing's teleportation. The Formation Emperor did not expect that his words of benefits would make this guy change his attitude immediately, so he continued, this foreign race from other planes can be called the soul race. They do not have a physical body and exist in the form of souls. As long as they occupy the body of a human, they will inherit the cultivation realm and martial arts. Even their style of doing things will be the same as the original owner. Xianxia asked curiously, how did you find out? The Formation Emperor said, these foreign races have a special method. They can devour the energy of any living creature and strengthen themselves over and over again. Xianxia said, be more specific. The Formation Emperor said, every flower and grass in the star field continent contains more or less energy under the nourishment of heaven and earth. The soul race can absorb them and use them for themselves. This is only for flowers and grass. If they absorb martial artists of higher cultivation realms, their strength will increase even faster. If they are allowed to do whatever they want, the end result will be that the entire falling star continent will be sucked dry of spirit chi and become a wasteland. That's a little scary, Xianxia said. The Formation Emperor said, when the soul race absorbs energy, they will release a green attribute. Later on, we found out. After careful investigation, we found out that they are foreign races from other planes. Like locusts, they will crazily devour the energy of every plane they come to. They will only leave when they completely destroy it. How many soul race invaded the falling star continent 10,000 years ago? 9. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. 9 foreign races triggered a war between the emperors. In the end, the entire continent was torn apart. That was too exaggerated. He had not experienced that era and did not know that the soul race that occupied the 9 martial emperors had been absorbing energy in the early stages. When they found out, the experts of the falling star continent could not defeat them at all. In the end, they could only kill them with the determination to perish together. For example, the scene earlier. The Great Desolation Martial Emperor used the Great Desolation World to suppress the 2 foreign races easily. In fact, the complete scene was that more martial emperors had already fought with them multiple times, and in the end, they were either dead or injured. Seeing that he could not defeat them after a long time and that countless of his companions had died, the Great Desolation Martial Emperor finally made up his mind and used the Great Desolation World to perish together with the 2 foreign race experts. The Formation Emperor said, the soul race will not give up on destroying the falling star continent. One day, they will make a comeback. I hope that you can inherit the constitution and will of your ancestors and fight them to the death. Senior. Xianxia said, let's put these things aside first and talk about the benefits. The Formation Emperor, I said it so tragically. Did he not feel anything? There are benefits. The Formation Emperor said, but it will depend on your performance in the future. Ck Xianxia immediately turned hostile. It feels like there are no benefits. You are deliberately tricking me. Young man. The Formation Emperor roared, are there only benefits in your eyes and no lives in the world? The world is bustling with activity for profit, and the world is bustling with activity for profit. Xianxia smiled and said, only things with benefits can move people's hearts. Otherwise, I'm not interested. If there are no benefits, I will leave. Young man, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. When the foreign race invades and the world is destroyed, do you think you can still live? The Formation Emperor roared angrily. Xianxia stopped and rubbed his chin. That makes sense. The Formation Emperor said, if you inherit the constitution, you will not only save the world, but also save yourselves. Jun Changxiao said, are you sure the soul race will invade the falling star continent again? The Formation Emperor said with certainty, as long as the falling star continent still has spiritual energy, they will not give up. Do you have a specific time of invasion? Jun Changxiao asked. The Formation Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, it may take a long time. Maybe they have already arrived at the falling star continent and have taken over human bodies. They are slowly growing. Where is the soul race's nest? Jun Changxiao asked. The Formation Emperor said, why do you ask? Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, invade them and nip the danger in the cradle in advance. Invade them? If the Array Emperor had a physical body, his eyes would be wide open right now. He and the other martial emperors who had died on the battlefield only thought about how to defend against the invasion of other races. They had never thought about invading other races. Jun Changxiao was different. Since he knew that the other party would come back, why should he wait? He might as well gather his people and kill them. Their souls would fall, their gods would tremble, and their ghosts would tremble, defend and invade. It represented passivity and initiative. With Jun Changxiao's personality, if he knew that someone was targeting his sect and disciples, he would definitely take the initiative to attack first instead of passively accepting it. The Array Emperor said, the soul race's world is extremely dangerous. Invading them is the same as committing suicide. You don't have to worry about that. Jun Changxiao said, tell me the coordinates, I have my ways to deal with it. The falling star continent and the soul race's world are very far apart. Without the ability to travel through space, it would be difficult to do so. The Array Emperor said. Jun Changxiao asked curiously, if that's the case, how did they come to the falling star continent? The Array Emperor said, 10,000 years ago, cracks appeared in space and formed a passage-like vortex. They should have used this method to come here. What about the passageway? I sealed it with a formation. Where is it? North of the continent, the land of yellow sand. The system said, it should be the northern desert state after the continent fell apart. Does the soul race have a hobby of collecting all kinds of martial arts resources? Jun Changxiao asked. The Array Emperor said, although they are other races, they also need spirit stones to increase their cultivation. They also need ores to forge all kinds of equipment to make themselves stronger. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although the Array Emperor did not say what benefits there were, in his opinion, if they had the chance to invade the other races, they would definitely gain more benefits. Since the Sect of all times has inherited the constitution, we will naturally take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Jun Changxiao said. The system, as a host, I can't be so righteous. I won't disturb Senior's everlasting existence. I'll take my leave first. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, let's go. Soon, the disciples followed him up the stairs and left the 10-directional life-ending tower. Sigh. The Array Emperor sighed and said, I've waited for 10,000 years for a guy like this. Asking him to save the world feels a little unreliable. His voice grew weaker as he spoke. A sliver of remnant will had been sealed within the pagoda, waiting for the fated ones to pass through the 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda. Now that it had completed its mission, it could no longer exist in the world. Outside, the projection arrays were still suspended in the sky above the major cities. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Creak. Suddenly, the 2 doors on the first floor of the tower were pushed open from the inside. He's out. Jun Patriarch and the others have come out. The martial artists who had been watching the projection array all this time suddenly cried out in surprise when they saw Jun Changxiao and the others walk out of the pagoda one by one, going in neatly and coming out neatly. They would definitely clear the stage without any injuries. Everyone. Jun Changxiao looked up at the screen and grinned. The Sect of all times has successfully cleared the 10-directional Fate Tower. Amazing. Unbelievable. Hearing him say it personally, all the martial artists on the Falling Star continent looked at him with admiration and envy. Although there was no reward for this forbidden area that had existed for tens of thousands of years, being able to clear the stage without any injuries was definitely enough to prove their strength. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han transmitted his voice. What's the test of the 10th heaven and earth? It's just a normal test, Xianxia replied. City Lord Han could tell that this guy didn't want to tell him about the 10th heaven and earth, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, when will you pay the 10,000 spirit stones? Xianxia was honest and gave him 10,000 artificial spirit stones as the rental fee for using the projection array system. City Lord Han said, if you want to use it again in the future, you can come find me at any time. After tasting the sweetness, he started to think, why not rent out the projection array system that he had set up for the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy to earn some money? City Lord Han didn't lack spirit stones. However, he had nothing to do with the array system. He could use it to earn some extra money and also cover the daily maintenance costs. Okay. Xianxia cupped his hands and then chatted with City Lord Mu for a while. Then, he ordered Jin Dijuan to remove the projection array and return to the sect with his disciples. On the way, Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, we have a great responsibility now. You don't really want to save the world, do you? Xianxia said. Li Qingyang was startled. Didn't Patriarch already promise senior formation emperor? He did, but... Xianxia said, to save the world, we have to act within our means. He didn't think that with his and his sect's strength, they could save the world. Not to mention that even if the sky collapsed, there were still the first and second-rate sects to hold it up. Qingyang, the most important task now is to make yourself stronger. When you have absolute strength in the future, not to mention saving the world, saving the entire universe won't be a problem. Xianxia said. Li Qingyang said solemnly, I understand. The matter of challenging the 10-direction suicide tower came to a perfect end. The physiques that existed inside were all taken away by the sect of all times. So even if the array was repaired now, even if the reward mechanism was adjusted to 100%, it was meaningless. The medical sage and demon emperor who knew about it in the underworld would definitely be able to face it calmly. The forbidden land that had existed for thousands of years couldn't escape being scourged by Xianxia. His own things were not worth mentioning at all. Of course. The matter of the sect of all times bravely challenging the 10-direction suicide tower and clearing it without any injuries would definitely be widely spread in the Falling Star continent. Not to mention, it was even a live broadcast. The latest issue of the List of Heroes was released at the stipulated time. The sect of all times rose from 90th to 80th, not bad, not bad. Looking at the list, Xianxia smiled. The sect had reached 4th rate and was ranked 80th on the List of Heroes. It had already met the 7th most basic requirement of the epic mission. Of course, Jun Patriarch would definitely not be satisfied. After all, meeting the most basic requirement was only 100%. He had to exceed it and obtain a higher mission reward. Patriarch. Su Xianma came to meet him and said, this disciple has been out of the Taishan Xingzong for a while. It's time to go back. Xianxia said, be careful when you go back. If you feel that your identity has been exposed, do not hesitate and quickly return to the sect. Yes. After eating Lu Wancher's food, Su Xianma left the sect of all times. Then, he found a place where no one was around and put on the mask again, turning into a pale and sickly youth. At this moment, he was the outer disciple of the Taishan Xingzong, Go Sheng. Boom. Boom. In a mountain forest, there was a loud explosion. Ka. 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 A fist mark appeared on the mountain wall under the strong impact. Then, it began to gradually shatter and spread in all directions, as if it was going to collapse at any time. A black-robed man once again punched the depression and roared, I was tricked. I was actually tricked. Dai Lu was very angry. He was so angry that he crazily bombarded the stone wall. There was no other reason. During the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers, he took a yellowed map to look for treasures. He had worn out several pairs of shoes and finally found the location of the treasures. In the end, there was nothing. What made him even more depressed was that he met many martial artists one after another, each of them holding a map that was exactly the same as his. Everyone sat together and after some discussion, they found out that the maps were all bought from the old man on the street. Therefore, a normal person immediately realized that they had been cheated. Ah, Dai Lu raised his head and roared. The green attribute around him instantly spread out like waves. The nearby plants that came into contact with it instantly withered from their lush state. He originally thought that he could rely on the map to find opportunities to improve his cultivation and then seek revenge on the Sect of all times and Xianxia. In the end, it was all for naught. This was unacceptable, Dai Lu roared. Is it so difficult for me to take revenge? Kid. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in his ear. To become stronger, you should absorb the energy of others. Only the weak would rely on such an illusory opportunity. Who is it? Dai Lu exclaimed. The voice continued, you can call me Hun, or you can call me Lord. Dai Lu said coldly, get out of my body. He. The existence that called itself Hun laughed strangely, once I leave, the devouring power will disappear immediately. You have to think carefully. Dai Lu's expression changed. He was now a martial king. All of this came from the devouring power. If he lost it, he would definitely not be able to accept it. Kid, with my help, you can become stronger. Only then can you trample the Sect of all times and Xianxia in the palm of your hand. Hun laughed strangely. Dai Lu said in a low voice, really? Although you have some understanding of the devouring power in the past 2 years, it has only stopped at the most basic level. Now that I have awakened, I will teach you how to use it correctly, Hun said proudly. How do I use it? Dai Lu's heart skipped a beat. He had obtained the devouring power for no reason, and now there was a fellow who called himself soul in his body for no reason. He quickly adapted to it. The devouring power can only be refined into purer energy when it is combined with the devouring heart sutra. I will teach you now. In an instant, a series of seemingly comprehensible chants appeared in Dai Lu's sea of consciousness, causing him to unconsciously immerse himself in them. After a while, his eyes suddenly glowed with a burning luster. Brat. Soul said proudly, I'm not bragging, but once I've comprehended 20 to 30% of the mantra, I can easily trample on the Sect of all times and Xianxia. Crack. Dai Lu clenched his fists. His eyes flickered with a green light as he said, I look forward to that day. Achoo. Xianxia, who was sitting in the study, sneezed, then rubbed his nose and said, is someone scolding me? The system said, the host has inherited the ancient era's physique. Are you really not planning to do anything for the falling star continent? Even the ancient era's martial emperors could be controlled by the foreign races. I want to do something, but my strength doesn't allow me to. Xianxia said helplessly. The system said, they didn't say to let you save the world immediately. They passed the physique to their disciple in the hope that when you become stronger in the future, you can protect this plane. We'll see, Xianxia said. The system was speechless. This is because they didn't offend your sect or disciple. Otherwise, the host would have already expressed his stance. Of course. Xianxia said seriously, how dare they offend the Sect of all times and touch my disciple? Not to mention the soul race, even if it's the Pa race, I will kill them all. So to prevent a disaster from happening, I think the host should focus more on the foreign races. It's best to find time to go to the northern desert state to see if you can break the formation and invade the foreign races through the passage. You can nip the danger in the bud, the system urged. Makes sense. That's not right. Xianxia suddenly became alert. This concerns the survival of the human race. Why is an emotionless machine like you so active? Of course. The system said, if the host is fighting against the foreign races, if you're not strong enough, you'll be tortured to death. You'll have to rely on the merchant store. This will stimulate spending. F***ck. Xianxia broke down. You want me to spend money? Don't be so direct. Can I become stronger just by relying on this mental cultivation method? The Devouring Heart Sutra can only make you stronger to a certain extent. If you want to break through to a higher level, such as breaking through the void, you'll have to inherit the devouring bloodline. Breaking through the void? Dai Lu's eyes turned green. How do I inherit the devouring bloodline? There's an area sealed by a formation in the desert of the northern desert state. Once you break it, you'll enter an independent space. The devouring bloodline is there. Dai Lu stopped and said warily, "Why do you want to help me become stronger? Do you have other intentions?" Soul, he was fooled by an old man from a street stall to look for treasure. Why did he suddenly say something like this? It's simple. Soul said, "We have a common enemy." The sect of all times? That's right. I see. Dai Lu understood and said hatefully, "Let's work together and let the sect say goodbye to the Jianghu. The sect of all times is a bit strong. It's hard to trample them with just the Heart Sutra. So I suggest you go to the northern desert state and break the formation seal to find the devouring bloodline," Soul said. "I don't know anything about formations." "It's okay. As long as you go, I'll be in charge of breaking the formation." "Okay." Brother Greenscarf resolutely stepped on the road to the northern desert state. He started to imagine himself having the devouring bloodline. After taking revenge, he would break through the void and ascend to the upper world. "Xianxia, get ready," Jun Changxiao said, "Follow me to the northern desert state in 2 days. We'll find the area where the Formation Emperor sealed the space passage." "Patriarch, are you going to the foreign world?" Xianxia asked with widened eyes. Jun Changxiao said, "Since the space passage connects 2 worlds, I'm worried that it might be loose. If it's destroyed by the foreign world, it'll be troublesome." "Understood." Xianxia said, "Patriarch, you're asking me to reinforce it." Patriarch, you're so considerate. It's really a blessing for the common people." Xiao's words made Jun Changxiao feel embarrassed. After all, they were just going to confirm the entrance to the foreign world's territory. Their motive was not for the common people. "Patriarch." Xianxia volunteered, "I'm willing to accompany you." After knowing the reason for the War of the Emperors 10,000 years ago, he was very curious about the Soul tribe. "Sure." After arranging the sect's affairs, Jun Changxiao picked a day to bring Xianxia and Xianxia to the northern desert state. In the northwestern He state, Dai Lu was also devouring energy on the way. Because he had the mental cultivation technique, his cultivation level was increasing very quickly. "Not bad, not bad," Hun said with satisfaction. "With your current growth speed, even if you don't challenge the entire sect of all times, it shouldn't be a problem to take down Xianxia." Dai Lu smiled coldly and said, "Don't let me meet that guy." In the desert of the northern desert state, the wind was howling. Sand and dust filled the sky like a storm. "Patriarch." Xianxia opened her eyes and said, "This is the place where Senior Array the Arch set up the array back then. Can you control it?" "The structure of the array is more complicated than the 10-directional life-ending pagoda. I might need some time." After inheriting the array spirit constitution, Xianxia's understanding of array formations had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she wasn't at Jin Dejuan's level yet, she didn't need help anymore. She could decipher the complicated array formations on her own. "Decipher it." "I will protect you," Jun Changxiao said. "Yes." Xianxia communicated with the formless array formation and started to infiltrate and deduce. Xianxia sat on a huge rock at the side. He circulated the spirit vein constitution and absorbed the heaven and earth attributes that existed in this place. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the area where the wind and sand were howling. He saw a black figure gradually appear. He frowned and muttered, "This person looks a little familiar." After receiving the mental cultivation technique from Soul, Dai Lu had absorbed a lot of energy on his way to the northern desert state. His cultivation level had increased significantly, which filled him with hope for the future. Especially when he thought of the 2 battles where he was crushed by Xianxia, he was furious. He wished he could turn around and go to the sect of all times and stomp on that guy. A little impatience spoils great plans. Soul comforted him. When you inherit the devourer bloodline and have a stronger cultivation, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Calm down, calm down. Dai Lv suppressed his anger and finally came to the land of yellow sand. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at this area, he would see the guy he hated to the bone on a huge rock in the distance. "It's him, Xianxia. How could we meet here? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Phew. In an instant, the anger that Dai Lu had suppressed erupted like a volcano. Especially when he thought of the 2 times he was tortured by that guy, his eyes burned with anger. This guy looks familiar, Yi Xingchen mumbled. Dai Lu almost vomited blood when he heard that. He had fought with this guy twice, but he did not recognize him. Or did he not see him as a human at all? Brother Green Scarf, it's not that Night Emperor doesn't see you as a human, but he sees you as trash. He doesn't care about trash. Jun Changxiao looked over and rubbed his chin. He does look familiar. Pfft. Dai Lu could not help but vomit blood. You stepped on my face in the first round, and you didn't even recognize me. Ta. Dai Lu walked over and stood 10 feet away from them. He took off his black robe and put on his iconic green scarf. Do you know me now? Jun Changxiao remembered and slapped his head. So it's you, the lecher who teased my eldest disciple. Dai Lu roared, I'm not flirting. On the way to the recruitment of numerous sects, although he was amazed by the beauty of Lu Qianxian, he just took the initiative to chat. Even if he had any ideas, it was just an attempt, and the result was that he was abused. If I remember correctly, you should have joined the Sacred Spring Sect. Why are you here in the northern desert state? Jun Changxiao asked. Dai Lu proudly said, that kind of trash sect is not qualified to accommodate me. Ever since Brother Greenscarf gained the power of Devour, he was no longer an ant. He was ambitious now, and he was floating in the air. Since we're old acquaintances, hurry up and leave this place. Don't disturb me when I'm doing my business, Jun Changxiao said. Although he had some unpleasantness with Dai Lu, it was only when he had just transmigrated. Now that he had become a peak emperor stage, his outlook and vision were even wider. Naturally, he would not argue with ordinary martial artists. Dai Lu could tell from his words that he was looking down on him, so he angrily said, Jun Changxiao, I'm no longer the ant that you trampled under your feet back then. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, what do you mean by that? Shua. Dai Lu stretched out his hand and pointed over. He proudly said, I want to fight with you. Although he hated Yi Xingchen, he hated Jun Changxiao a lot. Now that the 2 of them had met, he definitely had to find the patriarch of the sect of all times to settle old scores. Brother Greenscarf was really arrogant. He actually dared to take the initiative to challenge Go Sheng, who had all kinds of cheats on him. Kid. The soul collapsed and said, with your current strength, you are not his opponent. Don't act rashly. I don't care, I won't listen, I'm going to fight with this guy today to wash away the shame of being trampled on in the past. And take revenge for the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect. Under normal circumstances, those who opposed the protagonist would often be labeled as villains. Although Greenscarf brother was also a villain, he had a lot of feelings for the Spirit Spring sect and still insisted on taking revenge today. Therefore, even villains had their own shining points. You can hate him, you can dislike him, but the mentality of overreaching oneself for revenge for the sake of the sect must be affirmed. After all, in a world where monkeys scatter when the tree falls, such people were too rare. Fight with the seat? Jun Changxiao was stunned and said, are you serious? From his eyes and tone, Dai Lu could tell that he was looking down on and despising him, so he angrily said, do you dare to fight? Pong, a heavy punch landed on his face, and his whole body flew up into the air and exploded dozens of steps away. Yi Xingchen coldly said, what qualifications does trash have to challenge the patriarch? Dai Lu covered his sunken right face and stood up, angrily saying, what kind of hero are you to sneak attack people when they are unprepared? Although he said so, he was shocked in his heart. From the moment that guy approached to the moment he attacked, his spiritual sense did not catch him. It must be because I was too focused on Jun Changxiao and forgot about him. Kid. Hun solemnly said, there is something I have to tell you. With your current strength, don't talk about Jun Changxiao, you can't even beat the Yi Xingchen. From the power he just endured, he roughly estimated the strength of the Night Emperor. Although Dai Lu cultivated the Devouring Heart Sutra, and improved significantly in a short period of time, but if he really fought, he would still be abused. Impossible. Dai Lu roared in his heart, didn't you say that if I meet this guy again, I can easily trample him under my feet? I did say that, Hun said helplessly. But Yi Xingchen's growth is too fast. It is completely beyond the speed of a normal martial artist on the Starfall continent. Trash. Yi Xingchen pointed to the distance and said impatiently, just disappear. Damn it. Dai Lu's eyes were even more furious. Han comforted him, where there is life, there is hope. Just leave. Leave? Dai Lu suddenly laughed crazily. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Yi Xingchen, saying, listen up, I am not trash. Whoosh. He rushed over angrily and gathered spiritual energy in his right fist. Bang, however, before he could attack, Yi Xingchen had already approached him and punched him in the chest. The explosive power exploded on his skin, causing him great pain. Boom, plop. Dai Lu fell dozens of meters away. His chest had caved in from the attack. Ta. Yi Xingchen walked up to him and said like a god, you don't even dare to admit that you are trash. You are complete trash. Crack. Dai Lu endured the pain and clenched his fists. Huff huff, suddenly, his eyes started to turn green. His palms also gradually turned green. The green attribute in his body crazily poured out like a flood. I can't beat this guy, but we are so close that I can devour him, whoosh. Yi Xingchen suddenly crouched down and grabbed his leg. Then, he started to attack him left and right as if he was torturing Ao Wushuang, bang. Bang. Bang, after a series of attacks, Dai Lu's mind was seriously damaged. The eager devouring power in his body shrank back into his dantian, perhaps because of its master or because Yi Xingchen was too overbearing. Xingchen. Jun Changxiao said, don't disturb your junior sister. Understood. Yi Xingchen stopped and dragged the unconscious Dai Lu out of the area. Then, he waved his hand and threw him far away. Trash. You should go back to the trash heap. Plop. Dai Lu, who was thrown away, landed heavily on the yellow sand. On this day, he met Yi Xingchen for the third time, and it ended with him torturing him thousands of times. Sigh. Soul sighed helplessly. How did I end up in this idiot's body? The third encounter between Dai Lu and Yi Xingchen ended with Dai Lu fainting once again. Even if Yi Xingchen cultivated the Devouring Heart Sutra and improved his cultivation level in a short time, he was destined to be defeated because he had only used half a move this time, to be exact. Judging from the second encounter, Yi Xingchen had not improved at all. It was not that Dai Lu was not strong, but Yi Xingchen improved faster than him. Moreover, Yi Xingchen had a spiritual pulse and was eating qi-gathering pills and absorbing spirit stones. Brother Green Scarf wanted to avenge his humiliation and trample Yi Xingchen under his feet, but it was definitely a path that seemed to have no end. Han was puzzled. The spiritual qi in the falling star continent has obviously declined. Why is there such a strong sect and such a strong young generation? If we let them grow, even if we nurture him and take control of him, we may not be able to gain the upper hand. No, no. Han said firmly, we have to return to the soul world as soon as possible and recover our damaged souls. Then we can take control of this guy's body and absorb more people's energy. Only then can we kill him before he grows. He had instigated Dai Lu to come to the northern desert state not to let him inherit the Devouring Heart Sutra, but to take the opportunity to return to his own world to recuperate and then make a comeback. Everything was going according to Han's plan. However, there was something wrong with this stupid human's brain. He could not defeat Yi Xingchen, but he still wanted to be tortured. Han said helplessly, humans are unreliable. We have to do it ourselves. Phew. Just then, Dai Lu woke up. He crawled out of the sand and lay flat on the ground. He had already broken through to the martial king level and had a stronger mental cultivation method. Why was he still unable to defeat Yi Xingchen? He was still being tortured like a dog. Kid. Han comforted him. A temporary failure is not a failure. Only when you learn to grow from setbacks can you become a winner in life. That's right. Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, I have to be able to withstand failure and setbacks. Patriarch. In the land of yellow sand, Xianxia, who had been studying for 4 hours, opened her eyes and said, Disciple has already mastered the formation set up by Senior Array Emperor. Can you find the passage? Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia's heart stirred. The space trembled slightly, and a boundary wall materialized. She said, Patriarch, you can enter the formation now. Shua. Jun Changxiao stepped forward and blended in. Yi Xingchen and Shengguan Xinyao followed closely behind. After the three of them entered, the materialized enchantment disappeared. Inside the formation, there was a space that was flickering with flowing light. There was a small crack in the center that was being suppressed by complicated formations and lines. It looked like some kind of ancient seal. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao said, this spatial crack should be the passage that Senior Array Emperor mentioned. Standing to the side, Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, if the soul race can come to the Starfall continent from here, we can also enter their realm from here. That's right. The system said, this is a two-way space passage. It should have been opened by void worms. Void worms? Jun Changxiao asked. The system explained, void worms are a special species that lives in the universe. They can open up deep layers of space and create a passage for other life forms to freely travel through. Is it really that amazing? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, according to the records of the Starfall continent, higher-level void worms can open up passages between the lower and upper realms. Damn. Jun Changxiao was surprised. That's a bit amazing. Of course. The system said, using void worms to open up a passage between the lower and upper realms will allow one to enter, but it will be considered illegal. Only by using one's own strength will one be considered to have ascended legally. Oh. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, seems like the soul race's appearance in the Starfall continent was due to the passage opened up by void worms. Do you even need to guess? The system was speechless. Xinyao. Jun Changxiao said, can the seal above be broken? Shengguan Xinyao said, Patriarch, the seal can be broken, but after it is broken, the soul race on the other side will take the opportunity to kill their way over. That's true. Jun Changxiao dismissed the idea of breaking the seal. After all, the main purpose of coming to the northern desert state this time was to confirm if there was a passage. Now that it had been found, the mission was successfully completed. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the cracks that were suppressed by countless lines and formations trembled slightly. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao said, there's a force trying to break the seal inside. The passage connected to another world. It was obvious that it was the soul race's doing. The Array Emperor was right. Jun Changxiao said, the soul race's desire to destroy the Starfall continent will not die. Shengguan Xinyao frowned and said, Patriarch, although the seal can still be suppressed, I'm afraid it won't last long before it is broken. Jun Changxiao said, can it be strengthened? Shengguan Xinyao thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be a problem. Strengthen. Yes. It would be difficult for Shengguan Xinyao to set up a sealing formation by herself, but the Array Emperor had left behind a sample, which could be used for reference and comprehension. Whoosh, whoosh, a few hours later, a series of sealing formations with the same principle appeared on the cracks out of thin air, and were reinforced again. The internal collision force was obviously weaker than before, and could even be completely ignored. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao deduced, after strengthening, I don't dare to say too much, but it can last for at least 500 to 600 years. The Array Emperor's spirit in heaven would be very happy. The girl who inherited his constitution was more reliable. In truth, the ancient sealing array formation was gradually showing signs of collapse. It wouldn't be long before the races from the other side of the world rushed in. Now that it was stabilized, it was equivalent to temporarily eliminating the danger, and they could live for a few hundred years in relative peace. This isolation array formation is a bit old. You should improve it a bit more to prevent others from accidentally breaking in, Jun Changxiao instructed. Okay. Shengguan Xinyao continued to comprehend. After about half a day, she had improved the formation left behind by the Array Emperor. Its concealment and defense were stronger. Let's go. After everything was done, Jun Changxiao said, let's go back to the sect. Therefore, the three of them left the desert and the northern desert state. After they left, Dai Lu sneaked to the area where the formation was set up. After confirming that Jun Changxiao and Yi Xingchen were not around, he heaved a sigh of relief. I have sensed the aura of the formation. As long as you break it, you can obtain the Devourer bloodline. By then, you can easily beat up a martial emperor, Sol said. Dai Lu's eyes lit up. At this moment, he did not expect to beat up a martial emperor. He only hoped to trample Xianxia and the sect of all times under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! A special aura gushed out from Dai Lu's body and turned into a huge net. It shrouded the formation and started to penetrate it. No. Suddenly, Sol said in shock, the formation here has been tampered with. I can't penetrate it. Damn it. Sol said angrily, it must be Xianxia's doing. Dai Lu broke down. You mean, if you can't penetrate the formation, I can't inherit the Devourer bloodline? That's right. Ah. Dai Lu stood in the desert and roared in anger. The formation and seal that had existed in the northern desert state for a long time had been strengthened. No one could penetrate it, and the foreign tribes could not attack from the other side. In other words, Xianxia had once again saved the world without knowing why. Of course. He did not know. He was still thinking on the way back. When he and the sect became stronger, he would take the initiative to invade the Soul Tribe's territory and take over their resources. No, he would take it as his responsibility to save the world. Array Emperor. The corner of Xianxia's mouth rose into a smile. The spatial passage you sealed is the greatest benefit. The soul race was in a state of panic. Dai Lu dragged his weak body as he walked under the sandstorm. His back seemed extremely desolate and dejected. Kid, don't be discouraged. Sol cheered up and comforted him, even without the Devourer bloodline, there is still the Devouring Heart Sutra. As long as you comprehend it to a higher level, you can still be invincible. Returning to his own world was the fastest way for him to recover and become stronger. He didn't expect that the array set up by the array Emperor would be modified and become completely unfamiliar. He could only continue with his original plan and focus on nurturing this human. Although he was a little idiotic and reckless. But when he became stronger, he would be able to devour souls and completely control his body. He would then be able to do whatever he wanted. Dai Lu didn't know that he was just a chess piece in front of Sol. Instead, he was deeply touched that someone would come to comfort him when he was injured. Phew. He exhaled and clenched his fists. I will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Until one day, I will make Xianxia and Xianxia kneel at my feet. A good man with ambition. So. Sol urged, don't always look for beasts, flowers, and trees to absorb energy. You can directly absorb the energy of martial artists to improve faster. On the way to the northern desert state, he had suggested this. But after Dai Lu gradually mastered the devouring power, he would only start from beasts and plants. He would not absorb martial artists at all. To be exact. Ever since he had the devouring power, most of his improvement came from absorbing beasts. Unless he encountered martial artists who were looking for trouble, he rarely took the initiative to attack. I have no grudges with others. Isn't it a little inappropriate to absorb their energy? Dai Lu said. Kid. Sol said, in this world, it's either you die or he dies. Having a benevolent heart will only push yourself into the abyss. Dai Lu's eyes gradually turned cold. Listen to me. Sol continued to instigate, only by absorbing martial artists can you become stronger faster, take revenge, and become the master of this world. Obviously, he was stronger than the system in terms of bluffing. All right. Dai Lu said, let me try. On the official road to Yellow Sand City, he saw an old man striding forward. His eyes lit up, it's him. The person Dai Lu saw was Old Monster Su, the Grand Elder of the Wind-Riding Sect. He had just come out of seclusion and was preparing to go to the city to handle some matters. Senior, I was wrong. Boom. 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 When night fell, Dai LV squatted in the damp cave with a bloody nose and a swollen face, like a pitiful kitten licking its wounds alone. His soul roared in exasperation, why did you have to find a martial emperor? Sect of all times. Xianxia sat in the main hall. Was calm and. Therefore, he decided to put the matter to rest for the time being. The most important thing now was to think about how to complete the epic quest. Although Shi has reached the minimum standard, he must exceed it by the settlement period in a year, Xianxia murmured. and the God of Cookery competition. It's only 2 or 3 months from now. How's Dudu's preparation going? Jun Changxiao got up and went to the cafeteria. As soon as he walked in, he saw Li Tian, Sima Zhongda, and the others squatting down and crying. Their tears wet the ground. What's going on? Could it be that Li Fei used body of depression to make them fall into a pessimistic state? That's not right. That kid is cultivating in the Tower of Experience. He doesn't have time. Patriarch. Li Tian wiped his tears and snot and cried, Senior Sister Lu's fried rice is simply too delicious. Jun Changxiao saw a bowl of fried rice on the table in front of him. It looked no different from the fried rice he used to eat, so he rolled his eyes and said, It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Look at you too. No. No. Li Tian cried. This fried rice is different from before. After eating it. Woo-woo. Let me cry for a while more, newly developed. Jun Changxiao walked to the table, picked up the spoon and said, I'll try it. Hall Master Li. Outside the cafeteria, Lu Wancher smiled and said, I just developed a new type of fried rice today. It's delicious. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, The more you say that, the more curious I am. You can only smell it, not eat it. Why? Because, the little girl suddenly said with a straight face, I added a special seasoning to the fried rice. After eating it, you can't control your emotions and cry. Li Luoqiu said in surprise, so magical? The two of them walked into the cafeteria as they talked. However, just as they stood there, they were stunned. Because there were 3 people squatting inside, covering their faces and crying. Girl. Jun Chang. Xiao wiped the tears from his eyes as he cried, Did you put tear gas in your fried rice, ah? Lu Wancher said with her mouth open, You guys ate fried rice? Jun Changxiao and Li Tian cried for a full hour. Only when their eyes were swollen did they recover. Lu Wancher was like a child who had made a mistake. She leaned against the corner of the wall and lowered her head. Her small hands rubbed the corner of her clothes as she whispered, Patriarch, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to eat this bowl of fried rice, not bad. Jun Changxiao sat down and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. The newly developed fried rice tastes much better than before. If you take it to the God of Cookery competition, you'll definitely make the judges cry. Patriarch, this is just something I casually researched. There are better dishes in the God of Cookery competition, Lu Wancher said. There's something better? Jun Changxiao said, If that's the case, winning the God of Cookery competition will be a piece of cake. Patriarch. Lu Wancher frowned and said, I'm afraid you don't know that the current God of Cookery has sent his favorite disciple to compete. Oh? Jun Changxiao turned to look at Li Luoqiu. The latter said, 50 years ago, a man named Shi Tian won the God of Cookery competition 5 times in a row and was known as the current God of Cookery. Awesome. Winning the God of Cookery competition 5 times in a row was definitely not luck, but true skill in cooking. Li Luoqiu continued, in his later years, Shi Tian accepted a disciple named Song Bao as his last disciple, and after a few years of training, he announced to the public that he had inherited 90% of his legacy. The God of Cookery competition is about to begin. Many people have already determined that the disciple of the God of Cookery will win this year's God of Cookery competition. Perhaps, like the former, he will win the subsequent competitions and become the new God of Cookery. Jun Changxiao said, In that case, this Song Bao will be the biggest threat on Dudu's path to the championship? Li Luoqiu said, Many of the old seniors who have won the God of Cookery competition know that Shi Tian will send his disciple to compete. This year's God of Cookery competition can be said to be full of masters and stars. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Sherba's mission was to let Lu Wancher get into the top 3 of the God of Cookery competition. He thought it would be easy, but now it seemed that an epic mission was destined to be difficult. There is only challenge when there is difficulty. Jun Changxiao said, I believe that you will be able to defeat all the masters and pick up the trophy of the God of Cookery competition. Yes. Lu Wancher nodded heavily and said, I will not disappoint the Patriarch's high hopes. Good luck. Good luck. After giving his disciple encouragement, Jun Changxiao went to the medicine hall. Eh? Lu Wancher, who was about to continue studying Chinese recipes, walked into the kitchen and said in surprise, "Where is that bowl of fried rice?" Boo-hoo! At the back of the mountain, the Purple King squatted on the ground, tears flowing like a fountain, and there was an empty bowl at his feet. Not even a grain of rice was left. Jun Chang took a small bite with a smile on his face and wept for an hour. This guy ate it all. The Purple King, who had eaten half a bowl of fried rice, cried for an entire day. Especially in the dead of the night, when he thought about how he had died before he could succeed, he immediately burst into tears. However, if he was given another chance, he would still choose to eat that bowl of fried rice, because if he ate it, he would cry, and if he didn't, he would regret it. The Purple King's strength had been recovering bit by bit during his time in the Sect of all times, but his stomach had been completely tied up by delicacies. Now, he couldn't even chase him away. One day, Jun Changxiao sat beside the Purple King, holding his chin with a smile, and said, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more." The Purple King ate all the food, then drank a large bowl of soup, and said, again, "Wait a minute." This guy's eyes and smile were very strange. The Purple King became vigilant. "If you have something to say, say it." Zirua. Jun Changxiao stood up and patted his shoulder. "You've been in the sect for a while now. Although you've been opening the door every day, your contribution is still a little less. You need to work harder in the future." "How?" the Purple King said. Jun Changxiao sat down, his fingers tapping on the dining table, and said, "Gather all your subordinates, and then place them in the Ironbone Mountain. I will take care of their food and accommodation." The Purple King's expression became ugly. The thing he was most worried about had inevitably happened. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Many warriors make a living by hunting fierce beasts. If you place your kind in the Ironbone Mountain, at least you can ensure that they will grow up without worries in the future. This king of the beast race must be used well, and then equip the sect with stronger fierce beasts, so as to develop the Tiger Rider Hall, Leopard Rider Hall, and other halls. Powerful spirit beasts could also be used as strong fighters." Even in Jun Changxiao's bold thoughts, if one day they really invaded the soul race world, they could also form an army of fierce beasts. The Purple King's expression became more and more ferocious. Obviously, he was having a fierce battle in his heart. He had already been forced to become a disciple of the Sect of all times. Did he want his people to suffer the shame with him? Pa Jun Changxiao placed a beginner beast pill on the table and said, "This is a pill used to satisfy your hunger, you can try it first." Hunger? Looking at the pill, the Purple King's eyes were filled with doubt. Using something that isn't even comparable to candy to fill your stomach? Are you insulting the stomachs of the beasts? Shua. He stretched out his hand, took it, and swallowed it. Shua. The purple craggy monster monarch stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had just eaten, he was only half full. But when the effects of the pill took effect in his body, he no longer felt hungry. In fact, he felt full. "You're eating a beast pill," Jun Changxiao said. "One pill and you don't need to eat for 10 days. 10 days? The Purple King's eyes widened. 10 days was not long, but for a fierce beast, the calories it needed to absorb were huge. If it had this kind of pill, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without having to eat frequently. Although the fierce beasts of the falling star continent did not need to cultivate various mental techniques, absorbing the attributes of heaven and earth to make themselves stronger was the most basic. "I have a lot of beast pills," Jun Changxiao said. "It's enough for your people to live in Mount Ironbone with peace of mind." The Purple King was silent. To be exact, it was already tempted. Beasts could absorb the attributes of heaven and earth without restraint to improve, but the amount of food they needed would be a lot, which was often one of the important factors that delayed their growth. If it had a beast pill that could last for 10 days, it could use all the time to absorb the attributes, and its strength would definitely increase significantly. "Have you thought about it?" Jun Changxiao asked. After a difficult choice, the Purple King said, "I'll summon them." It was a compromise. Because of the beast pills, because warriors hunted fierce beasts for a living. If it could gather its people together, it might not be a bad thing to have someone to provide food and shelter for them. Jun Changxiao said, it's best to sneak them over in batches when it's quiet at night. Previously, when the beast horde attacked the sect of all times, the whole world knew about it, and he did not want to do that again. Of course. The Purple King also muttered in its heart. If it gathered its underlings, would they complain? Although it was a king and could make them listen to it unconditionally, it should at least be able to convince them. Forget it. The Purple King said, contact them first. Whoosh whoosh. As it spoke, its body suddenly emitted a murderous aura, then it turned into a stream of light and flew toward Death Valley. Elder Nyo. In the valley, a half-human spirit beast frowned. King has been trapped in the sect of all times for a long time. When are we going to launch a second rescue? Don't worry, don't worry. The Purple King's right-hand man said, wait for King's instructions before making any plans. Alright. The half-human spirit beast and the other spirit beasts could only wait anxiously. At this time, the number of fierce beasts in Death Valley had already reached more than 500,000, of all levels. There were all kinds of species, and it had already formed a relatively large scale. Because they had been lurking and did not make any big moves. Therefore, the relevant departments of the Zhongzuan state did not realize that there would be so many fierce beasts gathering illegally in southwest Yangzhou. Of course. With so many fierce beasts, if they attacked the sect of all times again to save their king, then they would definitely be sending themselves to their deaths. Whoosh, at this moment, a stream of light flew over and instantly merged into Elder Nyo's sea of consciousness, causing him to say happily, King has sent a message, asking us to sneak to Ironbone Mountain in batches. It seems that King has recovered his strength and intends to let us work together to break through the sect of all times in one fell swoop. Go, go. Elder Nyo said, let's hurry over. Shwa. 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 Dozens of spirit beasts that were comparable to Emperor-level spirit beasts flew out of Death Valley. When they arrived at the foot of Ironbone Mountain, they immediately saw the purple-haired man in red underwear standing in the life and death arena. King! Elder Nyo and the others shouted excitedly. The Purple King said, follow me to the mountain. Yes. Dozens of spirit beasts flew over and landed in the depths of Ironbone Mountain. Elder Nyo hurriedly said, King, what's the plan? The Purple King looked around and said, how's the environment here? Not bad. Elder Nyo said, it should be the place where the spirit aura has recovered. There was an isolation array set up in the mountain, but Jun Changxiao had already opened it in advance, allowing them to enter. Since it's not bad. The Purple King said, let's stay here. Yes. Elder Nyo and the other beasts shouted in unison. But in the next second, their expressions were dull as they said, stay. Stay here? The Purple King said, this king has already negotiated with the patriarch of the sect of all times to temporarily pretend to be a disciple of his sect. Then, when the time is ripe, we will work together to do something big. This, all the beasts were dumbfounded. At that moment, although the king had his back to them, he gave them a very unfamiliar feeling. King, Elder Nyo said with tears in his eyes, you seem to have changed. This is the territory of humans. How can we live here and be in cahoots with them? King. Are you kidding me? As the spirit beasts spoke, they could not control their emotions and shed tears. The king was their faith, their spiritual pillar that would never be slaves. Now, he was letting them live in the territory of humans and join hands with them. This was simply, how's the beast core? Oh my god, it's simply too magical. King, we support you. Use humans to complete your great cause. I'll go inform my clansmen now and let them enter Ironbone Mountain as soon as possible. During the time he lived in the sect of all times, the Purple King had really changed. What changed him was not only food, but also all kinds of special training methods. As a beast, he naturally did not need to cultivate martial arts, but the existence of the molding room could temper his body. The first level of the Tower of Experience was also very effective. What the Purple King did every day was to open the door early in the morning, have breakfast, go to the molding room to train for the whole morning, go to the Tower of Experience after lunch, go to the spirit gathering array to absorb spirit energy after dinner, and then go back to his room to sleep. Although this kind of life was boring, it also made him gradually feel that the strength of his body was changing bit by bit. Even if he recovered his strength before being sealed, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Food and shelter were provided, and he could even improve. How could the Purple King's mentality not change? Moreover, during this period of contact, the things that Xianxia had done had also amazed him as a beast. He had monopolized the mineral veins in the valley, challenged 2 third-rate evil sects at the peak of Mount Hua, and cleared the Shifeng suicide tower that had existed for 10,000 years. All these things made the Purple King realize that this young man was definitely not willing to be ordinary. In the future, he would definitely be a capable and dared to do great things. Since he had mentioned the human-demon combination earlier, he could completely consider joining forces with him and use the resources of the Sect of all times to increase the overall strength of the beast race. Therefore, the Purple King had compromised to become a disciple of the Sect of all times. In fact, he was enduring silently. If anyone said that he would never be a slave as a beast unless food and shelter were provided, he would definitely be angry with them. As for Elder Niu and the other spirit beasts, after eating the beast cores, they also brainlessly supported their king. In just a few days, the hundreds of thousands of beasts in Death Valley were all moved to Mount Ironbone. In order to show his sincerity, Xianxia improved the isolation array and expanded the range so that they could all enjoy the recovery of spirit energy. There were pills that did not need to eat for 10 days, and heaven and earth attributes that were many times stronger than the outside world. At that moment, all the beasts that came in treated Mount Ironbone as their home, of course. How boring would it be to just eat beast pills? Xianxia found some time and called over all the humanoid spirit beasts whose strength was comparable to Martial King and Wu Huang. He ordered Lu Wancher to start cooking. Oh my god! I didn't expect that the human bastards would taste better than meat. Give me another, 10 bowls. Wah wah wah, it's so delicious, so fragrant. The group of spirit beasts that ate meat all day felt that their lives had reached the peak after eating Lu Wancher's fried rice. Xianxia would not let them eat and drink for free. After successfully grasping their appetite, he began to calculate. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts, and there were a lot of them. In the beginning, Xianxia had considered equipping the Wolf Rider Hall with a decent level of wolf beasts. After some consideration, he decided to establish a hall that focused on dire beasts. Although the 500,000 dire beasts had already settled in Mount Ironbone, their spiritual leader was still the Purple King. Therefore, it was undoubtedly the best choice for this guy to be the Hall Master. Disciple or Hall Master, you choose. Hall Master. The Purple King's brain was still normal. He knew that the Hall Master's level was much higher than the disciples. Xianxia said seriously, since you are the Hall Master of the Sect of all times, you have to bear the burden of being the Hall Master. No problem, the Purple King said. It's decided then. Xianxia said, I will announce it tomorrow. The next day, the Spirit Beast Hall was listed. The Hall Master was the Purple King, the Vice Hall Master was Elder Niu, and the other Spirit Beasts were the first batch of members. The number of members in the Sect of all times increased again. Although they were not humans, they were still counted as a spot and were still given contribution points. Xianxia could see that both humans and beasts could join the Sect of all times and become his disciples. That's right. I want to establish the strongest sect. How can the disciples I recruit be limited to humans? There were martial cultivators and demonic cultivators. There were humans and beasts as well. My Sect of all times is an all-inclusive sect. It is a pure land of bliss in this world. Elder Niu and the others were quite strong. There were more than 10 emperors and 50 emperors. This was definitely a strong force. If we include them, as long as we recruit disciples up to the standard, won't we be able to become a third-rate sect? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The system poured cold water on him. They are still beasts. Although they have the strength of humans, they don't have the aura of realms. The certification hall will definitely not recognize them. Xianxia was silent. Patriarch. Lu Wancher pointed at the plaque that was just hung up and blinked. If the word beast falls or fades, won't it become a mourning hall? This little girl's thoughts were strange, and her angle was tricky. The Spirit Beast Hall was established. The Purple King became the Hall Master. He Wudi was fully in charge of opening the doors. Therefore, he was now holding two positions. He was the true disciple of the sect of all times, opening and closing. Comfortable. The next day, the Purple King sat on the big chair at the entrance of the hall. His face had a hint of complacency. Hall Master Z. After a while, Shui Rengue walked in and said with a smile, "We have something to discuss." "Speak." The Purple King said proudly. Heh. He had just been promoted to Hall Master and was already putting on airs. Shui Rengue smiled and said, "My Wolf Rider Hall lacks more than 3,000 wolf beasts. Can you give some to us?" "No." The Purple King rejected immediately, "Beasts will never be slaves and will never be ridden." Hall Master Z. Shui Rengue said seriously, "You and I are both Hall Masters of the Sect of all times. Everything has to be done for the benefit of the sect. Moreover, the wolf beasts were sent here in the hope that they could become stronger. Also, to put it in a small way, you are, to put it in a big way, you are." Half an hour later, Shui Rengue went back happily. The Purple King gave his first order after becoming Hall Master, which was to send the best wolf beasts to the Wolf Rider Hall. A few days later, after careful consideration, Xianxia announced that the Wolf Rider Hall would be renamed as the Battle Rider Hall. Shui Rengue and Tao Yuan would continue to be Hall Masters and Hall Masters. The Tiger Rider Regiment, Lion Rider Regiment, Leopard Rider Regiment, and Wolf Rider Regiment would be established. Xinjiang County had Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The Sect of all times had Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf Rider Regiment. From this change and the establishment of the four regiments, it was clear that Xianxia wanted to use the beasts to build a hall that could fight on the battlefield. Hall Master Z. After the Battle Rider Hall was established, Shui Rengue came to the Spirit Beast Hall again and said with a smile, "Can you send more lion beasts, tiger beasts, and leopard beasts to my Battle Rider Hall?" "No." Hall Master Z said firmly. He could tell that Xianxia made him the Hall Master of the Spirit Beast Hall so that he could send more mounts to the Battle Rider Hall. Cunning human. This king will be firm in his beliefs this time. Shui Rengue kept on asking for more. In the end, he could only call the patriarch over. Pa Xianxia came to the Spirit Beast Hall and placed the interspatial ring that contained hundreds of thousands of beast cores on the table. He said, "Are you going to give it to me?" "Here." Roar. Roar. In the depths of Ironbone Mountain, the roars of berserk beasts could be heard. Xianxia, who was standing on top of a mountain peak, looked down and saw disciples riding on lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves. They were all lined up separately. "Patriarch," Shui Rengue said, "the lion and tiger legions are for killing, while the leopard and wolf legions are for charging." He and Tao Yuan redefined the cavalry according to the characteristics of the berserk beasts. Lions and tigers were stronger in strength, so they were more suitable for close combat. Leopards and wolves were better in speed, so they were more focused on charging when the two armies faced each other. Of course, there were only 5,000 to 6,000 members in the War Cavalry Hall, so the strength of the 4 cavalry divisions was not much. In the future, whether or not we can attack cities and expand our territory depends on you and Tao Yuan, so we must build the War Cavalry Hall into a first-class battle group. Xianxia said. Yes. Shui Rengue and Tao Yuan said in unison. This kind of army of humans and beasts was a test for them, and it was also an opportunity to show the world their commanding strength. The Spirit Beast Hall was established, and the Wolf Cavalry Hall was changed to the War Cavalry Hall. Next, Xianxia was worried again. Hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts lived in Ironbone Mountain. Although it was not crowded, it required a huge amount of beast cores. Just one pill per beast would cost 500,000 pills. If he didn't prepare them in advance, it would be difficult to maintain them for a long time. So, the system said, the host can consider the mid-level beast core formula or the high-level beast core formula. Where could he get this thing? He had to go to the mall to refresh it. Xianxia knew that the system was deliberately instigating him to spend. However, getting the mid-level beast core or higher was the best way to solve the problem of hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts. Come. Bathing and burning incense, he sat in the study room. He pulled open the door to the intermediate shopping center. Good for you, the system said. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and spent 100 contribution points to refresh the mid-level mall. After the new item appeared, his face showed a crumbling expression. It was obviously something useless, so he bought a magic-modified full-function vacuum cleaner and continued to refresh. Ding. Ding. Refresh again and again, spend again and again. His contribution points began to decrease from 28,000 points until it reached around 15,000 points. Finally, he had obtained the intermediate grade beast pill formula. He spent more than 10,000 points, but not all of them were wasted on daily necessities. At the very least, he bought a few martial skill books. Although the level was not as high as the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash, it could still be used to enrich the Sect's martial skill library. It tells us enough. It wasn't enough to rely on the protagonist's aura alone to buy what he needed in the shop. He also needed to have enough contribution points to squander. To put it bluntly, as long as one dared to spend money, they could have anything. Jun Changxiao slumped in his chair, howling in his heart, "What do I need this luck value for?" The system said, the luck value only increases the spawn rate of resources that are useful for martial arts. The mid-level beast pill formula is not included in the luck value. It's already not bad that the host can get it. Jun Changxiao was speechless. If he had known that he would spend so much money, he would have gone to the advanced shop. Perhaps he would have been able to get some good stuff, the system said. Most of the goods in the advanced shopping center are related to martial arts, so they might not even have this kind of beast-type pill formula. Although Jun Changxiao felt the pinch, at least he got what he wanted. Thus, he spent another 1,000 points to buy the formula, and it was automatically matched to the Spirit Beast Hall. Shwa. He clicked on the mid-level beast pill. Item, mid-level beast pill. Effect, after a beast takes it, it can quickly replenish its energy. It won't feel hungry for 50 days. It can also increase the beast's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Requirements, 312-1312 gene of beast meat, 423-2182 stalks of hunger grass. Jun Changxiao said happily, I only need 2 gene of meat and 2 stalks of hunger grass to refine a stronger pill. It can also increase the beast's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. It's much better than a low-level beast pill. The system said, the host can solve the problem of food for hundreds of thousands of beasts, and can even sell it for a higher price. The contribution points are not a loss at all. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao laughed, the depression in his heart was swept away. The mid-level beast pill's effect was stronger. There weren't many materials, and it didn't take much time to refine. Dozens of pills could be refined every second. As long as there were enough materials, refining 1,000,000 pills in one night was not a difficult matter. Hall Masterly, Jun Changxiao said, order the procurement hall to collect meat and hunger grass from all the major cities. The more the better. Okay. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao also ordered his disciples to bring back the meat if they received a mission to hunt vicious beasts. Even if they didn't want the skin and bones, they had to bring back the meat. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, there are so many vicious beasts in the mountains. There aren't many Earth-rank vicious beasts left in Qingyang County. Meat isn't easy to find. True. Jun Changxiao held his chin and whispered, if I cut off 2 gene of meat from them, it should be able to grow back quickly, right? Damn. The system said, the host is good at controlling the fork bugs. What? The Purple King stood up and said with wide eyes, you want to cut off meat from my tribe? Not much, just 2 gene. Jun Changxiao said. The Purple King's mouth twitched. Although cutting off 2 gene of meat wouldn't kill them, it would definitely hurt, Jun Changxiao said seriously, I cut off their meat for their own good. What do you mean? The Purple King asked. Jun Changxiao said, meat will age easily after a long time. After cutting it off and growing new meat, it will be rejuvenated. That's why it's also known as the meat cutting enhancement therapy. Who are you trying to fool? The Purple King wasn't human, but he had come into contact with it before. He had never heard of the meat cutting enhancement therapy. You don't believe me? Jun Changxiao said, you can call Elder Niu over and let it cut off 2 gene of meat. After it grows back, it will consume a beast pill and see if there are any changes. Seeing how serious he was, the purple craggy monster king felt apprehensive, so he called his right-hand man over. Ah? Elder Nyo was stunned. Cut off meat? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Okay. Elder Nyo walked out of the spirit beast hall and transformed into his physical body. Huff huff, an ox beast as big as a mountain appeared. It was covered in hair and exuded a heavy aura. This was the mountain-moving spirit ox. Although it wasn't a special breed, it was very strong. Especially, its meat was fresh and tender, very suitable for cooking. Judging from this head, it's at least 10,000 gene of meat. Cutting off 2 gene is definitely the tip of the iceberg. Jun Changxiao walked over and summoned the green dragon crescent blade. Swoosh, swoosh, the blade flickered with an imposing aura. Jun Xiao kept the blade and picked up the peeled apple, saying, Elder Nyo, my blade is very sharp. The apple won't break when it's peeled, so you just need to relax. You won't feel any pain when you cut it. Elder Nyo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Swoosh, swoosh, the blade flickered again and slashed across his back. Because he didn't activate his defense, 2 gene of meat was cut off instantly. Li Fei took the basket and caught the meat. Sun Bukong tiptoed and sprinkled golden sore medicine on Elder Nyo's wound to stop the bleeding, reduce the pain, and bandage it. Does it hurt? No. Ferocious beasts had strong bodies. Another characteristic was that they recovered quickly and had powerful spiritual energy replenishment. Therefore, in just one day, the 2 gene of meat on Elder Nyo's body grew back. Come. Jun Changxiao threw a mid-level beast pill to him and said, eat it and test the effect. Gulp, Elder Nyo swallowed it. After the medicine took effect, he stared and said, King, my speed of absorbing heaven and earth attributes is faster than before. Of course, the Purple King wouldn't suspect that his right-hand man was deliberately lying to him, so he thought to himself, is there really such a thing as cutting off meat strengthening therapy in this world? Jun Changxiao said, do you believe it now? The Purple King said, find a few more and try it. A few more spirit beasts reverted to their original forms, then cut off their meat and consumed mid-level beast pills. All of them increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. At that moment, the Purple King really believed that there was such a thing as cutting off meat strengthening therapy in this world. Therefore, he said straightforwardly, you can cut off the meat of my people as much as you want. If it can increase the speed, it's not a problem to cut off a few more gene. There won't be any effect if you cut off too much meat. Moreover, there will only be one effect every 50 days. You can't be too hasty. I see. Just like that, the disciples of the sect of all times would go into the mountains to cut off meat at a fixed time and use it to refine mid-level beast pills. The hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were completely unaware. The pills they consumed were all provided by themselves. Vicious beasts were stronger than ordinary animals. Not to mention 2 caddies of meat from their bodies, even if they were cut dozens of caddies, it would still be fine. Therefore, the meat needed to refine the intermediate beast pill was solved. After all, 500,000 vicious beasts could be produced and sold on their own. Of course. Jun Changxiao would not limit himself to 2 caddies. Once they experienced the benefits of the intermediate beast pill, they would increase the amount they cut, increasing it by 10 caddies or more, and then strive to sell it to the entire continent. From the looks of it, this guy tricked the Purple King's underlings into Ironbone Mountain. Not only did he expand the scale of his mount, but he also opened a farm and regularly slaughtered them for domestic and export. The so-called meat-cutting strengthening treatment naturally did not exist. All of this stemmed from the fact that after consuming the intermediate beast pill, it would increase the speed of absorbing spirit energy. The host's scheme is too deep. The system sighed. Jun Changxiao said, it doesn't hurt their lives, and it doesn't hurt much. Cutting meat from their bodies in exchange for absorbing spirit energy to increase their speed and become stronger, this isn't considered a trick, right? The system was speechless. Although Jun Patriarch had used a method, this method was indeed beneficial for the beast race to become stronger. Even if the Purple King knew the truth, he would not object to cutting meat. Instead, he would let his subordinates actively cooperate. Moreover, his back would also be straightened. Because my little brother is using his own meat to raise himself, next. As long as the camera turned to the depths of Ironbone Mountain, one would be able to see a large number of bandaged vicious beasts happily lining up to receive the intermediate beast pill. The Purple King stood on the mountain peak, watching his clansmen grow stronger day by day, and secretly vowed, one day, this king will lead you to do something big. The 10,000 Ancient Beast Material Store has produced a new beast pill. It is said that after consuming one does not need to eat feed for 50 days. So magical? Let's go, and take a look. When Jun Changxiao began to sell the excess intermediate beast materials, it immediately caused a rush to buy them in the various counties. This was definitely a profitable business. After all, the meat could be casually cut from Ironbone Mountain, as long as there was enough grass to satisfy one's hunger. Jun Changxiao had handed the matter of the beast material store to Li Luoqiu. At this moment, he was bringing Lu Wancher to the great sovereign's imperial city to participate in the God of Cookery competition that would be held in a month's time. Yao Menjing and Purple Craggy Demon Monarch followed along. The little girl had the best relationship with Lu Wancher. This time, she also hoped to cheer for her senior sister. As for Hall Master Z, although he said that he was here to act as a bodyguard, his real motive was to be able to eat the food cooked by that girl whenever he wanted. Zi Huan. Along the way, Jun Changxiao repeatedly exhorted, no matter what happens, I won't allow you to tear off your clothes. Yes. The Purple King grumbled in his heart, it's not like this king is going to fight. This king obviously won't tear off his clothes. Right. Jun Changxiao said, there are countless ferocious beasts on the Starfall continent. How come you've only recruited 500,000? Moreover, his most capable assistants are only at the Martial Emperor realm. None of them are even at the Half-Saint realm. This question perplexed him for a long time. Although the Falling Star continent could not be compared to the ancient times, it still had the 9 great martial emperors. With its small number of people, if it really caused any trouble, it would be beaten 1,000 times over in a matter of minutes. The Purple Craggy Demon said, my strength can't return to its peak. It's very difficult for me to gain the recognition of other races. The peak he was referring to was not before he was sealed, but when he was in the upper realm. In fact, when he escaped from the upper realm, the Purple King's cultivation had been suppressed very badly. Later on, when he grew up, he was only comparable to Wu Xing's level. Among the ferocious beasts living on the Falling Star continent, there were definitely advanced spirits comparable to martial saints. Their physical bodies might not be stronger than the Purple King's, but their strength was not weak. Naturally, they would not listen to orders, let alone become enemies with the entire world. To put it bluntly, at that time, there were not many powerful spirit beasts who responded. The subordinates that the Purple King gathered were just a bunch of motley crew. Otherwise, they would not have scattered immediately after being sealed. Although the ferocious beasts were not as orderly as the humans, they also had their own forces. Who was in charge of this area and who was the boss of that area had long been divided. The Purple King, who came to the Falling Star continent, did not have strong strength. It was normal that he was not recognized. As for his death before he could succeed, it was also because the news of his conquest of the continent was leaked. While it was still in the planning stage, he was found and sealed first. How tragic, Jun Changxiao said. Sigh. The Purple King sighed. Especially when he thought of the past, he could not help but cry. Jun Changxiao said, if it were me, I would definitely conquer those ferocious beasts who did not agree with me before thinking about conquering the continent. You want to see us ferocious beasts kill each other? The Purple King said coldly. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, have you ever thought that the news of your invasion of the continent was leaked deliberately by those ferocious beasts who did not agree with you? The system said, they're starting to sow discord. The Purple King was silent. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, the human heart is sinister, but so is the heart of the ferocious beasts. They were afraid that you would conquer them when you were strong in the future, so it's not impossible that they leaked the news in advance. Crack. The Purple King clenched his fist and said, everything I did was to prevent the ferocious beasts from being bullied. What they did was worse than animals. So. Jun Changxiao said, only by conquering all ferocious beasts and unifying all forces can we shout the slogan ferocious beasts will never be slaves. Otherwise, who knows if someone will stab us in the back. That's right. The Purple King said, when I regain my strength before being sealed, I will definitely take down all those ferocious beasts who did not obey me. You are the Hall Master of the Sect of All Times Morning Hall. Naturally, I will help you unify your ferocious beasts and become the true king of the ferocious beasts in the Starfall continent, Jun Changxiao said. The system, this guy definitely did not have good intentions. The Purple King broke down and said, I am the Hall Master of the Spirit Beast Hall, not the Morning Hall. It doesn't matter, Jun Changxiao said. With one less word, the meaning changed completely. How could it not matter? Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Wancher pointed to the front and said, there is someone lying on the ground. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses and found a 12 to 13-year-old boy lying in the wilderness. His breathing was slightly hurried, as if he was injured. Patriarch. Lu Wancher guessed, could it be that he encountered a ferocious beast in the wilderness? Let's go and take a look. As they happened to pass by, Jun Changxiao led everyone over and stopped in front of the boy. Seeing his pale face and his hands covering his stomach, he said weakly, so hungry, then, he fainted. Patriarch. Lu Wancher said in surprise, he fainted from hunger. Jun Changxiao was speechless. In a forest full of fruits, he could still faint from hunger. This was considered a talent. Crackle, crackle. In the cave, a bonfire was lit. The little boy opened his eyes in a daze and saw a cute face in front of him. He smiled and said, I have a bowl of fried rice here. If you are hungry, swoosh, before he could finish, the fried rice was snatched away. Munch. Munch, the boy didn't use chopsticks and directly ate with his hands. After a while, he finished the fried rice. Then, he curled his lips and cried, I have never eaten such good fried rice in my life. The boy cried for a long time. When he calmed down, he thanked Lu Wancher, thank you for the meal, miss. Jun Changxiao sat in front of the stone wall and said with his hands crossed, you are not young anymore. Climbing a tree is not difficult. How could you be so hungry that you fainted on the road? The boy scratched his head and said, because I have been lazy since I was young. Jun Changxiao said, to be able to live until now with such laziness, your family must be rich. I have some land. The boy smiled foolishly. Jun Changxiao said, this bowl of fried rice saved your life. 100,000 taels is not expensive, right? Patriarch, I have never eaten such delicious fried rice in my life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is phoenix marrow and dragon liver. 100,000 taels is cheap. It is at least 1,000,000 taels. Swoosh, the boy waved his hand and put 1,000,000 taels of silver on the ground. He said seriously, please take it. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, I can see at a glance that this young friend's bones are extraordinary. You are definitely not an ordinary person. How about we become friends? The Purple King's mouth twitched. If it was not for Lu Wancher's pleading, you would not have helped her. Why did you suddenly become so enthusiastic when she took out 1,000,000 taels? The young man casually took out 1,000,000 taels of silver without even blinking. This was a friend. I, Jun Changxiao, am definitely going to be friends. Are you still hungry? Do you want another bowl of fried rice? Just eating fried rice is not nutritious. Zidan, go to the river and catch some carp. Let Dudu make a sweet and sour carp for him to nourish his body. Once Jun Patriarch became enthusiastic, it was really unbearable. Sweet and sour carp? The young man said in shock, this seems to be the dish made by a girl called Lu Wancher during the cooking competition in southwest Jiangzhou, right? You've heard of it? Jun Changxiao said in shock. Of course. The young man said, I don't have any hobbies, I just like to eat all the delicacies in the world. Alright. A person who had the same hobbies as Zhen Dijuan, it was a pity that his cultivation was trash, so there was no need to rope him in. Wait a minute. If this guy was rich, he could reluctantly accept it. Cough cough. Jun Changxiao moistened his throat, pointed at Lu Wancher and said, "She is Lu Wancher, the sweet and sour carp was also made by her." "Ah." The young man opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, You are Lu Wancher?" "Yes." Lu Wancher said. "Oh my god, oh my god." The young man stood up, then pinched his face and said, "Am I dreaming? Is it really her?" Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and introduced himself. "This humble one is Jun Changxiao, the patriarch of the sect of all times." The young man clearly did not care about him, but carefully sized up Lu Wancher, and said, "No wonder the fried rice was so delicious, so it was made by the champion of the cooking competition." "Little friend," Jun Changxiao said, "I still don't know your identity?" "Miss Lu." The young man said seriously, "If I can eat the sweet and sour carp you make, it would definitely be a blessing of 3 lifetimes." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. A dignified sect leader was actually ignored like this. Or could it be that in the eyes of a foodie, the most important thing was the chef? "Zidan, what are you still standing there for?" Jun Changxiao urged. "Hurry up and go catch some fish." "Yes." Purple Craggy left in a hurry. Normally, as the king of the beast race, it would be shameful to do such a thing. However, thinking that he would soon be able to eat the sweet and sour carp made by Lu Wancher, he was quite diligent and excited. "Young friend, my disciple still has to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. I'm afraid that cooking for you will delay his schedule," Jun Changxiao said. The youth understood what he meant, so he scratched his head and said, "I don't have any money." Out of money, disappointment appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. However, the young man paused and said, "I have 10,000 natural spirit stones here. If Miss Lu doesn't mind, I'm willing to compensate you for the delay." I don't mind, I don't mind." Jun Changxiao smiled. With 1,000,000 taels of silver notes and 10,000 natural spirit stones, he was indeed a friend worth befriending, but why would he go on the road alone? Was he not afraid of being robbed? Maybe his family was strict and did not allow him to go out, so he snuck out. He was used to living a life of stretching out his hand and opening his mouth, so he fainted on the road. The world of the rich was indeed incomprehensible. The system was speechless. The host did not have any good points, but he had a big imagination. The young man was really generous. He took out 10,000 natural spirit stones and did not even frown from beginning to end, as if the things did not belong to him. "The fish is here." The Purple King caught a few carps from the lake. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, Do, make a sweet and sour carp for this young friend." "All right." Lu Wancher put on an apron and chose the most suitable carp. Then, she placed it on the chopping board and began to skillfully remove the scales and organs. "The young man exclaimed, I can tell from the way you move like water. Miss Lu must be a master chef." Half an hour later, the sweet and sour carp that was shaped like a U came out of the pot and was placed on the dining table that was taken out temporarily. Because it involved the recipe and cooking method, the cooking process was omitted to prevent people with ulterior motives from learning it and using it to apply for non-inheritance. "Try it," Lu Wancher said. "Okay." The young man sat down and then gently opened the package on the table. There was a plate, a spoon, and a pair of chopsticks inside. From the color, it looked like it was made of gold. "Damn!" Jun Changxiao exclaimed, "A rich person." He had always eaten with bamboo chopsticks, porcelain bowls, and the like. Occasionally, he would use the multi-purpose cold and hot plastic cups that were bought from the store. He had never even thought about using this kind of precious or to make food. Lu Wancher's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She did not care about the expensive utensils, but the other party's slow and methodical movements. The young man placed the utensils and gently picked up the chopsticks. The entire process was methodical, and there was a serious glow in his eyes. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, he's an expert in food. The young man picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. He did not chew, but used the taste buds on his tongue to fully feel the food. Gradually, his brows furrowed, relaxed, and furrowed again. The expression on the young man's face kept changing, as if it was a fierce battle on the battlefield. "Brother, why don't you eat?" Jun Changxiao was anxious. He wanted to rush over and snatch the food in his mouth to help him eat. After carefully tasting it, the young man began to chew. With every movement of his teeth, the juice of the meat gradually spread in his mouth. He closed his eyes, and his soul seemed to have flown out of the 9 heavens. Drip. Drip. Tears flowed out from the corner of his eyes, dripping down his cheeks and onto the table. The young man swallowed the food, then put down the chopsticks, raised his arm to wipe his tears, and choked. To be able to eat such delicious food, I have no regrets in this life. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Although this guy was young, his words and actions seemed to be quite experienced. Scared. The young man put a space ring on the table and said, "How can the delicacies of the world be measured by 10,000 spirit stones? There are still 10,000 spirit stones, please be sure to take them." Xianxia took it and cupped his fists. "From the way you eat, I can see that you must be a great connoisseur in the field of food." The young man said rather shamefully, "Although I am a lazy person, I am more knowledgeable in the field of food. Ordinary food can't enter my mouth. Even if you faint from hunger, you still insist on not eating something you don't like." "I can see that," Xianxia said. The young man smiled and put away the cutlery. "I'm full." "You're full after one bite?" Xianxia was stunned. The young man said, "I don't eat to satisfy my hunger, but to taste it carefully. Besides, I just had a bowl of fried rice." Such a weirdo, he deserved to faint from hunger. "That," the Purple King said, "can I have a bite?" Seeing that the young man was crying from eating, his stomach had already begun to churn. "Eat." Whoosh, the Purple King walked over. He was not as professional as the young man. He directly opened his mouth and took a big bite. Then, he began to cry. "What's your surname, little friend?" "My surname is Qian. Just call me Qian Boudoir." "Good name. I heard June Patriarch say that he's taking Miss Lu to participate in the God of Cookery competition?" "That's right. I'm also going to the Great Sage's Imperial City." "Can I go with you?" "No problem, but why are you going to the Imperial City, Brother Qian?" "I'm indebted to the organizers for letting me be the judge of this year's God of Cookery competition." "Oh." Xianxia suddenly stopped and said with a blank face, You're the judge of the God of Cookery competition?" "This is my judge token." Qian Boudoir took out a gold-rimmed token. On it was written, "Chief Judge of the 49th God of Cookery competition." "Damn, he's the chief judge. Brother Qian, you and I hit it off at first sight. I regret that we didn't meet earlier. I can't take these banknotes and 20,000 spirit stones. Please take them quickly." Not managing the sect, not teaching the disciples, Xianxia brought Lu Wancher to participate in the God of Cookery competition. Wasn't it to complete the epic mission of suppressing one's realm? This little brat called Qian Boudoir in front of him was actually the main judge of the competition, which made him a little elated. In a martial arts competition, defeating the opponent and knocking them off the stage was considered a victory. However, it was different in a cooking competition. The key to victory was the judge, because whether the dish was delicious or not depended on the judge. Although Xianxia thought that Lu Wancher had the strength to win the championship, since she met the main judge, her attitude must have changed. To be exact, whether the disciple could advance to the top 3 and win the championship, whether he could complete the epic mission, all depended on the other party. Money. He could not take it. June Patriarch. Qian Boudoir smiled and said, "Miss Lu cooked for me, this money and spirit stones are considered service fees. Now that you are returning it to me, are you trying to bribe me?" "Little brat. What nonsense was that?" Xianxia said, "Brother Qian, you are thinking too much. I treat you as a brother, so I naturally can't take this money and spirit stones." The Purple King was speechless. The speed at which he took the money and spirit stones just now, I can't tell that you treat him as a brother at all. June Patriarch. Qian Boudoir said, "This money and spirit stones are what Miss Lu deserves, I won't take it." "Of course." He paused and said, "As this year's main judge, I will also adhere to the principle of fairness." Heh. This kid was not old, but he had the demeanor of a judge. "All right." Xianxia said, "Then I won't force you." Qian Boudoir said, "Actually, June Patriarch, you don't have to worry. With the sweet and sour carp that Miss Lu made just now, advancing to the top 20 is not a problem. If it were other participants, they would definitely be overjoyed to hear the main judge's evaluation, but Jun Changxiao and Lu Wancher both frowned. Top 20? This was completely useless. To be honest, Jun Changxiao said, since I brought my disciples to participate in the God of Cookery tournament, I'm aiming for the championship. Qian Budwa shook his head and said, there are many experts in this God of Cookery tournament. It will be very difficult to win the championship. Although the sweet crispy carp was amazing, the dishes made by the other contestants might not be inferior. Therefore, Qian Budwa could not judge that Lu Wancher could get the best result. In that case, Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, this year's God of Cookery competition is quite valuable. Very high. Qian Budwa said, I've looked through the past records, and I can confirm that this year's God of Cookery tournament has gathered the most experts, and it's also the strongest. A trace of hesitation flashed through Lu Wancher's eyes. The little girl was a little worried. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to win the championship and that she would disappoint the patriarch. After all, she was still a child and had not experienced a big battle. Knowing that there were many experts in this year's God of Cookery competition, it was inevitable that she lacked confidence. Little girl. Jun Changxiao saw it and encouraged, the one who can defeat you is not your opponent, but yourself. So no matter what, you must believe that you are the strongest. Lu Wancher clenched her little fist and said, I will work hard and not embarrass the sect. Let's go. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and led everyone to the great sage's imperial city. Brother Qian, what business does your family do? Not much business, just a few mines and real estate. Are you interested in joining the sect of all times? Well, I have no plans to join a sect for now. A few days later, Jun Changxiao entered the middle state and walked on the official road to the imperial city. The God of Cookery sent his disciple to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. There's no doubt that he will be the champion. That might not be the case, right? I heard that many heirs of the tournament champions are participating, and their strength might not be inferior to the God of Cookery's disciple. On the road, many martial artists were discussing. Obviously, they were also heading to the imperial city to watch the upcoming God of Cookery tournament. Although culinary arts were not mainstream in the Falling Star continent, as the noblest culinary tournament, it would still attract many people's attention. Little brother, I'm afraid you don't know, but the God of Cookery's disciple, Song Bao, made a dragon and phoenix dish in the Eastern Radiant States Culinary Arts Tournament. After it was served, there was a natural phenomenon as if a dragon and phoenix were hovering in the sky, a martial artist said. When Jun Changxiao heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Even cooking a dish could cause a natural phenomenon. This must be Taishan hallucination. There's such a thing? The martial artists who were rushing on the road were also surprised. That person said, when the 10 judges saw the natural phenomenon, they didn't even taste it and directly gave the God of Cookery's disciple the title of champion. Cooking is not refining pills, but it can cause a natural phenomenon. This is unbelievable. It's normal. After all, during the God of Cookery tournament, the dishes made by the God of Cookery would cause a natural phenomenon. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be qualified to be called the God of Cookery's disciple. Patriarch. Lu Wancher said dejectedly, I feel more and more unconfident. Don't think too much. Jun Changxiao said, you're the best. Although it was undeniable that the guy called Song Bao was indeed a little amazing, his disciple had Chinese recipes and knew all kinds of cuisines. It was not impossible to win. Not to mention, culinary arts were competing in color, aroma, and taste. This kind of behavior that caused a natural phenomenon was completely gaudy and had completely deviated from the path of cooking. Great Senior Imperial City. This was Jun Changxiao's second time here, so when he entered the city and saw the bustling scene, he did not show any surprise. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han, who was standing on the city tower, said, why are you here again? The two of them were now old acquaintances. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, I'm taking my disciple to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. I see. City Lord Han said, do you have a place to stay? I plan to find an inn to stay in. June Patriarch, if you don't mind, you can stay in my City Lord's mansion. This, alright then. City Lord Han almost fell down from the city tower. I just said it casually, and he actually agreed to it shamelessly. Don't be polite to June Patriarch, because this guy will definitely not be polite. City Lord's mansion, backyard. June Xianxia walked on the path beside the fish pond and said, June is very satisfied with the place City Lord Han arranged. City Lord Han did not say anything. If he politely said that he had already prepared a banquet, would he be shameless enough to freeload? By the way, June Xianxia sat in the small pavilion and said, this God of Cookery tournament has attracted a lot of attention. Does City Lord Han plan to broadcast it live? City Lord Han shook his head and said, the God of Cookery tournament is jointly organized by several families in the city. It has nothing to do with me. I see. June Xianxia took a sip of tea and said seriously, City Lord Han, I think this is a business opportunity to make money. A business opportunity to make money? City Lord Han was confused. June Xianxia said, in the Falling Star continent, although martial arts is the mainstream, people still have to eat, so food shows will definitely be popular. We can broadcast it live with arrays. City Lord Han's mouth twitched and said, arrays cost manpower and material resources to activate. How can we make money from it? It's simple. June Xianxia said, attract investment. Attract investment? Let's put it this way. June Xianxia said, we can activate the array before the tournament starts, and then vigorously promote the God of Cookery tournament to attract enough attention, and then advertise some family businesses at the appropriate time. City Lord Han almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Speaking of advertising, he suddenly remembered this kid's shameless behavior in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. City Lord. A servant came to report, the second young master of the Tang family is here to visit. June Xianxia said with a smile, City Lord Han, if you are willing to use arrays to make money, I think young Master Tang will be willing to pay a large sum of advertising fees. When June Xianxia entered the great sage imperial city, Tang Ren received the news. He originally planned to take the previous house for him to continue living in, but in the end, City Lord Han was one step ahead of him. Snatch my ass, I just asked casually, and he agreed without hesitation. City Lord Han, June Patriarch. Tang Ren was led down to the small pavilion by a servant and bowed gracefully. June Xianxia said, young Master Tang came at the right time, June and City Lord Han have business matters to discuss with you. Oh? Tang Ren immediately became interested and said, I would like to hear the details. June Xianxia began to explain. At this moment, he didn't seem to be a guest, but the owner of the City Lord's mansion. As for City Lord Han, he sat at the side and listened carefully. He thought to himself, this guy not only knows how to advertise, he also knows how to do business. That's how it is. After June Xianxia finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and said, young Master Tang, are you interested in advertising your business on the formation? Of course I'm interested. Tang Ren didn't even consider it. Previously, in the Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony, June Xianxia's crazy advertising method made him very envious. He also thought that if his own pill store could also be advertised, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. City Lord Han. June Xianxia said, young Master Tang has agreed, you can discuss the advertising fees. This guy's enthusiasm stemmed from 2 points. Firstly, the higher the sales of young Master Tang's pill store under the advertising effect, the more money he would get. Secondly, the God of Cookery competition would be broadcasted live. If Lu Wancher won the championship, it would also increase the Sect's reputation. To put it bluntly, as long as the projection array was activated, it would definitely be beneficial to him. City Lord Han, if you allow me to advertise Tang's pill store on the formation, this Tang is willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones as advertising fees. Alright. City Lord Han readily agreed. Although it took a lot of manpower and resources to activate the projection array, it was not worth mentioning in front of 100,000 spirit stones, not to mention. June Xianxia had just said that they could not only recruit one person. Other business families might come to advertise, and at that time, they could also earn advertising fees from them. It was Wu Sheng. Just like that, he was slowly led astray by June Xianxia. It was not hard to imagine that if the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony in the lower realm was still held in the imperial city, advertisements on the formation would definitely fly everywhere. After the advertisement was settled, Castellan Han immediately went to visit the family that was organizing the God of Cookery competition. When the family found out that Castellan was going to broadcast the competition live, they all expressed their support. After all, it could increase the popularity of the competition. Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao whispered, "Are there any beauties?" Huh? Tang Ren was stunned and immediately understood what Jun Patriarch meant, so he said, "Yes." "Is it a lot?" 10? Too little. Tang Ren muttered to himself, "Is Jun Patriarch that strong? You can't even satisfy 10 beauties?" "How about this?" Jun Changxiao said, "Call all the beauties over, the more the better. It would be best if they could sing and dance well." "All right." Tang Ren hurriedly acted. But secretly, he thought, if I find a few hundred beauties, can Jun Patriarch's body take it? I don't care. Since he liked this kind of thing, he had to satisfy it. Tang Ren was quite efficient. At dusk, hundreds of enchanting beauties all gathered outside the courtyard where Jun Changxiao was temporarily staying. Castellan Han, who had just rushed back, saw this and said, "Young Master Tang, why are there so many women?" "They are here to serve Jun Patriarch." Tang Ren smiled and said in a low voice. Castellan Han was stunned. It was normal for men to like women, but to find so many at once, wasn't he afraid that his body would collapse? Creak. The door opened, and Jun Changxiao, who was dressed in white, walked out. He carefully looked at the hundreds of beautiful women and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad." Tang Ren cupped his hands and said, "I won't disturb Jun Patriarch. This Tang will take his leave first." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. After Tang Ren left, Castellan Han said seriously, "Jun Patriarch can be considered young and promising. This Han hopes that he can control his private life and not harm his vitality. Apart from the crazy advertising and unauthorized hijacking of formations, he still admired this young man." "Don't worry, Castellan Han," Jun Changxiao said. "Jun has always been very restrained. The system could testify. The readers could also testify, but Castellan Han didn't think so. After all, if he found a few hundred beauties at once, it would be hard to say if he could walk out of his room the next day. Since that is the case," Castellan Han said, "this Han can't say more. Beauties." Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It's time to get down to business." The next day, Castellan Han woke up early to enjoy the scenery on the small path. He saw Jun Changxiao sitting in the small pavilion and was surprised. "You can still wake up early after playing the whole night, sigh." "It was good to be young, Castellan Han." Jun Changxiao opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good morning." Castellan Han smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch is so energetic today, you must have had a good time yesterday." "Don't mention it." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I almost died of exhaustion." The corner of Castellan Han's mouth twitched. "Right." Jun Changxiao said, "When does Castellan Han plan to activate the formation?" Jun Patriarch decided. "Today." "Okay." As the two were chatting, Tang Ren walked in. Seeing Jun Changxiao's radiant face, he secretly admired, "He is really strong." "Young Master Tang, we have decided to activate the projection formation today to promote Tang Ji Elixir Store," Castellan Han said. Tang Ren smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Jun Changxiao stood up, pointed to the green space in the distance, and said, "Let's do it here." "Here?" Castellan Han and Tang Ren were confused. "Shua." Jun Changxiao walked over, and according to the method Jin Dejuan had taught him, set up a small floating formation, and said, "Castellan Han, I have already communicated with your projection formation, you can let them activate it." "Yes." Castellan Han sent a sound transmission to the people of the array hall. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, the projection formation in the imperial city appeared, and mirror-like light screens also appeared above the cities of the various provinces. The projection formation of the Great Sage Imperial City has been activated a little frequently recently. I have an ominous feeling. Just as the martial artists of the entire continent were discussing, sure enough, a familiar face appeared on the screen, and said with a smile, "Fellow countrymen, we meet again." At this time, there was only one word that represented the mood of the martial artists of the entire continent. The 49th God of Cookery tournament is about to begin, and the projection formation will be broadcasted live all day long. Please look forward to it. This tournament is sponsored by my Sect of All Times and Xianxia Elixir Store. Sect of All Times, inheriting the legacy of the ancient times, is the best choice in your life. If a man wants to be strong, he must eat the treasure of kidney. Where can I buy it? Xianxia Elixir Store. The entire continent. Next. Xianxia said, "Please enjoy the dance performance brought by Xianxia Tangrou Group." Xianxia Tangrou Group, Tang Ren and Castellan Han looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Clap. After exiting the camera, Xianxia clapped his hands, only to see a veiled woman walk over with graceful steps. Clap. The magically modified sound system was turned on, and a dynamic rhythm sounded. The veiled beauty danced to the beat, and as the music reached a high point, more beautiful women appeared on camera and danced. They sometimes lined up and sometimes scattered, and it was quite stunning from the light screen. Tang Ren and Castellan Han were completely dumbfounded. Advertisement can be done like this? Can it be done like this? Schwa. At the end of the song, the beauties gradually gathered together, and a long couplet appeared in their hands out of thin air. From the camera, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail. The words Xianxia Elixir Store were written on the couplet. The woman standing in the center position gently removed her veil, revealing a beautiful face, and said with a sweet voice, "Welcome to Xianxia Elixir Store to purchase elixirs." Whoosh, the light screen of all the states and counties went black in an instant. Xianxia made a gesture and smiled, "Thank you for your hard work, beautiful ladies." "Thank you, Castellan." June has recorded this scene through the projection formation, and it can be broadcasted all day long. Castellan Han and Tang Ren opened their mouths, and their expressions were very interesting. They swore that everything they saw today had completely overturned their worldview. Xianxia was quite tired yesterday as he spent most of the night teaching a group of beauties how to dance. The dance he taught was different from the ones in the Falling Star continent. With the dynamic music accompaniment, it had a great visual and auditory impact. After City Lord Han and Tang Ren saw it, they were stunned for a long time. This kind of different dance, this kind of advertising method, was simply unimaginable. It was not just the two of them. After seeing a group of beauties dancing, all the warriors in the continent were dumbfounded. This kind of modern advertising method, for an ancient society, was definitely an impact on everyone's worldview. It was the same as Xianxia's words. Adapting to the Falling Star continent is not my character. I will let the Falling Star continent adapt to me. Using the projection array to do something that no one could think of, Xianxia was personally changing the world. As for whether he could change it or not, it was no longer important because he had already done it. Amazing. City Lord Han said with sincere admiration. He had to admit that Xianxia's way of advertising Xianxia Elixir Store with a group of beauties was very awesome. At least he remembered it immediately. Didn't remember it? There were even recorded images. Dong dong, dong dong dong, the dynamic music was transmitted, and a group of beauties were dancing on the light screen. It began to loop endlessly and began to brainwash. Busy warriors would occasionally look up and see it. Some would even patiently watch it over and over again. Of course, some warriors might not be watching the advertisement, but simply watching the beauties dance. This kind of traditional music and dance seemed neither fish nor fowl at first glance, but after a long period of bombardment and gradually becoming a habit, the more they watched it, the more they felt it, in just one day. The advertisement of the Flourishing Age Tangrou Group was played hundreds of times on the light screen. In the alleys of various cities, there were always young children imitating the dance in the advertisement. Some children were even learning to sing, and their singing was somewhat similar. Without a doubt, Xianxia's behavior was subtly changing the younger generation. When the time came, it would not be strange for them to develop into singing and dancing. On the second day of the advertisement, the effect was reflected. Many warriors would subconsciously think of Xianxia Elixir Store when they went to purchase elixirs and would unconsciously walk in. Young master. At night, the head shopkeeper in charge of the imperial city's medicinal pill stores came to report, the sales volume of the inner city's medicinal pill stores has increased by about 30% compared to the past. So many? Tang Ren was overjoyed. Spending 100,000 artificial spirit stones to advertise was mainly to give face to June Patriarch. Now, it seemed that there was an unexpected harvest. It wasn't just the sales of the elixir stores that were increasing. After a few days of advertising bombardment, all the industries related to the Tang family's business improved to varying degrees. The Tang family was already involved in many industries. Under the impact of brainwashing, they would naturally change the consumer mindset of others. Even if it was just a small portion, the profits it brought were very substantial. During the Tang family's regular meeting, Elder Tang praised Tang Ren in front of everyone. The more he looked at this grandson of his, the more he liked him. However, the direct descendants and uncles who had ambitions for the position of patriarch became vigilant. This clansman that had been neglected in the beginning was growing at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he had been praised by the old man in public many times, which made them feel a sense of crisis. AI. In the small pavilion in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Tang Ren unconsciously sighed. "Young Master Tang, why are you sighing?" Jun Changxiao asked. Tang Ren said bitterly, "Recently, the old man has been praising me at the family meeting." "Very good," Jun Changxiao said. Tang Ren shook his head and said, "Cousin and uncle have been fighting for the position of patriarch for a long time. During this period of time, the old man has often praised me in front of others, so I will definitely be targeted by them." Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said, "Maybe the old man is testing you to see if you can withstand the targeting of your clansmen." "This?" Tang Ren was stunned. Jun Changxiao said, "Your old man has been in the business world for so many years, and has walked more rice than we have eaten. If he didn't have his own plans, how could he have stabilized a huge business empire?" Tang Ren was silent. Jun Changxiao continued, "A real man is not afraid of any challenge. Use your actions to prove to the old man that the next patriarch will definitely be you." "But," Tang Ren said worriedly, "cousin and uncle are strong, I am afraid that they will join forces to target me." In terms of business, he boasted that he was not weaker than others in the same clan, but he was afraid that the other party would play some shady schemes. "Young Master Tang," Jun Changxiao said, "Jun will always be on your side." He had expressed his position and stood on the same side. In fact, from Jun Changxiao's point of view, he naturally hoped that Tang Ren could take over the position of patriarch of the Tang family. After all, it would be more convenient for them to cooperate and make money in the future. Besides, during this period of contact, the other party's performance was very good, and he was a friend worth making. If he really wanted to compete for the position of patriarch, he was willing to help as much as he could. Tang Ren cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." With the support of such a sect with unlimited potential, he suddenly had a lot of confidence. Jun Changxiao said, "No need to thank me, helping young Master Tang is also helping myself." Tang Ren was startled, and then he immediately laughed. He liked this kind of open and straightforward way of speaking. Of course. Tang Ren also knew. Jun Changxiao's words were telling him that if it could bring him benefits, he would definitely help to the end. The advertisements of the Golden Age Tangro Group were still bombarding the light screen all day, and the impact was increasing day by day. The business of the Tang family's pill shop was booming day by day. Tang Ren began to focus on expansion and strive to bloom in the mainland. Not only did he want to operate pills, but he also began to involve herbs and ores, hoping to achieve a balanced development. The Tang family's advantage was the spirit stones, but its disadvantage was the single industry. Tang Ren's goal was very simple, to develop the family industry in a diversified direction and completely tear off the label of Tang family's spirit stones in the future. There was still more than half a month before the God of Cookery tournament. Jun Changxiao was quite bored living in the city lord's mansion, so he occasionally took Yang Menjing out to shop. Jun Patriarch. On this day, just as he walked out of a crystal core shop, a few burly men blocked his way and said, "Our young master is holding a banquet at Yihong restaurant, I wonder if you have time to go." "Young master?" Jun Changxiao said. The middle-aged man said, "Tang family's young master Tang Li." "Oh?" Jun Changxiao said in surprise, he's a big shot, even if he doesn't have time, he has to make time. Junior sister, why did you come back alone, where's Patriarch? Patriarch was invited to Yihong Restaurant. Yihong Restaurant? That's a brothel, how can Patriarch go to such a place? I tried to stop him, but the sect master insisted on going. He even purposely sent me away. If I knew, I would have called senior sister. Yihong Restaurant. One of the top high-class brothels in the great sage imperial city. At this moment, at the door of the drunken life box, the 4 leading ladies were left outside, each with a more interesting expression than the last. Young Master Tang. Jun Changxiao sat inside and said, since it's a discussion, it's a bit inappropriate to let them stay here, right? It's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. Tang Li smiled, then gave Qing Mei, Zhu Lan, and the other 2 girls a look. The latter bowed slightly and retreated, muttering in her heart, I didn't expect the eternal Sect sovereign to be such a hypocrite. If they knew that Jun Goxing was not only indifferent to a group of beauties, but also taught them to dance in the middle of the night, they would not think of him as a hypocrite, but as an idiot. After the 4 main characters left, Jun Changxiao said, Young Master Tang, why are you looking for this seat? Tang Li frowned slightly. As the 3rd-generation young master of the Tang family, he had made friends with many patriarch of the big sections. No one dared to call himself the seat. In fact, Jun Changxiao had been calling himself the seat for a long time. Some readers tend to treat this as a poison point at the beginning of the article and retreat. But he was already used to it. However, sometimes it also depended on the person and the place. For example, in front of Tang Ren and City Lord Han, he would call himself Jun, which would make him seem more amiable. As for other patriarch or enemies, he would definitely call himself the seat. In front of Tang Li, he called himself the seat. This meant that Jun Changxiao did not treat this guy as a friend. It was not because he was on Tang Ren's team, but because when the middle-aged man who came to invite him called him Young Master Tang, Tang Li, his attitude and voice were almost as arrogant as Li Tian Tian. With this kind of conduct, the master must be very arrogant. Sure enough. This was the first time he met this fair-skinned young Master Tang. Although the other party had been very gentle, the arrogance between his eyebrows could not be suppressed. His cooperation with Tang Ren was very confidential, he definitely did not know. Today he took the initiative to invite him should be because the sect was in the limelight recently. Sure enough. He guessed right. Tang Li smiled and said, Jun Patriarch is young and promising, and the sect has also recently become famous. This young master admires him quite a lot. Today I invited him, just hoping to make friends. If Jun Changxiao invited him when he was in urgent need of business partners, he would definitely take it seriously. But now, he just treated it as a courtesy and did not take it to heart at all. Jun Changxiao said rather awkwardly, this seat is a little embarrassed to let young Master Tang spend money. It's okay, it's okay. Tang Li smiled and said, this little expense, this young master won't care. In that case. Jun Changxiao picked up the menu next to him and said, Jun, will you order now? Please. Tang Li smiled. Don't choose. Jun Changxiao put down the menu and said, give me one of each. Tang Li's expression froze as he said, there are at least 100 kinds of food on this menu. Can Jun Patriarch eat them all? I definitely won't be able to eat it. Jun Changxiao said, however, if it's paired with a few jars of the most expensive wine, there shouldn't be any problems. The corner of Tang Li's mouth twitched. Forget it. Jun Changxiao said, looking at young Master Tang's distressed expression, just a bowl of rice and some side dishes will do. No, no. Tang Li hurriedly said, since Jun Patriarch can eat, this young master will gladly lend you a loan. She looked at the old woman who was waiting by the side and said, Shopkeeper Xian, give me one of every dish in your restaurant. Yes, young Master Tang. Just as shopkeeper Xian was about to leave, Jun Changxiao asked, if we can't finish it, can we take it away? Tang Li almost fell to the ground. Brother, don't order so much if you can't finish it. What's the meaning of takeaway, still? This young master doesn't lack money, so you're wasting it. Shopkeeper Xian smiled and said, since you're young Master Tang's friend, of course you can take it away. Oh. Jun Changxiao responded and looked at Tang Li. I still have a disciple who hasn't eaten yet. You don't mind letting him come, right? Tang Li politely said, I don't mind. Shua. Not long after, the Purple King received the Patriarch's message and rushed over. He sat down and his eyes immediately widened because there were many dishes stacked on the big round table. The most valiant thing was, because there was no place to put them, many servants were standing at the side with 2 dishes each. What's going on? Zi Huan. Jun Changxiao said, you haven't eaten in a long time since you rushed from the sect to the imperial city. Since young Master Tang is treating you to a meal, don't be shy and eat to your heart's content. He transmitted, eat all of it. If it's not enough, ask for more. The Purple King was a little confused, but since the Patriarch said so, he took a deep breath and said, in that case, I won't be shy. Tang Li said, please. Pong, as soon as he said that, the Purple King's clothes suddenly burst open, revealing his red underwear. The sudden change shocked young Master Tang so much that he almost fell off his chair. Jun Changxiao's expression collapsed. F***ck, he even burst his clothes just to eat. This guy is really hopeless. No, he's incurable. Jun Patriarch, this disciple of yours. Tang Li's expression was also very interesting. After all, people from big clans were more cultured. This kind of naked behavior was really inappropriate. Jun Changxiao said, young Master Tang, please don't mind him. This disciple of mine likes to eat naked. Tang Li collapsed, what a refined taste. Shua. The Purple King completely ignored other people's strange gazes. He took a few meat dishes in front of him and began to wolf them down. Although the taste was far from Lu Wancher's, it was at least better than raw meat. He could still make do with it. Don't just eat. Drink some wine. Jun Changxiao said, it's at least tens of thousands of taels per jar. Yes, yes. The Purple King ate with both hands. With one hand holding the rice and the other holding the jar of wine, he took the opportunity to gulp down a few mouthfuls. If a human were to eat so much, they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it. But as a beast, as long as he ate without restraint, he could clean the entire Yihong restaurant. Seeing him eat so happily, Jun Changxiao was also hungry. Thus, he ignored his status as the Patriarch and began to wolf down the food. And so, the scene that appeared in the private room was, Tang Li stared with wide eyes. The two of them were wolfing down the food like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Jun Patriarch, if you have something to say, wait until I'm full before we talk. Fine. Tang Li didn't say anything else. Half an hour later, countless plates were stacked on the table. There wasn't even a trace of oil on them. They had finished everything. As for the wine that cost tens of thousands of taels per jar, they had also drunk 5 or 6 jars. Tang Li's face twitched. Although he didn't lack money, eating and drinking in the extremely expensive Yihong restaurant would definitely cost a lot of money when the bill was settled. The money of the rich didn't come out of nowhere, so it would definitely be very painful. Burp, Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and burped. Then, he bit his toothpick and said, thank you for your hospitality, young Master Tang. Tang Li didn't forget his etiquette and gave a heartache smile. He was still looking at the Sect of all time's disciple from the corner of his eye. This guy had eaten the most, but from the looks of it, he was only half full. Patriarch. The Purple King said, can I order more? This? Jun Changxiao looked at Tang Li and said, that will depend on young Master Tang. Tang Li's current mood could only be described as holy shit. But in order to show his magnanimity, he could only force a smile and say, please help yourself. Just one of each. Remember, bring 4 jars of wine, Jun Changxiao said. Since someone was treating. Based on his principles, he would eat as much as he could and wouldn't hold back. Half an hour later. The Purple King clutched his stomach. And yawned, I'm full. The plates on the table in front of him were piled up 1 meter high, and the empty wine jars were scattered all over the floor. This was really not polite at all. Tang Li's forehead was covered in sweat, but he was also relieved. Jun Patriarch. He smiled, this young master has always liked to make friends with heroes of the world, so I hope we can keep in touch. Treating him to a meal was secondary, the real purpose was to make friends. Even if you wouldn't help him for the time being, it might be useful in the future. Jun Xianxia said, based on my relationship with the Tang family's second young master, I will naturally keep in touch with the Tang family's eldest young master. Tang family's second young master? Tang Li's smile gradually froze. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, does young master Tang not know Tang Ren? This young master's cousin naturally knows him. Tang Li said, but, your relationship? Friends. Jun Chang smiled and said, the very iron kind. Tang Li's face became ugly. That year in the Tang family, he stopped his cousin and gave him the sect of all times as if he was giving alms. He thought that with Tang Ren's ability, the most he could do was pay a visit, and the two wouldn't have much of a relationship. Today, he personally went out, and he would definitely be able to pull this sect over. However, in the end, they had already become friends, and very close friends. Tang Li understood that Jun Xianxia was telling him that he had already teamed up with his cousin. People who did business all year round had a good brain. Young Master Tang. Jun Xianxia said, it's getting late, so I'll take my disciples back first. After saying that, he took his disciples and left. When he reached the door of the room, he didn't forget to say in a very gentlemanly manner, thank you for your hospitality. Tang Li tightly held the wine cup and said coldly, cousin, I still underestimated you. Young Master Tang. Shopkeeper Xian walked in and said with a smile, the total cost is 354,000 taels, rounded down to 350,000 taels. So expensive? The expression on Tang Li's face could no longer be maintained. Manager Xian said, young Master Tang ate more than 300 dishes and 10 bottles of osmanthus wine. Oh, by the way, Jun Patriarch also took several jars of wine with him before he left. He said that he could savor them at home. Crack. The wine cup suddenly shattered. Tang Li gritted his teeth and said, Jun Xianxiao, you're messing with me on purpose. Discovered. But it was too late. Jun Xianxiao wouldn't have been so deliberate if the men he sent had been more humble when inviting people. Conclusion. Young Master Tang had treated them for nothing, and Jun Patriarch had freeloaded them for nothing. City Lord's Mansion. Jun Xianxiao had just returned when Tang Ren rushed in and asked, Tang Li invited Jun Patriarch? Okay, Jun Xianxiao replied. Tang Ren became nervous. After all, his eldest cousin brother was better than him in roping people in. Your eldest cousin brother is very enthusiastic. He treated me to a big meal. I'm afraid he spent a lot of money, Jun Xianxiao said. Tang Ren said bitterly, my eldest cousin brother is the most generous when it comes to roping people in. He wants to be friends with me, but I've already told him that we're very close friends. I think he won't bother us anymore, Jun Xianxiao said. Tang Ren was delighted. Brother Tang. Jun Xianxiao said seriously, continue to work hard. Don't let Jun down. He had laid all his cards on the table with Tang Li, which meant that he had placed all his bets on Tang Ren. If Tang Ren couldn't become the next patriarch, he would definitely be very depressed. Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your trust. Tang Ren said, this Tang will definitely not let you down. Having the right to sell divine weapons and pills was his capital to gain a foothold in the Tang family. As long as he managed it well and led the other businesses, he would definitely get the old man's approval. The advertisement was still playing wildly, and the happiest person was none other than City Lord Han. This was because many business tycoons in the city continued to come to him, hoping to put their businesses on the projection array. Tangji Pharmacy's business was booming, and many people could see it with their own eyes. Therefore, shrewd businessmen wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. It's possible. City Lord Han said, but the price might be a little expensive. City Lord Han, please name your price. 100,000 spirit stones. No problem. City Lord Han's mouth twitched slightly, and he transmitted his voice to Jun Xianxiao behind him. Jun Patriarch, did I ask for too little? Of course. Jun Xianxiao broke down. Tangji Pharmacy's sales skyrocketed after the advertisement, and the profit it brought is definitely not something 100,000 spirit stones can compare to. No matter what, you have to ask for 200,000 spirit stones. Sigh. City Lord Han said, isn't that because I don't have experience? Tell them. Jun Changxiao said, 100,000 spirit stones can only be broadcasted during the morning and noon hours. If you want to broadcast it during the prime time, you have to ask for at least 200,000. 300,000 spirit stones. This, City Lord Han was a little embarrassed, but he could only take a gamble. Therefore, he told them about the advertisement being broadcasted in segments. In the end, the business mogul agreed readily. It turned out that using the projection array to make money was such a simple thing. Why didn't he think of it before? City Lord Han. Someone said, can we advertise our businesses like Tangji's Elixir Pharmacy? Of course. City Lord Han added, but we have to pay an additional fee. A satisfied smile appeared on Jun Changxia's face. He didn't deliberately remind him. City Lord Han had been enlightened and knew how to seize business opportunities. Sigh. A whooshing. Just like that, he was influenced by Jun Changxiao and became secular and commercialized. He was definitely deceiving people, of course. With City Lord Han's imagination, he could only use the projection array to earn the rental fee. The creative planning of the advertisement would still be done by Jun Changxiao. The spirit stones given by the rich people would naturally fall into his pocket. We're not accepting gifts this year. We're only accepting brocade. Although the golden wine is good, don't drink too much. 8 hearts 8 arrows diamond ring from Heji Jade Store, not 3 to 500,000, not 1 to 200,000, just 998. Just 998. Bring the 8 hearts 8 arrows diamond ring home. Southwest Yangzhou's largest tannery. Southwest Yangzhou's largest tannery has closed down. Return my hard-earned money, return my hard-earned money. All kinds of advertisements were broadcasted on the projection array. The whole world was turned upside down by Jun Changxiao. Some people even stopped cultivating and sat on the small bench looking up at the screen, wondering what the next advertisement would be. City Lord Mansion. The big families came in an endless stream to visit. As long as they had a big business that covered the whole continent, they would definitely be willing to spend money on advertising to increase their popularity. At first, it was only from various industries. As their peers joined in, the advertising fee gradually increased. In the end, City Lord Han didn't offer a price. He called a few big shots of the same business over and sat at the side to watch them offer a price. Whoever offered the highest price would get the advertisement spot. There were only a few days left before the start of the God of Cookery tournament. The big business families were fighting for the advertising rights. A large number of spirit stones poured into the City Lord Mansion and poured into City Lord Han and Jun Changxiao's money bags. Cheers. Cheers. The two of them would celebrate every night, as if they were in cahoots. The God of Cookery tournament was about to begin. Participants from all over the world entered the great sage imperial city one after another. The atmosphere gradually became serious. Jun Patriarch. On the city wall, Tang Ren pointed to the young man who had just entered with a kitchen knife and various tableware hanging from his waist. His name is Lin Yao, the personal disciple of the 43rd God of Cookery tournament's champion. His knife skills are superb. Where's Song Bao? Jun Changxiao said, is he here yet? Tang Ren shook his head and said, as the top seed of this God of Cookery tournament, he shouldn't appear in front of others easily. Tsk tisk. Jun Changxiao said, he's quite mysterious. There were only a few days left before the start of the God of Cookery tournament. A large number of martial artists from other prefectures poured into the imperial city. The reason why there was such a large audience was because of the advertisement that was broadcast to the entire continent every day after the projection array was activated. The participants of this year's God of Cookery tournament also arrived one after another. They might not be strong in martial arts, but they were definitely the best in cooking. After all, to be qualified to participate, they had to at least get a good ranking in the prefecture's cooking competitions. Strangely enough, Song Bao, the favorite to win, was nowhere to be seen, creating a very mysterious feeling. The strongest. They were all the last ones to appear. So, many martial artists expressed their understanding. Jun Changxiao was also very curious. What was so special about that disciple of the God of Cookery? Even before the tournament started, everyone was talking about him. During this period, Lu Wancher studied recipes in the city lord's mansion every day and almost never went out. Participating in the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition, she could remain calm, but as the God of Cookery tournament was about to start, she became more and more nervous. "Girl, don't doubt yourself at any time. Just work hard and fight." Jun Changxiao encouraged her verbally. Lu Wancher calmed herself down and told herself not to be too nervous. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go register." The registration point was at the plaza in the center of the city. When Jun Changxiao arrived with his disciples, there were already cooking geniuses from all over the world. Although there were many people, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very young. The oldest was only in his early 30s. "Name?" Arriving at the registration point, the old man said. Jun Changxiao said, "Sect of all times, Lu Wancher." "Oh?" The old man raised his head in surprise and saw the smiling young man in front of him. He immediately recognized that this was the patriarch of the Sect of all times who was crazily advertising on the screen. From the projection array, he seemed to be asking for a beating. He did not expect to see the real person. It turned out that he was even more annoying. "Take out the proof of qualification," the old man said. Any tournament had to be done according to the rules. He would not make things easy just because the other party was the Sect leader who was in the limelight recently. Slap. Lu Wancher placed the token given to the champion of the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition on the table. After the old man confirmed it, he recorded it down and said, 3 days later, go to the west side of the city. Remember not to be late, or you will be disqualified. She's Lu Wancher, the champion of the Southwest Yangzhou culinary competition? TSK, I didn't expect you to be so young. The Ouyang family can be considered as a culinary family with a long history. I can't believe they were defeated by a 15-year-old girl. Don't underestimate her. I heard that she passed all 3 rounds with full marks. The judges of such a small place definitely haven't seen the world. If they came to my central province to participate in the culinary competition, it would undoubtedly be a fool's dream to get full marks. While everyone was discussing, some contestants began to show off their superiority, completely looking down on Lu Wancher. The grand culinary competition was held in every province, and each place had its own standards. Therefore, getting full marks in Southwest Yangzhou might not be enough to catch the eyes of other warriors. Furthermore, back then, the Ouyang family had also had a direct descendant who had obtained full marks in the finals and participated in the God of Cookery competition. In the end, he did not even enter the top 10. A place's environment nurtured a place's people. Areas with superior environments and geography, in terms of overall strength, were indeed stronger than remote areas. I heard that this Lu Wancher is the illegitimate daughter of the Ouyang family's Ouyang Jun. There's such a thing? Everyone looked at Lu Wancher, and a different kind of light appeared in their eyes. In the Falling Star continent, status was often emphasized. The direct descendants of the family were the noblest, and the illegitimate children were the most despised. They were also the most criticized by others. Her father, Ouyang Jun, was also a famous playboy in Southwest Yangzhou. As that person was talking, he suddenly felt someone approaching. The Purple King had unknowingly appeared behind him, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The patriarch had ordered him to come. However, seeing that Lu Wancher kept her head down, he instantly became angry. Although the Purple King had always firmly believed that he was enduring in the Sect of all times, he only had a good impression of Lu Wancher. After all, the delicacies that he ate all came from her. Now that someone was gossiping and making her very sad, it was absolutely unforgivable. Zhen Dijuan did not come. Otherwise, seeing that the girl was wronged, he would have already started to set up a lightning array. It would not matter even if the entire imperial city was blown up. Among the disciples of the Sect of all times, if the danger level reached 10 stars, Xianxia could give it 9.5 stars. Only Lu Wancher could reach 10 stars, because whoever bullied her had to ask the Purple King and Zhen Dijuan first. You. What are you doing? That martial artist said in horror. The elder beside him said in a deep voice, Jun Patriarch, what is your disciple trying to do? Boring. Jun Changxiao was expressionless, and said, let him remember. Hit. Boom, the Purple King pushed forward with his shoulder, and directly hit that gossipy man to the ground, causing him to spit out blood on the spot. It was better to hold back, or else he would die. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. To dare to make a move in the imperial city, the sect of all times was really lawless. Remember all of this in your heart. Xianxia glanced at the surrounding martial artists, and said, anyone who dares to use words to hurt the disciples of the sect of all times will have to pay the price. If it was just questioning Lu Wancher's cooking skills, he would definitely not care. After all, their mouths were on other people's bodies. The only thing he could do was to let his disciples win the competition and slap their faces. Just like that gossipy man just now, who purposely used his background to ridicule. Not to mention the imperial city, even if it was in front of the emperor, he would still punish him. When Xianxia spoke, his face was expressionless, but the surrounding atmosphere instantly became solemn, causing many martial artists to shudder. At that moment, their instincts told them deeply that they could not afford to offend this man. Xianxia, that elder said angrily, making a move in the imperial city without permission, this old man will go and find the city lord to judge. No need to go. At that moment, City Lord Han had already appeared at the scene, and said, I'm already here. City Lord Han. Everyone bowed one after another. That elder pointed at the Purple King and said, a disciple of the sect of all times injured someone, please seek justice for my disciple, City Lord Han. This City Lord has already seen the scene just now. City Lord Han said, the other party just happened to bump into your direct descendant, he did not intend to hurt anyone. Everyone's mouth twitched. As long as one was not blind, they could see that that guy had intentionally bumped into someone under Xianxia's instructions. Understood, City Lord Han was protecting the sect of all times. That elder's expression was extremely ugly, but he could only admit defeat and said, since City Lord Han said so, I guess it's just a misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's disperse, City Lord Han said calmly. The elder helped the injured direct descendant up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Xianxia say, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside, you must not casually stand on the road. Otherwise, if you get hit by a passing car and die, your family will cry. His voice was still calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in his words. When that elder heard this, a chill ran down his spine, and he was secretly annoyed that his direct descendant had to discuss the private matters of the sect of all times in front of others. June Patriarch. After returning to the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Han was speechless. You're making me look bad. Although he was the City Lord and could ignore the rules, there were so many people watching. Forcefully protecting. The sect of all times was a little inappropriate. I won't do it again, Xianxia said apologetically. He and City Lord Han were business partners, so he deliberately suppressed it just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just let the Purple King bump into it. Another 2 business families got the right to advertise. You'll have to do the advertising, City Lord Han said. When it came to business, this Wuxing powerhouse immediately smiled. Obviously, it was just a small matter. Earning money was the big deal. No problem, Xianxia said. After chatting with City Lord Han for a while, he returned to the courtyard where he was temporarily staying. He saw Lu Wancher sitting alone in the pavilion, her small face full of worry. What are you thinking about? Xianxia sat down. Lu Wancher came back to her senses and lowered her head. Patriarch, I'm sorry, why are you sorry? Xianxia asked. Because. Lu Wancher said, my identity has embarrassed the Patriarch. Silly girl. Xianxia patted her head and laughed. Your identity is a disciple of the sect of all times. How can it be embarrassing? I have another identity, Lu Wancher said. Xianxia frowned. I've always emphasized that others can look down on you, but you must look up to yourself. Otherwise, it's really hopeless. Lu Wancher also wanted to look up to herself, but her identity as an illegitimate daughter would always make her heart ache whenever it was mentioned. Look. Xianxia pointed at the Z-Craggy Monster King, who was happily eating fried rice at the entrance of the central room, and said, he is the king of the beast race, his status is incomparably noble. How can he not be happy when he condescends to become a disciple of the eternal sect? Lu Wancher was speechless. Why is he happy? Because I ate fried rice. Jun Changxiao said, for an incomparably noble king to bow down to your craftsmanship, it means that status is useless. It's nothing more than some idiots deliberately belittling others because they think too highly of themselves. Hearing the patriarch's explanation, Lu Wancher seemed to have understood something, especially when she looked at the purple king who was eating fried rice. Her brows relaxed and she said with a smile, this disciple seems to have understood. The competition is about to begin. Jun Changxiao said, so what you need to do now is adjust your mentality and represent the sect of all times to bring back the championship trophy. Yes. Lu Wancher nodded heavily. With a wave of his hand, Jun Changxiao took out a new set of white clothes and said, this is the chef's uniform used by the ancestors who created the Chinese cookbook. Wear it to show the prestige of the sect. The system retorted, you obviously bought it from the mall. It did not understand that Jun Changxiao was encouraging Lu Wancher. He was not affected by his identity and became less confident. Munch munch. The purple king who was sitting at the door of the central room finished his fried rice and looked at the pavilion. He thought to himself, what are they mumbling about? 19. The weather was sunny and the weather was pleasant. Martial artists from all over the country went to the west side of the city and entered the viewing platform with decent specifications. Jun Changxiao brought the purple king and Yao Menjing to watch as well. Jun Patriarch. Just as he sat down, Tangren walked over and saluted. Brother, I'm here to cheer for your sect's disciple. Thank you. Jun Changxiao saluted. In the middle of the circular viewing platform was a wider platform. There were many stoves and cooking tools on it. That was right. This was where the God of Cookery tournament would be held. When the tournament began, culinary geniuses from all over the world would compete on the platform for the trophy with the words God of Cookery. The lens of the projection array transmitted the image of the arena to the whole continent. Martial artists who could not come had already prepared snacks such as melon seeds and peanuts to watch the upcoming large-scale food broadcast. Of course. Because it was not a hot-blooded battle, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Just as everyone was waiting for the contestants to appear, the image on the light screen suddenly changed to an advertisement of Tangji Elixir Pharmacy. No way, the God of Cookery tournament was about to begin and they were still advertising crazily. However, what made everyone collapse was that once the advertisement started, it could not be stopped at all. It was not until more than 10 advertisements that the screen returned to the host venue. Was this an advertisement in the God of Cookery tournament or an advertisement in the middle of the God of Cookery tournament? Everyone. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the arena and said loudly, welcome to the 50th God of Cookery tournament. I am one of the organizers, Huang Jinzan. The 50th? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Tangren, who was sitting next to him, said, Jun Patriarch, is there a problem? Isn't it the 49th? That was the previous one. Jun Changxiao suddenly frowned. There was not much money left after entering the imperial city. The token clearly stated that it was the 49th, and he had always thought that it was the 49th. No, since it was the 50th, what was the use of being the 49th chief judge? Brother Tang. Jun Changxiao said, do you know not much money? Yes. Tangren said, a fat tycoon with mines and real estate. Fat head and big ears. Based on this description alone, Jun Changxiao suddenly realized that the money he saw was not much money as Tangren said. Damn. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said to himself, why do I feel like I've been cheated? It doesn't seem like it. The system said, I've really been cheated. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He had always been the one to fool others. He did not expect to be cheated by a little brat. However, there was no loss, not to mention that he had earned so much money and spirit stones. However, what made Jun Changxiao puzzled was, since this little guy was not much money, who could it be? An ordinary teenager would definitely not have so much money, and would not give it to others casually. Just as Jun Changxiao was thinking, Huang Jinzan had finished talking about the glorious history of the culinary god competition, and then announced in a clear voice, now, let's welcome the contestants. Swish, just as the contestants were about to go on stage, The virtual screen once again showed the advertisement of Tang's Elixir Pharmacy, which almost made them stand up and curse. After the advertisement ended, under the anticipation of everyone, culinary geniuses from all over the world came out one after another. Lu Wancher was among them. She was wearing the chef's uniform given by the patriarch and a tall hat, which was very eye-catching in the crowd. Clothing was only one of the reasons. The real eye-catching thing was that among the 100 contestants who came in, she was the only female. I didn't expect there to be a girl among the contestants. This girl is a disciple of the Sect of all times. It can't be? Everyone was surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that a sect that was in the limelight recently would send a disciple to participate in a culinary competition. Junior sister Lu, senior sister, go for it. In the Sect of all times, Li Tian, Cui Bujian, and the others shouted loudly. Although the person involved could not hear it, as fellow disciples, they were duty-bound to cheer for her. The entrance of the culinary god competition was not as grand as the entrance of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. The audience did not even have any emotional changes, giving people the feeling that they were just here to watch the fun. Next. Suddenly, Huang Jinzan said in a clear voice, "Let's welcome the culinary god's disciple." As soon as the words came out, everyone was suddenly interested and looked at the entrance. All the martial artists in the continent were very curious about what this mysterious champion looked like. Swish, under the anticipation of everyone, a person walked out from the darkness. He was not tall, and he was young, with an innocent smile on his face. What the F***ck? After seeing that guy's face, Jun Changxiao suddenly widened his eyes. Lu Wancher also covered her mouth and said in surprise, "It's him? Who, not much money to leave after entering the city." Thud, the little guy walked to the high platform and stopped in front of Lu Wancher. He revealed his white teeth and smiled. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Song Bao, a disciple of the culinary god competition. The culinary god's disciple. The champion's favorite." He actually took the initiative to introduce himself to a contestant, in an instant. All the contestants present looked at Lu Wancher, their eyes flashing with a strange luster. Song Bao said seriously, "Miss Lu's culinary skills are very strong. I might not be able to win, but since I'm participating in the culinary god competition, I will definitely do my best." As soon as the words came out, the audience was in an uproar. The culinary god's disciple actually said that this girl's culinary skills were strong, and he might not be able to win. P.S. I have to admire the readers. They guessed that this kid might be the culinary god's disciple, and even wrote a modified vacuum cleaner to deal with the soul race. They actually guessed it. You guys are embarrassing me. Jun Changxiao never thought that the real identity of the young man he saved would be the disciple of the culinary god, Song Bao. Then, what was the situation with Qian Boudoir? Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and knew that this guy was definitely pretending. As for the reason, only he knew in his heart. A successor of the culinary god who could make himself faint on the road was definitely a super weirdo, or, this guy did it on purpose, deliberately getting close to Lu Wancher? No. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples, and said, "My mind is a little messy, I have to think carefully. If this guy was deliberately getting close, why was he so generous with money and spirit stones? Moreover, why did he pretend to be rich?" Jun Changxiao, who had a lot of imagination, suddenly realized that the more he thought about it, the more unreasonable he felt. He could not guess what that guy's intentions were. The system gloated, "It's rare to see the host suffer, why am I so happy to pinch? Get lost." Back in the arena. When the contestants heard Song Bao's words, all of them widened their eyes. This year's culinary god competition was recognized as the favorite to win the championship, but he actually thought that he could not defeat this girl in cooking. Polite words, modest words, however, from his eyes, it was obvious that he was very serious. Lu Wancher's face was full of doubts. Didn't you not have much money? How did you become Song Bao? I won't hide it from Miss Lu. Song Bao scratched his head and said, "My surname is Qian, my name is Song Bao, Qian Boudoir is my father. He asked me to become a disciple of the culinary god. Unless I learned my skills and used my surname, I had to obediently go home and inherit the family business." I see. Lu Wancher understood. Jun Changxiao, who had been releasing his spiritual sense, heard this and suddenly understood. His heart collapsed. Let the son be a chef. If he doesn't do well, he will come back and inherit the family business. Even if he doesn't have much money, he is still a top-quality weirdo. Shoo. Qian Songbao said, "This is my secret, don't tell anyone." The contestants, the people of the entire continent, at this time, should we cooperate with him and pretend not to hear? So Songbao is Qian Songbao. Although the Qian family head has many wives and concubines, he only has one son. I thought that the identity of the god of cooking's disciple was very ordinary. I didn't expect him to have such a rich father. I heard that family head Qian likes to eat very much. As long as the food is to his liking, he is willing to pay a lot of money or even spirit stones. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He's very similar to his father in this aspect. Master Qian's son has been very lazy since he was young. It is said that he didn't even use chopsticks until he was 7 years old. He always let the servants feed him with a spoon. The son of a landlord is awesome. How could such a lazy person become the culinary god's disciple? That's unbelievable. Maybe Patriarch Qian spent money to let his son become a disciple of the food god. Sure enough, money makes the world go round. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. However, they also had doubts about Qian Songbao's cooking skills. Money could buy him the identity of the culinary god's disciple, but culinary skills could not be bought with money. The contestants also thought so. Therefore, his vigilance towards Qian Songbao gradually weakened. He thought to himself, why should I be afraid of a guy who relied on his father? As for what he said to Lu Wancher just now, everyone did not take it to heart. There were even some people who thought that this guy might know that he did not have the real ability and wanted to find a way out in advance to avoid embarrassing himself. Jun Chang smiled and said, "What an unfathomable little fellow. Why did you pretend to be your father?" Lu Wancher asked. Qian Songbao smiled and said, "It's fun." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. The son pretended to be the father only because it was fun. He definitely did not take the normal path. All right. Lu Wancher did not say anything else. Although she was very surprised by Qian Songbao's identity, since she was participating in the culinary god competition, she naturally had to focus on the competition. "Miss Lu," Qian Songbao said, "your clothes are not bad." Lu Wancher said proudly, "This is what my Sect of all times culinary ancestors have worn before." "I see." Qian Songbao's eyes were filled with respect. "May I know the name of the Sect of all times culinary ancestors?" This, Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice to Lu Wancher. "Our Sect of all times culinary ancestors are called Yi'in." Yi'in. Yi'in? Qian Songbao said in his heart, I have never heard Master mention this person before. That was right. Yi'in was a Chinese from Earth. He was a famous politician and thinker in the early years of the Shang dynasty. He was one of the earliest known Taoists and was also known as the ancestor of Chinese culinary. Huang Jingzhan announced loudly, the 50th Culinary God Competition has officially begun. Participants, please enter the venue and choose your own stove. It's finally starting. It was rare for everyone to be excited, but the screen turned into an advertisement again. They were so irritable that they almost vomited blood. F***ck, how could they let others watch it, Xiao? After the advertisement ended, the screen showed the screen. 120 participants were all in their seats. 10 of the judges were also seated. These judges were much more professional than the judges in the culinary competition. They were all top-notch gourmet appraisers. Lu Wancher chose a corner that was hard to find if one did not look carefully. Beside her was Qian Songbao. To be exact, this guy followed her here on purpose. Miss Lu. He whispered, you are free to do whatever you want in the first round. If you cook the sweet and sour carp, you will definitely advance. Lu Wancher did not say anything. She carefully cleaned the cooking utensils. She came to participate in the culinary god competition as a representative of the Sect of all times. Naturally, she did not dare to be negligent. Qian Songbao sensibly began to prepare. Swoosh! One of his hands rested on the handle of the wok. His eyes, which were originally slightly lazy, suddenly turned cold. Expert. Xianxia said, definitely an expert. You are free to do whatever you want in the first round of the culinary god competition. Huang Jinzhan said loudly, participants, please make your signature dish in 2 hours. After the judges give you 80 points, you will advance to the next round. The highest score given by each of the 10 judges is 10 points. 80 points to advance to the next round means that the average score is 8 points. This culinary god competition is indeed more difficult than the culinary competition. Everyone exclaimed. Begin. Huang Jinzhan shouted. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as she said that, the participants condensed flames and injected them into the stove. The entire arena was suddenly filled with hot air. Those who came to participate in the culinary god competition all mastered one type of fire element. These flames are not used for combat. They are all from the culinary category. Eh? The disciples of the sect of all times and the culinary god's disciple did not move? Did they not hear that the competition has begun? One was the only female participating, and the other was the culinary god's disciple. Therefore, Lu Wanshi and Qian Songbao naturally attracted many people's attention. Miss Lu. Qian Songbao smiled and said, I'm starting. Swoosh. As he spoke, he turned his wrist. Purple flames erupted from his fingers and immediately merged into the stove. Hidden purple flame. This is one of the strongest flames used for cooking. This culinary god's disciple is the real deal. He definitely did not use money. Huff huff, the hidden purple flame burned wildly. The temperature instantly suppressed the other flames. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Huff. Lu Wanshi exhaled, then looked up at Xianxia. The latter gave her an encouraging smile and said, little girl, you must believe in yourself. Lu Wanshi raised her hand, her eyes shining. Wang. The word stove that was originally hidden on her skin suddenly appeared. Huff huff huff, the fire of the culinary god whizzed out and merged into the stove. When the flame rose, the temperature of the entire venue instantly rose. Swish swish swish. The flames of the other stoves could not withstand the pressure. They instantly turned from high to weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. All the contestants' faces changed. They all looked towards the direction of the commotion and saw the fire of the culinary god in the stove. They were all shocked and said, What? What kind of flame is this? Qian Songbao, who was closest to it, had a change of expression. Even if he tried hard to control the hidden purple flame, he could not change the fact that he was at a disadvantage. He exclaimed, to be able to make my flame submit, this flame is definitely the strongest of the culinary category. When Lu Wanshi released the fire of the culinary god, all the flames in the arena were suppressed. It could be said that once the strongest flame was released, no one could compete with it. Xianxia leaned back in his chair, shrugged helplessly, and said, absolutely crushed. No suspense. The falling star continent did not have the stove god fire, so when Lu Wanshi took it out, no one could tell what kind of fire element it was. But that was not important. What was important was that after the stove god fire appeared, all the contestants' flames, including Qian Songbao's purple hidden flame, were suppressed. It's definitely not ordinary. I didn't expect there to be a flame that can suppress the purple hidden flame in this world. This little girl is not simple. The 10 judges exclaimed as they discussed. Although flames did not represent cooking skills, a high-level flame would undoubtedly be of great help in cooking. I've asked about the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition, but I've never heard of this girl having a powerful flame. She even used firewood to start a fire during the competition. Maybe her opponent was too weak to use it. If that's the case, this girl might bring us a big surprise. The judges all locked their gazes on Lu Wanshi. She also realized that she had released the stove god fire and made a big commotion, so she hurriedly restrained her aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without the pressure of the king-level flame, the contestants' flames gradually returned to normal. However, after this incident, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. At first, they did not take Lu Wanshi seriously. After all, she was a woman who came to participate in the God of Cookery competition because there was no one in Southwest Yangzhou. However, when the stove god fire was released and displayed an extremely powerful pressure, they realized that this girl might be a strong opponent on their way to becoming the champion. Miss Liu. After Qian Songbao stabilized the flame, he said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful flame. Don't talk. Lu Wancher said, focus on cooking. Okay. Qian Songbao shut his mouth. After starting the fire, he took half a kilogram of beef and selected various ingredients from the basket. Clang, suddenly, the sound of a knife being unsheathed was heard. The contestants who were preparing ingredients subconsciously looked over and saw Lin Yao in front of the central stove had taken out the black kitchen knife hanging from his waist and slapped the chopping board with his other hand. His spiritual energy vibrated, and the ingredients placed on the chopping board suddenly flew up. Whoosh, 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 the light of the knife and the shadow of the sword crisscrossed. What a fast knife technique. A king-level expert frowned and said, at least 100 times in a breath, 156 times. Jun Chongxiao gave him the exact number of times he attacked with his knife. He was speechless as he said, there's really no one else who would choose to be a chef instead of cultivating his knife path properly. The system said, everyone has their own ambitions. That's true. Jun Chongxiao agreed. After all, with his looks, even if he couldn't become the strongest person in the other world, he could at least hug the thighs of a beautiful marshal. Emperor and laugh proudly in the pugilistic world. However, he just had to become the leader of a sect. Sigh. Time and fate. The system said, does your family know how shameless you are? Shua. Lin Yao put the kitchen knife back into the sheath. All the auxiliary materials were cut into strips so thin that they could be threaded with a needle. Strong. As expected of the great Saber King's personal disciple. Using it to kill people can also easily dismember the target into countless pieces. Lin Yao's miraculous saber skills amazed the martial artists. However, in the sect of all times, Ma Yongning's eyes were filled with disdain as he sat in front of the cafeteria. There was a kitchen knife nailed to the chopping board behind him. Although Jun Chongxiao gave him a cloud-piercing knife, he was still using this kitchen knife because he was still responsible for cutting vegetables. Although Ma Yongning rarely fought in actual combat, he helped out in the cafeteria every day. His understanding of the saber skills was also increasing day by day. He even gradually comprehended the Ma's vegetable cutting technique while cutting vegetables. Lin Yao, who showed off his saber skills, in his opinion, was nothing more than fancy moves. If he was assigned to cut vegetables for tens of thousands of disciples, he would definitely fail. Old Ma. Oh, Yongjun said, don't just stand there. Hurry up and prepare lunch. Okay. Ma Yongning walked into the kitchen. He skillfully put on an apron and drank a bowl of wine beside him. He grabbed the kitchen knife with one hand and said with his back facing the camera, a true master is not fancy, but can stand the test of time. Shwa. Desert dust. Shwa. Flying yellow sand. The kitchen knife cut across the void horizontally and vertically, and then it was inserted on the chopping board again with a ding. The whole process was plain and unadorned, but the various auxiliary materials placed on the table were instantly cut into pieces from their intact state. Although Ma Yongning was not as showy as Lin Yao, his technique was more mature and sophisticated. Oh, Yongjun, who was making a fire, looked out and shouted, Old Ma, where are you going? The pharmacy. You cut your finger again? Ma Yongning walked to the pharmacy without a word. He kept his back to the camera, giving off a heavy feeling of desert dust and flying yellow sand. An expert. Worthy of an expert, back at the God of Cookery competition. After Lin Yao showed off his knife skills, the other contestants got busy one after another, obviously unaffected by the former. Good saber skills only provided assistance. The real determining factor was cooking skills. What should I cook? Lu Wancher began to think, and various cuisines from Chinese cookbooks appeared in her mind. Got it, the little girl picked out a large piece of tofu and various auxiliary materials, and then began to cut it seriously. Sometimes she would come over to help cut the vegetables, and her knife skills were not inferior to Lin Yao's. Now that she was being careful, she hoped to do it perfectly. In order to get a good result, in order not to disappoint the patriarch, Lu Wancher had already brought out her best state. Jun Chongxiao knew his disciple very well. Looking at her serious look, he shook his head and said, "The contestants this year are lucky and unlucky to be able to compete with this little girl on the same stage." Lucky was to be able to compete with a powerhouse who was proficient in cooking. Unlucky was that when she cooked seriously, she would definitely be affected. The contestants were busy working hard, and only Qian Songbao would occasionally be distracted to look at Lu Wancher. In this year's God of Cookery competition, he did not care about the others, but this girl made him feel pressured. This was because he had eaten fried rice and sweet and sour carp on the way here. Qian Songbao inherited the mantle of the God of Cookery, and at the same time, he also inherited his father's foodie attribute. He was extremely sensitive to the taste of food, and even believed that what he had eaten before, even his master might not be able to make it. It was because of this that he did not reveal his true identity, but took out his father's token to participate in the God of Cookery competition in the upper realm. To be exact. After eating fried rice and sweet and sour carp, Qian Songbao's heart was already filled with a sense of inferiority. He especially could not understand how a girl who was only a few years older than him could have such superb cooking skills. Lu Wancher's cooking skills were strong, partly because of her talent, and partly because she was in charge of the kitchen of the Sect of all times. The scariest thing in this world was a talented person who was also very hardworking. How could those who comforted themselves by saying that the clumsy bird flies early and that hard work can make up for one's lack of talent live? Qian Songbao collected his slightly depressed mood and began to focus on cooking. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later. The big table in front of the ring was pieced together, and it was filled with the contestants' various dishes. Although the martial artists who were watching the screen could not smell the flavor, they could tell from many of the dishes that this was definitely a first-class delicacy. Saliva, unstoppable, as Lu Wancher was sitting in the corner, the dishes she cooked were the last to be served. They were served in a casserole pot with a lid on top, so no one knew what kind of cuisine it was. "Let's invite the 10 judges to evaluate," Huang Jinfan said. "Please." The 10 judges took their own cutlery and walked to the table to taste it. After tasting it, they would give the corresponding score. Ma Tiancheng has a total score of 79, eliminated. The champion of the Northern Desert State Culinary Competition has been eliminated in the first round. Why? Why? Ma Tiancheng roared at the judges in dissatisfaction. An old man with a sage-like demeanor said lightly, "The heat and taste are a little off." Everyone's mouth twitched. Just a little off, and they rejected the other person's work. These judges were too picky. If it was a culinary competition, even if the contestant had the slightest flaw, the judges would be considerate. For example, Ma Tiancheng's dish could get at least 90 points, but he only got 79 points in the Culinary God competition. Although it was only 1 point away, he could only be eliminated. The 10 judges invited by the organizers were extremely picky. They could not tolerate sand in their eyes and were extremely picky when it came to the color, aroma, and taste of the food. "I don't accept this. I don't accept this." Ma Tiancheng was taken away by 2 powerhouses. He was still roaring loudly with tears in his eyes. After winning the culinary competition, he had been working hard on his culinary skills, hoping to get a good result in the Culinary God competition. However, to deny all his years of hard work because of an insignificant flaw was unacceptable. The other contestants watched as Ma Tiancheng was taken away. They did not gloat, only anxiety and nervousness. After all, they might be eliminated like him in the next second. After the 10 judges rinsed their mouths with water, they began to evaluate the other contestants. In the end, the highest score for the first few works was 76 points. "This is a bit too much," Xianxia said. He could smell the food made by the contestants through his spiritual sense. The taste was very good, but none of them met the passing standard. At this rate, more than 100 contestants would be eliminated. Humans were not saints. How could they not make mistakes? Being harsh because of a small flaw, or being harsh on purpose, would seem unreasonable. Tangren said, June Patriarch did not watch the last Culinary God competition. The main judge did not have much money. After the first round of evaluation, only a few people advanced. No way? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. If only a few people advanced this time, it would be the same as entering the finals. The system said the author should not exaggerate the word count. The taste is a bit salty. Failure. This flour peeled from a radish is very bad. It lowered the overall beauty of the dish. Failure. The taste is not bad. The knife skills are okay, but it looks older than me. A failure of failures. The corners of the martial artist's mouths twitched. If the taste was not right, it was normal to be eliminated. If the knife skills were bad, it was normal to be eliminated. However, if the person was eliminated because of his age, how could cooking be based on appearance? Of course. With the same culinary skills, one was a dish made by a peerless beauty, and the other was a dish made by a muscular man. Which one would you choose? Anyway, I chose the second option because of her looks. Eliminated. Eliminated. None of the top 20 contestants got 80 points. They were all eliminated. Naturally, they couldn't accept it. When they were pulled down, they all shouted, "There's a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy." I thought that half of the 120 people in the first round would make it to the next round. Now, it seems that it would be very good if 20 people could make it to the next round. More than 20. I think it's probably in the single digits. Could it be that this group of judges came from the heavens and are all otherworldly? What the audience couldn't stand the most was that the judges would throw the dishes into the trash can after determining that they were unqualified. Even if there was a small flaw in the dish, they shouldn't waste it like this. He's asking for a beating. Xianxia, who was sitting in the audience seat, almost couldn't help but fly over and rub the 10 fellows who were wasting food on the ground. Oh my God. An advertising maniac actually dared to say that someone was asking for a beating. Was there still any law? Was there any justice in this world? In the continuous evaluation, a contestant finally got 81 points and successfully made it to the second round. The number of eliminated people had reached 40. Such a terrifying elimination rate was simply outrageous. At the same time, it also showed that the God of Cookery competition was very strict. It was worthy of being called the continent's greatest culinary event. Not bad, not bad. When it was Lin Yao's turn, the 10 judges nodded and praised him. In the end, they gave him the highest score so far, 91 points. Next, a few more contestants made it to the second round. The audience also realized that those who made it to the second round were all disciples of the previous God of Cookery competition. Those who didn't have a strong background were indeed used as stepping stones. It was not that they suspected that there was a conspiracy behind the competition. It was just that the champions were all capable. Naturally, their disciples were also capable. The evaluation was still going on. After the 100 contestants' dishes were tested, only 8 people made it to the next round. The disciple of the God of Cookery will definitely have no problem. If the other contestants are eliminated, they won't be able to make it to the next round. The girl named Lu Wancher should have no problem, right? Everyone was looking forward to it. Fail, 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 the 10 judges continued to evaluate. More than 10 contestants were eliminated. Little guy. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal walked up to Qian Songbao and said with a smile, "The dish you made should be a special beef brisket. The God of Cookery once made it, and I had the honor of tasting it. I wonder how much of his legacy you have inherited." Several other judges also walked over. They didn't taste it immediately. Instead, they evaluated the color of the dish and nodded their heads in affirmation. "Everyone, please." The old man picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He was overjoyed and said, "This is the taste." As expected of the successor of the God of Cookery. The other judges praised him with rich expressions after tasting it. When they raised their scoreboards, all of them had 10 points. Qian Songbao's special beef brisket gets full marks. Huang Jinzan announced loudly. Oh my God. The judges are so strict, but they gave him full marks. It's unbelievable. The audience in front of the TV widened their eyes. He's really capable, Jun Changxiao said. From the change in Qian Songbao's eyes when he touched the kitchen utensils, he realized that this kid definitely had some skills. To be able to get full marks in the first round proved that his eyes were very sharp. System, was this guy praising others or praising himself? There are more and more sect members, and Dudu's workload has increased a lot. If we can pull this kid over and make him the number 2 golden chef, it's not bad. Xianxia's eyes gradually lit up. Qian Songbao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He said to himself, ominous premonition. Little girl. After the 10 judges rinsed their mouths, they stopped in front of Lu Wancher and said with a smile, this dish is? Mapo tofu, Lu Wancher said. Oh? Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of such a dish in the Falling Star continent. What's the specialty? The old man with the demeanor of an immortal smiled. Other than Qian Songbao, he had a serious face when facing the other contestants. Facing Lu Wancher, he was so amiable. He also thought highly of this girl. This, Lu Wancher scratched her head and said, it's mainly spicy and numb. Can you open the lid? Yes. The old man waved his hand lightly, and a natural spiritual energy spread out. The lid flew up on its own and landed on the table. At this moment, the projection array in the sky also zoomed in. A plate of Sichuan mapo tofu appeared on the screen. It was red and white in color, with some green onion sprouts as decoration. The specialty of mapo tofu is that it's numb, spicy, hot, and salty. Jun Chongxiao crossed his arms and said, this girl used a clay pot to store it because she was afraid that it would get cold after a long time. The dish is not bad. The 10 judges nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone, please. The old man was just about to eat when Lu Wancher reminded him, it's best to prepare more water, because it's a little spicy. Hee hee. One of the judges smiled and said, when it comes to food, I'm always happy if it's spicy. He picked up a piece of tofu with his chopsticks and touched it. He obviously felt that it was very elastic, so he praised, it's really surprising that it's still so elastic after being preserved until now. He put it in his mouth and chewed. The other judges either used chopsticks or spoons to evaluate. Everyone stared at it without blinking. Soon, through the camera, they saw that their faces were all flushed red, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The judges who were happy if it wasn't spicy had already closed their eyes. It was as if they were at the mouth of a volcano. Their whole body and even their internal organs were experiencing the heat. So spicy, so numb. Ha, ha, shwa. Without caring about anything else, they picked up the water used to rinse their mouths and drank it. They even felt that if they didn't quickly get rid of the spicy taste, their whole body would burn. The other judges also picked up the water bottle and drank it in a panic. After drinking it all, they still felt that it was extremely spicy. Shui 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 shui. P.S. For the sake of this water, can you throw the recommendation ticket to me? The 10 judges were like 10 fire-breathing dragons, looking for water to drink. The audience's eyes were wide open. Was mapo tofu really that spicy? Spicy, super spicy. Not only was it spicy, but it was also spicy. Of course, it was undeniable that the tofu was very smooth and bouncy, which shocked the judges greatly. So, when the spiciness in their mouths gradually dissipated, the 10 judges were not stingy with their comments. Huang Jinzan announced, Lu Wancher's mapo tofu also got full marks. Full marks again. Everyone was surprised. The culinary god competition had been held for so many years, and there were very few dishes that got full marks. It was unbelievable that there were 2 full marks in the first round. Girl. The old man who liked spicy food wiped his tears and said, your dish is the spiciest and most special I have ever eaten. To be able to make tofu to such a degree, it's really amazing. The old man commented. Hearing the praises of the judges, many people realized that Lu Wancher's dish was no doubt better because her ingredient was only tofu, while the culinary god's disciple used beef. Meat dishes were often the most impactful, and many contestants liked meat as their main ingredient. Cooking with tofu was inherently inferior, and it was impossible to get full marks in front of the picky judges without strength. Thank you. Lu Wancher smiled brightly. Since the start of the competition, she had been nervous, worried that she would not be able to get a good result. With the announcement of the score, she was completely relieved. The culinary god's disciple did not seem that scary. The first round has ended. Contestants who have advanced, please rest for 15 minutes before returning to the stove for the. Because of the number of contestants, the rules have been changed. The finals will be held directly, and the top 3 will be decided based on the score, Huang Jinzan announced. As expected, Jun Changxiao broke down. The finals. More than 100 contestants went straight to the finals in the second round. The pace was simply too fast. I wonder what kind of delicacies the next 10 contestants will bring. Sigh, I can only watch but not eat. I'm so hungry. The audience could only drool at the 10 kinds of promotion works presented on the projection array light screen. Miss Liu Xianxia, who was resting on the sidelines, said seriously, the champion will be decided in the next round. I will definitely work hard. He definitely recognized the girl's culinary skills, but at the same time, it also stimulated his competitive spirit. Not for the sake of returning home and inheriting the estate, not for the sake of defending Shizuan's honor, but for the sake of not admitting defeat, Lu Wancher ignored him and closed her eyes to rest. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the spectator stand, also had a grave expression on his face. The final round would determine the ranking. If the disciple couldn't get into the top 3, the mission would be considered a failure. Lass. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, the chef uniform you're wearing represents the glory of ancestor Yin. You must not disappoint his spirit in heaven. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he could only use words to motivate his disciples. The effect was not bad. Lu Wancher opened her eyes and said with a firm gaze, disciple will not disgrace the ancestors, and will not disgrace the sect. 15 minutes later, the finals began. There were only 10 stoves left in the arena. The contestants chose one after another. Lu Wancher also chose a corner closest to the edge. Although she seemed to be very low-key, when she walked up, the camera automatically gave her a close-up. When they first met in Qingyang City, the lass was only 12 years old. Now that more than 3 years had passed, not only did she grow taller, but she also became more beautiful. What a cute girl. Not only is she beautiful, but her cooking is also superb. Whoever marries her in the future is really lucky. Everyone was whispering. Jun Changxiao leaned on the back of his chair and thought to himself, I can let this lass debut in the center position. Yi Xingchen was a celebrity in the sect of all times. If there were a few more, there would be no problem. The rules of the finals are also to let the contestants perform freely. The one with the highest score will be the champion, and the second and third place will be the second and third place respectively, Huang Jinfan said. Because it was the finals, the contestants looked serious and treated it as a life and death battle. The finals of the 50th God of Cookery tournament begins now. Huang Jinfan announced loudly. Huff. Huff, as the announcement ended, the contestants summoned their flames one after another. From their serious eyes, it was obvious that they had entered the strongest cooking state. Xianxia, who was not giving it his all, frowned. He began to carefully choose the ingredients and chose a chicken and a fish. One of the judges said in surprise, this kid is going to cook the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity. Not only are we lucky, but we can also see the auspicious signs with our own eyes. Someone laughed. When the contestants who were choosing their ingredients saw the ingredients Xianxia chose, their faces all crumbled. During the culinary arts tournament, this god of cookery's disciple had already cooked the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity, which caused a heavenly anomaly. It was still widely spread. Now that he was going to cook it again, it would definitely make everyone feel pressured. No. Xianxia raised his head and smiled at the judges. The dish I am going to cook next is called Dancing Dragon and Phoenix. Although the main ingredient is also chicken and fish, the cooking method and taste are different from Dancing Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity. Dancing Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity? The 10 judges had never heard of this dish, but it did not stop them from looking forward to it. Lu Wancher, who was sitting in the corner, also made her decision. She chose a piece of meat and used a kitchen knife to cut it into a 1 centimeter square. Red braised meat? Jun Changxiao asked. As one of the top 10 famous dishes in China, red braised meat could be said to be the most common dish. However, Lu Wancher had improved on the cooking method. The main ingredient was also replaced with more chewy vicious beast meat. Whoosh, the stove god's flame rose again. Because it was controlled well, it did not burst out with pressure to intimidate the flames of the other contestants. The final round was going on intensely and excitedly. All the contestants were cooking seriously. Even Xianxia did not dare to slack off. The most troublesome thing was, this guy had set up 2 stoves. One was stewing chicken, and the other was steaming fish. He stood in the middle area and opened his palms. The purple hidden flame kept pouring in. Sometimes it was big, sometimes it was small. Swoosh! 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 The knife flashed, and pieces of supplementary ingredients fell into the pot. This kid's knife skills are not bad, Xianxia said to himself. The other contestants did not care about Xianxia. Instead, they focused on cooking their own food. Time slowly passed, the fragrance of several dishes spread from the ring and floated in the spectator stands. It immediately stirred the taste buds and saliva of the martial artists present. Swoosh! At that moment, Xianxia waved his hands. The pot on his right flew up on its own. The purple hidden flame spewed out and burned in the air. The flame was as strong as the breath of a divine dragon. Swoosh! The pot on his left flew up as well. It kept spinning around the other pot. There was a flame behind it, like a dancing phoenix. Xianxia took out a cigar and said, "What a fancy one." Swoosh! Swoosh! About a few minutes later, the 2 pots landed on the table. Although there were lids covering them, one could clearly see the heat seeping out through the gaps. "Look at the sky!" someone exclaimed. Xianxia, who was about to light his cigar, looked up. He saw golden and red auspicious clouds appear in the sky. They then gathered together and finally formed a dancing dragon and phoenix. F***ck, cooking can really create a natural phenomenon. The scene of dragons and phoenixes appearing in his field of vision shocked Xianxia so much that he opened his mouth. He did not even notice that the cigar had fallen to the ground. When the 10 judges saw this, they stood up excitedly. No matter how many times they had seen this kind of natural phenomenon caused by cooking, it was still awe-inspiring. Looking at the judges' excited eyes, Xianxia said pessimistically, "This girl wants to win this year's God of Cookery tournament. I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, winds and clouds suddenly surged in the eastern sky and gradually gathered together, facing off against the dancing dragons and phoenixes. Xianxia's eyes widened. He immediately looked below the clouds and saw Lu Wancher releasing the stove lord's fire, wrapping the pot together. Hot air billowed out and continued to extend upwards. Oh my god! That girl's cooking also created a phenomenon. It's changing, changing. Xianxia hurriedly looked up and saw the rolling clouds gradually changing shape. Finally, it stopped at a line of words. The content was, "The strongest sect of all ages." In the sect with the plaque, "The strongest sect of all ages," all the disciples cheered loudly for the natural phenomenon caused by Lu Wancher. Ah! 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 Li Fei and Tian Qi were so excited that they roared loudly. Their faces were red from all the roaring. Su Xiaoma, who was at the back mountain of Taishan Zone, saw the words on the inner courtyard's light screen. An undetectable sense of pride appeared between his brows. Xianxia sat down and picked up the cigar on the ground. He then lowered his head and lit it. He took a deep puff and blew out a smoke ring. He smiled and said, "Girl, you're so considerate." A natural phenomenon caused by the gathering of the strongest sect of all ages was definitely more powerful than a fancy advertisement. That was because all the martial artists in the continent were looking at the light screen. They were all looking at the 5 words floating in the sky. City Lord Han said sincerely, "I'm convinced." His disciple used her cooking skills to create a phenomenon and did not forget to advertise for the sect. This show made his head explode. The phenomenon caused by Lu Wancher's cooking was definitely not as flashy as Xianxongbao's. After all, the dancing dragons and phoenixes were truly spectacular. However, the 5 words that were gathered together had a strong advertising effect on the camera. Awesome! The phenomenon can even turn into words. Calling their own sect the strongest, how arrogant. Everyone had a lot of controversy about this forceful advertising. However, regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least the world would remember it. He did not purposely teach Lu Wancher. It was her sudden inspiration that made Xianxia very pleased. The system said, "You've all been led astray." Under Goshing's influence, a little girl from another world's thoughts began to be liberated and became active. The two contestants caused a phenomenon while cooking, and the shock it brought was very strong. Everyone was also thinking, who would be the champion? If Lu Wancher did not do this, many people would have thought that it would be Qian Songbao, because the dragon and phoenix phenomenon was definitely the biggest bonus point. Indeed. When the phenomenon first appeared, the 10 judges were very optimistic about the food god's disciple. In their opinion, only a delicacy that had reached the pinnacle could cause a phenomenon. It was definitely not a simple embroidery. Even Jun Changxiao, who was always confident, could not help but be a little worried that his disciple would lose to Qian Songbao. However, when Lu Wancher caused a phenomenon and formed 5 words floating in the sky, the gap between the two was directly closed. The most miserable ones were the remaining 8 contestants. At this moment, despair gradually appeared in their eyes, and they realized that the ending was just a side race. A delicacy that caused a phenomenon was destined to reach the realm of perfection. How could they muster the courage to compete with it? Huff huff. Huff huff huff, the two phenomena occupied the east and west respectively, and did not dissipate for a long time. It was as if they had turned into 2 ancient fierce beasts that were fighting, vowing to determine the winner. Amazing! Qian Songbao praised. The phenomenon he caused was with the help of the chicken and fish, and the scene formed looked like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. This girl gathered 5 words on purpose, and it was definitely not unchanging, of course. Qian Songbao would not feel inferior because his phenomenon was better in terms of momentum. Therefore, the winner could only be decided after the judges tasted it. Half an hour later, the other 8 contestants finished cooking. When the staff of the organizing committee took away their dishes, they were all dejected. The appearance of the 2 phenomena in the sky affected them greatly. It was inevitable that some accidents would occur during the cooking process, so the food they made was not perfect. Let's invite the 10 judges to evaluate, Huang Jinzan said in a clear voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately aroused the passion of all the martial artists of the continent. After all, the next judging segment would directly determine who the champion belonged to. Please. The 10 judges walked down the judging platform one after another and stopped in front of Qian Songbao without even looking at the other 8 works. Regardless of whether the 8 contestants' dishes were perfect or not, they were all ignored because they were destined to only serve as a foil in front of the works that caused the phenomenon. AI. Lin Yao sighed. He was also one of the contestants who had won the championship, second only to Qian Songbao. However, when it came to the finals, the judges didn't even look at his work. It was really a blow to his spirit. Young man. It's not that you aren't outstanding enough, it's just that you have 2 monsters. The sage-like old man looked at the chicken and fish on the table and said, "Is this 1 dish or 2? 1. Qian Songbao waved one hand and spiritual energy burst out. The 2 dishes suddenly spun and then flew up and were placed upside down on the prepared big plate. From the perspective of the camera, the complete fish was in and shape with chopped chicken decorating it, forming a Tai Chi pattern. Sizzle, Qian Songbao waved his hand and took out the pot on the stove. He poured the hot oil in the pot, and steam rose together with a fragrance. Whoosh! The dragon and phoenix phenomena in the sky suddenly merged and chased each other in a cycle, corresponding to the dishes on the plate. Qian Songbao waved his hand and said, "My dragon and phoenix dance is ready. Please taste it." The 10 judges were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this kid to finish the last step of the process only now. However, after the hot oil was poured, the fragrance rushed to their faces. With just a sniff, they felt refreshed. The smell alone is enough to make one salivate. The fragrance didn't only exist in the arena but also spread to the audience. All the audience who smelled it felt intoxicated and salivated unconsciously. This is definitely a delicacy in the world. I'm willing to use a few years of my life in exchange for a taste. A few years is too little. At least a few decades. The taste of Qian Songbao's dragon and phoenix dance could no longer be measured with money. Instead, it could be exchanged with lifespan. The audience couldn't wait to rush over and kick the 10 judges out so that they could taste it themselves. Jun Chongxiao also smelled the extremely impactful fragrance and said to himself, he's indeed a strong opponent. Whoosh! The Purple King, who was sitting next to him, was drooling. His eyes glowed, and he couldn't wait to tear his clothes off. Don't embarrass me, Jun Chongxiao reminded him. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, the dishes this person makes are so fragrant. She and the Purple King were used to eating Lu Wancher's dishes, so eating other people's dishes was like chewing wax. However, Qian Songbao's dragon and phoenix dance could affect their appetite, which meant that he was really strong. Everyone. The sage-like old man cupped his hands and said proudly, let's try it. Please. Please. Although everyone was polite, their bodies had already betrayed them. They hurriedly picked up their chopsticks to pick up fish or chicken pieces. Some even picked up a spoon to taste the fish soup and chicken soup. The audience from all over the world could only watch. The 10 judges tasted it together. When the delicacies entered their mouths, their bodies suddenly trembled slightly. They immediately closed their eyes, and an ethereal expression appeared on their faces. At that moment, their souls seemed to fly out and merge with the phenomenon in the sky, dancing along with the dragon and phoenix. They are dancing? Through the screen, the martial artists from all over the continent saw the 10 judges dancing in circles together, corresponding to the phenomenon in the sky. Jun Chongxiao's mouth twitched. How delicious was this to make them put down their noble statuses and do such an embarrassing thing? They danced for a while. The 10 judges' souls returned to their bodies. When they realized that they couldn't help but jump, their old faces instantly turned red. Everyone. Huang Jinfan said, give them points. 10 points. 10 points. The 10 judges raised their scoreboards one after another, all showing 10 points. As expected, it's still a full score. The audience was not surprised by this result. After all, just the phenomenon alone was a very high bonus point. If the disciples of the sect of all times also get a full score, will it be a tie? You don't say, it's really possible. Just as everyone was guessing, the 10 judges came in front of Lu Wancher. The sage-like old man asked, girl, what is this dish of yours? Lu-style red braised pork, Lu Wancher said. The dish was learned from the Chinese cookbook, but the cooking method and ingredients had been modified, so it could be considered an innovation from her own reference. Can you open the lid? Swoosh, Lu Wancher waved her hand, and the lid flew out. 10 pieces of red braised pork of just the right size appeared and melted in the rich gravy. It looks very ordinary, the sage-like old man said. Judging from the appearance of the dish, Lu-style red braised pork was definitely not as fancy as the flying dragon and dancing phoenix. However, since Lu Wancher had gotten a full score before, the judges did not look down on her. They first rinsed their mouths with water, then picked up a piece of red braised pork with their chopsticks and gently put it into their mouths. The taste was fragrant and rich. With a light bite, some gravy flowed out from the meat layer and filled every taste buds. It was fat but not greasy, soft and delicious. Jun Chongxiao watched without blinking. Seeing that the 10 judges did not have any changes in their expressions, his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. Shouldn't they immediately explode on the spot? Shouldn't they immediately entangle themselves to the ends of the world? Or, with Qian Songbao in front of them, they had developed an immunity to Lu Wancher's food. This was not good. Judging from the current situation, the judges liked Qian Songbao and Lu Wancher very much. The other contestants had been excluded, so no matter the result, they could at least get second place and meet the requirements of the epic mission. However, Jun Chongxiao, who pursued exceeding the requirements, was not satisfied with second place. He hoped that his disciple could get first place. From the judges' reaction, it was obviously not as strong as Qian Songbao's. This meant that the red braised pork did not touch the deepest level of the soul. Munch, munch. The sagely old man and the others chewed with relish, then swallowed it into their stomachs. They subconsciously picked up their chopsticks to pick up another piece, only to find that there was only gravy left on the plate. Lu Wancher had cut many pieces, but only strictly chose 10 pieces, so each person could only eat one piece. Sigh. The old man shook his head and said, I still want more. The judge, who was not happy without spicy food, said, although this Lu's red braised pork did not shock the soul, It aroused my appetite and made me feel what it means to not be full. So, he paused, raised his points card and said, "Give 10 points. Food is the most important thing for people, but the original intention is to fill the stomach. Although this dish is simple, it allowed me to find the most basic definition of food." A judge raised his card. The others raised their cards one after another, showing 10 points. Huang Jinzhan announced loudly, "Lu Wancher's red braised pork with Lu's is also full marks." As expected, both of them got full marks. Is this a tie? It's still considered as winning at the same time? Everyone started to discuss. Huang Jinzhan was also in a difficult position. After all, in the previous Culinary God Tournament finals, there had never been a situation where two people had the same number of points. How should the champion be distributed? Master Huang. The sagely old man said, "Why don't the two of them have another round?" Huang Jinzhan thought for a while and said, "That's the only way." Master Huang. At this moment, Jun Chengxiao, who was sitting on the spectator stand, said, "What if the two of them still get full marks?" The system broke down and said, "Force an extra round." This? Huang Jinzhan said. Jun Chengxiao said, "Jun has a suggestion. Why don't the two contestants each cook a big pot of food, and the audience will give the corresponding score after tasting it? 10 people can have the same score, but 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people may not have the same score. The slightest difference will determine the winner." Everyone. Jun Chengxiao said loudly, "What do you think?" Agreed. Agreed. Jun Patriarch's suggestion is not bad. Let us be the judges and score the contestants. It's fair and just. No one objected because they really wanted to taste the food made by the two contestants who got full marks in 2 rounds. They wanted to see how delicious it was. Master Huang, we're willing to taste it. Master Huang, we're willing to be the judges for free. The audience shouted loudly, and their voices became louder and louder. This made Huang Jinzhan frown. After all, there was no precedent for non-professionals to be the judges. Master Huang. At this moment, Castellan Han's loud voice sounded in the venue, "This is the public opinion. Why don't you go along with it?" As the Castellan of the imperial city, he was very intimidating. Huang Jinzhan, who had been hesitating, suddenly had an idea and announced loudly, "If that's the case, then let's have another round. The public will be the judges to decide who's better." Jun Chengxiao leaned back in his chair and transmitted his voice, "Castellan Han, thank you. Lu Wancher and Qian Songbao's dishes both got full marks." It was hard to tell who was better, so the organizers decided to add another round. The other 8 contestants were disqualified. They didn't even go to evaluate their dishes. Actually, it didn't matter whether they were evaluated or not. In the eyes of these culinary geniuses, as long as they didn't get first place, the second and third places were meaningless. Sigh. They shook their heads and walked off the stage. They turned to look at Lu Wancher and Qian Songbao. There was despair and helplessness in their eyes. Their culinary skills might not be bad, but they ended up meeting 2 monsters. The organizer's staff removed the 8 stoves. Since they were going to make a big pot of rice, the stoves were modified. 2 big pots were placed on top. There were at least 100,000 martial artists who came to watch the competition. Even if each person ate a mouthful, it would take a lot. Therefore, after a short discussion with the other organizers, they decided to choose 5,000 people to try the food. Most of these people came from the imperial city. They were either the upper echelons of their families or famous wandering cultivators. More importantly, it had nothing to do with the 2 contestants. Done. Jun Chengxiao leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. He took the initiative to speak, not to steal the show, but for Lu Wancher, to win the championship. In terms of culinary skills, Qian Songbao wasn't weak. If this competition continued, there would be no meaning. Therefore, Jun Chengxiao wanted to make a big pot of rice to let the public decide who the champion would be. The audience was very supportive. Why should the delicious food be decided by the 10 of them and not by everyone else? It's a trap, the system said. Lu Wancher had been making big pot of rice in the sect of all times for many years. She was absolutely proficient in this aspect. The host was shameless to let the two compete like this. What was even more shameless was, he secretly sent a message to City Lord Han to force the organizers to accept his suggestion. In order to let his disciple win, he was really unscrupulous. Patriarch. Lu Wancher sent a message, "This isn't good." She could see that the patriarch was intentionally letting her have the advantage to win the competition. However, this was a bit unfair. Girl. Jun Chongxiao said, "Food is the most important thing for the people. This person represents the people and not a small portion of people. Therefore, the true value of food is to share it with the people." The last 4 words were so righteous that even he himself was moved. Lu Wancher was silent. Jun Chongxiao continued to enlighten him. A true master chef's dish can only be considered a success if it is recognized by the public. A few people can't represent everyone. The system said, "You really know how to boil *T. I understand." Lu Wancher's gaze became firm. It was undeniable that Jun Chongxiao had used a trick to give his disciples the greatest advantage. However, what he said just now was not reasonable. Food was the most important thing to the people, and whether the food was delicious or not was up to the people to decide. A big pot of vegetables? Qian Songbao stroked his chin and said, "It seems very interesting." He had learned a lot of skills from the culinary god, but he hadn't cooked many times. Now that he had to cook for 5,000 people, it was undoubtedly very challenging. The rules of the tiebreaker are as follows: contestants are free to do as they please. Huang Jinzan announced loudly, "Make food for 5,000 people in 4 hours. After public evaluation, the one with the highest total will be the champion of this year's competition. Competition, now, let's begin." Shua. Shua. Lu Wancher walked to the stove on the right first. There were many ingredients placed nearby. After all, she had to make food for 5,000 people. Qian Songbao also walked up. After seeing the huge amount of ingredients, he broke down and said, "So many." He swore that this was the first time he had seen so many ingredients since he started learning how to cook. From another point of view, Qian Songbao was just making stir-fry. Suddenly asking him to cook with a big pot of vegetables, although it was challenging, it was also very difficult. Lu Wancher said, "If you feel that you can't do it, we can change the competition method." Although the patriarch was right about food being the most important thing to the people, she really didn't want to use her advantage to bully the other party. However, Lu Wancher had neglected a very important issue. No man, even if he was only 12 or 13 years old, was allowed to be questioned. "No. I can do it," Qian Songbao said seriously. "All right." Lu Wancher didn't say anything else. She waved her hand and took out a bag of flour. She poured it all on the table and began to stir with water. "Noodles?" Jun Chongxiao was stunned. This little girl's strength in cooking with a big pot of vegetables was undoubtedly fried rice. Noodles were still very rare. "Shua. Shua." Lu Wancher stood in front of the chopping board. Her small hands swayed left and right, stirring evenly. The whole process could be described as smooth as flowing water. Qian Songbao looked sideways, and admiration rose in his heart. You can ask him to cook, but he definitely can't make noodles like this. A moment later. When the dough came out, Lu Wancher grabbed the left and right ends of the dough and slammed it on the chopping board. She then began to pull it repeatedly. Jun Chongxiao suddenly realized, ramen. As one of the Chinese delicacies, ramen had a very wide popularity. The famous ones were Lanzhou ramen, Hunan ramen, and Dragon Whisker ramen. Japanese ramen was also passed down from China. Ramen was affordable and had a unique flavor. Lu Wancher's choice to make this one was undoubtedly very suitable for the public to judge. Pa. Pa. Under repeated pulling, the dough gradually separated. Sometimes it was like a silver snake dancing wildly. After it was stretched, it was like a stormy sea under the shaking. When Lu Wancher finished the last buckle, she placed one end of the noodles on the table and pulled the other end over her head. Her fingers kept shaking, and the silky noodles suddenly poured down like a waterfall. This scene was transmitted to the falling star continent through the virtual screen. It immediately brought a strong visual impact to the audience. Amazing! Qian Songbao, who was closest to her, was stunned. Lu Wancher's repeated movements continued until strands of noodle appeared. She was simply like a fairy dancing gracefully. It could be said to be extremely beautiful and would cause others to slap the table in praise. Lin Yao, who was extremely excellent in knife skills, said with admiration, "I'm not as good as her." He was able to slash more than 100 times in an instant and turn the ingredients into fine threads only because of his spiritual energy. On the other hand, the girl in the arena had relied on her hands and exquisite finger skills. It was impossible for her to do that without going through a lot of practice, at that moment. The eliminated contestants were all convinced by Lu Wancher's craftsmanship. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "I didn't expect Dudu to have such a unique skill." There were ramen tutorials in the Chinese cookbook, but no one personally demonstrated it. Yet, she could figure it out by herself and make it to such an extreme. Her culinary skills were really unparalleled. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao frowned. After the girl pulled the noodles, she began to cut the vegetables and put a lot of supplementary materials. He wondered, is this ramen? Shua. Shua. Lu Wancher put a few beef bones in a big pot. After adding all kinds of seasonings, she used the stove to heat up the soup. Because of the time, it only took half an hour. Then, she cut the noodles into pieces and put them in batches. After boiling for a while, she took them out and put them in clear water to cool. Jun Changxiao suddenly realized, she's going to make fried noodles. As expected. She cleaned the pot and poured oil into it. After the pot was hot, she added the prepared supplementary materials and noodles and skillfully stir-fried them with a big spoon. If she wanted to make food for 5,000 people, even if it was just one mouthful per person, it would still require a lot of food. However, when Lu Wancher was busy, it gave people a feeling of ease. There were tens of thousands of people in the sect. She prepared 3 meals a day, so it was natural for her to make a big pot of rice. Qian Songbao, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. It was not impossible for him to stir-fry noodles, but it was impossible for him to stir-fry so much at once. After all, without long-term experience, it was difficult to reach Lu Wancher's level. No. Qian Songbao said, "I have to work hard." Shua. He retracted his gaze and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he took out more than 10 pounds of high-quality beef and began to cut it with a kitchen knife, preparing to make a big pot of flavored beef brisket. However, all kinds of materials were prepared and he began to stir-fry. As the pot was too big and there were too many ingredients, he was a little flustered. The culinary god's disciple is a little weak. This is normal. After all, in terms of identity, this person is considered delicate. It's okay to make a small stir-fry on normal days, but to suddenly make a big pot of rice, he definitely can't control it accurately. Therefore, such a person is destined to be a high-end chef. Those who can afford to eat his dishes are also rich people. As for the disciples of the sect of all times, they are more suitable for people like us. Regardless of whether the food was good or bad, the audience was more inclined towards Lu Wancher. After all, there were not many rich people in the world. Most of them were ordinary people. To make the food fancy and impeccable, they were destined to not be qualified to taste it. It was better to spend a few coins and eat a bowl of clear soup noodles at a stall. Shua. Shua. Qian Songbao tried his best to stir-fry, but because there were too many ingredients, it was difficult to finish them all. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. This was in stark contrast to the calm Lu Wancher beside him. The 10 judges were whispering to each other. If it was just from stir-frying alone, they were also inclined towards Lu Wancher. After all, it was really commendable to do such a large amount of work so easily. However, the final champion would be decided by the taste. After a while, Lu Wancher's first pot of stir-fried noodles was done. Then, she placed it in a basin, added oil, and stir-fried. After repeating this several times, a few large bowls of stir-fried noodles were done and arranged on the table. From the beginning to the end, she was always calm. After all, she had been preparing 3 meals for her fellow disciples day after day. She had long been used to it. This girl had contributed a lot to the sect. Therefore, after Li Qingyang, she was given the second title of one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion by Jun Changxiao. She received the kitchen seal and had the kitchen god fire. The golden stir-fried noodles were placed on the table, looking dazzling under the sun. The audience's appetite was greatly stimulated. They could not wait to rush over and try it. Who? After waiting for a while, Qian Songbao finally finished his work. He stir-fried a large bowl of beef brisket. However, he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. It was as if he was going to collapse at any time. Let's invite the 5,000 judges to enter in order. After tasting the food, we will give a score. Huang Jinzan shouted loudly. Shua! Shua! Before the judges entered the arena in order, they first began to taste Qian Songbao's beef brisket. After eating it, their expressions were blank. All of them were infatuated and exclaimed in unison, "It's really too delicious, 10 points, 10 points." Many martial artists with noble statuses from large clans gave the highest score and were recorded by the staff. 8 points. Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. The one who gave 8 points was actually the old man with the demeanor of an immortal. He shook his head and said, "This taste is still a bit lacking compared to the beef brisket just now." Not bad. The other 9 judges nodded. They also gave 8 to 9 points. No one gave 10 points. Qian Songbao smiled bitterly. If it was just a small portion of beef brisket, he could ensure the quality and quantity. But to make such a big pot, it was already very good that he did not fail. Naturally, he could not grasp the taste perfectly. After the final calculation, Qian Songbao's big pot of beef brisket had a total of 50,084 points. Excluding the 10 judges who were picky with their mouths, the 5,000 judges all gave 10 points. This also meant that even if it was his first time making a big pot dish, this food god's disciple had real skills. The 5,000 judges all gave full marks. This is really too awesome. The martial artists from various cities were all amazed. After eating the beef brisket, everyone gathered in front of a few big pots of golden fried noodles. Then, they took a plate and scooped it up. Lu Wancher's dish was huge in quantity. Therefore, many people subconsciously scooped more. It was not like the beef brisket, where they could only judge a small portion. Oh my god! This is even better. Many judges ate the fried noodles. Their expressions immediately became rich. Especially the noodles, which were smooth and refreshing. It felt good to bite it in the mouth. The 10 judges also showed satisfied expressions after tasting it. Then, they tried the fried noodles in other pots. In the end, they praised, the rice fried in batches can still taste the same. It's really commendable. Full marks. Full marks. The public and professional judges all gave marks. The final total was 50 out of 100 points. After seeing the final score, Jun Chengxiao sat down and put the extinguished cigar back in his mouth. He lit it up and took a puff. I said it before. Absolutely crushing. There's no suspense. The system collapsed. You've already stepped on it. Don't you find it dirty to pick up a cigarette butt? I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm proud. P.S. 2 chapters. Total word count, 7,000 plus. The food god competition had also come to an end. Actually, at the start, I considered dumplings, egg fried rice, and cross-the-bridge rice noodles. But my Chinese cuisine has been passed down for a long time. It is broad and profound. There are too many things that can be written. Even if it's just a small place eating sesame seed cake, it's not something a universe country can compare to. Overtime ended. Lu Wancher defeated Qian Songbao with full marks. In fact, the result was already decided after Jun Chengxia's trick. After all, no one was better than Southwest Jiangzhou. Of course. Qian Songbao's ability could not be denied. After all, the score difference was not big, and he did not lose to the public. He lost to the professional judges who were even more picky. The winner of the 50th God of Cookery competition, Huang Jinzan, announced loudly, Lu Wancher. Junior sister is mighty. Senior sister is mighty. The disciples of the sect of all times roared loudly. Miss Lu, congratulations. Qian Songbao walked over to congratulate her. In fact, when he saw the process of making fried noodles, he knew that he would lose without a doubt, so he could still accept it. Lu Wancher smiled and said, "You're very good too." He got full marks because he had to prepare 3 meals for his fellow disciples every day. He had never done it before. To be recognized by 5,000 people, he definitely had the ability. This point. Xianxia could not deny it either. In terms of cooking skills, Qian Songbao was not inferior to Lu Wancher. Whoever won the God of Cookery competition deserved the title. However, in order to complete the epic mission and obtain a higher reward, he could only use tricks. "Can I try it?" Qian Songbao looked at the remaining fried noodles, his eyes shining. He was a chef and a foodie. Now that the competition was over, he could shed his chef identity and become a real foodie, Huang Jinzan said, "Sure." The little guy walked to the dining table, picked up the fried noodles with his chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, he remembered the scene of him being saved and eating fried rice, and tears fell unconsciously. "Dad." Qian Songbao put down his chopsticks and choked, "I don't want to go home and inherit the family fortune." When he came, Qian Budwa made a promise with his son. If he could not win the God of Cookery competition, he would obediently come back and listen to the arrangements. Qian Songbao yearned for an unrestrained life and did not want to be imprisoned in a cage, following the path his father paved. However, if he could not win the God of Cookery competition, he was destined to listen to the arrangements, go home and inherit the family fortune, obediently being a rich second generation. How many people dreamed of it, and he actually despised it? Lu Wancher smiled. "You can join the Sect of all times. I'll teach you how to make fried rice and fried noodles." Seeing that the little girl had taken the initiative to recruit talents for the sect, Xianxia's face was filled with a gratified smile. Qian Songbao fell into a struggle. Clearly, he was already tempted. After a moment of consideration, he said with difficulty, "I'm a very lazy person. I don't like to cook in a big pot. Can I go over and eat alone?" "Pure eating?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. "My sect of all times doesn't raise idlers, nor do we raise foodies." Lu Wancher looked at Xianxia and said, "I think the patriarch should be happy." "Happy my ass." Although Xianxia was on the verge of a mental breakdown, after thinking about it, this guy was a rich second generation after all. It wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit him. What's more, didn't Peppa the wild boar, who was as lazy as she was, become hardworking under his training? Xianxia said telepathically, "Little girl, tell him that I'll allow him to join the Sect of all times as an exception. However, the entry fee may be a little expensive." Pure eating was fine, but he had to pay. "Oh." Lu Wancher relayed the patriarch's words. Qian Songbao smiled and said, "As long as I can eat Miss Lu's cooking every day, the entry fee is not a problem." Seeing that he was so straightforward, Xianxia decided and said, "I'll definitely take this disciple." Under everyone's gaze, the champion of the 50th God of Cookery tournament, Lu Wancher raised her big ear-shaped cup. "Ha ha ha." Yi Tianxing, who was in the certification hall of the heavenly mandate Imperial City, laughed out loud. The God of Cookery tournament had nothing to do with martial arts. However, if a disciple of the Sect of all times won the championship, he could naturally show off in front of everyone. During this period, the Sect of all times had done a lot of big things. He could choose any one of them to show off. So, during the meeting at the certification hall, which one should he choose? Sigh. It was so difficult to choose. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen, who were standing behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was the God of Cookery tournament. If it were a martial arts competition, the Sect of all times would have won the championship, and the hall master would probably be paralyzed again. Ding! The host's disciple, Lu Wancher, won the God of Cookery tournament and met the requirements. The epic quest is completed with a completion rate of 200%. The host receives 40,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 644-805-0000. Ding! Contribution points overflow. The moment Lu Wancher raised the cup, Xianxia heard a pleasant notification sound in his ears. His soul seemed to float beyond the clouds. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the 7th epic quest. The reward for the 8th epic quest will be issued together with the completion of the 7th epic quest. When he floated to the highest point in the sky, he was suddenly hit by a stick, and his soul was directly knocked back into his body. Xianxia broke down in his heart and said, "This restriction is really *ket up." He had completed the quest, but because of another quest restriction, he could not receive the reward. It was indeed very sad. Even more sad was that Seven's quest had met the requirements, but the time limit of the quest could only enter the settlement period after a year. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, "The road ahead is long. I will search from top to bottom." After the award ceremony, the God of Cookery tournament officially ended. All the martial artists left the venue, but the martial artists who were lucky enough to be the judges were still reminiscing about the fried noodles they had just eaten. To make noodles to such an extent, it is really amazing. If I can eat that girl's fried noodles every day, it will definitely be the happiest thing in the world. I have decided. I am going to register at the Sect of all times. Many martial artists could not resist the temptation of delicious food and had the intention to register at the Azure Sun County. This was something that Xianxia did not expect. In his calculations, most of the people who came to register were because of the advertising effect. "June Patriarch, are you in a hurry to leave after winning the championship?" At the entrance of the City Lord Mansion, City Lord Han personally sent him off. Xianxia said, "The Sect is busy. June has to hurry back." "All right." City Lord Han cupped his hands and said, "We will meet again if fate wills it." Xianxia smiled and said, "As long as City Lord Han prepares according to June's ideas, you will definitely make a lot of money in the next Dragon Tiger competition." City Lord Han said righteously, "Money is just a worldly possession. I have already accepted it." Xianxia's mouth twitched. "When you received the spirit stones, you were smiling more happily than me. Only a fool would believe that. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Xianxia brought Lu Wancher, the Purple King, and Yao Menjing out of the Imperial City. Although one of them was a fake king and the other had a connate demonic body, nothing happened. They were just there to cheer. Qian Songbao did not follow them to southwest Yangzhou. Instead, he went home first to discuss with his father. He wanted to eat Lu Wancher's food every day, but Xianxia thought that the dining hall could set up another deputy hall master. This kid was qualified enough. Walking out of the Imperial City, Lin Yao leaned against a tree on the road ahead. He had a saber at his waist. Although his face was young, it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. "June Patriarch." Lin Yao turned around and cupped his hands. "I, Lin Yao, am not a sect. I am a wandering cultivator. I want to join your sect." There were not many people who directly asked to join the sect. "Can you endure hardships?" "Yes." "Can you endure hardships?" "Yes." "Can you shed your blood for the sect?" "Yes." Facing Xianxia's series of questions, Lin Yao answered quickly and straightforwardly. His eyes were filled with sincerity. He clearly wanted to join the Sect of all times and become a member. "Follow me back to the Sect of all times," Xianxia said. Lin Yao cupped his hands. "Thank you, Patriarch." Therefore, there was one more person in the group returning to the sect. On the way, Xianxia calculated, this one can be in charge of cutting vegetables with Ma Yongning. Although the culinary god competition had ended, the enlightened City Lord Han did not cancel the projection array. He continued to rely on the remaining recordings to bombard the audience. He even took on the advertisement alone and participated in the design. Although the playback effect was awkward, at least it had some effect. What proved that City Lord Han was enlightened was that he recorded the finals of the culinary god competition and played it repeatedly during the advertisement time. For some reason, the warriors who did not witness the competition could only watch the advertisement. City Lord Han was a person who treated money like dirt. His only hobby was spirit stones. Of course, the natural phenomenon of the culinary god competition and the only female contestant winning the championship were destined to become a hot topic in the falling star continent. In the past, no one cared about the Sect of all times. Now, everyone was talking about it. This was the best proof of the increase in reputation. With the projection array, the entire continent could be said to have reached the point where everyone in the world did not know about him. When the crying children at night heard their parents say that June Patriarch was here, they would immediately pull their little faces and curl up in their blankets, not daring to make a sound. Was it that exaggerated? Yes, they had been on the road for half a day. June Xianxia led everyone into a city and chose to rest. Coincidentally, they met a crying child pestering his mother to buy candied haws. Little guy. Here. June Xianxia bent down and handed the candied haws over. He squinted his eyes, and his mouth formed a U shape, looking like a big brother next door. He dared to bombard the extreme cold palace for his disciple, and he dared to go against a first-rate and second-rate sect for a mineral vein. It was surprising that such a ruthless person had such a friendly expression. However, when the child saw his face, he hurriedly shrank behind his mother and trembled. Crack, the sound of a heart breaking came from inside his body. June Xianxia clutched his chest and said in pain, "Am I very scary?" "Scary." Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing said in unison. Sigh. June Xianxia took a bite of the candied haws and said, "In that case, from today onwards, I will be the great demon king." After saying that, he put the hood of his windbreaker on his head and put on a skull mask. He said eerily, "Little guy, are you afraid of me?" Ha ha ha. The trembling child was suddenly amused by him and laughed through his tears. Under the setting sun, June Xianxia walked with his shoulders slumped, looking rather desolate. The path to becoming a great demon king was destined to be difficult. In the dead of night, June Xianxia lay in the guest room of the inn and pulled open the advanced shopping center. The contribution points from completing the epic quest were overflowing, so they had to be eliminated within 24 hours. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 544-805-0000. June Xianxia had long had the urge to buy this kind of martial technique that condensed the strength of the dragon elephant. It was only until today that he overflowed with a lot of contribution points that he truly took action. To put it bluntly, or was it because the external pressure was not great enough that he was stingy and unwilling to buy it? If a martial emperor-level enemy came and made a fuss about destroying the sect of all times, the contribution points would be spent very quickly. As for the remaining 4,480 points, June Xianxia used them on the sect's infrastructure and the martial aptitude liquid. In fact, as the upper limit of the contribution points increased, in terms of overall expenditure, the investment in the sect's construction was more than personal use. Understood. After all, it was the strongest sect system, not the strongest Goshing system. Let's try cultivating it. June Xianxia took out the dragon elephant Prajna palm, and then began to flip through it. Immediately, the chants and intricate images appeared in his sea of consciousness. The next day, opening his eyes, he thought to himself, this kind of martial art seems to be even stronger than the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash. Nonsense. The system said, this is a high-rank shopping center martial skill. I can let disciples cultivate this kind of palm print. June Xianxia said. The Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash was actually not bad, but its flaw was that it was only for men to cultivate. The Dragon Elephant Prajna palm had no gender restrictions, so anyone could cultivate it. The more Dragon Elephant power one could condense, the stronger it would be. Exploding Fist, Mountain Splitting Palm, and Seal Shield belonged to the first generation of martial arts. Spirit Armor and Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash belonged to the second generation of martial arts. The Dragon Elephant Prajna palm could be called the third generation of martial arts. As the level of the sect increased, the strength of the disciples would increase, and the martial arts would naturally change. Otherwise, how would they face stronger enemies in the future? Of course, there were also special martial arts that could always adapt to the changes of the times. For example, Self Slash and 7 Profound Sunglow Break. The former's consumption was extremely low, and its power would increase as one's strength increased. It was very suitable for long-term cultivation. The latter was incomplete, but its potential was still very high. A few days later, June Xianxia comprehended the first two parts of the Dragon Elephant Prajna palm, stopped in the wilderness, and stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing sat on a rock, each of them eating an apple. "What is this brat doing?" the Purple King muttered. "Shua." Jun Changxiao suddenly opened his eyes, opened his right hand, and waved it in the air. Spirit energy gathered in his palm, forming a strong wind, and then smashed towards the huge rock in front of him. Hoo-hoo, the wind suddenly blew, and dust flew. The Purple King opened his eyes wide, because when Jun Changxiao made his move, two illusions appeared in front of him. From the shape, they seemed to be dragon-elephant beasts. Dragon-elephant Prajna palm. Boom! The power of the dragon-elephant gathered in his palm, and smashed fiercely on the huge rock. The whole ground suddenly shook, everything quieted down. In front of Jun Changxiao's area, the huge rock had disappeared, and a fan-shaped crater was blasted on the ground, and the surrounding ground had countless cracks. Wow! Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing opened their small mouths, perfectly playing the role of surprised passers-by. The Purple King was shocked. Could this be a martial art from the upper realm? Shua. Jun Changxiao retracted his palm, and thought to himself, gathering the power of one dragon elephant, the explosive power is not bad. If I gather 10 or 100 dragon elephant powers, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? The system said, that depends on whether the host has the ability to condense it. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Although he gathered the power of one dragon elephant, it was still a beginner. In terms of overall power, it was still slightly inferior to the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash. As long as he gathered more dragon elephant powers, the power would be reflected. The Purple King was still in shock. The martial art that Jun Changxiao used just now, although the momentum was weak, judging from the phenomenon, it was definitely not ordinary. He even had the illusion that he was looking at a top powerhouse from the upper realm using some magical powers. The mortal world definitely doesn't have this kind of martial art. It must be from the upper realm. This guy is really not simple. When he said that he wanted to join hands with me to do something big, it might not be just casual talk. The Purple King's imagination ran wild. At this point, the imaginary trio was officially confirmed and officially debuted. The members were Xianxia, He Wudi, and the Purple King. Comprehend, comprehend. On the way back to the sect, Jun Changxiao continued to study this profound palm technique. However, after a few days, he still stopped at one dragon elephant power, and could not comprehend the second one no matter what. The dragon elephant Prajna palm inherited the usual style of the Shang city's martial arts, easy to learn but hard to master. After the initial contact and understanding, he could gather a dragon elephant power. If he wanted to evolve more, he would have to rely on talent and time. The kind of scene where the sky was full of dragon elephants, and people only cared about counting and forgot about the battle, was ultimately just a beautiful dream. Patriarch is back. Junior sister Lu is back. In the sect of all times, Li Fei shouted at the top of his voice. The disciples who were cultivating rushed out to welcome her warmly. Qingyang. As soon as he sat down in the main hall, Jun Changxiao ordered, "This is the new disciple. Go and make arrangements for him." Yes. Li Qingyang took Lin Yao to the inner courtyard. Elder Jiang. Jun Changxiao said, "Did anything happen while I was away?" Yes. Xianxia said, Dunan, who is in charge of cleaning the inner courtyard, found a modified multi-purpose vacuum cleaner that can suck some dirty things. Oh? Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. This was a daily necklace that he bought when he respawned mid-level beast pills. When he went to the Imperial City, he gave it to Dunan to clean the fallen leaves and dust in the martial arts practice field. Call him here. Yes. Not long after, Dunan walked into the main hall. This guy's previously elegant hair had been shaved off. He was now a monk. It was not intentional. It was mainly because he was kicked out when he came to the sect to catch evil cultivators. It would take time for his head to grow back, so he simply shaved it off. Don't talk about it. After shaving his head, Dunan's understanding of Buddhism had increased a lot. He was a typical bald man, but he also became stronger. Jun Changxiao asked, "The vacuum cleaner can suck dirty things?" Yes, Patriarch. Dunan said, "After my observation and research, this thing can not only absorb dust and debris, but also evil energy. It was a coincidence. One day, he took the vacuum cleaner to clean the martial arts practice field in the inner courtyard. Mo Shang happened to be cultivating and releasing evil energy. As a result, the energy was forcibly absorbed. Jun Changxiao said, "Call him here to demonstrate." Not long after, Mo Shang walked over. However, his head was surprisingly shiny. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "Have you also seen through the mortal world and become a monk?" Patriarch Dunan said, "Senior brother Mo's hair was sucked away by the vacuum cleaner." Mentioning this matter, Mo Shang's tears were about to fall. She had gone to the inner yard to cultivate early in the morning, but as soon as she released her demonic aura, her energy was sucked away uncontrollably. Unable to stabilize her body, she fell straight to the sucking mouth, and her head was sucked into it. Fortunately, Dunan turned it off in time. Otherwise, his scalp would have been sucked in. After hearing this, Jun Changxiao got up and walked down. He patted Mo Shang's shoulder and said, "You've suffered, puhaha. Ha 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 ha, patriarch." In the practice field, Mo Shang broke down and said, "Better not take the test. Cut the crap." Jun Changxiao held the magically modified vacuum cleaner and said, "Hurry up and release your evil energy. I'll see how you suck it away." "Alright." Mo Shang helplessly released the evil qi. Pa. Jun Changxiao started up the vacuum cleaner, and a strong suction force suddenly burst out. The flat suction nozzle was placed on the ground, and the dust and stones were immediately sucked in. Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The demonic aura that had gathered outside Mo Shang's body suddenly flew over uncontrollably. "It can really absorb the demonic aura?" Jun Changxiao said in surprise. Mo Shang was still on tenterhooks. He forced himself to stabilize his body and not send his head to the door automatically. However, he did not go over. The flat suction nozzle flew over by itself, and it was about to come into close contact with his head, Pa. Jun Changxiao hurriedly closed it. The suction force suddenly dissipated, and Mo Shang was so shocked that he collapsed on the ground. Although the suction force of the flat suction nozzle was not terrifying, when it came into contact with his body, he could deeply feel that he was about to be sucked in. The absorption of the demonic aura in his body was a small matter, but losing his scalp was a big matter. It's indeed magical. Jun Changxiao's eyes flickered with surprise. This kind of daily necklace that he bought casually could actually absorb the demonic aura. It was really beyond his imagination. "Qingyang," Jun Changxiao said, "release your psionic power." He also wanted to see if this thing had the ability to absorb the demonic aura of a normal martial cultivator. The result was very disappointing, because after Li Qingyang released his psionic power, he was not affected by the suction force. Even when the flat suction nozzle was placed on his face, there was only a slight suction force, and it could not tear away his skin and flesh. He called Yao Menjing over. After testing, the conclusion was that it could absorb the demonic aura that she released. "Understood." Jun Changxiao said, "The magic-modified multi-purpose vacuum cleaner has no effect on normal martial cultivators. It only has an effect on evil and demonic cultivators. By the way." He held his chin and said, "If it's used to deal with the evil sects, wouldn't it be very effective?" This was effective. Not only could it be absorbed, it could also absorb those of a higher realm. "Old Ding," Jun Changxiao said, "come and release the demonic aura." After all, Mo Shang was only a martial king-level evil cultivator. He needed to test a Wu Sheng like the 5 ultimate evil saint. Ding Xingwang said proudly, "Patriarch, although this vacuum cleaner is a little strange, I'm afraid it won't be able to absorb my demonic aura." In the era where martial emperors did not appear, as an evil cultivator, Wu Sheng, he had the capital to look down on all heroes. "Try it." "Alright then." Ding Xingwang stood in place, and a strong demonic aura suddenly erupted from his body. Compared to him, Mo Shang, who was half an evil cultivator, was simply an ant at the foot of a mountain. The corner of Dunan's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that this elder Ding was not only an evil cultivator, but also very terrifying. Where did he get the courage to sneak into the sect of all times? Pa. Jun Changxiao turned on the vacuum cleaner, and the suction force suddenly burst out. Although he felt the demonic aura and wanted to suck it over, he was still unable to do so. Patriarch. Ding Xinguang said, "It's useless to me." Jun Changxiao raised his hand, placed it in front of the button on the handle, and said, "Switch to second gear." The magic-modified multi-purpose vacuum cleaner had a fan-like speed control function, which was divided into first, second, and third gears. Dunan used the first gear because it was enough to suck in leaves and dust. Pa. The second gear was activated. Whoosh, in an instant, the flat suction mouth produced a strong suction force. Even if it kept a sufficient distance from the ground, the dust and leaves were immediately sucked in. Ding Xinguang's face changed slightly. At this moment, he had already felt that the demonic aura was being pulled by some kind of force, but it was still within a controllable range. Still not enough? Pa. The third gear was activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a stronger suction force was raised. Dunan, Mo Shang, and the others could clearly see that the dust and leaves within more than 10 feet around Patriarch were all sucked in an instant. Ding Xinguang's face suddenly became solemn. The third gear's suction force burst out, and the demonic aura that gathered around him could not be suppressed at all. It was extending toward the flat suction mouth. Although he had been trying to restrain himself, he could only temporarily delay the flying time. The current scene was, the strong suction force burst out, pulling the demonic aura forcefully, and the two were getting closer and closer. "How is it?" Jun Changxiao asked. Ding Xinguang's face was ugly as he said, "I can still withstand it." Although he said so, he knew that if he did not quickly keep a sufficient distance, the demonic aura he released would definitely be sucked in. The third gear mode could make Wuxing so embarrassed. It could be seen how terrifying the suction force was. Of course. It was just that Ding Xinguang allowed the vacuum cleaner to suck in this way. If it were an enemy, they would have left immediately, and it would be useless at that time. In that case, Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "We can only activate the enhanced mode." Pa. After that, he pressed the red button. Ding. The host has successfully activated the enhanced mode of the multifunctional vacuum cleaner, consuming 100 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 499,005,0000. Damn it. Jun Changxiao collapsed. "You're spending so much." Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. At the moment of collapse, the flat suction mouth suddenly burst out with a stronger and more terrifying suction force than before. He almost lost his grip and flew out directly. Ding Xinguang's face changed drastically, and the demonic aura he released immediately gushed out like a flood. He could not control it at all, and even his body could not control it. He staggered with a thump 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 sound, and finally, his head was nailed directly to the flat suction mouth. "Not good." Jun Changxiao exclaimed and hurriedly turned off the vacuum cleaner. However, although the suction force stopped in an instant, after Ding Xinguang separated from the flat suction mouth, his old and profound gray hair was all gone, and his head was shiny and shiny. "Ah, my thick hair." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, and he comforted him, "Old Ding, don't be sad. I will find a way to get you a bottle of Overlord shampoo. After using it, you should be able to grow out your hair in an instant." The items in the system store were divided into God's modification and Magic's modification. The former had special effects, while the latter had functions. For example, the 8x enhanced mode would consume 5 contribution points to activate, allowing Jun Changxiao to have the ability to self-aim, see through things, and eavesdrop. The magically modified vacuum cleaner also had an enhanced mode, which required 100 points to activate. There was a reason why it was expensive. After the enhanced mode was activated, the terrifying suction force caused Ding Xinguang to lose his resistance. Not only was the evil energy absorbed, even his gray hair was affected. Fortunately, the entire process happened in the blink of an eye, and it did not bring any pain to the patient. "My hair. My hair." Ding Xinguang squatted on the ground, holding a large pile of gray hair that he took out from the dust collector. His entire person seemed to have aged a few hundred years in an instant. Beside him, Mo Shang raised his sleeve to wipe his tears. He could now deeply understand the pain in Elder Ding's heart, because he was also a victim. Actually, Jun Changxiao comforted him, this is just 3,000 strands of worry, without it, there are no worries, it might not be a bad thing. Ding Xinguang silently took out a shiny razor, and said, let me help the patriarch push away the 3,000 strands of worry. No. Jun Changxiao said in grief, as the head of a sect, I am destined to bear many troubles, how can I escape? Not to mention 3,000 strands of worry, even if it's 9,000 strands of worry, I still have to bear it. Ding Xinguang immediately rolled his eyes. He advised others to do the same thing, but when it came to himself, he immediately changed. Ding. 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 As night fell, Jun Changxiao sat in the study room and started to quickly refresh the beginner's shopping mall. It was for nothing else, but to get some products that could help old Ding recover from his wounded heart. After testing during the day, the conclusion was the magically modified vacuum cleaner was very effective against both evil and demonic cultivators, especially when the enhanced mode was activated. Even Wuxing was unable to withstand it, however, there was also a flaw. It could only absorb martial artists who released the evil energy and nearby targets. If the other party did not explode, or if the distance was very far, it would be useless. Moreover, the absorbed evil energy could only be temporarily sealed in the dust collector. Once it was opened, it would automatically return to the body of the absorber. It can be used for self-defense. At least the evil sect experts won't dare to get close. In the wilderness, cold and murderous, dozens of corrupt experts' eyes shone with ominous light. Jun Changxiao carried the modified vacuum cleaner on his back, raised the mouth of the vacuum cleaner and shouted, "Come over here." This scene. How carefree, sand, and unrestrained, eagle. However, Jun Changxiao retracted his fantasy and frowned, only I can activate the magically modified product function. Even if I give it to my disciples, it can only be adjusted to the third gear. The system said, Ding Xinguang said before that the third gear mode already made him feel pressured. That's true. Jun Changxiao said, in the future, if we have to fight against even more powerful heretical schools, we can purchase a large number of modified vacuum cleaners and let our disciples equip them. They'll be more effective than divine weapons. The Falling Star continent focused on martial arts. However, if there was a convenient way to deal with the enemy, he would definitely not be stingy in using it. No one stipulated that martial arts must be used, and no one stipulated that firearms and multi-purpose vacuum cleaners could not be used. He, Jun Changxiao, was destined to be a man who led the world astray. Right. A thought flashed through his mind. Can the magically modified vacuum cleaner absorb souls? The system said, the host has a good imagination. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, evil energy and demonic energy are considered unclean things. The soul race can also be classified as unclean by occupying other people's souls to control their bodies. The system said, if the host wants to confirm his guess, you can enter the soul race world and try it out yourself. Get lost. Jun Changxiao said, I'm not that stupid. If he was not sure if it would work on the soul race, he would definitely not go to the soul race's world. Moreover, as far as the current situation was concerned, the enhanced mode could deal with the evil cultivator Wuxing. If it did not work on the overlord level, he would definitely be defeated if he went to other people's territory and met such a strong person. After I have enough strength and confidence, I will enter the soul race's world and fight. Jun Changxiao said righteously, save the world from fire and water. The system said, if the soul race knows that they have been targeted by the shameless host, they will definitely hide in a corner and tremble. Ding. Jun Changxiao refreshed the beginner's shop again, and his eyes lit up. Because, among the new products listed, there was a product called Super Hair Growth Agent. The effect was instant hair growth, and the price was only 50 contribution points. I'll buy it. Ding, ha ha ha. The next day, Ding Xinguang sat in front of the bronze mirror in his room and looked at the lush hair that had grown overnight. He raised his head and laughed excitedly. Boom. Boom. In a dark world, there were a few burly figures. They had two creatures that looked like horns on their heads, and they were using their bodies to crazily crash into the spatial barrier. This was the other end of the sealed spatial passage. These creatures were the soul race. In their own world, they could condense their bodies, and their defensive strength was not inferior to the beast race. However, when they invaded other planes, they never advocated fighting with real weapons. Instead, they used the unique abilities of their race to gather their soul form and reside in the bodies of creatures. When they matured, they would devour them and obtain dominance. The overall strength of this race might not be very strong. However, once they transformed into soul form and resided in other races, they would borrow the other party's strength to strengthen themselves. 10,000 years ago, in the falling star continent, the 9 martial emperors were occupied, resulting in the War of the Martial Emperors and the collapse of the world. Fighting force with force. The soul race might not be able to defeat the falling star continent. However, the sinister part was that they could control the bodies of others and stab them in the back. In short, this race was insidious and cunning. Even if they could defeat their opponent, they would not fight openly. Damn it! A soul powerhouse repeatedly attacked the barrier but to no avail. He said angrily, there were clearly signs of loosening. Why is it suddenly harder than before? Could it be that the array masters of the falling star continent have strengthened the seal? The soul powerhouse next to him said. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for us to invade again. The third soul overlord has already awakened and sent an invasion signal. If we don't meet up with him, we'll definitely be punished. They were very anxious and were waiting online. However, regardless of whether they continued or joined forces to attack the barrier, they could not shake it. Moreover, from the frequency species, they could roughly infer that it would be difficult to break it if they did not attack it for 100 years. The lifespan of the soul race was very long. 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. However, the third soul overlord had awakened in the falling star continent and was waiting for them to coordinate with him. They could not afford to delay for even a day. Sigh. A soul powerhouse sighed and said, at this time, we can only hope that the third soul overlord can realize this problem and break the seal from inside the falling star continent. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter in a short time. The entire continent should be grateful to Xianxia. If he had not ordered Xianxia to reinforce the defensive seal and hold on for hundreds of years, the cliché plot of an alien invasion would have been played out all over the falling star continent. In a place with verdant hills and clear waters. Dai Lu, who was wearing a black robe, stood there quietly. The grassland green attribute appeared around his body and then spread to the nearby plants, absorbing all the spiritual energy in their bodies. Phew. After a while, he opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said, I've broken through to the 6th rank. Brother Green Scarf had worked very hard to become stronger and take revenge. However, compared to Jun Gua, who had the life of a main character, he was a tragedy. Kid. Soul said unhappily, it's impossible to break through to the Emperor realm just by absorbing plants and ferocious beasts. It's better to absorb martial artists of the same level as you. Dai Lu shook his head and said, what's the difference between you and an evil spirit if you kill innocent lives for revenge? Theoretically speaking, he had a grudge against Xianxia, so he could be considered a villain. However, he was definitely not an evil person, so he would definitely not do something heartless. In a world where martial arts are respected, the strong preys on the weak. Soul roared in disappointment, if you care so much about good and evil, you'll get yourself killed sooner or later. Don't say any more. Dai Lu said, I have my own plans. Soul fell silent. He thought that this fool was easy to trick, but he didn't expect him to be so principled. It seemed that it would take him a long time to devour and take him for himself. In the sect of all times. Jun Changxiao sat in the drizzle hall and said, why are you only a 6th rank martial king? Li Luoqiu curled her lips and said, I have to take care of the drizzle hall and the purchasing hall. How can I have time to cultivate? She broke through to the martial king realm by relying on martial king pills. She also broke through to the 6th rank by going to the life and death secret realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time to cultivate. She was at most 2nd or 3rd rank now. You've worked hard, Jun Changxiao said. The 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion could only allow their disciples to enter. Otherwise, they would definitely consider letting this woman in. Li Luoqiu joked, you came to the drizzle hall just to ask about my cultivation level? Of course not. Jun Changxiao asked, did you find anything about the matter I asked you to investigate some time ago? As soon as they started talking about serious matters, Li Luoqiu became serious and said, I've already sent people to investigate. For the time being, there are no abnormalities. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, could it be that the old man is fooling me? Inside the Shifeng fate-ending pagoda, the Array Emperor had once said, perhaps it will take a very long time. Perhaps it has already arrived at the Starfall continent, occupied the human body, and is slowly growing. Jun Changxiao did not seem to care about saving the world, but he still ordered the Drizzle Hall to find out if there were any supernatural incidents on the continent. The space-time passageway was sealed once more. It would not be a problem to stabilize it for a few hundred years, but he was afraid that the Spiritas would sneak in ahead of time and reside in the human body. Combined with what the Array Emperor said, Jun Changxiao roughly deduced. If the Spiritas wanted to become stronger, they might absorb the psionic energy of humans. As long as they didn't destroy the corpses, there should be clues left behind. However, after a careful search by the Drizzle Hall, such a phenomenon did not occur. Thus, he could not help but wonder if he was being a little too cautious. It's best if there isn't. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and said, this way, the Spiritas won't be able to kill us. We can only wait for ourselves to kill them. Patriarch. Ding Xinguang walked in. Jun Changxiao and Li Luoqiu's eyes suddenly became dull. Because not only had old Ding's hair recovered, but it was also very long, so long that it coiled around his waist several times. What exactly did you give me? Ding Xinguang parted his dense hair, revealing an old face that was about to collapse. It's growing every day. How can I go out in the future? Cut it off. I cut it 8 times in 2 days, and it's getting longer and longer. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Other people wait until my hair reaches my waist, but you marry me. Ding Xinguang, on the other hand, waited until my hair coiled around my waist and held scissors every day. The main thing was that he used too much. After a few days of growth, it would return to normal. Patriarch. Dunan smiled and said, can you give me a bottle? Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder, looked at his shiny head, and said, a Buddhist martial cultivator should look like a Buddhist martial cultivator. Come, lower your head. I'll give you a few scars. Forget it, I'll go clean up the inner court. Dunan instantly disappeared. Patriarch. Elder Wei came to report, the new batch of medicinal herbs has matured. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. They could refine more martial emperor pills, and the overall strength of the disciples would increase again. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked in and said, there's something I have to report to you. Speak. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, the Drizzle Hall sent news that the palace master of Miaohua Palace left the sect and went to the southern desolate state. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, palace master, she was invited to Judu Palace. A 5th-rate evil sect? Yes. Jun Changxiao wondered, Miaohua Palace is considered a righteous sect in Jianghu. Why would palace master she go to an evil sect? As far as I know. Li Luoqiu said, Shi Jingxian has a senior sister who is very powerful in Miaohua Palace. Later, she lost the competition for the position of palace master and left the sect with hatred. She joined Judu Palace in the southern desolate state. So. Jun Changxiao said, the so-called invitation is actually a Hongmen banquet? It's possible. Li Luoqiu said. In fact, if it was not very important, she would usually choose not to report it. However, Shi Jingxian and the Patriarch had an unclear relationship, so she still reported it after hesitating. Only palace master she went alone? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue accompanied her. At the mention of Lin Xingyue, Elder Wei, who was sitting at the head of the table, became serious. Jun Changxiao noticed it and said indifferently, palace master, she has 2 peak martial kings accompanying her. There shouldn't be a problem. Although Judu Palace is only a 5th-rate sect, their poison techniques are the best in Jianghu. If they have any designs on palace master Shi, even peak martial kings may not be safe. Elder Wei said gravely. Elder Wei, what do you mean? Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei said, at the peak of Mount Hua, Palace Master Miao Hua did not hesitate to offend two third-rate evil sects to cheer for our sect of all times. Therefore, I think we should send someone to take a look. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Elder Wei is worried about his old lover. Elder Wei said with a puzzled expression, isn't the patriarch worried about Palace Master Shi? Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Shi and I are old friends. Since I know she's going to the Hongmen banquet, I naturally can't ignore it. Elder Wei. Bring Elder Jiang to Judu Palace. Tell him that the sect of all times is visiting. Yes. Elder Wei hurriedly got up and flew to southern desolate state with Xianxia as fast as he could. On the way, he thought to himself, if Palace Master Shi is really in trouble, the patriarch will definitely be able to increase her favorability with him if he personally comes to save her. But he sent us here and just sat in the sect. This is really hopeless. Elder Wei was definitely a king in love. However, when faced with the bronze-level Jun Changxiao, he could only cry out, I can't bring him along, Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao stood outside the main hall and said, I hope nothing bad happens. He could have gone to southern desolate state himself, but after all, it was just a fifth-rate evil sect. Sending two emperors was already giving them a lot of face. Li Luoqiu muttered, if this disciple is in danger, the patriarch would probably be in a killing frenzy in southern desolate state right now. Suddenly, a report from a member came to his ears. Patriarch, a scout reported that in a dark forest in eastern Haozhou that few people have set foot in, all the vegetation within 5 kilometers has withered. There's no sign of life. Precise location. It's ka. Jun Changxiao's armored wings unfolded. With the support of flight, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Li Luoqiu shook her head speechlessly. He left a great beauty and didn't go to save her. He was quite proactive in this matter. As expected, the patriarch fell from a tree when he was young and had serious problems. Jun Changxiao rushed to the eastern Haozhou as quickly as possible and landed in a barren mountain forest. The trees and flowers in this area were all withered, and there was no sign of life at all. Occasionally, the wind would blow over, making it seem gloomy and eerie. Jun Changxiao frowned. The system said, from the looks of it, it is very similar to what the Array Emperor said. Could it be that the soul race has made a comeback and attached themselves to the humans? That's a bit troublesome. Jun Changxiao said solemnly. The soul race could not be underestimated after triggering a war between the emperors. If they were not found as soon as possible and allowed to continue developing, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. The system said, didn't the host not care? When the nest is overturned, there will be no unbroken eggs. Jun Changxiao said, when the soul race's momentum is complete, it will set off a storm of blood in the falling star continent. My sect of all times will definitely be affected. It is the fortune of the continent for the host to think this way. The system said. Jun Changxiao squatted down, looked at the withered flowers, and muttered to himself, the Array Emperor said that the soul race can absorb the spirit energy of martial artists for their own use. Why would they absorb the insignificant energy of plants? It's very simple. The system said, not strong enough. Jun Changxiao stood up, looked around, and said, that's why we have to find the parasitic humans as soon as possible and kill the soul race. However, how to find it was a problem. Jun Changxiao's brain worked quickly, and said, since it's not strong enough, it needs more energy to grow. As long as we pay more attention to remote areas, we should be able to find clues. Patriarch. The sound transmission of the drizzle hall spies hundreds of miles away sounded in his ears. This disciple has discovered another withered area. Shua. Jun Changxiao used his movement technique and arrived at the second scene. In just a few minutes, everything around him had their life force sucked away, and there was even a beast that was as thin as firewood. This is an adult spirit beast, it weighs at least 1,000 kilograms. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, to be able to absorb the energy of the beasts, it seems that this soul race is not weak. One after another, spies discovered the withered scene. After investigating one by one, the final conclusion was that this person should be going to the Southeast Shu province. Jun Changxiao flew into the Southeast Shu province, which he had never set foot in before. As a result, after searching for a whole day, he still could not find the scene of the withering. Thus, he wondered, could it be that it didn't come here? After returning to the sect, he ordered Li Luoqiu to quickly set up an intelligence network to cover the southeast First Province. Yes. Hall Master Li immediately got busy. Batches of Drizzle Hall members riding speed-type ferocious beasts surged into the southeast province. As of now, the Sect of All Times' intelligence network was already very extensive, but there was still some time before it could be fully laid out. Jun Patriarch was definitely not in a hurry for things to develop normally. Now that the suspected Spiritas had appeared, he wanted nothing more than to control the entire world's intelligence. He wanted to have a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. In fact, there was no need for him to take responsibility for such a matter that concerned the world. He could also tell the major forces and relevant departments. Since you can't trust others, you should investigate it yourself. Jun Xianxia rubbed his temples. Then, he woke up early the next morning and led his disciples to the training field to do morning exercises happily. It was a big matter. It was not as important as dancing. Patriarch. Just as they finished dancing, Li Luoqiu hurried into the hall and said nervously, Elder Wei and Elder Jiang are trapped in 9 Poison Palace. What? Jun Xianxiao stood up immediately. A 5th-rate evil sect could trap 2 Wu Huangs, Li Luoqiu said. According to Elder Zhang's news, the 2 of them are poisoned and the antidote pills are ineffective. Although they can protect themselves, they can't save Palace Master Shi and the others. Whoosh. Before she could finish, Jun Xianxiao had already disappeared from the hall. As expected, just as Li Luoqiu said, if someone in the sect was in trouble, this guy would go faster than anyone else. Southern Desolate Province. There was a primitive forest with many poisonous creatures, such as scorpions, centipedes, spiders, etc., so it was called the 10,000 Poison Forest by the locals. 800 years ago. A martial artist who was proficient in poison entered and founded the 9 Poison Palace, famous for its 9 types of poison. There weren't many disciples in this sect, and it took them a few hundred years to reach the 5th rate. However, the poison arts that were impossible to guard against were feared by many large sections. Moreover, the most troublesome thing for martial artists was this evil sect had even set up a poisonous miasma in the forest. If they wanted to enter, they had to be prepared to resist the poison. Jun Xianxiao had the antidote pill and did not put the 9 Poison Palace in his eyes, so he sent Elder Wei and Xianxia over. In the end, the 2 of them went in, but they were also trapped in the palace. I was careless. When he arrived, Jun Xianxiao secretly said. The system said, the antidote pill can only cure 100 poisons. There are tens of thousands of poisons in the Falling Star continent, so you have to refresh the store and buy stronger antidote pill formulas. As expected of a qualified salesman, he would never forget to instigate the host to spend. Shua. Jun Xianxiao ignored him and sped up. 2 hours later, he arrived at the southern Barren State's 1,000 Poison Forest from the northwest Yangzhou. Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew from inside, emitting a nauseating smell. At this time, any martial artist with experience in surviving in the wild could instantly realize that there must be a poisonous miasma in the forest. If they could not resolve it, they would definitely die. Ta. Jun Xianxiao walked in and stepped on the decaying leaves. Centipedes, spiders, and other poisonous creatures quickly rushed out. However, before they could attack, they suddenly turned into ashes. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, suddenly, a green python rushed out from the bushes and instantly wrapped around Jun Xianxiao. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow his head. But immediately after, a sense of danger rose in his heart. He was about to let go of the human and escape, but it was too late. His entire body was instantly burned to ashes under the high temperature. Whoosh whoosh. Jun Xianxiao's body erupted with flames until they disappeared. Then, he continued to move forward and finally stopped in front of an area that looked like clouds and fog. This is miasma, it's highly poisonous. The system said. Let me try and see how poisonous it is. Jun Xianxiao walked in, then opened his mouth and took a deep breath, only to see the billowing poisonous mist being absorbed into his body. If a martial artist saw this, his eyeballs would definitely pop out. In front of the miasma, who wouldn't think about how to avoid being affected by the poison? This guy actually took the initiative to absorb it, wasn't he afraid of dying immediately? About a moment later, Jun Chongxiao absorbed a large amount of poison, his face alternating between green and red. It was obvious that the poison had gathered in his body. Whoosh, suddenly, all kinds of flames erupted from his body, once again turning him into a walking flaming man. The poison in his body that was attacking everywhere was instantly evaporated into ashes. Puff. Jun Chongxiao farted, the turbid air spurted out from below, and shook his head. With the body of holy flame, why would I be afraid of a mere poison? Puff. 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 As he walked, he farted. The surrounding miasma gradually faded, and a large group of buildings gradually appeared in front of him. On the stone tablet that was crawling with poisonous snakes and spiders, there were 3 blood-red words: 9 Poison Temple. To dare trap my sect of all times' people, there's no need for this sect to exist. Puff, the system finally couldn't help but roar, can you not expel the dissolved poison in the form of farting? Elder Wei and Xianxia sat cross-legged in the 9 Venoms Temple, surrounded by a thick and strange fog. This was a poison cloud. One of the 9 great poisons of 9 Venoms Temple. Its toxicity was more than 10 times stronger than the miasma outside. When the poison cloud was first created, it was only effective against martial masters, but after generations of research, its toxicity became more and more intense. This was not. Wu Huang level Elder Wei and Xianxia were already poisoned. Although they could suppress the poison with their spiritual energy, they could not move recklessly, let alone unleash their cultivation. Otherwise, the poison would corrode faster. This was very embarrassing. Actually, the 2 of them were very cautious when they came to the forest of 1,000 poisons. However, there were too many poisons inside, and the antidote could only neutralize a portion of it, so they could not avoid it. Thousands of 9 Venoms Temple disciples gathered outside the poison cloud, but they did not rush over. After all, the 2 trapped were Wu Huang, and approaching them would be suicide. The current situation was, Elder Wei and Xianxia could temporarily resist the poison, and the 9 Venoms Temple disciples did not dare to attack. Both sides were in a stalemate. Both of you. A clear voice rang out, although my 9 Venoms Temple is only a 5th-rate sect, its poison techniques are the best in the world. How can you casually barge in? He was not bragging. The person who poisoned the 2 martial emperors must have some real ability. Actually, with 9 Venoms Temple's poison techniques, they might not be afraid of 3rd-rate or 4th-rate sections. However, there were too few people who cultivated poison techniques, and they stayed in the forest of 1,000 poisons all year round, so they were only a 5th-rate sect. Many factions cared more about their sect's rank to show off their strength, but some were indifferent. They either lived in seclusion or stood aloof from worldly affairs. Palace Master Miao. Elder Wei suppressed the poison and said, "We are here on the orders of the Patriarch to visit your temple. We are not here to cause trouble." Miao Saifeng. The current Palace Master of 9 Venoms Temple, a femme fatale. Visit? Miao. Saifeng said indifferently, "From what I see, you are here for Miao Hua Palace, right?" Elder Wei did not deny it and said, "As far as I know, your 9 Venoms Temple has no grudges with Miao Hua Palace. Why did you use the invitation as an excuse to trap Palace Master Shi in the palace?" Kikik. A bell-like laughter rang out. Do our 2 palaces have any grudges that we need to repay your sect of all times? Or do you think that you can strut around and interfere with other sects just because you've won the Dragon Tiger tournament? Humph. Xianxia said calmly, "We have no intention of making things difficult for your palace. Do you think that the sect of all times is a pushover? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to suppress the poison cloud, with his strength at Wu Huang's level, he could absolutely beat up the 9 Poisons Temple. Palace Master Miao, my family's patriarch has a bad temper. You'd better hand over the antidote quickly and release Palace Master Shi. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Elder Wei said in a deep voice. Haha. Miao Saifeng laughed and said, "Wei Qingfeng, are you threatening me?" Elder Wei was stunned. "You know me?" When he roamed the Jianghu, he always appeared as Old Wei or Weizi. The only people who knew his real name were Wei Qingfeng. "I'm afraid you've already forgotten." Miao Saifeng said in a cold voice. Back then at Yearning Cliff, I made a promise to an inexperienced girl to hold her hand and grow old with her. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Making such a mushy promise was very much in line with Elder Wei's style, so, could it be that this Nine Poisons temple was his, some ex-girlfriend, Yearning Cliff, hold her hand and grow old with her? Elder Wei thought for a while and said in shock, You're Cece? Hee, I didn't expect you to remember her. You're not Cece? I can't even recognize your voice. Why would Mother miss you so much back then? Mother? Elder Wei was stunned. You're her daughter? Xianxia's expression became interesting. This Nine Poisons temple master was Elder Wei's ex-lover's daughter. From her words, she didn't seem friendly. It would be difficult to save Palace Master Shi. Wei Qingfeng. Miao Saifeng said in a cold voice, if it wasn't for Mother repeatedly telling me not to look for a heartless man like you, you would have died 100 times by now. How dare you come to Nine Poisons Temple? Cece, she, Elder Wei trembled and said in a hoarse voice, she's not anymore? His expression gradually became ferocious. This wasn't caused by the poison, but by the pain in his heart. Miao Saifeng scolded, scum like you don't deserve to call my mother's name. The thousands of disciples were stunned. They had never seen their palace master so angry before. Elder Wei lowered his head and said with a guilty expression, yes, I've let her down. My sin is unforgivable. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, broke down. Elder Wei, with your rich love history, any one of them could be written into a book. Wei Qingfeng. Miao Saifeng said in a cold voice, I promised Mother that I wouldn't look for a heartless man like you in my lifetime. However, since I've taken the initiative to come to you today, I've chosen to barge into the Yellow Springs. Child. Elder Wei struggled to raise his head. His eyes were red as he said, can you tell me how your mother passed away, because of a heartless man like you? It wasn't hard to tell that Miao Saifeng was speaking through gritted teeth. Pfft. Elder Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. The poison cloud's poison couldn't break through his defenses. However, when he found out that the woman he once loved had died because of him, all his defenses collapsed. He raised his head and roared, ah, his voice was filled with pain and regret. Elder Wei. Xianxia hurriedly transmitted his voice to Elder Wei, don't mess up your mind. However, it was too late. Elder Wei's mind was already messed up because of Cece's death. The poison was madly invading his body, but the pain it brought was far from comparable to the pain he felt in his heart. Brother Qingfeng, I came out from the southern barren state alone. Luckily, I met you and didn't get bullied by bad people. So, our fate is destined. Brother Qingfeng, Cece only has you in her heart. There is no room for other men. You must not let me down. If I let you down, I'm willing to accept. Don't say any more. Brother Qingfeng is going to make a big career. I can't help you. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you succeed. When this matter is over, I'll hold your hand and grow old with you. At the bottom of the cliff, Wei Qingfeng, who was dressed in a long robe, turned and left, leaving behind the beauty who looked into the distance with tears in her eyes. This pair of perfect couple had been separated for hundreds of years. When they were mentioned again today, they were already separated by life and death. Elder Wei clutched his chest. His heart, chest, and even his entire body felt like it was being cut by knives. Wei Qingfeng, stop pretending. Miao Jinfeng said coldly, I know you very well. You are a heartless man who cheats on women everywhere. There are at least 80 women who have been ruined by you. Elder Wei's face was filled with pain as he muttered to himself, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I let you down, let's talk in hell. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, streaks of cold light shot over. Elder Wei, who was already in a state of mental breakdown, didn't notice them at all. Ding. 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 Dozens of poisonous needles hit Xianxia's spirit armor. He shouted, Elder Wei, pull yourself together. As he moved, the poisonous gas quickly gained the upper hand and madly devoured his meridians. His expression became even more ferocious. Humph. Miao Saifeng said coldly, let's not talk about my mother. Just by trespassing into the Nine Poisons temple, the two of you will definitely die. Even if Jun Changxiao comes personally, excuse me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Xianxia, who was forcefully suppressing the poison, heard this and was overjoyed. He said, Patriarch. Ta. On the stone slab that led to the training field, Jun Changxiao, who was dressed in white, walked over elegantly. He opened his folding fan and said, I'm here. Jun Changxiao waved his folding fan and stood on the martial arts practice field. If there was a projection array at this time, it would definitely charm thousands of girls. However, such an elegant and graceful man was able to expel the poison in her body in such a manner. Well, the miasma outside was gone, but there was another kind, Patriarch. Xianxia transmitted his voice, there are a lot of poisons gathered here, and it is difficult for the antidote to dissolve them. Don't fall for it. Swish, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw the modified multi-purpose vacuum cleaner over, saying, see if you can suck the poison out. This? Xianxia was stunned. However, thinking that old Ding's evil aura could be absorbed, the poison gas should be able to as well. Thus, he grabbed the handle and directly pressed the flat vacuum nozzle against Elder Wei's face. Pa. Start the first gear. Hoo-hoo, a strong suction force suddenly burst out, and the black poison that could be seen with the naked eye surged along Elder Wei's skin and was then absorbed into the vacuum cleaner. Yes. Xianxia was overjoyed. Jun Changxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, sure enough, the poison gas is not clean either. Palace Master Meow. He said lightly, I came personally as you wished. As the master, isn't it a bit inappropriate to hide in the dark? In the depths of the poisonous fog, a graceful figure gradually appeared, saying, Jun Patriarch, I didn't invite you. First, I sent Tu Wu Huang, and now you came yourself. What is your intention? It's very simple. Jun Changxiao said, hand over Palace Master Shi. Since the vacuum cleaner could solve the poison, Elder Wei and Xianxia could be considered safe. Next, he would take Shi Jingxian away. Although he was bronze in love, if he saved his own people and left her here, then it would really be a godly operation. Gradually, Miao Saifeng appeared from the poisonous fog. This was a slender and beautiful woman. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and her eyes were as clear as a stream. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Miao is extraordinarily beautiful. She doesn't cultivate martial arts but rather poison. I'm afraid no man would dare to marry her in this lifetime. Miao Saifeng was indeed pretty. If the full score was 10, he would get at least 8.5. However, Jun Gosheng didn't have the slightest ripple. It was enough to show that his ability to resist beauty was very profound, or perhaps he suffered from face blindness and couldn't tell who was beautiful and who wasn't. Miao Saifeng smiled and said, Jun Patriarch cares so much about Palace Master Shi. Could it be that the two of you are related? Cut the crap. Jun Changxiao said with a cold face, if you don't hand him over quickly, I will raze this place to the ground. Very fierce. Very manly. Kikik. Miao Saifeng covered her mouth and laughed. She laughed like a blooming flower. After a while, his gaze gradually turned cold. Jun Changxiao, do you really think my 9-poison temple is a soft persimmon? Otherwise? As Jun Changxiao's voice fell, a vigorous qi domain erupted and instantly enveloped the martial arts field. The thousands of disciples within were immediately suppressed to the point that they were frozen in place like stone statues. Their eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, they could feel that if the other party was slightly unhappy, he could kill them with a thought. The 9 poison temple disciples were generally at the martial disciple and martial master level. In front of the peak sword and martial dual emperor Jun Changxiao, they could only be considered as ants. Elder Wei and Xianxia could also do it. Unfortunately, after being hit by the poisonous cloud, recklessly releasing the qi domain would accelerate the poison's corrosion. It was strange to say. Miao Saifeng didn't suppress it. Instead, she smiled and said, Jun Patriarch's skill is profound. It is admirable. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Miao is so fearless. Is it because of the 9 poisons that your 9-poison temple is so proud of? Jun Patriarch, didn't you notice that when you released the qi domain, the poison had already seeped into your body? Miao Saifeng smiled. Jun Changxiao frowned. The moment the qi domain was released, the poison in the air quickly merged into the body and attached to each meridian. Miao Saifeng smiled and said, "This is the heart-devouring poison. It is one of the 9 poisons of my 9-poison temple. As long as someone releases their aura or explodes their cultivation, it will take the opportunity to enter." Che. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "It's just a small poison. It can't do anything to me. I forgot to tell Jun Patriarch." Miao Saifeng smiled and said, "The stone floor under your feet is stained with one of the 9 poisons, the heart-devouring poison. If you are hit by it, the poison will also enter." Jun Changxiao felt the poison seeping into the soles of his feet. He shook his head and said, "No wonder the 2 Wu Huang from my sect were trapped here. Your 9-poison temple is really hard to guard against. However..." He paused and said, "What about the other poisons?" Miao Saifeng frowned slightly. The heart-devouring poison and the heart-devouring poison had entered his body. The poison should have already taken effect. How could this person be so calm? Could it be that he was strong enough to suppress it temporarily? As expected of the patriarch of the sect of all times, whose name has spread far and wide in the Jianghu. You can still talk and laugh while resisting 2 of my poisons. Miao Saifeng said coldly. You flatter me. Jun Changxiao said modestly. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, Miao Saifeng waved her hand and dozens of cold lights flew over. Jun Changxiao waved his sleeve and caught all the silver needles and concealed weapons in his hand. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be one of the 9 poisons of your 9-poison temple?" Miao Saifeng smiled and said, "Since you know, you still dare to use your hand to catch it. Jun Patriarch is really bold. There are still 6 poisons left. Let's use them all." Jun Changxiao said, "Today, I want to test whether the 9 poisons of the 9-poison temple are the best in the world." Xianxia, who was helping Elder Wei absorb the poison, almost fell to the ground when he heard this. "Patriarch, if you can still withstand it, why don't you just take this woman down? Why do you have to experience the 9 poisons?" Xianxia didn't understand what it meant to be pretentious. "Jun Patriarch, with your cultivation level, 1 poison might not be effective. But now that 3 poisons have entered your body, even if you have Wuxing's cultivation level, you can only wait for the poison to take effect and die." Miao Saifeng said proudly. In terms of cultivation level, she and her disciples couldn't compare to the 5th-rate sects, but they had absolute confidence in the way of poison. "So you don't plan to use other poisons?" Jun Changxiao asked. Seeing this guy's calm and collected expression, Miao Saifeng wanted to press his face to the ground and rub it. It's very difficult to refine the 9 poisons of the 9-poison temple. Naturally, I won't waste them for you. All right. Jun Changxiao said, "Then I'll show you my incompetence." Whoosh, his body suddenly burst into colorful flames. It was quite colorful. Miao Saifeng's smile froze. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "Scarlet Star Absolute Flame. Purple Mystic Sacred Flame. Heavenly Spirit Blue Flame. You have the body of sacred flame that can incinerate everything. What else?" Jun Changxiao, who was in the flames, was like a fire god descending to the mortal world. The intense heat that spread out burned everything around him. Under the burning of the strongest flames, all poisons were reduced to nothingness. Puff, suddenly, billowing smoke came out of his butt. Elder Wei and Xianxia behind him heard it and immediately rolled their eyes and collapsed. Most of the disciples of the 9-poison temple were not spared. They fainted on the spot, but because of the suppression of their qi domain, they were still able to maintain their standing posture. Miao Saifeng's expression completely collapsed. This guy was the leader of a sect. How could he do such a shameless and uncivilized thing in public? Swoosh! Jun Changxiao appeared in front of Miao Saifeng. His hand suddenly stretched out, and tore apart the invisible barrier of the array. Then, he grabbed her delicate neck, and pulled her back. With a bang, he pressed her against the wall of the main hall. From the perspective of a romance drama. This was a domineering CEO pushing a woman against the wall, and then coldly saying, "Woman, love me." However, Jun Changxiao, locked onto the other's throat. His gaze was cold as he said, "Hand over Palace Master Shi, and this seat will spare your life." Crack, with a little force, the crisp sound of bones could be heard. Protective feelings for the fairer sex, it didn't exist. The qi domain released by Xianxia was extremely strong. Even Wu Huang of the same level might not be able to withstand it. Why was Miao Saifeng, whose cultivation level was lower than Wu Zong's, not affected? Because there was an array that not only enveloped her, but also the main hall. Jun Changxiao, who had attainments in array formations, was the first to discover it, so he decided to break the array. In order not to arouse the woman's vigilance, he deliberately endured the 3 poisons. From this, it could be seen that Jun Changxiao was not trying to show off, nor was he trying to show off his sacred flame body, but had his own thoughts. Miao Saifeng's face became more and more sinister, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 poisons gathered in his body, even if they could not poison him to death, they should be able to restrict his cultivation from exploding. How could he still rush over so recklessly? Moreover, there was an extremely strong defensive array in front of him. Why was it so easily broken? Miao Saifeng was able to face Jun Changxiao fearlessly because of the poison and array formations that existed everywhere in the sect. When these 2 things did not work, then she was really inferior to an ant. Crack! He increased the strength of his hand. Jun Changxiao said coldly, I have many methods to make your death more painful than being poisoned. Cough. Cough. Miao Saifeng was pinched so hard that her breathing became rapid, and her face became more and more sinister. This woman was also arrogant. Even if she was in a life-and-death situation, she still had no intention of compromising. Speak. Jun Changxiao said coldly, where is Palace Master Shi? He had already released his spiritual sense, but there were many arrays and poisonous fog areas in the 9-poison palace, so he was unable to search in detail. The system collapsed. Loosen up a little, let him talk to you. That's true. Jun Changxiao retracted his strength. As a result, Miao Saifeng's pain was alleviated a lot, and she tried to squeeze out a smile. Jun Patriarch. Since you care so much about Shi Jingxian, she should be your lover, what do you mean? Jun Changxiao could tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. Miao Saifeng's smile became more sinister and terrifying. My 9 poisons temple has 9 types of poisons. 4 of them can be used directly and the other 5 cannot be used directly because they are stored in the poison abyss. Crack. Jun Changxiao increased the strength of his hand once more and said coldly, you threw Palace Master Shi into the poison abyss? All 5 poisons are present, there's no cure. Miao Saifeng said ferociously, there is a valley to the west of the palace. If you go there now, maybe you can see your lover one last time. Boom. Jun Changxiao directly grabbed her head and slammed it against the wall, causing her to faint on the spot. Then, he quickly flew towards the west of the main hall. Palace Master. Following his departure, the qi domain also dissipated. The disciples of the 9 Venoms Temple all rushed over. Pa. Xianxia fiercely pulled the mouth away from his face. Circulating his dantian, he roared, let's see who dares to move. Hoo-hoo. The qi domain exploded and filled the entire training field. The disciples of the 9 Venoms Temple who had just broken free from the bindings slowed down again and then froze on the spot. This was not a direct suppression, but a shock from the angry roar. With the poison in his body gone, Elder Jiang regained his masculinity. As for Elder Wei, although the poison had been removed, he was still in a daze on the spot. When I was young, for my brothers and my career, I gave up on love. In the end, I didn't manage to protect anything. My heart was throbbing with pain. Elder Wei. Jiangya's imagination went wild. Your name has Feng, and her name has Feng. Could she be your daughter? Don't talk nonsense. Elder Wei said, although Cici and I were in love, we did not do anything that crossed the line. He was very sentimental, but it did not mean that he had to take one down just because he loved one. Compared to a scumbag who pulled up his pants and turned his back on him, he was better. West of the main hall, there was a valley surrounded by poisonous gas. This was the forbidden area of the 9 Venoms Temple. Without the orders of the higher-ups, no one was allowed to enter. At this moment, in the central area of the valley, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were tied to a pillar. Although their eyes were filled with endless anger, their faces were abnormally weak. The 2 of them were poisoned. It was similar to cartilage powder. Elders. A beautiful woman in her early 20s smiled and said, "If you had elected me as the palace lord of Ingenious Flower Palace back then, we would not have ended up like this." Tan Huiying. Lung Xingyue reprimanded, "We have long seen that you have evil intentions. Why would we have handed the position of palace lord to you?" Tan Huiying gritted her teeth and said, "Shi Jingxian killed her father and mother, something that is intolerable by the heavens. Do you think she has evil intentions? There is a reason, stop talking." Tan Huiying said coldly, "Today, I will let the blind girl that you have painstakingly elected die in this poisonous abyss." Zhang Sun Fonghua rebuked angrily, "Tan Huiying, if you dare to harm the palace lord, Grand Elder will definitely not forgive you." Grand Elder? Tan Huiying sneered disapprovingly, "Don't think that she has already entered the emperor stage. Coming to the Nine Poisons Palace is just a suicide mission." Zhang Sun Fonghua and Ling Xingyue's expressions were ugly. They really did not expect that a fifth-rate sect would be so powerful that they would be poisoned as soon as they entered. If they had known that this would be the result, they would not have let the palace lord come no matter what. "Oh, right." Tan Huiying smiled sinisterly, "The sect of all times sent 2 elders, but they are now trapped in the poisonous clouds. Their cultivation is also Wu Huang. Do you still think that Grand Elder can do anything to me?" The sect of all time sent people, Zhang Sun Fonghua and Ling Xingyue were overjoyed. Although they had always been wary of Jun Changxiao and did not want to get too close to the palace lord, they had to admit that this person was very strong. Now that he sent people over, he must have known that the palace lord was trapped in the Nine Poisons Palace. Tan Huiying. Ling Xingyue said coldly, "You dare to offend the people of the sect of all times? Just wait for your sect to be destroyed." Destroyed? Tan Huiying sneered, "Let's see if Wuxing can do it." As she spoke, she walked to the mouth of the well and said, "Shi Jingxian, you stole my position as the palace lord back then. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Pa. She grabbed the joystick beside her. This well was the poison abyss, and the joystick was the activation device. As long as it was pulled down, 5 types of poison would spurt out. At that time, if a cultivator came into contact with even the slightest bit of poison, they would be incurable and die painfully from the various poisons. Senior Sister Tan. Shi Jingxian, who was in the poison abyss, said powerlessly, "In your eyes, is the position of the palace lord so important?" Although she would act like a little girl in front of Jun Changxiao, she could be so calm in the face of death. It was enough to show that she had a big heart. "If I lost to the other sect members, I naturally wouldn't care." Tan Huiying gritted her teeth and said, "But to lose to a blind person like you, I really can't accept it." Shi Jingxian said, "This is the wish of the Grand Elder and the elders. I can only obey. I have no intention of stealing Senior Sister's position as the palace lord. Stop acting pitiful here." Tan Huiying said angrily. "Ka." The joystick was suddenly pulled down, and the mouth of the well was immediately completely sealed by a special stone slab. Boom! The stone slab completely sealed the well, and the interior was instantly plunged into darkness. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Shi Jingxian was calm because she had lived in darkness since she was born. "Am I going to die?" She huddled in a corner and hugged her curled-up legs with great difficulty. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because she was too weak due to the poison. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 colored poisonous gas slowly spewed out from the cracks and gradually gathered in the well. At that moment, Shi Jingxian realized that she was about to die, but there was no fear on her face. Instead, there was relief. Facing darkness every day made her fearless of death. However, not being able to complete the previous palace lord's mission to bring Ingenious Flower Palace to the next level was her greatest regret. Also, Shi Jingxian buried her head in her knees and murmured, "I couldn't see Jun Patriarch's face clearly. In her dark life, there was only a brief moment of light. At that time, she remembered a blurry face. Although it was different from what she imagined, at least she could think about it when she was free." Someone would ask, why did Shi Jingxian care about Jun Changxiao? The reason was that after more than 20 years of darkness, a person finally appeared in her sight. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian blamed herself. I've troubled you. She heard what Tan Huiying said just now and knew that the Sect of all times had sent an elder here. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more poisons gathered in the poison abyss. They were emotionless and merciless as they seeped into this weak woman's body. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. She felt very sleepy and tired, so she lay down gently. Whoosh! Tan Huiying grabbed the sword beside her and walked toward Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue. The 5 poisons in the poison abyss are all strange poisons in the world. Anyone who touches them will die without a doubt. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue's expressions changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Tan Huiying laughed like a madwoman. Then, she approached step by step. Back then, I served you carefully, hoping to be valued. But in the end, I was expelled from the sect. Why? Why? Because you only want to become the palace lord. I have strength and talent. I'm 100 times stronger than Xianxia. Why can't I be the palace lord? If you want to know the reason, I'll tell you today. Zhang Sun Fanghua raised her head with difficulty. Before the previous palace lord left, he deduced that if Xianxia succeeds the position of palace lord, the sect will be even more glorious. If you succeed the position of palace lord, you will only walk towards destruction. The palace master was in deep danger, and he himself was unable to break free. Since he was going to die either way, there was no harm in revealing the secret of the past. So that's the reason why Xianxia inherited the position of palace master and abandoned me. Ha ha ha. Tan Huiying stopped laughing and her expression gradually turned sinister. But from the looks of it, her deductions were wrong. Allowing blind to inherit the position of palace master would lead to destruction. Shua. He suddenly brandished his sword, chopping towards Zhang Sun Fanghua. This woman had already lost her mind. Not only did she want to kill Xianxia, she also wanted to kill the upper echelons of Miaohua Palace. Because this was the only way to deny the previous palace master's deduction and prove that the woman had taken over as palace master and was the culprit behind the sect's destruction. Zhang Sun Fanghua closed her eyes. The palace lord was trapped in the poison abyss and had to endure the corrosion of the 5 poisons. He had failed to protect her. He had let down the previous palace master and the ancestors in the underworld. Ding! Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound was heard. Zhang Sun Fanghua sensed the sound of a sword brushing past her neck, so she hurriedly opened her eyes. In her field of vision, a man in white landed. Although his back was facing her, she instantly thought of that man. Looking at the sword that had been broken by a ray of light, Tan Huiying said in surprise, "Who are you?" Smack. Jun Changxiao grabbed her neck and lifted her up. He said coldly, "Where's Palace Master Shi?" The system complained, "Only when the host is ruthless will he take advantage of other girls like crazy, although, the method is a bit extreme." Jun Patriarch. Leng Xingyue was the first to come back to her senses. She hurriedly said, "The palace master is locked in the well in front. There are 5 types of deadly poison inside." She and Zhang Sun Fanghua had already given up. However, Jun Changxiao's appearance was like a life-saving straw for the 2 of them, reigniting their hope. This man was very strong and unusual. He could definitely save the palace master from danger. Shua. Jun Changxiao found the sealed well. He dragged Tan Huiying over and said, "Open it." I can't open it." Tan Huiying's voice was hoarse. "Only when the poison gas dissipates will it automatically." Bang. Before she could finish speaking, she was thrown to the ground. Jun Changxiao used a lot of strength. Tan Huiying's meridians were damaged, and she lost the ability to stand up. She endured the pain, but she was thinking about how he had broken through the main hall of the 9 Poisons Palace, where the palace master and the higher-ups were. Boom! Jun Changxiao stood in front of the sealed well. He poured spiritual energy into his fist and punched the stone slab, however, it didn't budge. The system said, "This is a stone with extremely high density. If you want to break it, ka ka ka." Jun Changxiao raised his fist again. Iron blocks instantly gathered around him as if he was wearing an Iron Man's gloves. "Fine. Pretend I didn't say anything." Under the activation of the mechanical armed wings, Jun Changxiao gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and punched the stone slab. This punch could be said to be quite explosive. Not only did it shatter with a bang, it also turned into powder. Hoo hoo hoo. The moment the well was blasted open, the 5 poisons inside crazily rushed out. Shwa. Jun Changxiao jumped down without any hesitation. He fell to the bottom of the well and picked up Shi Jingxian, who was trapped in the poisonous fog. The whole process was very short. When he landed outside the well, he only felt that the 5 poisons that had seeped into his body were crazily disturbing his meridians. The discomfort it brought was even more intense than the other 3 poisons. Hoo hoo hoo. The flame in his body burst out and spread instantly. The strongest and fiercest flame purified all the poisons. Only then did his eyebrows gradually relax. Tan Huiying leaned to the side. Seeing Jun Changxiao jump down and still be able to jump back up as if nothing had happened, her eyes almost popped out. The 5 poisons were present. He was dead for sure. How could this guy come out safe and sound after going in? Shwa. There was no time to think, because Tan Huiying suddenly felt that her body was floating, and then she fell upside down. Into the well. So, ignoring the pain all over her body, she screamed in despair, "No, ah." Ah! Tragic screams came from the poison abyss. The pain caused by the 5 poisons seeping into Tan Huiying's body was really indescribable. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were tied up, felt a chill on their backs. They looked at Shi Jingxian, who was lying in Jun Changxiao's arms, and shouted sorrowfully, "Master. I'm sorry." Jun Changxiao lowered his head and said, "I'm late." He was not talking to Shi Jingxian, but to the 2 elders. The woman in his arms seemed to be sleeping, but when she was rescued, she was already not breathing, heartbeat, and lifeless. Sigh. The system sighed. Beautiful women are unfortunate. When Jun Changxiao was interrogating Miao Saifeng, Tan Huiying had already pulled down the joystick. Although she rushed over as fast as she could and violently broke through the layers of arrays, she was still a step too late. Shi Jingxian had been poisoned too deeply and had long lost her life. With all 5 poisons present, she would definitely die. As long as it seeped into the body of a martial artist, even an immortal would find it difficult to save them. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue saw the palace master's hands hanging down and immediately felt sad, tears welling up in their eyes. They thought that with Jun Patriarch's arrival, the palace master would be able to avert the disaster, but the result was still irreversible. "I'm sorry." Jun Changxiao stood in place with Shi Jingxian in his arms. Self-blame and pain flooded his sea of consciousness like a flood. If he had taken the 9 poisons temple to heart and personally came to rescue her, she would not have died. "It's my fault. It's all my fault." Jun Changxiao and Shi Jingxian were not like what Miao Saifeng thought. But after all, they had known each other for a long time and could be considered friends. Now that she had died, how could he not be heartbroken? Huff huff. Suddenly, a strong murderous intent surged around Jun Changxiao. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to destroy the 9 poisons temple and burn all the poisons here. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at the murderous man with fear in their eyes. At this moment, it was as if they were not looking at a human, but a demon from hell. Cough. Suddenly, there was a light gasp. Jun Changxiao, who was about to set fire to the mountain, was stunned. He hurriedly looked down and saw Shi Jingxian opening her small mouth and breathing rapidly, as if she had been holding her breath for a long time. Her pale face gradually regained its color. She was not dead, she was still alive. Huff huff. Suddenly, a strong wave of air erupted from Shi Jingxuan's body. Her hair was blown away, and red lines appeared on the left side of her face, like some kind of strange tattoo. Jun Changxiao was stunned. Ever since he met Shi Jingxian, they did not fall in love. This woman's bangs had always covered half of her face. At first, he thought that it might be such a hairstyle. Now that there was a pattern on his face, it meant that he was deliberately covering it up. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to think. He grabbed Shi Jingxuan's wrist with one hand. Although he could feel a slight pulse, there were 5 types of toxins and another strange aura crazily fighting against each other in her body. Situation. He was still in imminent danger. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points and received a magically modified multifunctional vacuum cleaner X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Before the notification ended, Jun Changxiao placed Shi Jingxian on the ground, took out the vacuum cleaner he had just bought, and placed it on his wrist with the mouth facing his face. With a snap, he turned on the third gear. The system had never seen the host purchase goods at such a fast speed. It would be great if he could buy things so quickly every time. It was a matter of life and death. Jun Changxiao could not afford any delays. Phew, with 3 levels of suction, the 5 types of toxins in Shi Jingxuan's body that were fighting against another type of aura were immediately sucked out. Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were stunned. What was that guy doing to the palace master with something that looked like a broom in his hand? There were many ways to detoxify. The most common way was for the detoxifier to sit cross-legged behind the poisoned person, place both palms on the person's back, and force the toxins out of the body with deep internal strength. The most awesome was the yin and yang harmony detoxification method. In this situation, the poisoned person and the detoxifier had to be a man or a woman. If anyone thinks that a man or a woman is fine, please go to the hospital for a psychological examination. I will pay for the medical expenses. Jun Changxiao did not take the normal path. He used a vacuum cleaner to detoxify the beauty in a desperate situation. The effect was very good. In a short while, all 5 types of toxins were sucked away. However, the other attribute that existed in the body was also sucked over. Jun Changxiao was stunned. After many tests, the energy that was sucked away by the vacuum cleaner was not normal, such as evil aura, demonic aura, and poisonous gas. It was understandable that the 5 types of toxins were sucked away. The strange aura that fought against the toxins also followed, which meant that this thing was not clean either. That's good. I'll suck it out while I'm at it. Although the strange aura was drawn out, it was still stubbornly resisting. Heh. It was quite persistent. Bang. Suddenly, Shi Jingxian waved her jade-like hand and sent the flat vacuum cleaner flying. She stood up with a swoosh, and a strong wave of air erupted from her body, blowing her hair into a mess. On the left side of her face, complex lines flickered and extended to her left eye, gradually reflecting a strange pattern. Blood chakra? Jun Changxiao frowned. Seeing the palace master suddenly stand up, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were overjoyed. However, seeing her long hair fluttering and a terrifying violent aura erupting from her body, they were shocked. The palace master is going berserk again. Shi Jingxian would fall into a berserk state when she was depressed. The two had seen it many times, but this time the aura was stronger and more terrifying than before. If the berserk state was divided into 1, 2, and 3 levels, this woman was now in a state of Level 10 berserk state. Palace Master Jun Changxiao had just opened his mouth when the blackened Shi Jingxian suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with killing intent. She gently raised her jade-like hand, and a burst of energy of unknown attribute burst out. Boom, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and dust flew. Jun Changxiao crossed his hands and received the energy. He was shocked. The power is a bit strong. Swoosh. Shi Jingxian rushed over, and the strange attribute behind her burst out as if it turned into a big net. If it were someone else, Jun Changxiao would have punched them to the ground without saying a word, and then rubbed their head on the ground. But now it was his friend who rushed over. How could he do it? Swoosh. 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 The big net pressing down instantly turned into dense fist prints, launching a crazy explosion. Boom. 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 Jun Changxiao opened the air wall and received all the fist prints. He secretly estimated. Her current strength is probably not inferior to a high-ranked Wu Huang. Palace Master Shi, calm down. Swoosh. The completely blackened Shi Jingxian raised her fist and punched. The crimson pattern in her left eye became brighter, and the power of the explosion was stronger than before. Jun Changxiao dodged the bombardment and took a few steps back. He thought, Palace Master Shi's berserk should be related to the attribute of her body and the blood spiral eye. That's right. The system said, I've analyzed it. This is an energy that can control the mind. It might be the soul race. Soul race? Jun Changxiao's face suddenly turned ugly. He had wondered if any of the people he came in contact with had been occupied by the soul race. This conjecture originated from the fact that in melodramatic plots, the person closest to the protagonist could be controlled by the protagonist. Jun Changxiao had thought of Xie Guangquan, Ma Yunting, and even Brother Green Scarf, but he had never thought of Shi Jingxian. The vacuum cleaner just pulled out the strange energy. If the one occupying Palace Master Shi's body is the soul race, it should be effective against this creature. Whoosh! Shi Jingxian rushed over again. Although her strength had increased a lot in an instant, she still couldn't do anything to a peak emperor. Jun Changxiao went around, raised his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Vacuum cleaner, come." Whoosh, the magically modified vacuum cleaner in the distance flew over and was carried on his back. He instantly turned into a cleaner doing housework. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao held the vacuum cleaner and said, "Sorry for the offense." Swoosh. He rushed over with his movement technique. His left hand suddenly burst with spiritual energy and turned into a solid hand that restrained the blackened Shi Jingxian. Then, under the force, he slammed her against the wall of the valley with a bang. System, it didn't matter if he used the strength to deal with a woman he didn't know like Miao Saifeng, but it was a bit too much to use so much strength on someone he knew. Jun Changxiao couldn't be blamed. He had to use the most powerful method to control the blackened Shi Jingxian. Pa. He pressed the red button and activated the enhanced mode. Jun Changxiao raised the vacuum cleaner and pressed it against the struggling Shi Jingxuan's arm. He shouted coldly, "Dirty thing, get out here." P.S. In view of the reaction of many readers, they often treat Jun Changxiao as Jun Chang. Therefore, the author is prepared to replace it with Jun Go Sheng. If you agree, I'll deduct 1. If you disagree, I'll deduct 2. If Mo Shang and Old Ding were present, they would definitely hug each other and cry. Why was it that after the vacuum cleaner was turned on, it automatically sucked on our heads and even sucked away our hair? Why was it that when it was Shi Jingxian, it sucked on her arm? This was because Jun Changxiao had used a lot of effort to press the flat sucker down and aim it at the girl's hand instead of her head. If it were someone else, it would be up to fate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the enhancement mode, the suction force produced by the vacuum cleaner was quite explosive. The violent aura around Shi Jingxian couldn't resist at all and was sucked away in the blink of an eye. Jun Changxiao didn't let down his guard. Because the released attributes were taken away, the attributes in her body were still there. He didn't care if this was caused by the soul race or if it could help Shi Jingxian increase her strength. As long as it controlled her mind and made her lose her mind, he had to destroy it. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more energy was sucked away. Shi Jingxian, who was pressed against the wall by the psionic hand, had long hair scattered and her cold eyes gradually became clear. In particular, the left eye pattern and the lines on the side of her face dimmed as if they would disappear at any time. This, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were stunned. The words of the former palace lord before he left rang in their ears. Only when the pattern on this girl's face completely disappears will she not fall into a berserk state. At this moment. Right now. Wasn't it disappearing? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were overjoyed. The palace lord didn't die in the poison abyss. If the strange disease was cured, it would definitely be a blessing in disguise. At that moment, the two elders of Miaohua Palace had a better impression of Jun Changxiao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The powerful suction force was still erupting. The domineering attribute that controlled Shi Jingxuan's mind was still being sucked out and finally stored in the vacuum cleaner. Although she tried to resist, she couldn't rush out at all. A minute later, the pattern in Shi Jingxuan's left eye faded and the pattern on her face disappeared. Her head fell to the side and she fell unconscious. Pa. Jun Changxiao turned off the vacuum cleaner and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "It's finally done. She's finally safe." Plop, because of the disappearance of the psionic hand, Shi Jingxian lost her balance and fell. Jun Changxiao, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue, the system broke down and said, "Is wiping sweat more important, or is a girl more important?" He doesn't know at all. Squat down. On the martial arts practice field, the poisonous clouds had already been sucked clean by the vacuum cleaner. Xianxia was berating with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Nine Venoms Temple were all squatting on the ground. This sect was very good at using poison, but once it lost its effectiveness, they could just send any outer sect disciple from the sect of all times to defeat 100 of them. It's over, it's over. One of the elders broke down in his heart. She didn't approve of the palace master helping Tan Huiying deal with the palace master of Miaohua Palace. After all, Miaohua Palace was a fourth-rate sect. But she never thought that the sect of all times would be involved. According to the information they received, this newly risen sect had destroyed many heretical sects, and 2 third-rate heretical sects had been defeated as well. Now that they were under their control, they would definitely be wiped out. Huff huff, suddenly, a wave of heavy pressure came over. Everyone turned to look, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. In the main hall, 2 creatures that looked like dragons and elephants suddenly appeared, erupting with a pressure that seemed to come from ancient times. Damn! Xianxia exclaimed, what's going on? Rumble, the power of the dragon and elephant pressed down mercilessly. The 9 Venoms temple that had existed for hundreds of years instantly ceased to exist, and a crater that was dozens of feet deep was formed. The dust gradually dissipated. Jun Changxiao walked over with Xianxia in his arms. Dragon and elephant prajna palm, using it to destroy buildings is degrading me. Although Tan Huiying died tragically in the poison abyss, Xianxia almost died, so there was no need for the 9 Venoms temple to exist. In fact, just trapping Elder Wei and Xianxia was enough reason for Jun Changxiao to destroy them. Behind him, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's eyes were filled with shock. They saw with their own eyes that the man condensed a terrifying power with a casual wave of his hand, they couldn't deny it. Every time the 2 of them met Jun Changxiao, the strength they displayed was stronger than before. Xianxia looked at the faces of the 2 elders of Ingenious Flower Palace. Because of the thin red marks on their faces that were identical to Elder Wei's, they should have been sucked by a vacuum. Brother! You have it on your face too. Patriarch. Xianxia asked, what should we do with the upper echelons and disciples? Cripple their spirit cores and meridians. Although Jun Patriarch liked to annihilate sects at will, he only targeted the culprits. For disciples like this, he would cripple them if he could and not kill them cruelly. Although this was the other world, it was necessary to promote positive energy. Alright. Xianxia made his move. This guy had done things in the heretical sects and was not careless in crippling their martial arts and spirit cores. In just a moment, the upper echelons and disciples of 9 Venoms temple lay weakly on the ground. The higher level ones had their spirit cores crippled while the lower level ones had their meridians crippled. If they wanted to cultivate martial arts again in this life, unless they encountered heaven-defying treasures, there was no hope for them. It's gone, my cultivation is gone. The disciples of 9 Venoms temple lay on the ground helplessly. Although they mainly cultivated the way of poison, many of their poison techniques relied on martial arts. Now that their martial arts had been crippled, it was equivalent to crippling 80% of their poison techniques. Patriarch. Xianxia said, what should we do with this woman? Jun Changxiao first looked at the unconscious Miao Saifeng, then looked at the dazed Elder Wei, shook his head and said, bring her back to the sect of all times. When he entered 9 Venoms temple, he heard the conversation between the 2. He knew that the palace master of 9 Venoms temple was the daughter of Elder Wei's ex-girlfriend, so he did not go too far. He could avoid the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment. From now on, he would spend the rest of his life in the sect of all times dungeon. If Zhao Daodu knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. After changing his cellmates again and again, it was finally no longer the terrifying demon king, half-saint, or Wu Sheng, but a beautiful woman. Patriarch. Elder Wei stood up with difficulty and said, thank you. He knew that the reason the Patriarch did not kill Miao Saifeng was because of him. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the forest of 1,000 poisons, Jun Changxiao and the others walked out. Not long after they left, scorching flames spread out and burned this area full of poisonous creatures to ashes. At this point, 9 Venoms temple no longer existed. Those disciples who were not killed, even if they wanted to rebuild the sect in the future, but even the forest of 1,000 poisons was burned to ashes. Without the ideal poison zone, they were destined to lose all hope. Cough, cough, on the way, Xianxia, who was carried by Jun Changxiao, moved her eyelashes slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Her head seemed to explode, and her memory was very chaotic. After sorting it out, she remembered that she was thrown into the poison abyss by Tan Huiying. Wait, Shi Jingxuan's delicate body suddenly shook. Suddenly, spots of light appeared in her originally dark vision, and then turned into a line that slowly expanded until her vision was completely occupied by the shining light. Because she was not used to it, she subconsciously closed her eyes again. Palace Master Shi. A voice sounded by her ear. Are you okay? Hearing the voice beside her, Shi Jingxian immediately realized that it was June Patriarch. Why was he here? Wasn't she in the poison abyss? Was she not doomed? The face that seemed to exist in her mind and could never be erased appeared. Although it was different from what Shi Jingxian had imagined, she slowly got used to it after recalling it many times. If June Patriarch knew what Shi Jingxian was thinking, he would definitely squat in a corner and bury his head between his legs. I'm a handsome guy that can only be compared to a cross-dressing girl, but she's slowly getting used to it. After getting used to the light, Shi Jingxian opened her eyes again. Although her vision was still blurry, she could vaguely see the outline of a face that merged with her memory. She was sure that it was Jun Changxiao. Shi Jingxian subconsciously raised her hand and touched the blurry face in her vision. Feeling the warmth in her palm, she said with a trembling voice, I saw it. I saw it. Saw it? Jun Changxiao's expression froze. Suddenly, he noticed that Shi Jingxuan's originally empty eyes were gradually filled with color and some kind of emotion. Thus, he said in surprise, Palace Master Shi, your eyesight has recovered. What? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were stunned. I saw it. I really saw it. Shi Jingxian was still shouting. Perhaps she was too happy, her eyes gradually became wet and tears flowed down her cheeks. After 20 years of darkness, she could finally see the light again. Although the image was blurry and similar to severe myopia, at least it was not as scary. How could she not be overjoyed? How could she not cry tears of joy? What's this? Apple? What's this? Orange? On the giant rock, Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged and took a fruit from the side. He asked, what about this? Shi Jingxian squinted and leaned over. After taking a closer look, she smiled and said, it's still an apple. Crunch. Jun Changxiao took a bite and smiled as he chewed. Sure enough, under my treatment, Palace Master Shi can finally see the light again. System, what the F***ck are you treating? Why was Shi Jingxian able to see the light again? This was a question. At first, Jun Changxiao guessed that he might have cured the eye disease by fighting poison with poison, but he also wondered if he had absorbed the strange aura, and not only had the person returned to normal, but his eyes had also recovered. Tears streamed down Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's faces. Not only was the mark on the palace master's face removed, but his eye disease was also cured. This was definitely a blessing in disguise, of course. At this moment, they also believed that Jun Changxiao must be the reason why their palace master was able to escape from danger and see the light again. Therefore, they were extremely grateful in their hearts. However, although I can see, my eyesight is still a problem. It was more than just a little. It was simply severe myopia. Even if something was placed in front of his eyes, he could only see it vaguely. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian smiled brightly. I'm very satisfied. For more than 20 years, she had only seen darkness whenever she opened or closed her eyes. No one could understand that kind of loneliness and fear. Now that she could see the light again, even if her vision was blurry, she was satisfied. Especially now that she could see the man's face clearly, she didn't have to rely on her memory anymore. Actually, it's not a big problem. Jun Changxiao threw away the unfinished apple and said, as long as you get a pair of glasses, the problem will be solved. Glasses? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at each other. There were definitely no short-sighted glasses in the Falling Star continent, but there were some in the store because he had bought dazzling sunglasses before. Jun Changxiao was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he rested where he was and opened the beginner's store. Since Palace Master Shi's eye disease had recovered, he would be a good person to the end and help her get a pair of glasses so that she could see the world better. The system said, "There is love." Xianxia sat on the grass and happily played with the flowers beside her. She murmured, "It turns out that this world is so colorful. It turns out that flowers look like this instead of being square." She, who had been blind since she was young, could only understand the world from the mouths of others and then rely on her own imagination. However, the things she imagined might not correspond to the reality. For example, Jun Changxiao. Under Shi Jingxuan's rich imagination, the head was very flat, the nose was very long, and the eyes were very long. When she saw that the human appearance was different from her imagination, she was immediately depressed. She could not blame Goxing for not being handsome enough and not being popular enough for thousands of girls. Shi Jingxuan's eye disease was the problem. She was destined to see the world and things differently from normal people. When she gradually adapted to this world, distinguished what kind of people should be, and established her aesthetic standards, then looked at June Patriarch, Anyway, she was used to vomiting and vomiting. It didn't matter anymore. Ding. Ding. Jun Changxiao was still refreshing the beginner's store. His contribution points decreased by 10. He, who had tens of thousands of points, did not feel the pinch at all. Finally, after spending thousands of contribution points, a pair of God-modified multifunctional glasses appeared. The introduction said, "No matter how much myopia is, wearing it will allow the patient to have normal vision. The special effect can be activated once a day to massage the eyes. In the long run, the patient will completely get rid of myopia and regain normal vision." Author G. I want TT, this is it. Jun Changxiao spent 50 contribution points to buy this retro, round-framed multifunctional glasses, so he murmured, "It's quite suitable for a little girl to wear." In his previous world, glasses were sometimes more like ornaments. Different types of girls would appear more elegant and charming if they wore different styles. For example, a woman in the workplace would look very capable with black-rimmed glasses, while a girl next door would look very cute with round-rimmed glasses. Shi Jingxian belonged to the latter, the kind of weak girl next door. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "Try it on." "How?" "Forget it, I'll help you." Jun Changxiao gently put on the glasses for Shi Jingxian, and the latter's vision suddenly became incomparably clear. She stood rooted to the ground like a wooden chicken. Just blurred vision was enough to satisfy her. Now that the scene became incomparably clear, the excitement was even more self-evident. "So clear. I can see very far." At that moment, Shi Jingxian stood up happily like a child. She looked at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, and looked at the endless sky. She looked even more adorable with her large round glasses. "My name is Jun Changxiao. I never would have thought that I would use such a method to let a girl with an eye disease see the light again." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, taking pleasure in helping others. Ding. Contribution points, 543-335-0000. Ding. Overflow of contribution points, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest and triggering the hidden reward. You have obtained high-grade formation aptitude liquid X1, and you have obtained the right to purchase the plain battlefield teleportation gate X1. Jun Changxiao was stunned. Shi Jingxian put on her glasses and saw everything clearly. She had actually completed a hidden quest. This was completely unexpected. The next second, Goxing grinned. Although it took some time to help the girl and consumed some contribution points, the reward of 10,000 contribution points was still very profitable. Moreover, high-grade formation aptitude liquid was a good thing. After consuming it, his understanding of array formations would definitely rise to another level. What does the plain battlefield secret teleportation gate mean? Jun Changxiao opened the shopping list and clicked on the item that appeared. The introduction displayed was, helping Shi Jingxian regain her sight and see the colorful world was a matter of helping others, so Jun Changxiao completed the hidden mission. Actually, he had never flaunted himself as a good person, but he had definitely done good things. Why did he have to complete it now? The system explained, some hidden missions weren't there from the beginning, but were added after the system continuously upgraded itself. As if I'll believe you. Xianxia muttered and then clicked on the item description. The system broke down. Shouldn't you be concerned about the girl who just regained her sight? Item, Dimensional Battlefield Teleportation Gate Description. The living beings of various dimensions are constantly multiplying, overcrowded and unable to bear the burden, so they opened up the dimensional battlefield, allowing cultivators of various dimensions to enter and fight, thus relieving the pressure of survival. Effect, this item can lead to the battlefield outside the region to fight with various races. It is the best place to gain experience. Advantage, hidden cave abode in the battlefield, martial arts secret manuals and resources. Disadvantage, life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Price, 50,000 contribution points. Countdown, 59 minutes 10 seconds. After seeing the price, Xianxia's eyes widened. 50,000 contribution points? This is too expensive. His current limit was only 50,000, buying this item was equivalent to directly emptying his contribution points. What's the meaning of the countdown? This item is a limited time item. The host must purchase it within the specified time, otherwise it will be permanently erased from the purchased items list, unable to be refreshed from the store in the future. There's such a thing? Xianxia was stunned. The system said, there's a reason why it's expensive, recommending the host to buy 5. Before it finished, Xianxia forcefully interrupted, I won't buy it even if the recommendation is 500,000 stars. 50,000 contribution points was simply too much. Moreover, the dimensional battlefield was for killing. Although there were various resources inside, life and death were determined by fate, riches and honor were determined by the heavens. From this, it could be seen. The so-called dimensional battlefield was definitely dangerous. It was definitely not a child's play. Moreover, as long as he made the sect strong, he would be able to complete the main mission and live a carefree life with his disciples. What was the use of going to the dimensional battlefield? Every item in the store is useful, such as hair gel, face masks, vacuum cleaners. This item is a limited time item. It's definitely more useful. The host will definitely not lose out or be fooled by buying it. Furthermore, I'm still keeping the contribution points that I got from my disciples' entry into the life and death secret realm. Even if I clear them all, I still have a lot more. The system was a qualified salesman. However, Xianxia was not tempted. He was sticking to his principles. There was no other way. The system had an idea and said, since the extraterritorial battlefields are used by all the planes to kill each other, there must be a way back. If you buy it, wouldn't you be able to use the battlefield as a transit point to rob other planes? That makes sense. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The system continued, the Soul Race's continent is also a plane. If the host breaks the seal and goes in, the other side might invade first. Using the teleportation gate to go to their world is both safe and convenient. After following June Patriarch for a long time, its imagination had improved a lot, don't say it. After saying that, Jun Gosheng felt a rush of excitement. Thus, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, why don't I just buy it? He had no interest in going to the battlefield to kill. If he could really use it to go to other planes, it would definitely be worth buying. The main mission was to make the sect the strongest. The key to becoming stronger was resources. If the falling star continent could not satisfy him, he could go to other places, such as the Soul Race's territory. It was the fastest way to improve. Buy. The system urged, opportunity knocks but once. If there was no time limit, Xianxia might need to consider for a long time. However, seeing the time limit, he finally made up his mind and said, I'll trust you one more time. Ding. The host has spent 50,000 contribution points. Obtained the plane battlefield teleportation gate X1. It has been sent to the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points, 433350000. In the past, June Patriarch would feel the pinch when he spent thousands or even tens of thousands of contribution points. Now, seeing the 50,000 contribution points suddenly turn into a few thousand, he clutched his chest and said, it hurts, Li Fei. The plane battlefield teleportation gate was similar to the life and death secret realm. It was in the shape of a whirlpool. Because he was in the wilderness, he did not take it out for a closer look. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, let's hurry. Shi Jingxian, who had completely recovered her vision after putting on her glasses, was very happy. Walking on the road, she was like a child walking out of the mountains, looking at the unfamiliar world with all kinds of curious attitudes. Of course. She also met many martial artists. After gradually establishing her aesthetic standards, she would occasionally sneak a glance at Jun Changxiao and think to herself, he's more pleasing to the eye than the others. It was definitely because she had seen too much. It was not the kind of first-time meeting and being shocked by a celestial being. At this time, as an expert in the field of love, he would definitely find an opportunity to talk to her and crazily increase her favorability in front of her. However, Jun Patriarch's spiritual senses entered the spatial ring and the vacuum cleaner, spying on the strange restless attribute inside. This unclean thing should be the culprit that caused Palace Master Shi to go berserk and even cause blindness, right? At first, the system said that it was the soul race. When it was absorbed into the vacuum cleaner, Jun Changxiao denied it. This was because the Array Emperor said that the energy released by the soul race was green. This was obviously not. Moreover, although the evil Shi Jingxuan's strength had increased greatly, she did not absorb the energy of others, so it was also one of the reasons why it was not the soul race. Sigh. Jun Patriarch rubbed his temples and said self-deprecatingly, the soul race was able to trigger the war of the emperors in the ancient era, which means that they are good at hiding. How can I find them so easily? The system said, for now, it's better to focus on those withered flowers and plants. As long as we find out who did it, we might be able to find the soul race. Yes. Jun Changxiao thought so too. The withered area in eastern Haozhou where the energy was absorbed was the only clue left. As for whether he could find the answer he wanted, he had no idea. Jun Patriarch. After walking for a while and confirming that the palace master's eyes had completely recovered, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue took advantage of the rest to kneel down and bow, thank you so much. In the past, they hated Jun Changxiao. After the incident at Nine Poisons Palace, especially when they saw him resolutely jump into the poison abyss to save the palace master, their attitude changed drastically. They even regretted mocking and ridiculing him back then. If Jun Patriarch pressed Shi Jingxian against the wall, then hooked her chin with his finger and domineeringly said, "Be my woman," the two elders would definitely not object. This was because he was willing to sacrifice himself to save her in a time of danger. Such a man was worth entrusting their lives to. However, it was just an if. In reality, Jun Patriarch waved his hand, and a thick spiritual energy erupted, stopping the two of them from kneeling down. He said, Palace Master Shi and I are friends. When a friend is in trouble, it's natural for me to save her. There's no need to thank me. Although Shi Jingxian had regained her sight, to further prove that she would not go berserk, Jun Changxiao kept telling her some tragic stories along the way. Every time she finished listening, Palace Master Shi would frown and show a depressed expression, but she remained normal and did not go berserk. At this point, Jun Changxiao temporarily concluded that the energy that was sucked away was the culprit that caused her split personality. Thus, he decided, it's impossible to release it, let's just keep it locked up for now. The vacuum cleaner's internal walls were very strong. Unclean things could not rush out, so it was still capable of keeping it locked up for a long time. Jun Changxiao was even considering whether or not he should prepare more. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian said, is there another story? Yes. Jun Changxiao sat down cross-legged, took a bite of an apple, and said, yesterday I told you about Romeo and Juliet, today I'll tell you about Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. System, okay. Shi Jingxian opened her eyes wide, her face full of anticipation. The story is like this, later, Liang Shanbua died, and Zhu Yingtai knelt in front of his grave crying. Suddenly, he saw Liang Shanbua's figure, so the two of them turned into butterflies and flew away. After listening, Shi Jingxian was already in tears. She took off her glasses, wiped her tears, and said with a choked voice, why can't lovers be together in the end? Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, what is love in this world? It teaches people to live and die together. Palace Master Shi. After a pause, he said, "Tomorrow I'll tell you the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl." The system couldn't help but complain. "I think that at this time, the host should sing happy breakup, kind breakup, breakup is no big deal, autumn is the season for breakups, these kinds of songs are the best." Scram. I don't know how to sing. On the road. Whenever they saw a beautiful place, Xianxia would deliberately stop to let Xianxia enjoy it. The others tactfully left, giving the two of them a chance to be alone. "So this is a waterfall." Xianxia looked at the water that was like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, and her smile became even brighter. In just a few days, she had already adapted to the colorful world, and her mood better. Of course. Xianxia also knew that she was able to see the light of day again because of Jun Changxiao, so every time she looked at him, her cheeks would unconsciously turn red. Jun Changxiao didn't think much of it. Whenever he had time, he would study the strange energy inside the vacuum cleaner. It could instantly increase a person's strength by several times or even more. If he could study it thoroughly without losing his rationality, it would be perfect. It was a pity that he didn't gain anything from his research. The next day, they reached a fork in the road. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changxiao stopped and cupped his hands. "Let's part here. Be careful on the road." "Yes." Xianxia nodded, but when she was about to leave, she turned around and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your help. I will always remember this kindness." Jun Changxiao said, "We're friends. Since we're friends, why can't we become allies?" Xianxia said with a smile. She had mentioned this idea when the Blue Mountain Sect and the Sect of All Times formed an alliance, but it was later rejected by the elders, who thought that Jun Changxiao was too troublesome. But now, Sun Fenghua and Ling Xingyue were very supportive. Jun Patriarch said, "Sure." It was normal for a sect to have many allies, so he naturally wouldn't mind. "When we return, I will announce it to the public," Xianxia said. Yes. Just like that. The serious matter of forming an alliance was not completed on the solemn negotiation table. Instead, it was settled in the wilderness by the two sect leaders. The efficiency could be said to be shockingly high. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Xianxia reluctantly led the two elders back to Miaohua Palace, while Jun Changxiao led everyone back to the Sect of All Times. Elder Wei. On the way, Xianxia whispered, "Elder Ling left. Why didn't you say anything?" Sigh. Elder Wei sighed. After returning from the forest of 1,000 poisons, he had been silent. Obviously, he couldn't accept the death of the girl he once loved. Looking at the slightly haggard Elder Wei, Jun Changxiao said to himself, "So it's better to focus on developing the sect, so as to avoid being troubled and hurt by love in the future." The system complained, "You say it as if you can find a woman." Sect of All Times. After Jun Changxiao returned, he tied up Miao Saifeng and locked her in prison. Zhao Daodu was overjoyed. He didn't expect his new cellmate to be such an outstanding beauty, however. He cried that night. Because although this woman was tied up and her meridians were sealed, many terrifying spiders, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures appeared out of nowhere in the prison. He grabbed onto the iron fan window and howled miserably, "Sect leader Jun, change my cell, Patriarch." Xianxia asked, "Is that woman still locked up?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "Lock her up first." Ding Xingwang suggested, "The art of poison can be comprehended to the extreme. It's hard to guard against. Patriarch can subdue her for his own use." Yes. The Ning brothers agreed. Jun Changxiao also had this intention when he brought Miao Saifeng back. But he knew that being tied up by him could lead to her death at any time. Miao Saifeng didn't compromise, which meant that she was a woman with character. It wouldn't be easy to make her submit. Since that was the case, then lock her up first. In order to prevent the number one prisoner from dying, Jun Changxiao brought Miao Saifeng out and locked her in a cell alone. Zhao Daoda let out a long sigh of relief. He clutched his chest and said, "I'd rather be with the Demon King than with a venomous woman." A few days later, Miaohua Palace announced to the public that they had formed an alliance with the Sect of All Times. If it were in the past, people would definitely think that Jun Changxiao was riding on the coattails of a fourth-rate sect. but now, they felt that it was an honor to form an alliance with the Sect of all times. The alliance didn't cause much of a stir because many big shots speculated that the Sect of all times patriarch and the palace master of Miaohua Palace had an unspeakable relationship. Now that they had formed an alliance, it was as good as confirmed. Don't mess with Miaohua Palace in the future. Listen up. If you meet any disciples of Miaohua Palace when you go down the mountain, be careful. Don't mess with them. Many higher-ups of fourth-rate and fifth-rate sects were warning their disciples. Clearly, the prestige of the Sect of all times had made many forces wary. How's the setup of the intelligence network? On this day, Jun Changxiao came to the Drizzle Hall to ask about the situation. Li Luoqiu took out a map of the falling star continent and pointed at a few prefectures. At least 5 prefectures have been deployed. The southeastern prefectures are still expanding and will cover the entire region in about a month. Good progress. The Patriarch is still the one with the money. It was definitely unrealistic to rely on disciples to act as intelligence agents. Many intelligence agents were recruited by rogue cultivators. To put it simply, the Drizzle Hall's intelligence network covered a few major prefectures. Disciples were the minority. Most of the information was gathered by rogue cultivators and they were paid accordingly. Those who performed well during this period would be recommended by the branch master to become a member of the Sect of all times. The Sect of all times currently had 2 ways to recruit disciples. The first was through the Mountain Gate examination to obtain excellent youths. The second was through the branch master to send them over. A virtuous cycle of recruitment had been formed and was in full operation. Therefore, Jun Patriarch didn't need to think about how to recruit disciples. Li Qingyang was fully in charge of alchemy resources. He would refine whatever was lacking. It was definitely very stable. Comfortable. Lying on the chair in the study, Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and took a nap. Although there were still many things that couldn't be done without him, the sect was gradually formalizing and operating in a virtuous manner. There were fewer and fewer things to worry about. A hands-off boss. Really, the day was just around the corner. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao opened his eyes and said, set up the dimensional battlefield teleportation gate first. Jun Changxiao came to the back mountain and set up the portal. Now, there was another vortex-shaped entrance, forming a triangle with the life and death secret realm and the space and time secret realm. The back mountain had all kinds of facilities. There was a spirit gathering array that could absorb spiritual energy faster, an experience tower with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty, as well as a life and death secret realm. Now, there was a portal. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and asked, what is this? He had just returned from the experience tower, and there were still beads of sweat on his forehead. Jun Changxiao thought about it and said, let's call it a battlefield secret realm. It can improve martial arts? Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. As long as a new secret realm appeared, it would definitely be of great help to cultivation. It's used for training, and you can get a lot of resources. Can I go in? No. Jun Changxiao refused. The battlefield secret realm was different from the life and death secret realm. You could revive after death, so it had to be personally inspected and confirmed the danger level inside. Okay. Li Qingyang said, I'll go and do my work. Go. After he left, Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, should I go in and take a look? The system said, since I bought it, I must go and take a look. There are many experts in the battlefield secret realm. What if I can't win? Although Jun Changxiao liked to seek death in fancy ways, everything was built on the condition that he had a trump card. However, he had no idea what kind of place the battlefield secret realm was, so he had no idea. Hesitation is not in the host's character. The system said, besides, with all kinds of equipment and unsheathed blades, what is there to be afraid of? You want me to be defeated in the battlefield secret realm? This will stimulate consumption. You know me well, host. Damn. Jun Changxiao broke down. When did you become so shameless? I learned it from the host. After giving it some serious thought, Jun Changxiao decided to walk towards the teleportation gate. He had obtained a full set of equipment from the Fatality Tower, and his strength was at the pinnacle of the sword and warrior emperors. He also had irretrievable blade and mechanical armament wings, so he was not afraid of any trouble. Most importantly, he was eager to know whether the item he bought with 50,000 contribution points was a loss or a profit. As soon as he entered the vortex of flowing light, a voice sounded in his ears, detected that the intruder has reached the level of an emperor. You have fulfilled the minimum requirement to enter the teleportation device. Loading 10%. Loading 20%, damn, there was a cultivation level restriction for entering the planar battlefield. The lowest cultivation level was the Emperor realm. This meant that the experts on the battlefield were all Emperor level experts. In fact, they might even be higher than that. 30% increase, no way, I'll go in after I complete the epic quest and break through to the half-saint realm. Jun Gosheng felt weak. Load 100%, teleport. Just as he was about to exit, he disappeared into thin air with a whoosh, and a roar could be heard. Jumping from 30% to 100%, are you kidding me? Zhongzuan state. Inside the ancient altar. Several white-robed old men sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Spirit instrument. Suddenly, the Earth Spirit instrument trembled slightly, and a voice sounded. The upper realm has decided that the falling star continent must send martial artists to the planar battlefield in 5 years. What? The leading old man suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, Sir, the upper realm has decided. You only need to obey. Yes. Whoosh, the Earth Spirit instrument stopped vibrating, and everything returned to normal. However, the 5 white-robed old men frowned, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. The leader said in pain, in the end, we still can't avoid it. Our falling star continent is just the most inconspicuous plane in the universe. Why is it chosen to participate in the planar battlefield? If it was the ancient times, we might have the ability to participate in the war. However, now that the spirit chi has withered, our strength is much weaker than before. Sending powerhouses in is undoubtedly equivalent to sending them to their deaths. The white-robed old men were very unhappy, but they could only complain because they could only obey the upper realm's orders. The leading old man shook his head and said, Inform the continent of this matter and let the emperor-level powerhouses actively prepare for war in the next 5 years. Yes. After everyone left, the leader sighed with his hands clasped behind his back. The minimum requirement to enter the dimensional battlefield is to send 2,000 martial emperors. Although we have them in the falling star continent, if all of them die there, we will pay a heavy price. Our overall strength will only decline. The martial artists on the continent did not know about the planar battlefield, but the leaders of the relevant departments knew better than anyone else. Although there were all kinds of resources and opportunities there, it was also hell. Sigh. He sighed and said, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Jun Xianxia felt dizzy, but when he gradually recovered, he found that he was standing on a crimson land. He looked up at the starry sky and said, is this the planar battlefield? At that moment, he felt as if he was in outer space, and he could see the stars and nebulae in the distance. Huff huff, suddenly, a murderous aura spread, and Jun Xianxia could not help but shiver. He had felt this aura before. However, he had never seen such a strong one, therefore, he instantly determined that many people must have died in the area he was in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a terrifying aura to form. Congratulations to the planar battlefield. Because the falling star continent has never participated in the planar battlefield, you are now in the circle of the falling star continent's territory. A feminine voice sounded in his ear. Damn. Jun Xianxia said, it's changed. The system said, the voice is not from the system of the strongest sect. It is from the teleportation gate of the planar battlefield. I see. Jun Chang smiled and said, it's pretty high-tech. Circle? Territory? He hurriedly looked down and found himself in a circle with a radius of about 2 to 3 meters. There was a teleportation gate next to him, and there was a flag with the words Falling Star Continent written on it. No way. Jun Patriarch broke down and said, this territory is too small. The feminine voice sounded, this is the first time the plane you represent is entering the planar battlefield. It is normal for the territory to be small. If you want to expand it, you will have to fight inside. For every victory or kill of an enemy, the territory will expand by 1 meter. 1 meter, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. How many people do I have to defeat to reach the size of a village or a town? The sweet feminine voice sounded in his ear. The value of a territory is that the powerhouses of other planes cannot attack and occupy it. Therefore, dear participant, if you want to provide a safer and larger territory for the falling star continent martial artists who enter in the future, please fight to your heart's content. Mwax. What the hell? Jun Changxiao stepped out of the safe zone. A voice sounded in his ear. Participant will lose all protection after leaving the territory. Please be careful. Do not die. Jun Changxiao swore. If this feminine system had a physical body, no matter how beautiful it was, it would definitely punch it. There were many planes in the dimensional battlefield, and each plane had its own independent territory. If one wanted to expand, they had to keep killing. Jun Changxiao, who came here through the portal, successfully activated the falling star continent's territory, but it was only a few meters away. In fact, it was related to the number of people. If more people came in, the initial territory would be larger. Sigh. Jun Changxiao said, since I'm here, I'll take it easy. He didn't come here to fight, and he didn't care about the territory. It was enough as long as he could smoothly go to other planes. No. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao thought of something and broke down. No one can enter the falling star continent's territory, and no one can enter the other planes' territories. How can I go to their world? From the battlefield settings, every plane's territory was a safe zone. There was no hope of sneaking into other people's territories or worlds. System, get out here. There was no reply. Obviously, it had entered a state of feigning death. F***ck. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and broke down. I feel like I've lost a lot. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the sky. A martial artist from the falling star continent has entered the dimensional battlefield and is one of the participants. This announcement is hereby made. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Saying it so loudly, was it afraid that others wouldn't know that someone from the falling star continent had come? Huff huff, at this moment, powerful auras erupted. In the starry sky in the distance, thousands of streams of light flew over at high speed. Among them were humans in strange clothes and half-naked orcs. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened because they were all Wu Huang's level. No, the dozens of martial artists flying at the front were undoubtedly half-saints. Judging from their strong auras, Jun Changxiao had already guessed that this place must be filled with experts when he heard that there was a cultivation level restriction. However, when he saw with his own eyes that there were as many emperors as dogs and half-saints running around the streets, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, the plain battlefield is so terrifying. Wait, Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became interesting. Because the thousands of experts were obviously coming for him. New martial artist from the falling star continent, die. This brat is mine, don't you dare snatch him from me. Anyone who kills a martial artist from the falling star continent will be rewarded with several times the merit points. Who's the coward? Who? Killing intent erupted, engulfing the earth. Even a Wuxing level expert like City Lord Han wouldn't be able to withstand such a formation. However, Jun Goxing was smarter. Seeing thousands of people coming at them aggressively, they hurriedly took a few steps back and shrank into a circle that was only a few meters wide. Swoosh! Whoosh! Many experts arrived in the blink of an eye. They hovered in midair and taunted, newcomer, hurry up and show yourself. Seeing that they did not dare to cross the circle, Jun Changxiao folded his arms and said indifferently, come in if you have the guts. Come out if you dare. Come in if you dare. You have guts. 10 minutes later, Jun Changxiao's mouth was parched, and his voice was hoarse. If you have the guts to come in, if there were only a few or dozens of emperor-level experts, he would definitely dare to go out. However, there were thousands of people surrounding him, and he could only rely on the safety zone to argue with them. Gutless guy. A powerhouse said coldly, I won't waste my time with you. Let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh, the powerhouse representing him turned around and flew away. The powerhouses from other planes also left one after another. Soon, there were only 20 to 30 people left outside the safety zone of the falling star continent. Obviously, they didn't want to give up and planned to wait. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao summoned a chair, sat on it, crossed his legs, and said, I don't believe that I can't wear you guys out. The system said, don't be a coward, go. Go my ass. Xianxia said, do you think those people really left? Dear participant, because you illegally sneaked into the plane battlefield and did not go through the normal procedures, although you have established the territory of the falling star continent, you will be expelled after 2 hours in the safety zone. Now, the countdown begins. Of course. The feminine voice continued, participant, if you stay outside for an hour, the countdown will start again when you enter the safety zone. I wish you good luck and a happy life. Mwax. Wax your grandpa, Xianxia's mouth twitched. Staying inside for 2 hours and wandering outside for an hour, this was forcing him to not stay in the safety zone. He had to either take the initiative to fight or be hunted down. Don't be a coward. The system said, screw them. Okay. Xianxia stood up, shook his shoulders, and said, when the time is almost up, I'll fight them to the death. The system collapsed. He still had to go out at the right time. When did the host become so cowardly? It wasn't cowardice. It was rich express, eating chicken. I say, everyone. Xianxia sat steadily on the chair and said, which plane are you from? Lingyun continent. Scarlet Sea. Continent. Xianxia continent. The powerhouses who hadn't left all reported their origins. Their noses were almost pointing to the sky. Xianxia said, what did you mean by merit points? Heh. The powerhouses from Lingyun continent laughed coldly, and said, since you've come to the dimensional battlefield, how could you not know about merit points? This, Xianxia said, I came in a bit of a hurry, so I don't know a lot of things. Everyone's mouths twitched. They had thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to come to the dimensional battlefield. There was no such thing as being in a hurry. Kid. A powerhouse from Scarlet Sea continent said indifferently, when your territory expands to a certain size, a merit store will be formed in the upper realm. At that time, you can buy natural treasures and weapons that are not available in this plane. Upper realm? Xianxia was surprised. The feminine voice said, dear participant, this place was opened by a powerhouse from the upper realm. Every 5 years, there will be a plane leaving and a new plane joining. Damn. Xianxia broke down, and said, building a battlefield that focuses on killing, the people of the upper realm are really bad. The feminine voice said, the races of the major planes are multiplying too quickly. In the long run, the energy will be exhausted, so building a dimensional battlefield is also a last resort. The more people there were, the more resources would be consumed, and in the end, it would be exhausted. Xianxia could understand this point. Using killing to reduce the population was a bit extreme. Or rather, the upper realm was just taking down the lower realm and treating them like ants. It didn't matter how many people died. I thought that the upper realm was an extraordinary holy land, but now it seems that it can't escape the law of the jungle. Xianxia shook his head. Of course. The powerhouse from Scarlet Sea continent smiled coldly, and said, you won't have a chance to expand your territory, because as soon as you step out, you'll become our prey to obtain merit points. Prey? Xianxia clasped his fingers together, leaned forward slightly, and rested his chin on it. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and a U-shaped smile appeared. Are you serious? Treating him as prey, June Patriarch narrowed his eyes. The smile of a demon king that scared children to tears appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, the powerhouses of the other planes all said disdainfully, this guy is asking for a beating. Yes. Xianxia was asking for a beating. However, no one on the falling star continent dared to beat him up. The powerhouses of the planar battlefield were different. No one took Xianxia seriously. Kid. The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent cupped his hands and said, don't hide in the safe zone. Come out and fight me for 300 rounds. 300 rounds? Xianxia leaned back in his chair and raised a finger. He said calmly, 1 round is enough to deal with trash like you. 1 round? The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent sneered, this little falling star continent martial cultivator is quite arrogant. Calm down, calm down. Xianxia said, you'll know soon enough. He had been waiting for the 2 hours to end. Once he left this time, he would have to wander outside for an hour. Every moment of safety counted. Actually, Xianxia could enter the teleportation gate and return to the sect of all times. However, since he was here, and there were so many powerhouses here, he naturally had to have a good fight. This guy was also a battle-hungry person. However, when he was managing the sect in the Falling Star continent, unless he encountered a troublesome enemy, the disciples would fight. Today, on the battlefield, he could finally fight to his heart's content. "Kid!" The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent shouted, "Hurry up and come out and finish me in one round." He was in a hurry. He wanted to take the first blood of the Falling Star continent martial cultivators and earn several times the merit points to exchange for the resources he needed at the merit store. Xianxia ignored him. He secretly observed the 20 martial cultivators outside the safe zone. 10 are comparable to rank 8 Wu Huang, 6 are comparable to rank 9 Wu Huang, 3 are comparable to peak Wu Huang, and 1 is comparable to a half-saint. Why did he use the word comparable? Because every plane had different cultivation systems and different realms. On the Falling Star continent, there were martial masters and Wu Huang. On other planes, there were Qi Si and Void transformation realms. The most valiant, yet also the simplest, was the division between level 1 to level 999. The clamoring Scarlet Sea continent's experts were represented by numbers, and they were experts over level 700. The realms of each plane were different, but they were more or less the same. It's only a half-saint. Xianxia thought to himself, it's not a big problem. Clang, the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword appeared and stabbed into the ground in front of the chair. I advise everyone to leave quickly, or else you will become a soul under this sword. He spread his legs and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, June Patriarch was like a king who was about to conquer the world. However, the powerhouses of the various existential planes did not care. They stared at the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword with shining eyes. Clearly, they had taken a liking to it and planned to take it for themselves. In the planar battlefield where life and death were decided by fate and riches and honor were decided by the heavens, there was only one rule. Either you die or I die. The dead martial artist's equipment and resources would naturally become the victors. Seeing that they were all looking at his swords, Xianxia knew that they would not leave. Fine. He shook his head and said, just wait for your death. TSK. Everyone was disdainful. They were all veterans who had been in the planar battlefield for a long time, so they naturally wouldn't put this guy in their hearts. However, there was one thing that was very puzzling. It would take another 5 years for a new plane to enter the planar battlefield. Why did the Falling Star continent's martial artist come in early, and by himself, sigh? The arrangements of the upper realm were unpredictable. At this moment, the upper realm was very helpless, because this guy was smuggled in and was not within the rules at all. Time passed by minute by minute. The 20 martial artists gathered outside the safe zone of the Falling Star continent had no intention of leaving. The system's feminine voice rang out, "Dear participant, you will be evicted in 1 minute. Please be prepared to be forcibly evicted. Love you." Xianxia had always felt that complaining about his system was very annoying, but compared to this feminine system, it was simply heaven and earth. There is no harm without comparison. The system said, "Now you know how good I am." Shwa. Xianxia stood up, a stream of light flashed behind him, and the mechanical wings appeared. He held the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword with one hand and said sinisterly, "The slaughter begins." Whoosh whoosh. Flames erupted, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Eh? The Scarlet Sea continent expert was surprised, it's even a fire element martial artist. Whoosh, at this moment, Xianxia burst out, and an incomparably cold sword light suddenly flashed in the monstrous flames. Not good. The Scarlet Sea continent expert's eyes were filled with shock. He wanted to dodge, but just as the thought rose in his mind, he saw the sword light flash past his side, and his entire body was stunned in midair. Xianxia came in front of him and looked down like a king, a trash like you can be dealt with in half a move. Powerful, awesome. Poochie. Blood spurted from that person's neck, and his head flew off. From his wide-open eyes, it was obvious that he did not expect that he would be killed so easily by his prey. Plop. His body fell to the ground, sending up waves of dust. Congratulations to the participant for obtaining the first blood of the Scarlet Sea continent, obtaining 100 merit points. A feminine prompt sounded in his ear. So this was the first blood? Jun Changxiao's lips curled up slightly, and the Demon King's smile appeared again. Then, he looked at the martial artists from the other planes and said with a cold gaze, "All of you are my prey today." Everyone suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. A level 700 expert from the Scarlet Sea continent was killed by him in one move. This guy was quite strong. Everyone. An expert shouted coldly, "Everyone, attack together." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 10 experts from different planes condensed different kinds of energy and charged over. In an instant, this area emitted an even stronger murderous aura, and the scarlet ground became even more enchanting. Die. Jun Changxiao's black hair danced wildly, and his long and narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. Holding Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens, he charged over fearlessly. Whoosh whoosh. Flames erupted, and sword aura rampaged. At this time, if gang leader Qiao's background music was borrowed, it would definitely ignite adrenaline instantly. Swish. Pucci, the expert from the Lingyun continent, didn't dodge at all and was mercilessly beheaded. Even his companion next to him was killed. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Lingyun continent. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for 10 merit points. It wasn't hard to tell from the notification that the first person to kill a plane would be rewarded 100 points, and the second person would only be rewarded 10 points. Black sky, scorching sun. Tornado clouds. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, several experts from different planes displayed their own martial arts techniques, and dazzling energies wantonly appeared. This was a plain battlefield. Even if the power was extremely strong, it only caused the momentum and didn't shake the space. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by the shockwaves. Boom. Boom. Dozens of different powers bombarded, creating a huge explosion. However, in the area filled with power, Jun Changxiao rushed out wearing the 9 phosphor body armor, shocking everyone. This guy's defensive equipment was so strong, everyone attacked together, but it didn't hurt him at all. Swish. Jun Changxiao flew over, and with a wave of his wrist, he immediately used the Lingjian divine art. Sword light burst out like a storm of pear blossoms. Not good. Dodge quickly. The experts from different planes were aghast. Unfortunately, under the extreme speed of the sword, the targeted expert didn't even have the chance to turn around before he was torn into pieces in an instant. Swish. Swish. Sword light filled the sky, illuminating the entire Crimson Land. Whoosh whoosh, Pucci. Pucci. In a short few minutes, Jun Changxiao held the bloodstained Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens sword in the air, like an undefeatable god of war from the legends, on the Crimson Land. 19 corpses and limbs were scattered all around, and not a single one was left alive. P.S. A new week, a new month, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes ahhhh. In the cruel planar battlefield, it was either you die or I live. Therefore, Jun Changxiao didn't show any mercy when he attacked. If he could kill with one move, he wouldn't use a second move. Just like that. In just a few minutes, all 19 planar powerhouses were dead. It was a pity that no one from the Falling Star continent witnessed it. Otherwise, they would be deeply shocked. After all, the weakest of those killed by Jun Changxiao was comparable to rank 8 Wu Huang. If it was a large sect, the death of so many mainstays would be a devastating blow. It might even be impossible for them to recover. Of course. If it was the Falling Star continent, Jun Changxiao might not have the chance to kill so many. The emperors there cherished their lives very much. Moreover, with the current strength of the sect of all times, it would be difficult for dozens of emperors to fight unless they were in a life-or-death situation with the enemy. The 19 people killed came from 3 planar dimensions. One person got 300 points, 16 people got 160 points, and a total of 460 merit points. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao waved his sword and looked at the planar powerhouse who was comparable to half-step Wu Xing. He said indifferently, "There's one last prey left." More than 10 powerhouses from several planar dimensions had thought of him as prey. In the end, they became the prey. It was a bit tragic. The half-saint powerhouse said indifferently, "No wonder you dared to enter the planar battlefield alone. You have some ability." However, after a pause, he said with a cold gaze, "You still have to die." This powerhouse could have joined forces with others to attack earlier, but after seeing the Red Sea continent cultivators killed, he decided to stand by and watch. Why? Because this falling star continent cultivator was very strong. If he killed many people consecutively, he would slowly accumulate kill points. When the time came, he would kill him and obtain more merit points. Xianxia was very strong. This half-saint powerhouse guessed correctly. However, he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could kill 19 people in such a short time. But it didn't matter. Now that the pig was fattened, it was time to butcher it. Boom. Boom. This half-saint powerhouse waved his hands, and the space shook. Fist imprints condensed from top to bottom. Judging from the strength of the fist imprints, it was definitely not something an ordinary half-saint could compare to. Xianxia clenched his sword tightly as fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Since he had advanced into the apex of the Emperor realm, he hadn't fought seriously against a half-step sage. Now that he was in the plain battlefield, where the spatial barrier was firm, he could finally get what he wanted. Burn. My chakra, my little universe, my Haoshiku, my Hello Kitty. Sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, and a single sword illuminated 19 continents. Xianxia's long hair fluttered in the wind. The jade dragon asks the heavens shrouded in scorching flames suddenly slashed out, instantly forming an unparalleled sword chi. In the distant battlefield, the experts of the various planes all saw a dazzling light appear in the sky. It was extremely eye-catching. Sword chi? Although it's very far away, it feels very strong. Could it be that sword Dao expert? Let's go and take a look. All the cultivators rushed to the scene as fast as they could. As far as they were concerned, it was definitely an expert in the sword Dao that was capable of erupting with such a dazzling sword move. Boom. 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 The dazzling sword chi carried the power of an explosion and obliterated the fist imprints one by one. Seeing that his move was destroyed by a single sword move, the half-step sage's calm expression was replaced by a serious one. He thought to himself, this kid's strength is not inferior to mine. Swish, 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 Xianxia rushed over with his sword and used the one-word speed technique again. The battle intent in his eyes was unprecedentedly strong. When the half-step sage met his gaze, he immediately felt a little guilty, so he hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not it was real. Xianxia's sword move had already made a half-step sage wary, as the Emperor of Swords, coupled with the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword, his current combat strength was definitely stronger than when he was wielding the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, although he often played with blades. However, his sword Dao was the strongest. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword chi burst out like a whirlwind. Unfortunately, the half-step sage had no intention of fighting and retreated, so he didn't hit. Trying to run? With the mechanical armed wings and the power of flight, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up. What a fast speed, the half-step sage exclaimed. Die! Xianxia shouted coldly and suddenly raised the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. His wrist suddenly shone and was covered by pieces of steel. Mechanical armed wings, battle mode activated. Whoosh, whoosh, the explosive sword chi slashed out. Not only did it reveal an extremely cold aura, but it also revealed a heavy power. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the scorching sword light that would be remembered by the world for a lifetime. No, the half-step sage felt a sense of crisis and screamed in horror. But just as he opened his mouth, his whole body was split into two by the terrifying sword chi. Poochie! The sword chi tore through the air and the split corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang, adding another crimson blood stain to the ground. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Fengyun continent. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for killing a black expert. 20 merit points awarded. Black expert? The feminine voice prompted, the realms of each plane are different, so in order to differentiate strength, participants in the dimensional battlefield are divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow levels. Dear participant, the expert you just killed is a transformation void realm expert in the Fengyun continent, but in the dimensional battlefield, it is classified as black level. I see. Jun Changxiao said, what level am I? In terms of realms, you should be classified as yellow level. So killing a higher level will give you 10 more merit points than killing someone of the same level. The feminine voice sounded. System, it felt a sense of crisis and panicked. Jun Changxiao said, I'm the lowest? But from the battle just now, your true strength should be between earth and black level. The feminine voice sounded. That's more like it. Jun Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. However, the half-step sage was only at black level, which meant that there were still heaven and earth level experts in the dimensional battlefield. Their strength was definitely comparable to Wu Xing, or even higher. If he encountered them, wouldn't it be very troublesome, as expected? In a battlefield where the minimum requirement was emperor level, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Jun Changxiao covered his face and laughed strangely. This place is very exciting, very suitable for me. He, who was using cheats, had a feeling of being invincible in the falling star continent. In the dimensional battlefield, emperors were everywhere, half-step sages were as common as dogs, and there was also Wu Xing or even higher. The situation was different, especially when he thought of being able to fight with them. Jun Changxiao's blood instantly burned. After killing 20 half-step sages, he obtained 580 merit points. The territory of the falling star continent below also expanded from the initial 2 to 3 meters to more than 20 meters. Jun Changxiao broke down. To expand to the size of a village, how many do I have to kill? The feminine voice sounded, Dear participant, the number of people in the territory determines the speed of expansion. The fewer people there are, the slower the expansion. Shwa. Shwa. At this moment, streaks of light flew over. Among them, there were experts who pretended to leave, and there were also experts who were disturbed by the sword energy. There were at least 6,000 to 7,000 of them. Jun Changxiao stood proudly, holding his sword with one hand. Killing 19 emperors and one half-step sage was just a warm-up. What came next was the real battle. Combat armor wings and the ability to fly burst out at the same time, and this guy actually ran away as fast as he could. Don't be a coward. The system said. Jun Changxiao roared, my head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise I would fight with thousands of emperors. Jun Changxiao was very strong, but he did not think that he could fight against thousands of emperors alone. Thus, he could only escape and return to the safe zone when the time was up. Whoosh, with the combination of the mechanical armed wings and the ability to fly, he was very fast. In just a short while, he had left all the powerhouses behind him in the dust. Jun Changxiao was quite confident in escaping. Unless Wu Xing used space travel, no one would be able to catch up to him. Suddenly, he realized that his arms and body were emitting a red glow that extended into the sky. He was puzzled. What the hell is this? Martial artists from the falling star continent have killed 19 yellow level experts and 1 mystic level expert. They have gone berserk from killing. A class 3 arrest warrant has been issued, and the reward is 500 merit points. A heavy voice came from the sky. A level 3 bounty order? This is a big fat sheep. All the powerhouses scattered across the battlefield heard the voice, and their eyes lit up. Apart from taking the first blood of a martial artist and killing a powerhouse stronger than oneself, everyone else would be rewarded with 10 merit points and 500 merit points. This was definitely a fatal temptation. Red light. All the martial artists within 100 miles of Jun Changxiao saw the red light and immediately rushed over like hungry wolves. Dear participant. The feminine system said, you are now a level 3 bounty order. The red light you emit will expose your location at all times. Please be sure to hide well. Mwax. Jun Changxiao's expression collapsed. At this moment, the red light was still rising. Anyone within 200 to 300 miles would definitely be able to see it clearly. Only 20 people. Jun Changxiao roared. I became a bounty order just because I'm in a killing frenzy. The system gloated. Host, you pinched the wrong time. It definitely pinched the wrong time, if he knew that killing people would make him a bounty order and expose his location, Xianxia would definitely not hide in the stronghold for 2 hours. He would quickly go out and kill, then retreat back. If there was no other way, he would use the teleportation gate to return to the Sect of all times. But now, he could not go back even if he wanted to. The system continued to gloat. Easy mode was forcefully turned into hell mode by the host, ha ha ha. It's fine, it's fine. Xianxia calmed down and said, I have the mechanical armament wings, and it's powered by 2 cores. My speed is even faster. Escaping for an hour is not a problem. Who? At this moment, he released his spiritual senses and captured countless experts chasing after him from 3 other directions. Therefore, he could only escape as fast as he could, the system said sarcastically. This place is indeed very exciting. It's very suitable for the host to escape. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to him and focused on escaping. Chase. Don't let him escape, 500 merit points, I must get it. Tens of thousands of martial artists from all 4 directions chased after him with burning eyes. They couldn't wait to chop this 3rd-grade fugitive into pieces and earn merit points. Why aren't they fighting? Why are they chasing after me? Xianxia roared in his heart. The planar battlefield was supposed to be a place where all the major planes would fight and kill each other. But now, they were collectively targeting him. Who the hell had he offended? Dear participant, because your life is worth 500 merit points, 50 times more than 10 merit points, the female voice said. Xianxia ran at full speed and entered into a frenzied escape mode. At this moment, his blood was no longer boiling. There was only one thought in his mind, I want to go home. I want to go back to the Sect of all times, Falling Star Continent. A few martial saints, including City Lord Han, who rarely appeared, landed on the ancient altar. They all frowned, looking as if they had a lot on their minds. High Priest. One of the experts was silent for a while and said, can't we reject it? Sigh. The white-robed elder shook his head and said, the will of the upper realm can only be obeyed. The planar battlefield has always been participated in by the higher-level planes. The overall strength of our falling star continent is relatively weak. Going in is no different from suicide, one of the Wuxing said with a frown. These experts, who were second only to the martial emperor, had some understanding of the planar battlefield. That was why they were frowning. The high priest sighed and said, even if it's suicide, we have to send 2,000 Wu Huangyan. Only by expanding the territory of our falling star continent to a certain extent will we have the right to leave. Expand the territory? City Lord Han smiled bitterly and said, in my opinion, we won't be able to expand the territory. We'll be wiped out. Sigh. Several Wuxing sighed. The falling star continent was just one of the most inconspicuous planes in the universe. There were countless higher-level planes. Participating in the planar battlefield 5 years later was equivalent to sending Wu Huang to their deaths. If they only sent a few dozen people, it would not be a problem. However, they had to send 2,000 people. If all of them died, it would be a heavy blow to the already declining continent. Everyone. The high priest said, 5 years later, you should also go to the planar battlefield. Perhaps you can use your strength to expand the territory and reduce the losses to the minimum. That's the only way. Several Wuxing's eyes were filled with determination. They were strong, but they also knew that the experts from the higher-level planes were stronger than them. Since they were appointed by the upper realm, they could only bite the bullet and participate. Planar battlefield? In the heavenly mandate imperial city, Mu Changhong frowned. Yi Tianqing, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, I heard that this is a battlefield created by the upper realm to solve the problem of overcrowding. Once you enter, you must kill and expand the territory. Sidu Haoyun shook his head and said, the planar battlefield is a place more terrifying than hell. Sending people from the falling star continent is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Yes. Yi Tianqing said, the great war of the ancient emperors caused the world to fall apart. Our vitality was greatly damaged. If we go to the planar battlefield, our core strength will be severely damaged. Our overall strength will only decline further. Mu Changhong realized the seriousness of the matter. He picked up the letter on the table and said resolutely, "For the continent, we have to go." The altar not only had to send 2,000 Wu Huang, but also half saints and Wu Xing. Even if they were weak, they could not give up. They had to fight for a glimmer of hope. They were obviously sending themselves to their deaths. Why did they have to send so many experts? Because according to the rules of the planar battlefield, if one side was passive or only sent Wu Huang, they would be punished. To put it bluntly, going to the planar battlefield from a designated plane was the same as going to their deaths, risking their lives. Of course, if they managed to survive the stipulated time or expand their territory to a large extent, they would also be rewarded handsomely. As far as the experts of the Falling Star continent were concerned, they did not expect to be rewarded. They only hoped to survive the cruel battlefield and minimize their losses. Then they would be thankful. While the top experts of the Falling Star continent were worried, Xianxia, who had sneaked into the planar battlefield through the portal, was running wildly with his mouth open and his tongue hanging out. Forcing him to this extent, yes, there were thousands of experts chasing after him, just think about it. A dense mass of emperors and even half-step saints were chasing after him. How shocking would that scene be? Guoxing was able to achieve what he had today, thanks to the heavens and the earth. The system was still gloating. Hurry up and burn your chakra, burn your little universe, and burn your Haoshiku. Although Xianxia was in a very difficult situation, it was still a bit difficult to chase him down with the armed wings and the ability to fly. However, the red light broke through the sky, exposing his position at all times. More and more experts were surging over from all directions. It was truly a place where danger lurked everywhere. In fact, Xianxia could use the hard blade, but the effect of this thing had not been tested yet. As for whether it was fierce or not, if he fell into a serious weakened state, he would definitely die in the danger zone. Where do you think you're going? Hoo-hoo. While thinking, energy suddenly erupted from the right side, and dense fist and palm prints pressed down. Get out of here. Xianxia slashed out with his sword, instantly breaking the incoming attack and killing the few martial emperors who were blocking his way on the spot. This scene of being surrounded appeared several times in just 10 minutes. He killed a lot of people in succession. Although his merit points increased, his body became redder. Sect Master Jun was the emperor's favorite right now. Moreover, he was the kind of person whose radiance could pierce through the heavens and earth. It was easy for others to spot him. Swish. Swish. More and more experts charged over. For 500 merit points, they would never give up. Seeing more and more strong people joining in to chase him, Xianxia roared in his heart, "How much longer?" The system said, "There are still 10 minutes to enter the safe zone." It's about time. Xianxia sped up and suddenly turned around in midair, flying toward the Falling Star continent's stronghold at full speed. He secretly calculated that the time to reach there should be just right. The system said, "I don't want to discourage the host, but I have to say something. If they surround the stronghold, what should we do?" F***ck. Xianxia collapsed. This, he did not think of. Damn it. Xianxia's body suddenly emitted endless killing intent, and said, "If the stronghold is surrounded, I can only kill my way out." Without the help of Wu Xing, he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, the energy would eventually dry up, and the red light would always expose his position, attracting more strong people. So, if he wanted to live, he had to return to the safe zone. The system guessed right. When Xianxia flew toward the Falling Star continent's stronghold at full speed, he saw at least 1,000 strong people floating in midair, surrounding the stronghold. "Damn it," he said decisively, "fight." Ka, the mechanical wings combat and defense forms were activated, and the 9 phosphor armor and spirit armor were covered in layers. At this moment, Xianxia was in his strongest state, at the peak of Hua Mountain to challenge 2 evil sects' big shots. He had even used the rocket launcher, but that was mainly used to scare people to make them give up their territory and pay tribute. At this moment, to survive in the dimensional battlefield, to survive, since the safe zone had been sealed off, they had to kill their way out no matter what. Otherwise, if they wandered around the danger zone, they would die sooner or later. The Eternal Sect needed to develop, and he was still single. How could he die in this place? The system said, "It's better for the host to die, because it's too difficult to be single. Xianxia ignored the system's complaints. His eyes gradually turned red, and his whole body was covered in scorching flames. He was like a fire god that would burn anyone who touched him. That kid is here. I knew he would return to the stronghold. The eyes of the 1,000-strong martial artists guarding the falling star continent were burning. At this moment, they did not care about Xianxia, who was covered in flames. Instead, they treated him as the 500 merit points that could fly. Formation! One of the experts from the other plane shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, more than 20 strong people flew out, unsheathing their swords, and immediately set up some kind of sword formation. Die, all of you! Xianxia roared angrily, and his right arm, which was in combat form, suddenly swung. Jade Dragon asks the heavens, dragging out a dazzling sword aura. This attack was even more powerful than the one that killed the half-saint just now. One could clearly see the slender sword mark left on the thick spatial barrier. Ta! Ta! At this moment, 2 strong people from the wasteland continent stepped on the ground, and 2 ancient giant shadows appeared. They immediately raised their hands to meet the sharp sword aura. Boom, boom, an earth-shaking explosion was heard. When everything calmed down, the 2 giants had already been destroyed by the sword aura. Thump! 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 The 2 strong people from the wasteland continent retreated, holding their chests and vomiting blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were Xian experts, and the ancient giants were also the strongest defensive Dharma Laksana of the wasteland continent. Now that they had released them together, they could not even withstand one attack from that guy. Xianxia in his strongest state was not a pushover, but a hedgehog full of spikes. 3000 sword manipulation technique. At this moment, the dozens of swordsmen in the formation threw out their swords. In an instant, 3000 sword auras appeared like peacocks spreading their tails. Then, they formed a rain of swords and charged toward Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dense sword chi formed the momentum of mountains and tsunamis. Linear speed technique. Whoosh! 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 The dense sword shadows shook out and crazily collided with the rain of swords. In the end, all the swords were sent flying. Swords, come! Xianxia shouted, whoosh! 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 The swords that were sent flying were no longer controlled by the swordsmen. They swirled and gathered above their heads, forming a giant sword. Showing off their swords in front of Xianxia was no different from showing off in front of Guan Yu. The people in the formation were stunned. In the next second, a strong ominous feeling rose. The leader shouted, retreat, die, all of you. Xianxia was furious, and the Jade Dragon asks the heaven sword suddenly slashed down. The giant sword that gathered above suddenly collapsed like a mountain, and with endless sword momentum, it pressed down fiercely. Boom! 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 The dozens of swordsmen in the formation could not dodge in time and instantly turned into a rain of blood under the sharp edge of the giant sword. At that moment, an emperor expert was as fragile as an ant. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Imperial Sword mainland. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for killing 21 yellow-class martial artists of the Imperial Sword mainland. 210 merit points awarded. The experts from various planes who were about to attack were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out when they saw more than 20 experts of the Imperial Sword mainland fall. Roar! At that moment, the clothes of 2 experts from the barbarian mainland who were sent flying burst open, and strange tattoos appeared on their chests. Immediately, their bodies gradually expanded and evolved into the shape of ferocious beasts that were more than 60 meters tall. Barbarian King transformation, someone exclaimed. Kid! The Barbarian King transformation expert roared, die! The mountain-like palm carried a violent force and fiercely attacked. Whoosh! The other Barbarian King transformation expert raised his right arm and attacked from the side, sandwiching Xianxia, who was flying over. Whoosh! The violent force was released crazily, and the entire space was almost distorted. When the experts from various planes saw this, they were all in awe. At that moment, they could judge that after the 2 Mystique experts entered the Barbarian King transformation, their strength was probably infinitely close to the earthly level. This level 3 wanted criminal was probably doomed. Kill! Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He poured power into the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword, forming a scorching sword aura, and pierced toward the large palm that attacked first. Pucci, the sword aura directly pierced through the palm. Ah! The barbarian king who had his palm pierced by the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword let out a painful roar. Whoosh whoosh, the other palm came from the side with boundless power. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to pull out his sword. He turned around, raised his steel-covered right fist, and punched the palm. Boom! The power exploded, and ripples spread out. The experts from the various planes all stared with their eyes wide open, because in their field of vision, the barbarian king transformation expert, who was hundreds of feet tall and possessed boundless strength, staggered back, and finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ah! The other powerful being was still screaming. Jun Changxiao flew over and pulled out the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword. He jumped into the air and slashed down. Pucci, the thick arm was instantly cut off by the huge sword aura. Facing two powerful beings who had activated the barbarian king transformation and were infinitely close to the earth level, Jun Changxiao was able to send one flying and injure the other. That was really terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely take advantage of the situation to kill. However, he was in a hurry to kill his way back to the stronghold, so Jun Changxiao rushed back to the safe zone with his sword. The battle just now had shocked the powerful beings from all dimensions. When they saw that powerful being rushing over, they immediately retreated in shock. Everyone! Someone shouted. He's alone. Let's attack together. Whoever can kill him in the chaos will depend on luck. Okay. The powerful beings from all dimensions responded. Whoosh whoosh, however, just as they were about to attack, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. A huge palm came crashing down with rolling clouds. The powerful aura deeply shocked everyone's hearts. This is, one of the powerful beings exclaimed, an earth-level powerful being. Jun Changxiao, who was rushing over, also felt the terrifying pressure. He hastily raised his head and saw the mighty palm print pressing down on him. He immediately cursed, "You motherf asterisk cur," boom. The entire crimson continent shook, and dust rolled up. In the sky, an elder in a green robe appeared. He emitted a terrifying aura, which made the powerful beings from all dimensions feel wary. This was an earth-level powerful being. Using the falling star continent standards, he was a bona fide martial sage. In fact, he was even stronger than City Lord Han. No wonder Jun Changxiao was suppressed before he could finish cursing. After all, he was too strong and too fast. The palm came crashing down, and dust covered the sky. It's over. It took an earth-level powerful being to deal with a mere martial artist from the falling star continent. This is unbelievable. Disperse, disperse. Now that a level 3 wanted criminal was dead, the powerhouses of the various planes naturally wouldn't stay. No, why wasn't there a voice notification? According to the rules of the planar battlefield, martial artists who were defined as wanted criminals would be announced to the world as long as they were killed. But now, there was no sound in the sky. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow dashed out from the billowing dust at an extremely fast speed. The experts from the other planes immediately realized that the falling star continent cultivator hadn't been killed by the palm seal. The earth-level powerful expert was. Even if it was an opponent of the same strength as him, that palm strike of his would at least injure him. How was it that this kid was completely fine? He didn't have much time to think, so he gathered his powerful palm again and pressed down. Rumble. The ground shook again, and dust filled the sky. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao dashed out of the dust again. However, the outermost layer of his spiritual armor had been severely damaged, and he looked extremely miserable. What are you waiting for? The system roared. Hurry up and open the store. Buy some items and beat him up. Jun Changxiao pretended he didn't hear it and flew away. He didn't die? The powerful beings from all dimensions were dumbfounded. Kid. The earth-level powerful being said coldly, don't even think about escaping. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as he said that, a giant palm came crashing down again. Rumble. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao came out again. His spirit armor had been completely destroyed, revealing the 9 phosphor armor. If you don't want to use your contribution points, you can use your unstoppable blade. The system roared. At this time, it was very nervous and panicked. If Xianxia died, it would die too. The powerful beings from all dimensions were shocked to see that the kid could still run so fast after taking 3 consecutive blows from the Earth-level powerful being. Of course. There was no time to be shocked. They all used their movement techniques to escape. The 4th palm came crashing down. If they didn't dodge, they would be affected sooner or later. Rumble, whoosh, Xianxia came out again. The system was about to cry. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Rumble, whoosh, just like that, the palm kept pressing down. Xianxia was like a tenacious gopher. He escaped again and again. After a few more blows, the Earth-level powerful being stopped in midair. The target had already entered the falling star continent. Plop, Xianxia slumped into a chair, his head bowed as he gasped for breath. The 9 phosphor body armor he was wearing had been damaged in many places. He could take so many blows because of his defensive equipment. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Old man, after a while, Xianxia looked up with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and said, I will remember this. I will pay you back 100 times in the future. Wah. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't suppress the injuries in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He took so many blows. Although he relied on his defensive equipment, he also relied on his spirit to maintain it. Every blow not only consumed his spirit energy, but also hurt his internal body. Xianxia's meridians were all damaged. He could be classified as seriously injured. It wasn't that he hadn't been injured since he transmigrated to this world, but he had never been so severely injured. He had never been in such a sorry state before, so the anger in his heart erupted, and his eyes gradually turned red. Humph, the Earth-level powerful being sneered. You are lucky to survive after taking so many blows from me. But you won't be so lucky next time. His voice became more and more vague. He had disappeared into space. Crack. Xianxia clenched his fists. He remembered this expert, who was comparable to a martial saint, in his mind. He thought to himself hatefully, the day I become strong will be the day your head falls to the ground. This kid is really tough. He didn't die after being suppressed so many times. Let's go, let's go. Because Xianxia entered the falling star continent's stronghold, the warriors couldn't do anything to him. They could only leave. Puff, Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty and walked toward the teleportation gate step by step. Dear participant, once you leave the dimensional battlefield, the falling star continent's territory will be seized. If you don't come in within a year, you will be forcibly erased. A feminine voice sounded. Xianxia stopped in front of the teleportation gate. With his back to the dimensional battlefield, he said, I will be back. Whoosh, his body disappeared into thin air. The stronghold had extended to a few hundred meters. The flag with the words Falling Star Continent in the middle was waving in the air. Junior brother Xiao, are we going to the spirit gathering formation later? Sure. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked out of the Tower of Trials. However, just as the two of them were talking, the teleportation gate flashed. Xianxia staggered out, then fell to the ground and fainted. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were stunned. Oh no, the patriarch has fainted. Quick, quick. Go to the medicine hall. Where's Sun Bukong? Where's Sun Bukong? The entire sect of all times was in chaos. Xianxia and the other elders paced back and forth outside the medicine hall with their hands behind their backs. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Xiao Ziji sat in front of the stairs. Long Xiang, Li Tian, and the others were also very worried. Lu Qianqian leaned against the wall. Although her clear eyes were still cold, she could not hide the worry in them. Creak. After a while, the door opened. Elder Wei and Sun Bukong walked out with their heads lowered. They looked like doctors who had just finished an operation. They almost apologized to the patient's family. Sorry, we did our best. Elder Wei. Li Qingyang asked first, is the patriarch okay? Although he's unconscious, it's not serious, Elder Wei said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Elder Wei said, he needs to rest for a while. Ding Xinguang said solemnly, to be able to make the patriarch return with such heavy injuries, how terrifying is this battlefield mystic realm. Jun Changxiao was unconscious for a day before waking up. Although his injuries were under control with Sun Bukong's medicine and he had the strength to get out of bed, his meridians were severely damaged. He could not use spirit energy for the time being. It was not a big problem. With the space-time mystic realm, he could quickly recover after entering. Although he had only gone to the battlefield for 3 hours, Jun Changxiao realized that he was still too weak. The system comforted him. It's not that the host is weak. There are just too many strong people. Damn it. Jun Changxiao clenched his fists as he thought about how he had been repeatedly suppressed by a martial saint's palm. This is 2F** king frustrating. He was very angry. Revenge had to be taken, the system suggested, release all of your contribution points, buy a set of top-grade equipment, and go back to the planar battlefield to kill those bastards. Jun Changxiao said, I'll wait until I complete the 2 epic-level missions and break through to half-saint before I take my revenge. The system wanted him to spend as soon as possible so that he could repay his debt. However, what Jun Patriarch thought was that it would definitely take a lot of contribution points to deal with Wu Sheng. Instead of that, he might as well wait for a few months until the reward was given and he reached a higher realm. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jun Changxiao said, moreover, my surname is Jun, the system broke down, what does this gentleman's Jun have to do with your surname? Creak. The door was pushed open and Lu Qianxian, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, walked in. She placed the bowl on the table and said, it's time to take your medicine. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he could get out of bed and move. If she were to take care of him, he would probably have to get out of bed and drink the medicine himself. Lu Qianxian said, since the planar battlefield is so dangerous, why didn't Patriarch prepare a heal pill? The heal pill has no effect on my current realm. Jun Changxiao said. However, Lu Qianxian's words reminded him. The martial arts had always been changing, but the heal pill was still stuck at the middle grade. It seems like. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, I have to find a time to refresh the shopping mall. The system said, do you want to release the contribution points? Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, you're instigating me to spend now, you're getting more and more deranged. Sigh. The system said, the host is being abused by others on the battlefield, I also feel uncomfortable in my heart, so I urgently hope that the host can have more trump cards and become stronger. F***CK. Spending 50,000 contribution points to buy this planar battlefield teleportation gate is useless, I haven't had a good talk with you yet. At first, he thought of using the teleportation gate to sneak into other worlds, but the various planar strongholds were defined as safe zones, so it was completely impossible to go to other worlds. No. Jun Changxiao only thought about it for a moment, and he felt pain all over his body. The system didn't say anything and entered the second play dead mode. Jun Changxiao went to the spacetime secret realm, and after coming out, his injuries were completely healed. Next, he put his thoughts on the construction of the sect. The planar battlefield teleportation gate could be entered anytime and anywhere, but it was nothing more than an instance dungeon. Finding an exciting place, the development of the sect was still the most important task at hand. The next time I go in, I can bring Old Ding and the others to expand the territory and activate the merit store. Jun Changxiao muttered. After fighting in the planar battlefield, his merit points had already exceeded 1,000. He was now looking forward to the merit store that could be exchanged for various martial arts resources. Of course. Old Ding and the others were also very curious. What exactly did the Patriarch experience in the planar battlefield secret realm for him to be seriously injured and unconscious? What? Oh my god. Jun Changxiao told the whole story. Suddenly, Old Ding, Xianxia, and the others who were sitting in the main hall were all dumbfounded. Emperors were as common as dogs, and half-saints were everywhere. This scene was simply unimaginable. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I was injured by an Earth-level powerhouse comparable to Wu Sheng. Patriarch. Old Ding's eyes were burning. Can I go in? Not now. Jun Changxiao said, after a while, I will bring you in together. Xianxia and the Ning brothers' eyes were burning. Although the planar battlefield was very terrifying, as a martial artist, they naturally longed for excitement and wanted to fight with powerhouses. Of course. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, during this period, you must work hard to cultivate, because once you enter the planar battlefield secret realm, life and death will be up to fate. Yes. Xianxia and the others said in unison. After the meeting, Jun Changxiao called the Purple King over and said, how's your recovery? It's okay. The Purple King said, about 70 to 80%. With Lu Wancher's delicious food and various equipment to temper him, he was very close to reaching his pre-sale strength. Back then, several Wuxing joined forces to subdue him. This guy was definitely very strong. Jun Changxiao naturally wanted to bring him to the planar battlefield to avenge him and expand his territory. Patriarch. Xianxia came over and said, can I go in? Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, if you can break through Wu Huang in 10 months, I will naturally bring you in. 10 months. Xianxia said, that's a bit difficult. He was now a rank 8 martial king. Apart from Yiwudi, his cultivation was the highest among the disciples. With enough resources and various planar battlefield secret realms, breaking through to the peak in 10 months was not a problem. However, breaking through to Wu Huang would take a lot of time. In fact, Xianxia breaking through to Wu Huang was something that was set in stone. After all, he had done it in his previous life. It was just a matter of walking through it again. However, cultivation required not only comprehension, but also time. He had already comprehended it. All that was left was time. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others wanted to enter Wu Huang, they would need a lot of comprehension and time. It was obviously harder for them to break through compared to Xianxia. It was not a big problem. With the body metamorphosis scripture and the 5 elements heavenly reflection art, as well as high-quality spiritual roots and various resources, breaking through was only a matter of time. Damn it. Jun Changxiao clenched his fist and said, when I bring people in, I will definitely turn the planar battlefield upside down. This trip to the dimensional battlefield made Jun Changxiao understand that this was not a place where one person could play, unless he was strong enough to crush everything. No problem. Next time, he could bring people. Moreover, that female system also said that the more people there were, the faster the territory would expand. Of course. With the experience of almost not being able to return from the battlefield, Jun Patriarch naturally had to start preparing for a rainy day. First of all, it was okay to bring people in, but he had to ensure their safety. He could not really let them live or die in there. The system said, the host lacks high-grade healing pills, high-grade talismans, high-grade weapons, and equipment. Jun Changxiao knew that this guy was promoting, but he really lacked them. However, if he really wanted to get them all, how many contribution points would he need? Moreover, he could not use the dimensional battlefield to go to other worlds. As long as he expanded the territory and opened the merit store, it would be enough to see what was inside. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Let's get high-grade healing pills first. Jun Changxiao made a decision and opened the beginner store. The system said, it's impossible for the host to get such high-grade items in the beginner store. Then where should I get them? High-grade store. Jun Changxiao was silent. Ever since he had the ability to buy the high-grade store, he had never refreshed it. The main reason was that each refresh required 10,000 contribution points. The system said, although the goods in the high-grade store look good, there are not many that can really help the host and the sect. It is recommended that you refresh them instead of saving them for the new year. This guy was trying to stimulate Jun Changxiao to spend money. However, it made sense. Currently, except for a few items, most of the goods in the high-grade store did not have the value to buy. How many contribution points did you bet? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, during this time, I have helped the host to bet more than 70,000 contribution points. So little? Jun Changxiao frowned. When disciples challenged the life and death secret realm, they would get 1 contribution point for every disciple that passed. Now that a long time had passed, even if half of the tens of thousands of disciples succeeded each time, it would be at least 100,000 contribution points. The system said, the higher the level of the disciple, the lower the difficulty of the challenge. Some inner disciples will even team up with lower-level disciples to challenge the easy mode, so there will be no contribution points reward. The life and death secret realm was a good place for Sect of all times disciples to grind. However, after grinding for a long time and reaching a higher level, the EXP awarded would gradually decrease. Even the contribution points would not be given at all. For example, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. With the cultivation of a rank 7 or 8 martial king, if one attempted the easy mode, one would receive 0 experience and contribution points. Even if one attempted the normal mode, the amount of experience that one would receive was extremely small. Even if one attempted it multiple times, one might not be able to increase one's cultivation. As for the hard mode, although they could clear it and receive a large amount of EXP and contribution points, the Sect of all times members could not clear it without taking any damage, so the EXP and contribution points were not much. Right now, relying on the life and death secret realm to earn contribution points could only be done by the disciples who had just joined the sect and had just increased their cultivation, since they were at the golden stage of farming. Alright. Jun Changxiao said, give me 50,000 renminbi first. Ding. Contribution points, 544-805-0000. Ding. Overflow of contribution points. Schwa. He pulled open the high-level store. Jun Changxiao glanced at it again. After confirming that there were no items that he had to buy, he gritted his teeth and used his mind to scroll down. At that moment, his hands were trembling. Ding. Contribution points, 444-805-0000. After spending 10,000 contribution points, the items in the high-level store were all replaced, and the items that appeared were Origin Stone, Advanced Dragon Flame Technique, 8 Desolation Sky-Splitting Axe. Jun Changxiao continued reading until he saw the item named Upper Grade Healing Pill Formula. His eyes immediately lit up. Look. The system said, I was right. Jun Changxiao clicked on the introduction. Item, Upper Grade Healing Pill Formula. Introduction, after purchase, it will automatically be matched with the pill pavilion and obtain the refining method of the upper grade healing pill. Effect, when a martial artist still has a breath left, consuming the refined upper grade healing pill will allow them to recover quickly. Advantage, not only can it heal injuries, but it can also quickly replenish consumed spiritual energy, allowing one to instantly reach a full state. Disadvantage, restricted to martial artists at the level of Wu Huang and Wu Xing, and only 1 pill per day. Price, 10,000 contribution points. It can even recover spiritual energy? Jun Changxiao said happily, this is good stuff. The lower grade healing pill could only heal injuries. When a person was seriously injured and exhausted, and limited to dangerous situations, consuming it would basically have no effect. The upper grade healing pill could recover injuries and spiritual energy, which meant that when one was seriously injured, they could immediately recover and continue fighting with the enemy. I have to buy this. Jun Changxiao did not think much and spent 10,000 contribution points to buy it. As one's level gradually increased, one's fighting style would become more diverse. As long as a martial artist was injured, his meridians would be damaged, and his spirit core would be affected. A pill that could recover spiritual energy was really a necessity when going out and fighting outside. Ding. The formula was automatically matched with the pill pavilion. Clicking on the refining introduction, more than 50 materials appeared. Damn. Jun Changxiao said, this is too much. The better the effect of the pill, the more materials it needs. This is basic knowledge, okay? The system said. Jun Changxiao said, 2 kilograms of meat and 2 hunger grass. How do you explain refining an intermediate grade beast pill that is several times stronger than an elementary grade beast pill? This. The system was speechless. Patriarch. Li Luoqia walked in and said, the hunger grass is far from reaching the collection standard. I'm afraid it will be out of stock soon. Jun Changxiao, just as I was using the intermediate grade beast pill to slap the system's face, you suddenly came out to slap my face, the procurement hall had been purchasing a large amount of hunger grass. Although this thing was all over the mountains, it took a year to mature. After a long time it would not be able to supply it. Moreover, the merchants of Qingyang County knew that the Sect of all times had been buying it for a long time. They dug up the hunger grass every day, and the mountains had long been dug bare. June Patriarch muttered, I have to think of a way to provide it for a long time. There were hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts in Mount Ironbone that needed to be raised. The intermediate grade beast pill must not be out of stock. He definitely had to look for Elder Wei about the medicinal herbs. Jun Chongxiao came to the medicine hall and handed over the list of medicinal herbs to refine the high-grade healing pill. He said, how long will it take to grow these dozens of medicinal herbs? He did not have any medicinal herbs. But he had a lot of seeds. Moreover, the procurement hall had been purchasing them. As long as they were of good quality, they would buy them and store them for emergencies. In Jun Chongxiao's words, I can wait for all kinds of formulas to be refreshed, but I definitely can't let the formulas wait for the materials. It had to be said that he had foresight. Otherwise, he would have to urgently think of a way to find the materials to refine the high-grade healing pill. In fact, June Patriarch could also plant all the seeds and keep them as backup, but the project was vast. Moreover, he did not know what materials were needed for a refreshed formula, so he could only gather the seeds first. Elder Wei looked carefully and said, although there are many kinds, the quality is not too high. It will take about 3 to 4 months. Let's plant a batch first, Jun Chongxiao said. The dimensional battlefield had a level limit, so it was destined that not many people could be brought in. It was enough for everyone to have a few pills, so there was no need to mass-produce them for the time being. Memo right. Jun Chongxiao said, send some people from the medicine hall to plant the Mount Ironbone with the hunger grass. Elder Wei was instantly dumbfounded. Strictly speaking, the hunger grass was just an ordinary plant. It could not be considered a medicinal herb at all. Letting the members of the medicine hall grow this thing would definitely lower their status. Jun Chongxiao touched his chin and said, we can set aside a grassland and use it to grow the hunger grass. The corner of Elder Wei's mouth twitched. He could already imagine the scene of a professional herbalist growing the hunger grass. On a hill not far from the herb garden, Peppa the wild boar released its spiritual energy and went back and forth, diligently reclaiming the land. This place was used to grow hunger relief grass, and it was estimated that more than 2 million of them would be planted. Under normal circumstances, this kind of plant would take 1 year to grow, but with a seed-nurturing pond and sufficient spiritual energy and herbalists, it would mature in 2 or 3 months. It would not be a problem to feed hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, and it could even be sold. However, if outsiders knew that the Sect of all times was growing hunger relief grass, their jaws would drop. Everything is ready. Now, we just need to wait for the herbs to mature. Jun Chongxiao leaned against the chair, crossed his legs, and enjoyed his tea. The system said, the host has forgotten the fear of being dominated by an Earth-ranked powerhouse's palm in the dimensional battlefield. F***ck. Jun Chongxiao broke down and said, can you not mention it? I just forgot. How can you forget such a deep grudge? The system said, revenge is a dish best served cold, but you still have to take revenge. I will always remind the host. Right now, Jun Chongxiao really missed the female system that would kiss him. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of someone leveling up came from outside. Jun Chongxiao looked up and said in surprise, someone is about to break through to Wu Huang. The disciples who were cultivating in the outer court also noticed it. They all looked in the direction of the aura and finally confirmed that it came from Yi Wudi's room. Tsk tisk. Jun Chongxiao took a sip of tea and said, this disciple of mine is improving very quickly. He was not too surprised when Yi Wudi broke through to Wu Huang. After all, he had a super divine grade spiritual root and was very diligent in his cultivation. He's faster than me. Yi Xingchen, who was about to enter the training tower, suddenly frowned. He was not jealous that there was a disciple in the sect who became an emperor faster than him. He was just wondering if he could break through to this level before going to the battlefield secret realm. Whoosh whoosh, the leveling up continued for a while and gradually calmed down. Creak. The door opened, and Wudi walked out. His whole body was emitting an emperor-level aura. His eyes were shining with a sharper luster than before. Congratulations, junior brother for breaking through Wu Huang. His fellow disciples who were passing by all congratulated him. Coincidence, coincidence. Wudi scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Since he came from the upper realm, he had always been humble and low-key. This was a stark contrast to Xianxia, who had been reborn as a martial emperor. Junior brother Li Qingyang said, the patriarch summons you to the Great Hall. Yes. In the main hall. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, since you've broken through to Wu Huang, follow me to the secret battlefield realm. Battlefield mystic realm? Wudi was confused. In order to break through Wu Huang, he had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, so he hadn't heard about it. Jun Patriarch said, simply put, it's the planar battlefield. Planar battlefield? Wudi's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard of this place before. It was a battlefield created by a powerful expert using a mystical ability, allowing cultivators from various planes to enter and kill each other. Patriarch. Wudi asked, can we enter? Anytime, Jun Changshao said. Wudi's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, aren't only the designated planes qualified to enter? When he arrived at the back mountain and saw the entrance to the secret battlefield, he suddenly realized. This must have been created by the seven profound Holy Lord using a mystical ability. Wudi would always forcefully imagine things that he couldn't understand. No wonder he was the leader of the imagination trio. Jun Changshao not only had to bring his disciples and elders, but he also had to bring his contracted beasts. Thus, he called the little dragon and Xianxia over and told them to use the limited time to strengthen themselves. The little dragon said indifferently, it's enough for master to bring me. There's no need to bring a burden. Who are you calling a burden? Xianxia's almond eyes widened as she fiercely pinched the spiritual cat. Although the spiritual cat was in pain, its face was filled with enjoyment. I'm talking about you. Say that again. A burden, a burden, a burden. The little dragon repeated important matters 3 times in a very manly manner. The system said, you are indeed worthy of being the host's contracted beast. Master. Xianxia said with an aggrieved expression, this little bug is bullying me again. Jun Chang smiled and said, let go of your hand first. The little guy is out of breath from your grip. It's fine. The spiritual cat said in a hoarse voice, you can continue chatting. I can still hold on, Peng. Peng, Xianxia grabbed it and slammed it into the ground several times. She bitterly said, I'm annoyed, don't talk. Jun Changshao, this little fellow that followed Dunan had awakened an incredible hidden attribute. Little Dragon and Xianxia were very strong, but their birth characters were incompatible. If they weren't bickering then they would be bickering on the road. Thus, this gave Jun Patriarch a headache. This was impossible. After persuading them for a long time, the two finally entered a state of truce. Only then did Xianxia leave with the spiritual cat. Master. Little Dragon returned to the main topic. Its eyes were cold as it said, I will become stronger and enter the mystic realm. I will torture that fellow that bullied you until he wishes he was dead. Wu Xing. Jun Changshao said, this is a bit tricky. The earth-ranked powerhouse that suppressed him, from the aura that erupted, was clearly stronger than Ding Xingwang and City Lord Han. It's fine. Little Dragon said, I can evolve. Now? That won't do. We have to wait for the right time. Jun Changshao opened the high-grade store and locked onto the advanced dragon flame technique. He thought, this should be able to make Little Dragon stronger. The advanced dragon flame technique was a beast-type skill that was suitable for fire-type beasts. It cost 10,000 contribution points. After giving Little Dragon the beginner-level fire rain technique, its strength increased significantly. This advanced skill should be stronger, right? Jun Changshao guessed. The system said, there are only good items in the high-grade store. There's no need for the host to think too much. Just buy it. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points. You have obtained the Advanced Dragon Flame Technique X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points, 344,805,0000. The system said, "You bought it just like that?" In the past, when he tried to persuade the host to buy things, he would always be indecisive. Now, he bought it just like that. Happiness came a bit too suddenly. Ding. The purchase Dragon Flame technique was automatically matched with the Spirit Beast Pavilion. June. Xianxia clicked on the introduction. Beast Skill, Advanced Dragon Flame Technique. Effect, allows contract beasts to comprehend the Advanced Dragon Flame Technique. Requirements, 1/1 Fire-type contract beast, 231,100 Fire-type mid-level 9th grade beast crystal cores, 0/30 Fire-type low-level 9th grade Spirit Beast crystal cores, 0/10 Fire-type mid-level 9th grade Spirit Beast crystal cores. June Xianxia then clicked on the Fire-type contract beast. The name that appeared was Fire Dragon. This meant that as long as he had enough Fire-type crystal cores, he could give Little Dragon the Advanced Dragon Flame technique. Fire-type crystal cores. He touched his chin and said, "Where should I find them?" At this moment, through the entrance of the hall, June Xianxia saw the Purple King who was heading towards the Spirit Beast Hall. He smiled and waved, "Hall Master Z, come here. I have something to say to you." The Purple King stopped in his tracks. He had a bad feeling about this. Where am I supposed to find so many Fire-type crystal cores? You beasts should have your own graveyard. You can send your subordinates to collect them. No. That kind of place cannot be desecrated. Smack. June Xianxia placed the spatial rings filled with mid-level beast cores on the table and said, "Hall Master Z, please collect the Fire-type crystal cores as soon as possible." Understood. The Purple King stood up and took the rings with him. He was not going to kill his own kind for crystal cores. He was just going to the graveyard to look for them. It was still acceptable. Before he left, June Xianxia said, "Bring some crystal cores of other elements." After handing over the matter of crystal cores to the Purple King, June Xianxia focused on managing the sect. Now that he had the healing pills, the next thing he needed to consider was whether he could help his disciples break through faster before the mission was completed. This breakthrough referred to the Emperor realm. There were many experts in the dimensional battlefield. If his disciples entered and fought with them, it would naturally be more challenging than the life and death secret realm. Moreover, since he wanted to turn that place upside down, it was definitely not something that could be done with just a few people. If he brought hundreds or thousands of Emperor Realm experts to bully them, the scene would definitely be as beautiful as a painting. Li Qingyang and the other disciples are close to breaking through to the peak of the Martial King realm. I'm afraid it will take a long time for them to comprehend on their own. June Xianxia murmured, "If only there were Wu Huang pills." The system said, "As long as the host is willing to spend contribution points, you can have anything." However, it paused and said, "Before that, you have to go to the high-level mall." Get lost. June Xianxia rolled his eyes. In a high-cost place like the high-level mall, without hundreds of thousands or millions of contribution points, he would not have the confidence to go there. Sigh. June Xianxia sighed and said, "I'll take it one step at a time." Leveling up had to be done slowly. It was not realistic to become a fatty in one go. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Qian Songbao is here." I thought this kid changed his mind halfway. It had been a while since the God of Cookery competition ended, but Qian Songbao still did not report to the Sect of all times. June Xianxia guessed that he might have been stopped by his father and went to quietly be a rich second generation. In the main hall, Qian Songbao sat at the head of the table. He did not come alone. He was followed by a middle-aged fat uncle with a big belly. Because he was too fat, his eyes were almost squinted into a line. "This is?" June Xianxia walked in and asked. Qian Songbao was about to introduce him when the middle-aged uncle cupped his hands and said, "This humble servant does not have much money." Shua. June Xianxia sat down beside Qian Boudoir at lightning speed. He extended his hand and said, "Recently, there have been auspicious clouds appearing in my sect. I was wondering why, but now I know that Master Qian will be paying us a visit today." The system, Li Qingyang, Although Qian Budwa was a little shocked, he had been through a lot. He smiled and said, June Patriarch, my son is lucky to be able to join the sect of all times. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, he put down a spatial ring and said, here are 5 million taels of silver and 20,000 natural spirit stones. Take it as the entrance fee. Her son was so rich. As a father, he was indeed inhumane. Patriarch Qian, how old are you? Over 40 years old. Jun Chongxiao cupped his hands and said, Jun is only in his early 20s, so I'll address you as big brother. When Qian Budwa heard what he said, he smiled and said, then from now on, big brother, we'll call each other brothers. Big brother. Brother. The system ridiculed, do you want to take out the green dragon crescent blade and offer it to Guan Yu so that you two can become sworn brothers? Good idea. The system, Qian Budwa came this time to send his son to the sect of all times. Secondly, he wanted to try the dishes cooked by the god of cookery competition's champion, Lu Wancher. Therefore, they brought up the topic during their conversation. Jun Chongxiao went with the flow and said, Big brother has come from afar. I've already prepared a feast to welcome you. Please. Please. Jun Patriarch brought him to the courtyard where he lived and arranged for the dining area to be in the main hall. The higher management of the certification center, such as Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen, only allowed them to eat in the cafeteria and arranged for Qian Budwa to stay here. This showed that he respected his big brother very much. Serve the dishes. Jun Chongxiao snapped his fingers. 1 He and 2 He, who had received the order earlier, walked in with delicacies and quickly filled the entire dining table. Meat, vegetables, sweet, spicy, everything was available. After all the dishes were served, Qian Budwa was not in a hurry to move his chopsticks. Instead, he sniffed lightly and said, the taste is not bad. Qian Songbao was stunned. His father was even more picky than him when it came to food. Now that he had praised it without even tasting it, it was a little unexpected. Jun Patriarch said humbly, it's just plain tea and plain food. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Qian Budwa said, brother, just this mouth-watering smell alone is worth a few 100,000 just to smell it. The corner of Jun Chongxiao's mouth twitched. Sure enough, in the world of the rich, everything was measured by money. Swoosh. Qian Budwa waved his hand and took out his specially prepared cutlery. Judging from the color, although it was not gold, it was definitely more precious than gold. Jun Patriarch began to seriously consider whether he should accept the system's suggestion and summon the green dragon crescent blade to become sworn brothers with him. Qian Budwa arranged the cutlery and then picked up a piece of red braised pork with his chopsticks. The moment he put it to his mouth, he stood there like a wooden chicken. That was right. His soul flew away. After the meal, the expression on Patriarch Qian's face was like a stormy sea, full of changes and wonderful. Smack. After drinking a mouthful of soup, he put down the spoon and said solemnly, brother, to be able to taste such delicacies in your sect, I have no regrets in this life. Smack. He slapped the spatial ring on the table and said, there are 20,000 natural spirit stones in here. Treat it as your hospitality. Brother. Jun Chongxiao said, you're treating me like an outsider. That's true. Qian Budwa took back the spatial ring and said, talking about money between brothers hurts our relationship. The corner of Jun Chongxiao's mouth twitched. I was just being humble. How could he take it back without any hesitation? Brother. Qian Budwa said, my Qian family recently discovered a sizable spirit stone mine in the depths of the 100 Hills mountain range. I need to go back and take care of the situation. I'll take my leave first. A sizable spirit stone mine, Jun Chongxiao's eyes lit up, but he also said solemnly, the 100 Hills mountain range is filled with ferocious beasts. It's very dangerous. That's right. Qian Budwa said, it's very difficult to mine it. Let's go back and think of a way. Brother. Jun Chongxiao said, if you need help from the sect of all times, I'll be happy to help. You don't say. I really do need help. Qian Budwa said, brother, can you send some experts to follow my Qian family's exploration team into the 100 Hills mountain range? Jun Chongxiao was a little confused. Although he was very tempted by the spirit stone mine, he was just being polite, or was he not here to send his son off or have a meal, but to ask for help from the sect of all times? Of course. Qian Budwa said, we'll pay for your help too. Brother, when are you going? Half a month later. Only your Qian family knows about this mine? For now, only my Qian family knows. No problem. Jun Changxiao said, I'll send experts in half a month. Thank you. You and I are brothers. You're treating me like an outsider. He did not mention that money was treating him like an outsider because he was afraid that the other party would not be polite and would not even pay for his help. No matter what Qian Budwa came here for, Jun Changxiao would definitely send people to help him mine the spirit stone veins. After all, he was so generous, so he would definitely give a lot of help. Brother. Qian Budwa stood in front of the mountain gate and cupped his hands. I'll leave my son to you. Big brother, please rest assured. Jun Chang smiled and said, Brother, I will definitely nurture him into a useful pillar of society. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qian Budwa came and left in a hurry. After watching him leave, Jun Changxiao went through the procedures for Qian Songbao and handed him over to Lu Wancher. The little girl acted like a master and said, From today onwards, you'll be a member of the cafeteria. You'll have to wake up early every day to prepare ingredients. That, Qian Songbao collapsed. I'm very lazy. Even if you're lazy, you still have to do it. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat. Lu Wancher said. Qian Songbao wanted to cry. However, if he couldn't eat Lu Wancher's cooking, what was the point of coming to the sect of all times? All right. He compromised. I'll try. Peng, the next day, the sleeping Qian Songbao suddenly flew out of the window and fell to the ground with a plop. Pa the barefoot Xiaomaxian clapped her hands and walked out. The sun's already up and you're still sleeping. Hurry up and go work in the cafeteria. Qian Songbao stood up like his bones were falling apart. Looking at the first glimmer of light in the sky, he collapsed. The sun's still early. Aya. Xiaomaxian grabbed his collar and coldly said, Are you questioning this queen's words? Boom, boom. Before long, Qian Songbao arrived at the cafeteria with a bruised face. Lin Yao, who had already integrated into the sect of all times, pointed at several large baskets filled with ingredients and said, Go wash the ingredients. This is too much. Peng, just as he finished speaking, Xiaomaxian appeared behind him and punched him in the head. If I tell you to go, then go. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Qian Songbao hurriedly carried the ingredients and left. He didn't have much to do on the first day. He was only responsible for washing the vegetables before every meal. However, when he was done, he lay on the bed and cried as if he was paralyzed. Father, I want to go home. The spoiled Qian Songbao had a hard time adapting to life in the sect of all times. Luckily, Xiaomaxian was in charge of supervising him. After being abused for several days, she was able to wake up early on time and help out in the kitchen. When he was working, the little guy's expression was crumbling. During the meal, the little fellow's expression was one of exultation. At this point, the cafeteria was further improved. Lu Wancher and O Yangjun were in charge of cooking, while Ma Yongning and Lin Yao were in charge of cutting the vegetables. 1 black, 2 black, and the other members were in charge of miscellaneous tasks. As for Qian Songbao, he was in charge of washing the vegetables first. Once he became more diligent, he would be allowed to cook. The people in the medicinal hall did not stay idle either. They began to plant hunger grass on the grassland that Peppa Wild Boar had cultivated. This thing did not require any cultivation techniques. After it was planted, there was no need to keep an eye on it every day. Occasionally, he would come over to weed and fertilize it. Elder Wei and a few of his core members focused their attention on the dozens of medicinal herbs that Jun Changxiao had given them. Therefore, they began to work overtime in the medicinal field. Several days later, Purple Craggy Demon Monarch had returned with enough crystal cores. Shua. Jun Changxiao opened the Spirit Beast Pavilion and tapped on the high-level Dragon Flame technique. The word comprehension lit up behind it. Fuck off. I won't fuck off. On the inner court martial stage, Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian, the two enemies, met again and began their daily bickering. This situation was very common. Therefore, the nearby disciples did not come up to stop them. "Do you believe that I won't beat you up right now?" Xiao Longlong coldly said. "Beat me up?" Xiao Maxian disdainfully said, "You don't have the ability." Xiao Longlong forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "A good man does not fight with a woman. I'm too lazy to bother with you." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the outer court. But just as he took 2 steps, his body suddenly stiffened. A strange message appeared in his mind. He had experienced this feeling before. Therefore, after he regained his consciousness, he said in a daze, "I learned another skill?" Huff huff, flames erupted all over his body as he activated his second form. Xiao Maxian thought he was going to attack. Thus, she flew into the air and covered herself with her wings, about to use sky-filling feathers. Shwa! Suddenly, Xiao Longlong also flew up. His hands reached out from the flames and locked down below. He shouted, "Dragon flame storm!" Huff huff, the martial stage space below rippled. Fire attribute energy appeared and rose into the air. It constantly spun in place and gradually spread upwards, forming a tornado, ka. As the intensity of the flames increased and the speed of the rotation increased, the entire martial stage was roasted red. The stone slabs were completely evaporated. Jun Changxiao had just pressed the comprehension button when he felt the restless flames coming from the inner court. He hurriedly flew out and saw the martial stage destroyed. He collapsed and said, "Stop. The flames suddenly weakened. Ta! Xiao Longlong landed on the scorched ground. He looked at his hands with disbelief, saying, "This skill is terrifying." He had only used 20 to 30% of the power of the flames. If he had completely erupted, then let alone the martial stage, even the entire inner court would have been burned to ashes. After testing it, not only was the high-level dragon flame art terrifying, but its attack range was also extremely wide. If this were to happen in the planar battlefield, then no matter how many yellow rank powerhouses came, they would all die. "I can't wait." Jun Changxiao's eyes blazed. Especially when he thought of being suppressed by an earth-rank powerhouse, he wished he could bring Ding Xingwang, the Purple King, his 2 contract beasts, and Xianxia to the battlefield. He wanted to find that fellow and torture him until he wished he was dead. Burning area. Internal Affairs Chief Li Qingyang was calculating the losses. Xiao Longlong had obtained the dragon flame art. As for how strong it was, it could only be perfectly displayed on a battlefield where slaughter was the main focus. Jun Changxiao wanted to wait until the epic mission was completed before he decided to enter. Thus, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to display it for a while. Hall Master Purple. One day, he ordered, "Family head Qian has discovered a spirit stone mine in the 100 Mound Mountains. Bring old Niu and the others there to help." 100 Mound Mountains? The Purple King's eyes turned cold when he heard this. "What's wrong?" Jun Changxiao asked. The Purple King said in a low voice, "A spirit beast comparable to Wuxing lives in the 100 Mound Mountains. It calls itself the King of 100 Mound. Back then, I went to recruit it, but I was rejected." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao frowned. He had promised Qian Boudoir to help him excavate the mine because he wanted Zihuan to help. After all, he was a demon king. Now that there was a powerful spirit beast that didn't submit to him, the problem was a little tricky. "If that's the case," Jun Changxiao said, "just take it down." The Purple King said solemnly, "This King of 100 Mound is very strong and very cunning. It'll be very difficult to subdue it. It seems that when you went to recruit it, you either suffered a loss or failed to gain any advantage," Jun Changxiao said. "Humph," the Purple King said coldly, "at that time, I had just descended from the upper realm. My cultivation and strength were greatly reduced. Otherwise, I could have crushed it with a finger." Obviously, Jun Changxiao had guessed correctly. This guy not only failed to recruit the King of 100 Mound, but he also suffered a loss. Even Hall Leader Z can't do anything about it. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "If we can subdue the King of 100 Mound, it'll be a great help." A few days later, outside the 100 Mound Mountains, Jun Changxiao walked over. Behind him were two contracted beasts, including Old Ding, Gong Sunhaohai, and Xianxia. There were also 5,000 members of the war cavalry hall led by Shui Rengui and Tao Yuan, as well as core disciples like Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Qian Budua and the Qian family's experts were also with them. Every time they saw this lineup, they would break down and think to themselves, isn't it just mining a spirit stone mine? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? P.S. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes. The 100 Hills mountain range was vast and stretched across several states. However, the most dangerous place was the deepest part because it was known as the Beast Paradise. Although there were many herbs, ores, and other resources, no one dared to collect them. Moreover, there was a strange thing about the 100 Hills mountain range. As soon as a martial artist entered, the dire beasts would attack as if they had received some kind of order. Jun Chongxiao had heard about this place before. When he learned about the King of 100 Hills from the Purple King, he guessed that it was behind the collective attack of the dire beasts. Rustle. In the dark forest, 5,000 members of the war cavalry hall stepped on the wet ground and walked step by step. After Shui Rengui and Tao Yuan's training, they seemed to have transformed into special forces fighting in the forest. Brother. Qian Budwa praised, these disciples of yours are not simple. The Qian family had brought many masters, but compared to the members of the war cavalry hall, they paled in comparison. They're all right. Jun Chongxiao said humbly. Patriarch. Xianxia stopped and said, there's a pack of wolf beasts 20 miles away. There are about 5,000 to 6,000 of them. Stay alert. Jun Chongxiao immediately ordered. Swoosh. Swoosh. The members of the war cavalry hall unleashed their auras and materialized black armor in front of them. This speed, this efficiency. Without long and strict training, it was impossible to form in a short time. Xiao Ziji had already set up his AWM sniper rifle and carried a modified rocket launcher on his back. However, the entire sect of all times was on high alert. One of the Qian family's masters muttered, there's a restriction in the forest that restricts the spread of spiritual senses. Can he reach 20 miles? Others could not. Xianxia could. Because he had a primordial spirit. Ever since he inherited this physique in the Fatality Tower, his spiritual senses had become stronger and stronger. Even in the dark forest with many restrictions, he could still explore very far. Li Qingyang and the others had been strengthening their physiques while cultivating, and now they were basically seeing results. For example, Xiao Ziji. The great wasteland in his dantian had already materialized. Although the scale was very small, the power it formed had already begun to increase his defense. Every day, after tempering his body, he could clearly feel the changes in his muscles, blood vessels, and even his pores. Another example was Zhou Hong. After inheriting the sword transformation constitution, his understanding of swordsmanship had improved tremendously. Even Su Xiaoma, who was undercover in Taishan Xingzong, was constantly trying to comprehend the body of fierce wind. Yi Xingchen was the happiest of them all. After inheriting the spiritual pulse physique, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased. Especially with the various martial arts facilities and the two mental cultivation methods, the speed at which he improved his realm increased every day. Although these physiques from the ancient times could not bring about earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, as they continued to comprehend and improve their realms, they would definitely bring about great benefits. Awoo! Awoo! After walking for a while, waves of wolf howls came from the depths of the forest, and the decaying air was filled with a murderous aura. The Qian family's experts instantly became nervous. Shua! Shua! At this moment, a huge brown wolf beast jumped out of the dark grass, and its eyes shone with seven-colored light. Seven-colored wolf! One of the Qian family's experts exclaimed. Jun Chongxiao said, this wolf beast is stronger than the hurricane wolf. Ta! 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 After a while, more seven-colored wolves comparable to Wuzong walked out of the dark. Their number gradually increased to several thousand, and dozens of them were not weaker than the martial king realm. Under normal circumstances, wolf beasts at the spirit beast level would not appear easily. Now that they had gathered together, there must be something fishy. Family head. One of the Qian family's experts said in a low voice, "This is a little troublesome." With his cultivation, he was not afraid of the wolf pack. However, they had just entered the depths and were already targeted like this. It would be more dangerous later. Humans. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the mountain in the distance. All of you will die today. The Qian family's experts looked up. They saw an even bigger and majestic seven-colored wolf standing on the mountain. They exclaimed, "Seven-colored wolf king." The strength of this big guy, judging from its aura, was not inferior to a Wu Huang. The Qian family's martial artists panicked. They might not be able to defeat a spirit beast of this level with their strength. He. The seven-colored wolf king laughed strangely. I let those humans in on purpose. I didn't expect to attract so many of them. Hearing this, Qian Budua's expression changed drastically. He was still wondering how the exploration team he sent to the 100 Hills mountain range was so dangerous. How did they find the mineral vein? Hearing the seven-colored wolf king's words, he understood that this was a trap deliberately set for him. TSK. Jun Changxiao took a bite of the apple and said, "Your spirit beast is a little cunning." The purple king said disdainfully, "Like master, like subordinate. It's not strange at all." The seven-colored wolf king turned its head and sneered. "Isn't this the guy who was chased away by my king back then? How dare he come again?" The purple king clenched his fists. Thinking back to when the king of 100 Hills used despicable means to trick him, he could not suppress his anger. Looks like this seven-colored wolf king is that guy's subordinate. Since it's an enemy, there's no need to show mercy. Crunch, Jun Changxiao took another bite of the apple and waved his hand. "Kill them all." Boom. Boom. As soon as he said that, a deafening explosion was heard. The Qian family's experts were shocked to the point that their faces turned pale. Then, they gradually widened their eyes. Because where the wolf pack gathered, a strong wind was blowing, and the rolling dust formed a mushroom shape and extended into the sky. What's going on? Gradually, everything returned to normal. A huge pit appeared, and the thousands of wolf beasts that gathered together disappeared. Crystal cores were scattered all over the ground. Swoosh, Xiaoziji placed the rocket launcher on the ground and started to charge it. Everyone in the sect of all times was calm, while Qian Budua and the Qian family's experts were stunned. The seven-colored wolf king was also dumbfounded. Its eyes were filled with fear. It wanted to order its subordinates to attack and tear this group of humans into pieces, but in an instant, they were all annihilated. This plot was not right. The situation was tense. Run, swoosh, the seven-colored wolf king made the right choice in the shortest time. It turned around and was about to escape into the depths of the forest. But as soon as it turned around, it saw Ding Xinguang and Gong Sun Haohai. One was sitting on a rock, the other was leaning against the mountain wall, smiling with their hands crossed. When did these two humans appear? Why didn't it notice them at all? Swoosh, without hesitation, it ran to the side. But as soon as it turned around, old Ding's palm hit it directly. Then, the poor big guy tilted its head and fell from the mountain, landing in front of everyone's feet. Qian Budua, the Qian family's experts, a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang, was so weak in front of the weathered elder. Jun Changxiao jumped and landed on the half-dead seven-colored wolf. King. He crossed his hands and said loudly, "King of 100 Hills, are you satisfied with my greeting gift? P.S. The 5th update, please vote." In fact, Jun Changxiao and the others had already been tracked when they came in. A large number of ferocious beasts in the depths had received orders to move. The thousands of wolves were just the first obstacle. There were many more powerful ferocious beasts waiting for them. Since the other party had given them such hospitality, Jun Changxiao had to return the favor. Therefore, he ordered Xiaoziji to use the rocket launcher to kill the wolves and used the Rainbow Wolf King as a temporary seat. Fastidious people. They would not lose their way no matter where they went. They were not too polite and did not use the more destructive field artillery. Jun Patriarch was fastidious, but Qian Budua and the Qian family experts were stunned. They had already imagined being attacked by the wolf beasts and fighting them crazily, but they were all killed cleanly. As for the Rainbow Wolf King, that was comparable to an emperor tier, It was even slapped to the point that it could not take care of itself. Shock, shock, all kinds of emotions rose in the hearts of the Qian family experts. In terms of showing off, they were better than the passers-by. This was worthy of praise. Kid. A heavy voice came from the depths of the forest. I don't want to go against you. Leave the 100 Hills mountains quickly. 100 Hills, kid. The Purple King clenched his fists and said angrily, get out here. Heh. The voice came again. Loser, what are you being so arrogant for? The Purple King was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he heard Xianxia say, you are the boss of this area, King of 100 Hills? That's right. The heavy voice said proudly. Xianxia said, you deliberately used the spirit stone vein to lure me here. How can you leave just like that? Humph, King of 100 Hills said coldly, I'm already very kind to let you leave. If you don't know what's good for you, you can only leave your life here. Roar. Roar. As soon as he said that, angry roars came from all directions. Then, they could vaguely see large ferocious beasts walking out. The ground shook with their movements. The Qian family experts were so shocked that their souls almost flew out. There were not many ferocious beasts, only a few hundred of them. However, from their auras, they were comparable to king tier or even emperor tier existences. Qian Budua's expression became interesting. I just came here to mine. Why did I suddenly have to face such a big battle? Brother. He said in a low voice, let's retreat. Spirit stone veins were precious, but they couldn't compare to one's life. Right now, he wished he could grow a few more legs so that he could return to the Qian family as soon as possible and live his life happily. Big brother, you take them away first. Xianxia said, I'll bring up the rear. This, Qian Budua was deeply touched. You and I are brothers. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Xianxia's mouth twitched. This was because when Qian Budua spoke, he was already more than 10 feet away from him. It was obvious that he was ready to escape immediately. Big brother, it's not too late to leave now. It'll be troublesome if we're surrounded by ferocious beasts. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Qian Budua was not a hesitant person. He hurriedly said, let's retreat. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. Without another word, the Qian family's experts turned around and fled at top speed. Each of them was faster than the other. After all, their strength was only at the level of Wuzong and Martial King. In the face of so many high-level spirit beasts, they naturally didn't have the courage to fight. Patriarch. Xianxia retracted his spiritual thoughts and said, they've already left. Xianxia placed his hands on his forehead and then stroked the back of his head. The Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword appeared out of thin air and stabbed into the Rainbow Wolf King's body. A devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, you guys can go all out now. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivation of the War Cavalry Hall's Martial King level erupted. In an instant, all the hostility in the air was completely suppressed. Stomp. 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 Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tianqi, Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, Zhou Hong, and the others stepped out. They clenched their fists and their eyes were filled with an unprecedented strong fighting spirit. Although they often trained in the life and death secret realm, those were all illusions. Now that they were in the forest full of ferocious beasts, they should be able to fight to their heart's content. Stomp. Yi Xingchen walked out from the gap between his fellow disciples and stood at the front. He said coldly, leave this group of trash to me. At that moment, the sect of all time seemed to have unlocked an ancient seal and turned into demons from hell. Seeing that the humans suddenly became more terrifying than them, the spirit beasts panicked. Go. Xianxia waved his hand. Boom, boom, as soon as he finished speaking, an explosion came from the side. A spirit beast comparable to a peak Martial King flew out and crashed into the mountain wall. Its chest was penetrated and it died. He Wudi stood in the same place with a fist, but in his hand was a warm crystal core. The moment he made contact with the target, his fist turned into a claw and directly pierced through the target's flesh and took out the crystal core. The whole process was as fast as lightning. From this move alone, He Wudi, who had just broken through not long ago, was much stronger than the ordinary Wu Huang. Boom, boom, on the other side, Li Qingyang and the others had already made their moves. All kinds of energy exploded, dyeing the ancient forest. Roar, roar, the spirit beasts also received the order and crazily attacked the humans. Although their bodies were very large, their aura was comparable to the core disciples of the sect of all times. They were easily defeated. Of course. In reality, they were also instantly defeated. As long as a spirit beast was targeted, as long as it was comparable to a martial king, it would be unlocked and fall to the ground. Screech, a sharp cry came from the sky. Dozens of eagle-like spirit beasts swooped down quickly. Their target was Xianxia, who was sitting on the Rainbow Wolf King. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Careful, Xianxia was still sitting on the Rainbow Wolf King, indifferent. When the dozens of eagle beasts were about to approach, the barefooted Xiaomaxian jumped over. Her clear eyes suddenly became abnormally sharp. Killer move, Eagle Queen's contempt. When the eagle beasts saw this, they were so scared that they flapped their wings to stop. Huff huff, at this moment, there was a sudden burst of heat from the side. A large palm condensed from flames violently grabbed at them. Bang! 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 The 5 fingers of the large flaming hand closed together, and the dozens of eagle beasts that were bound by it all collapsed. Even the scattered crystal cores were incinerated. How dare you hurt my master? Little Long Long, who had entered his second form, poked out from the flames and said coldly, "You must be tired of living." Xianxia said, "Next time, control the temperature. Don't burn the crystal cores." Yes. Boom, on the other side, Xiao Ziji caught the giant ape's fist and threw it high into the air. He summoned his AWM sniper rifle from his spatial ring and fired several times. The bullets accurately hit the giant ape's forehead, until the last bullet directly pierced through its skull. This kind of brutal physical attack coupled with a hot weapon was definitely very pleasing to the eye. Compared to Yi Xingchen, it was obviously a little showy. This was because this guy rushed towards several spirit beasts, sword light flashing, and all of them fell to the ground. In terms of killing, Night Emperor had many methods, but his favorite was still simple and brutal. In the depths of the 100 Hills mountain range, humans and beasts were fighting head-on, and the level was extremely high. Both sides were king and emperor level. Unfortunately, Qian Budua and the experts of the Qian family who were lucky enough to witness the scene had already escaped to the outskirts of the mountain range. No matter how earth-shattering the battle was, they did not notice it. Huff huff. Huff huff huff, the people of the Qian family bent over and panted heavily. They were secretly glad that they had made it out, of course. They also knew that they were able to make it out miraculously because the sect of all times was covering for them, so they were all grateful. "Brother." Qian Budwa stood outside and said sorrowfully, "You and the disciples must come out safely. It doesn't matter if you are injured, I will hire the best doctor and spend the most money to treat you." With hundreds of powerful spirit beasts, he did not think that Xianxia would be able to make it out safely. In fact, in the depths of the mountain range, the disciples of the sect of all times had turned into hellish demons and were crazily slaughtering the subordinates of the King of 100 Hills. Boom! Boom! Spirit beasts comparable to martial kings fell to the ground, blood and limbs scattered everywhere. It was like purgatory on earth. The king-level spirit beasts were dealt with by the disciples. The emperor-level spirit beasts were held back by Xianxia and the others. There was no lack of powerful middle 9 spirit beasts, but they were nothing in front of Ding Xingwang and Gong Sun Haohai. The strongest combat power of the sect of all times was mobilized. It was not a joke, based on the current situation, unless there were thousands more spirit beasts in the 100 Hills mountain range, they would not be a threat at all. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the forest. The ground shook violently, and all kinds of ferocious beasts rushed over under the command. It seemed that the King of 100 Hills had realized that this group of humans was very strong. It would be difficult to deal with them with the higher-level spirit beasts alone, so they could only use the beast tied to attack. "Formation!" Shui Rengue said in a deep voice. Swish! Swish! The 5,000 members of the war cavalry hall lined up. Roar! Roar! Soon, ferocious beasts rushed over from the shadows. Their eyes were red, as if they were in a berserk state. Xianxia shouted, "Eat the fried rice." Swish! Swish! The war cavalry hall member waved his hand and took out a mouthful of strength fried rice from his spatial ring and swallowed it. This scene, in this austere environment, was more like drinking wine. Clang, Xianxia brandished his piercing cloud saber and shouted, with the determination to break through enemy lines, "Only death awaits, kill, kill, kill." The 5,000 members of the war cavalry hall bellowed and unleashed all kinds of spiritual energy, charging toward the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Looking down from the sky, one could see trees falling one after another under the influence of the aura. The originally complicated terrain was instantly flattened and turned into a battlefield for killing. There was a huge crowd. Beast tide. They came from the left and right, colliding with each other. Although the members of the war cavalry hall had yet to reach Wuzong realm, they were all at the pinnacle of Wuzong realm. Furthermore, they were equipped with all kinds of equipment. After eating the strength fried rice, their explosive strength was terrifying. In just a short exchange of blows, the thousands of ferocious beasts charging at the front were mercilessly wiped out without even a chance to resist. Kill! Kill! Puchi! Puchi! Sabers and swords flashed as spiritual energy rampaged. The ferocious beasts charged dauntlessly, charging to their deaths one after another. In just a short moment, more than 10,000 people were killed or injured. The Purple King's mouth twitched slightly. In the past, his subordinates had fought against such well-equipped members of the war cavalry hall. Now that he saw them again, he realized that they were much stronger than before. If they fought again, his subordinates would definitely die even more miserably. Xianxia was not surprised by the ferocity of the members of the war cavalry hall. Instead, he thought to himself, if they were all emperors, wouldn't they be invincible in the interdimensional battlefield? Time passed, and the slaughter continued. More and more ferocious beasts charged out from the darkness, using their bodies and blood to add a bit of terror to this gloomy area. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the depths, carrying some kind of crimson powder. Not good. Xianxia exclaimed, "It's poisonous." The crimson powder spread over a very wide area under the howling wind. The members of the war cavalry hall who were fighting the ferocious beasts were careless and were hit by it. Their expressions changed drastically. Despicable and shameless, the Purple King said angrily. In the past, when he fought against the King of 100 Hills, he had been forced to retreat because he had been poisoned by a poison that weakened his body. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beast charged even more fiercely. However, the group of humans who seemed to have been poisoned suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, their furrowed brows relaxed, and they charged over with weapons raised. They were not poisoned? Kill! Kill! The members of the war cavalry hall recovered and charged over again with weapons raised. It was surprising that the ferocious beasts could use poison. However, they were still inferior to the 9 Poisons Temple, so the antidote was more than enough. However, Xianxia's gaze gradually turned cold. If they even used something as despicable as poison, who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves? In that case, don't blame me for being particular. I've sinned. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Set up the cannons." Yes. Xiao Ziji blasted a ferocious beast away and landed on a high point. He then summoned the field cannon and kicked the barrel, aiming it directly at the dark forest where the ferocious beasts were swarming out. Retreat! Xianxia shouted. Swoosh! 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 The 5,000 members of the war cavalry hall retreated and subconsciously sealed their hearing. Purple Craggy Monster King gloated and said, "By Chio, that punk's subordinates are probably going to suffer heavy casualties this time." Fire! Xianxia said coldly. Bang! The field cannon shot out a shell, creating ripples in the air. Finally, it drew an arc and landed in the midst of the ferocious beasts that were charging forward. They seemed to have sensed the danger, and despair appeared in their eyes before they died. Boom! The Qian family martial artists who had just caught their breath were still waiting anxiously outside. They prayed for the sect of all times and hoped that they could escape safely. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion and were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. "Look!" someone exclaimed. Qian Boudoir and the Qian family martial artists all looked up. Their eyes gradually widened and looked like they could pop out at any time. In the sky, they could see a mushroom cloud that was many times bigger than the previous one slowly appearing. Boom! At this moment, another explosion came, causing their ears to buzz. The second mushroom cloud quickly appeared in their vision. Spatial ripples spread out from that area, creating gusts of wind. Qian Boudoir rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, "What is going on?" Huff. 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 In the deepest part of the mountain range, the wind was howling, and the airwaves were monstrous. When everything calmed down, 2 deep pits with a radius of about 300 meters were blasted out in the place where the towering trees used to be. Countless broken limbs were scattered around the edges, and the soil was dyed red. In front of the field cannon, Xiao Ziji quickly charged 2 shells and said, "Patriarch, do you want to continue?" Jun Chongxiao raised his hand to signal that there was no need. Then, he looked at the deep pits and smiled. The main culprit has been blasted out. A hunchbacked, white-haired old man in a long robe walked out from the depths of the dark forest. His eyes were unusually sharp, and there was even a strong sense of hostility. This was the leader of the 100 Hills mountain range, the king of 100 Hills. "Kid." He stopped and stood in front of the deep pit. He looked at the field cannon with a gloomy face and said, "What is this thing?" "It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that you have angered me," Jun Chongxiao said calmly. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled. The old man, who was hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. He reached out his skinny hand with endless killing intent and said coldly, "You have angered me too." Although the king of 100 Hills was powerful, he was also very sinister. Whenever he sent his underlings out, he would always hide behind the scenes and manipulate the situation. As for the way he used poison, he had learned it from the anthropologists. After the incident at the 9 Poisons Temple, Jun Chongxiao was very disgusted with the use of poison, so seeing it play like this, he had no choice but to use the field artillery. Field cannons were not as powerful as rocket launchers, but their lethality was great. Using them to bombard a group of dire beasts was undoubtedly very satisfying. Preliminary estimation. At least 20 to 30,000 ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. The king of 100 Hills, who had been hiding in the dark, could no longer sit still when he saw how many of his subordinates had died. Thus, he decided to personally kill this human leader. Hoo-hoo! A withered hand grabbed out, bringing with it an intense baleful aura. Jun Chongxiao had the demeanor of a great general. Facing the spirit beast that was comparable to Wu Xing, he did not panic at all. He even wanted to laugh. Buzz, suddenly, the space in front of him rippled, and evil Saint Wu Ju's feminine palm stretched out from inside. Boom, spiritual energy and beast power collided, rolling up waves of air. Shwa. The king of 100 Hills was sent flying and landed in his original position. He looked at the old man who had walked out of the space and said in a low voice, "So you're Wu Xing?" "No." Ding Xinguang shook his finger and corrected, "It's Evil Saint." Evil Saint? Could he be an evil cultivator? The king of 100 Hills rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. Jun Chongxiao cupped his hands and laughed, "If I hadn't made any preparations, would I have come here to die?" Brat. The king of 100 Hills' face darkened. "You're the helper that exhibitionist hired. Are you here to avenge him?" From this sentence, it could be inferred that the Purple King must have been naked when he tried to recruit it back then. "No." Jun Chongxiao said, "I'm here to recruit you." If he could tame a spirit beast of this level, it would definitely be a golden fighter. "Recruit me?" The king of 100 Hills sneered, "Do you think that's possible?" Even the Purple King did not submit to him, so naturally, he would not follow the humans. "It's not a possibility, but a certainty." Jun Chongxiao laughed. His laughter was terrifying. Buzz, all of a sudden, streaks of light shot up into the sky and enveloped it along with Jun Chongxiao and the others. Array formation? The king of 100 Hills' expression changed slightly. Shwa. There was no time to think. he hurriedly flew back. At the same time, he gathered a powerful force and blasted it at the spatial barrier. Boom, the power of this punch was quite terrifying, but it only caused the barrier to tremble slightly. It did not directly shatter. Kikik. In the distance, Zhendijuan covered his face and laughed strangely. Is the formation I set up something that you can break just because you want to? It turned out that the bomber demon had also come. His lack of presence was also intentional, because when the patriarch came, he had instructed him to find an opportunity to set up a formation. While the entire sect of all times was fighting against the horde of beasts, he began to take action. Every time he passed by a place, he would secretly leave behind formation flags. What kind of array did he set up? Dragon imprisoning array. This formation came from the supreme grade chapter of the Chiman 32 formations. Based on the standards of the falling star continent, it was definitely comparable to a saint heavenly sovereign. Of course, its effect was only to bind 10 targets, so Zhendijuan could barely set it up. As for the higher level offensive formations of the supreme grade chapter, with his current strength as an array emperor, he would definitely not be able to do it. To put it bluntly, Xianxia had already thought of a way to deal with the King of 100 Hills when he sent a large force over. However, he did not expect that 2 shots would blow him out and make him fall into a trap that he had set up beforehand. Boom. The King of 100 Hills did not believe it. He gathered his power again and blasted the barrier. In the end, he still could not break it. He shouted angrily, "Cunning human!" Huff huff, at this moment, a cold wind came from behind. Ding Xinguang flew over and used the power of the 5 ultimate palms. The target was trapped. Whether or not he could subdue it depended on his strength. Boom, boom. The evil saint of 5 ultimate and the king of 100 Hills instantly exchanged blows. One was an evil saint, the other was a high-grade spiritual beast. It was hard to tell who was better in a short time. You two go too, Xianxia said. Yes. Xiao. Long Long and Xiaomaxian flew over. The two of them did not join in. Instead, they leaned on the sides and looked for an opportunity to attack. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the spiritual beasts that were trapped in the array were still being tortured by Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others. However, because the main characters were here, Xianxia ordered them not to kill them. They only needed to injure them until they lost the ability to fight. Boom. Boom. The fiercest battle was still between Ding Xinguang and the King of 100 Hills. After all, they were both saint level. The power of their attacks was shocking. I've sinned. Xianxia said, "Give me the rocket launcher." Yes. After catching the rocket launcher, Xianxia placed it on his shoulder and aimed at the King of 100 Hills. Find a chance to separate. I'll give him a shot. Swoosh. Ding Xinguang took the opportunity to fly out. This was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Xianxia activated the special effect and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet accurately landed on the King of 100 Hills' body. Fire rain technique. Sky full of feathers. While their master was attacking and old Ding was away, Little Dragon and Xiaomaxian used their skills. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, dense fireballs and arrow-like feathers shot out. Whoosh. After a series of explosions, the King of 100 Hills flew out of the smoke and gathered his strength to attack the spatial barrier again. He took many attacks but didn't suffer any fatal injuries. However, he would be in trouble sooner or later. So, the most important thing now was to break the array. Unfortunately, his punch didn't do anything to the barrier. Instead, he was entangled by Ding Xinguang and had to fight fiercely. Little Dragon and Xiaomaxian stood in the distance. Xianxia aimed at the King of 100 Hills again after charging the rocket. These three were really shameless. In terms of strength, the King of 100 Hills wasn't afraid of Ding Xinguang. However, he panicked when he saw that there was someone next to him. Boom. Boom. On the other side, the dozens of spiritual beasts were all killed by Li Qingyang and the others. Although the King of 100 Hills was angry, there was nothing he could do. He even found that the array was shrinking and separating, trying to bind himself to a certain space. Damn it! He roared angrily. Lines appeared on his body and he turned into a giant. His head was huge but he only had one eye. So your true form is a giant eye monster. Ding Xinguang sneered and kept making hand seals. The power of the five extinction filled the air and turned into palm prints. In human form, the king of 100 Hills could dodge. Now that he had transformed into his true form, his body was countless times bigger and he couldn't avoid being hit. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Little Dragon and Xianxia also used their skills. They attacked at will and could hit the target. Boom. Xianxia fired a shot. He didn't even use any special effects and it hit the back of the King of 100 Hills' head. Then, he broke down. Isn't it easier to take hits if it enlarged its body? Is it stupid? The King of 100 Hills wasn't an idiot. The true reason for activating its true form was not so that it would be easier to take a beating, but because its defense and strength would greatly increase. Beasts only took human form for convenience. Only by transforming into their true form could they display their true strength. After withstanding the sneak attacks of Xianxia and Little Dragonite, the King of 100 Hills only had light scars on its surface, but its insides weren't damaged. Hoo-hoo, it clasped its fists together and smashed them into the space barrier. What the King of 100 Hills needed to do now was not fight, but break through the array formation as quickly as possible and escape from this unfavorable situation. Evil Saint 5 ultimate strength was on par with it. There was also Xianxia's cannonball and Little Dragonite and Xianxia waiting on it. Let alone the King of 100 Hills, even the King of 1000 Hills would suffer a tragic fate if this continued. Boom. After transforming into its true form, its strength had increased significantly. As its fist smashed into the space barrier, the vibrations it caused were even more intense than before. Patriarch Zhen. Did you? And said with a sound transmission, I can't hold on much longer. The purpose of the dragon prison array was to imprison it. If the other party continued to bombard it with such a powerful force, its foundation would definitely be shaken. Swoosh, Ding Xinguang rushed forwards, about to use a palm strike. Hoo-hoo-hoo, a giant hand came hurtling over, bringing with it a strong wind. Swoosh, Ding Xinguang hurriedly dodged, frowning. This fellow's strength is even greater than before. Die. The King of 100 Hills opened its other hand, smashing it towards Little Dragonite and Xianxia. Its body had enlarged and it had fallen into a berserk state. This palm came crashing down at an incredible speed. Xianxia was just about to spread her wings to protect herself. Out of my way. Little Dragonite kicked her in the face, sending her flying backwards. The entire process happened in a split second. At this time, the giant hand came crashing down with an infinite force. Boom. Boom, Xianxia stabilized herself as she flew backwards. She covered her face and angrily said, "You dare kick me." Her voice came to a sudden stop. This was because Little Dragonite had sunk several feet into the ground. The youth's face was fierce to the extreme. It was clear that he had been wounded by the King of 100 Hills' palm strike. It kicked me. Was it trying to save me? Little Dragonite angrily said. I said, you are nothing but a burden. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the King of 100 Hills stomped his foot. Ding Xinguang could save her in time, but just as he was about to rush over, he stopped, because, the Purple King stopped in front of Little Long Long. He raised his head and sneered, "Little brat Baijiu, I'll take you on. Loser, die." The great King of 100 Hills' footprints contained even more power. Boom. At this moment, the Purple King's clothes burst open, revealing his muscular body. He suddenly raised his palms, and an incomparably dense aura burst out. Basic exercise, Wu-Lu. Boom, the heavy and violent footprints were caught by the Purple King. Then, with an angry roar, he flew up against the force. Dang dang dang. The King of 100 Hills took a few steps back, his eyes filled with surprise. This defeated opponent's aura was far weaker than last time. How could he withstand his kick and still be able to lift him up? If there was an explanation, it would be that the Purple Craggy Goblin King was now a member of the Eternal Sect, and he had already deposited money into his account. Whoosh! At this moment, the evil saint of 5 treasures came from behind. 5 treasures palm. Whoosh whoosh. The evil aura burst out crazily, gathering into a palm that contained 5 different powers. It was like a mountain crashing down. Boom. The king of 100 Hills had a huge body and could not dodge at all. He was instantly hit by the palm, and the 5 evil auras seeped into his body, causing deep damage. Old Ding's 5 treasures palm was powerful in that it could penetrate the body and cause great damage. Even the toughest spiritual beasts were no exception. Hiss. The 5 evil auras swept through his body like a raging flood. Although the king of 100 Hills could still resist, his face was already contorted. The purple king flew up and said coldly, "You don't deserve to be called a king in front of me." Boom. The punch landed heavily on the king of 100 Hills' head, causing him to stumble backward and almost fall to the ground. Although this was mostly due to the 5 evil auras disturbing the opponent, the purple king's strength was even more explosive after being tempered in the sect of all times, without a doubt. As long as he regained his strength before being sealed, he would only be stronger. This was the benefit of joining the sect of all times. Don't think that the purple craggy monster king had been enduring all this time for the sake of food and mid-grade beast cores. He had been relying on Xianxia to strengthen himself. 5 treasures palm. Ding Xinguang gathered another palm and attacked. Boom. The king of 100 Hills finally could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. The 5 different toxins in his body broke through his defenses and started to wreak havoc in his organs and even his mind. Get out of the way. Little Long Long stood up shakily from the deep pit and said angrily, "I'll burn it." Old Ding and the purple king hurriedly dodged. Little Long Long raised his hand, and hot flames spread out and gathered around the king of 100 Hills, forming a violent whirlpool. Dragon flame storm. Whoosh whoosh. The violent flames exploded, forming a pillar of fire. The temperature in the array rose rapidly, causing Li Qingyang and the others to form spirit armor to protect themselves. Ka ka ka, the hot flames collided with the array's barrier and started to distort. Zhen Dejuan's expression was ugly, and he could only remove it. Whoosh! In the instant that the barrier disappeared, the dragon flame storm was no longer obstructed, and it directly soared into the sky, looking like it was about to soar into the clouds. Qian Boudua and the others widened their eyes. Can someone tell us what's going on inside? Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion. The pillar of fire suddenly exploded, and the heat wave swept over, burning everyone's cheeks. Deep in the mountains, the heat wave gradually dissipated, revealing a scorched area about a few hundred feet wide. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others removed their spiritual armors one after another. As they looked at their surroundings, the corners of their mouths twitched. Little Long Long's dragon flame storm was too powerful. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao removed the barrier in front of him and said in surprise, "The dragon flame technique is really powerful." Plop! Little Long Long sat down. It had completely erupted with a skill that it had just learned and consumed all the energy in its body. Now, not only was it injured, but it was also in a severely weakened state. Hey! Xiao Maxian landed in front of it, indifferently asking, "Are you okay? You're just a burden." Little Long Long didn't finish speaking before its eyes rolled back and it fainted, its body returning to its lizard form. Xiao Maxian carried it on her back, curling her lips. "If you weren't unconscious, I definitely wouldn't have let you off." Shua! She landed in front of her master and threw it down. Jun Changxiao determined that Little Long Long was only unconscious and wasn't seriously injured. He flew up and landed in the dragon flame storm. The 100 Hills King had already entered human form, his entire body charred black as he lay in a deep pit. Not only had this fellow been severely injured by the dragon flame storm, but his organs had also been severely corroded by the evil energy of the 5 extreme elements. He was now in a severely wounded state. Being trapped in an array formation and being beaten by the sect of all times, it was already quite good that he hadn't died. Can you take it? Jun Changxiao took out the high-grade gate palm sphere. In the past, he had used it to subdue the purple king, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. Go! Jun Changxiao waved his hand. Gate palm sphere. Ding! It smashed into the 100 Hills King's head. And as the gate palm sphere fell to the ground, the Taiji diagram began to emit a brilliant light that immediately enveloped the gate palm sphere. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. You succeeded? You subdued him just like that? The king of 100 Hills was heavily injured, so Xianxia took out the gate palm ball just to give it a try. He did not have any hope at all. After all, he did not succeed in subduing the Purple King back then. However, the less optimistic he was, the more he was surprised. Damn it! Xianxia was speechless. If I had known it would be so easy, I would have come alone and brought so many people. Why would I waste so much effort? The system said the host was able to subdue this beast because it was heavily injured. Otherwise, it would not have succeeded. If that's the case, the Purple King was covered in wounds. Why didn't you succeed in subduing it? Xianxia asked. The system was silent for a moment, then said, maybe because it came from the upper realm, its potential strength is higher, so the gate palm ball could not be taken. Although the explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did not make sense. After all, in terms of bloodline and core strength, the King of 100 Hills was definitely not a match. Back then, he was able to chase the Purple King away because the other party had just snuck down from the upper realm and had not completely recovered his strength. Secondly, he used some despicable methods. Shua. Xianxia took back the gate palm ball and smiled, great. The King of 100 Hills was comparable to a saint level, and it took so many people to seal it with a formation. Now that it had become his contract beast, it had undoubtedly increased his strength. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, what should we do with these spirit beasts? Tie them all up. The boss of the 100 Hills mountain range was controlled by him, so his subordinates were definitely his as well. Go. Xianxia ordered, take the crystal cores, skin, bones, and flesh that are scattered on the ground. Take them all away. Yes. The members of the War Cavalry Hall began to clean up the battlefield. In the areas that were not affected by the artillery shells and flames, there were many crystal cores and the bodies of the beasts scattered around. When all of them were taken away, it could be considered a big harvest. Patriarch Qian. Xianxia said gratefully, you are really my big brother. If he did not say that he was going to excavate the spirit stone vein, he would not have come to the 100 Hills mountain range, let alone subdue a saint-level spirit beast. Wait, there was also the spirit stone vein, Xianxia said, there should be, right? Shua. With a wave of the advanced gate palm orb, King of 100 Hills, who had just been sent in for treatment, was sent flying out. He lay on the ground and said weakly, greetings. Greetings, master. Beasts that had been subdued by the gate palm ball were equivalent to forming a contract. They would only listen to their master brainlessly and would not resist. Are there really spirit stone veins in this mountain range? Xianxia asked. Yes. The King of 100 Hills said, but I've already dug it out, leaving only the empty veins to lure the humans. You dug it out? Xianxia asked, where is it? The King of 100 Hills said weakly, in my nest, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the Purple King, who was wearing red underwear, quickly walked over and punched him to the ground. Then, he raised his foot and viciously stomped on him. He angrily said, aren't you very awesome? Aren't you very cocky? Get up and fight me. Xianxia was speechless. Even when the other party was in peak condition, you weren't this aggressive. Although the King of 100 Hills was now his contracted beast, he still had a personal grudge with Hall Leader Z. It was reasonable for him to let him vent. Boom. Boom. The Purple King kicked him a few more times before Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji pulled him away. Xianxia said, you've already scolded and beaten him. From today onwards, the grudge between you two is written off. You must help and care for each other in the faction. The Purple King was stunned. We're going to take in this despicable and shameless fellow? Not only are we not going to take him in, we're going to kill him? We have to kill him. Xianxia shook his head and said, Hall Leader Z, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After all, we're going to work together for a great cause. We naturally know how to cherish a strong helper. Speaking of cause, the Purple King's mind had already turned. He said coldly, for the sake of the Patriarch, I won't argue with you. Swoosh. Xianxia put the bruised King of 100 Hills back into the Gate Master Ball and said, rest here. Yes. All the disciples relaxed one after another. So comfortable. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. The members of the war cavalry hall gathered in twos and threes, still discussing the battle just now. The battle intent in their eyes had yet to fade completely. They had been training strictly according to the military style, and naturally, they had cultivated the bloodlust of soldiers on the battlefield. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were also having a good time fighting. After all, fighting real beasts was much more exciting than fighting beasts created by the Life and Death secret realm. 2 hours later, Jun Changxiao summoned King of 100 Hills and ordered it to lead the way to his nest. It was a natural cave with a complicated environment. When Jun Changxiao led the core disciples into the largest cave, all of them widened their eyes. That was because all they could see were natural spirit stones. It was as if a group of explorers had opened an ancient stone door and revealed a golden treasure. It was shocking and exciting. Jun Changxiao blinked his eyes and breathed heavily. There must be at least a million of them. Master. King of 100 Hills said, this is only 1/10 of them. There are more in the other 9 caves. There were only 1/10 of them here. There were 9 more. 1 million of them. 10 of them would be 10 times 1 million. That's 100 million, plop. Jun Changxiao could not catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The system broke down and said, 10 times 1 million? How did he calculate 100 million? Oh no. The patriarch has fainted. Quick. Quick. Pinch his philtrum. In the 10th cave, Jun Changxiao put all the natural spiritual stones into his infinite space ring. He squatted on a rock with one hand and covered his face with the other. He was grinning so hard that his mouth was crooked. Qian Budwa was right. The spiritual stone mine in the depths of the mountains was very large. There were more than 10 million spiritual stones. I'm rich. I'm rich. Jun Changxiao was still squatting on the rock and smiling foolishly. Such a large number of spiritual stones was definitely a huge fortune for the sect. It would not be a problem for the overall strength of the sect to increase by a large margin. Big brother. Jun Changxiao said, I love you. The system said, don't you plan to share some with them? I accompanied Big Brother to dig the spiritual stone mine, but he ran away in the end. There are no ores in the mine. How can I share them? Jun Changxiao looked innocent. The system said, the host is so loyal. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, these natural spiritual stones can increase the overall strength of the sect. They can help Li Qingyang and the others quickly break through to peak martial king. I can only let Big Brother down for now. The rich patriarch Qian will probably be grateful to you for saving him, the system said. That was true. Let's go back. Jun Changxiao said. He had subdued a saint-level spiritual beast and earned tens of millions of spiritual stones. The harvest from this trip to the 100 Hills Mountains was so great that on the way back, Jun Changxiao could not help but sing, come on, let's have fun, we have a lot of time anyway. Outside the 100 Hills Mountains, Qian Budwa was still anxiously waiting. Although there was no movement inside, he still did not dare to enter. Master. An expert said, I'm afraid Jun Patriarch won't be able to come out. Let's leave. Yeah. Another person said, it's been a few hours. If he's still alive, he would have escaped long ago. Brother. Qian Budwa faced the 100 Hills Mountains and cried out in grief, it's all my fault. But. Don't worry. His gaze was firm. I'll definitely build the best cenotaph for you and your disciples. I'll bring my descendants here to pay respects during festivals. Brother, there's no need for that. A voice came from beside him. Qian Budwa was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and saw Jun Changxiao standing in front of him, munching on an apple. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back. His voice trembled as he said, You. Are you a human or a ghost? Human. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Qian Budwa also realized that he had a shadow, so he strode forward and put his hands on his shoulders. He said ecstatically, Brother, you're not dead. I'm lucky to have survived, Jun Changxiao said. As they spoke, Li Qingyang and the others walked out of the mountains one after another. Although they were covered in blood, they were all in high spirits. The experts of the Qian family were stunned. From the number of people, the sect of all times did not seem to have any casualties. What had they done in such a long time? The word nothing was used incorrectly. It should be that there were no casualties at all. Although I've killed some of the beasts, there are still stronger ones inside. On the way, Xianxia said, so I can only bring the disciples out quickly. As for the spirit stone mine, I think it's better if you don't mine it. Otherwise, you'll lose your life inside. He had taken all the ores, so he would be too embarrassed to say so. He could only lie. Qianbudwa sighed and said, I didn't expect this to be a trap set by the beasts. Of course, I won't take the spirit stone mine. Brother, you've returned safely. Everyone's happy. Also. He stopped and said seriously, if you didn't accompany me on this trip, I'm afraid I would have died in the 100 Hills Mountains. Truth. If he hadn't asked Xianxia for help and brought the experts from the other sects here, he would have long become the mud under the feet of the ferocious beasts. In order to express his gratitude, Qianbudwa handed over a space ring and said, Brother, there are 100,000 natural spirit stones in this ring. Just treat it as compensation for following me here for nothing. Big brother. Xianxia declined, I can't accept it. He really didn't want it. After all, he would feel a little guilty if he received 10 million spirit stones. Why would he care about 100,000 spirit stones? Brother, you must accept these spirit stones. He didn't have much money, but he had to force it. After a heated argument, Xianxia could only reluctantly accept it. The group returned the way they came. The spirit beast subordinates of the King of 100 Hills who were relatively strong transformed into their human forms and followed them in the dark. Since their boss had surrendered, they had no choice but to submit. There were at least 30 to 50 beast kings and 7 or 8 beast emperors. If he planned to bring them to the spirit beast hall, their strength would increase further. And so, Xianxia was even more confident in going to the planar battlefield to fight. After traveling for 2 days, they reached a fork in the road. Qianbudwa clasped his hands and said, Brother, we'll meet again. Big brother. Xianxia said, Goodbye. After Qianbudwa left, the vicious beasts hiding in the dark could finally appear in the open. The King of 100 Hills' vicious beast army wasn't small either. There were about 200,000 of them. Xianxia planned to stuff them all into the Iron Bone Mountain and raise them with beast cores. The sect of all times didn't have many disciples, but the beast race army had reached 600,000 or 700,000. This was enough to make a great achievement. Unfortunately, Jun Patriarch's thoughts were on developing the sect. He didn't have any thoughts of conquering the world. The reason he took in the beast race army and subdued the King of 100 Hills was so that he could smoothly carry out his robbery plan when he entered the Spiritus continent. Sect of all times. Xianxia returned and placed the 200,000 vicious beasts deep within the Iron Bone Mountain. Patriarch Shuirengue said, the vicious beasts are fierce because they fight in the wild all year round. If we keep them in captivity, they will lose their ferocity over time. Makes sense, Xianxia said. It was obvious who was stronger between a lion in captivity and a lion in the wild. What do you suggest? In this subordinate's opinion, why don't we train them together so that they can familiarize themselves with tactics? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Training humans can no longer satisfy me, the head of the War Cavalry Hall. I'm starting to have thoughts of training vicious beasts. Under normal circumstances, Shuirengue definitely wouldn't think about it. But since the vicious beasts could listen to orders, it wasn't impossible to carry out military training. Moreover, if they were really trained, their combat strength couldn't be ignored. Okay. Xianxia said, I'll leave it to you. Patriarch. Shuirengue thought for a moment and said, that psychic cat can speak human language and communicate with vicious beasts. Can you give it to my War Cavalry Hall? No problem, Xianxia said. In the room, the psychic cat clung to the door and cried, I don't want to go. I want to stay. Boom. Xiaomaxian pressed it to the ground and rubbed its face against the floor. She said, this is Master's order. You must obey. After being tortured, the psychic cat comfortably reported to the War Cavalry Hall with tears in its eyes. Training vicious beasts was undoubtedly very challenging. However, Jun Changxiao believed that with Shui Rengui and Tao Yuan around, there shouldn't be any problems. Next, sitting on a chair, one hand supporting the side of his face, he muttered, "It's time to think about how to distribute the natural spirit stones so that the disciples can improve faster." On the day of the epic level mission, with enough resources, Li Qingyang and the other core disciples were confident that they could break through to the peak of Martial King. However, there was no hope for them to break through to the Emperor level unless they had a better pill formula. Wu Huang Pill, Wu Huang Pill. Jun Changxiao opened the high-level store and carefully looked through the goods inside. He didn't find any high-grade pill formulas that could raise one's cultivation level, so he could only focus on other things. Wait. His eyes fell on a formula called Surge Talisman. He clicked on it and the introduction appeared, item, Surge Talisman Formula Introduction. After purchasing, you can obtain the formula to refine the Surge Talisman. Effect, crush the refined Surge Talisman and raise one's cultivation level by a large level. Advantage, after using it, you will have a higher cultivation level and stronger strength. It can also be convenient to peak at high-level martial arts and is beneficial for breaking through. Disadvantage, the user must be at the highest level of a certain cultivation level. The effect lasts for 2 hours. After the effect expires, you will drop one's cultivation level. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Price, 10,000 contribution points. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, after using it, can Xingyang and Zueji enter the dimensional battlefield? The system said they should be able to. I'll buy it. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Surge Talisman Formula X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points, 244,805,0000. After buying the recipe, it was automatically matched to the Talisman Pavilion. Jun Changxiao tapped on the newly appeared Surge Talisman, and the refinement data appeared. Main materials, 1205 middle 7th grade Spirit Beast cores, 365 middle 8th grade Spirit Beast cores, 211 middle 9th grade Spirit Beast cores. Supplementary materials, 1 Martial King Dan. That's right. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, now this is scientific. Martial King Dan had the effect of increasing one's cultivation level, and the Surge Talisman also had the effect of temporarily increasing one's cultivation level. Using the former as a supplementary material was completely acceptable. Unlike the Strength Amplification Talisman that required Healing Pill, and the Insight Talisman that required Body Shaping Pill. 8 poles have nothing to do with each other, it's really ridiculous, the system said. Shouldn't the host's concern be that Martial King Dan is more precious and harder to refine than Healing Pill and Body Shaping Pill? Jun Changxia's expression froze for a moment before it gradually collapsed. What the hell? Refining a Surge Talisman required a Martial King Dan. The system was speechless. This reflex arc, to temporarily increase one's cultivation level, one must consume a Martial King Dan, which meant that a disciple of the sect would not be able to become a Martial King in the shortest time possible. There were enough materials for Healing Pill and other pills, so they could be mass-produced. But Martial King Dan had been out of stock ever since they were respawned, and there were still many disciples waiting in line to use them. If they were used to refine talismans, it would definitely be painful. Are you kidding me? Jun Changxiao held his head and collapsed. This is too much of a scam. Now, he really wanted to use detoxification pills and high-grade qi gathering pills as supplementary materials without any scientific basis. The Surge Talisman was a good thing. Its use was not only to increase one's cultivation level in a short period of time, but also to increase one's cultivation level. To be exact, the increase in one's cultivation level would bring a brand new understanding of martial arts, which was the biggest feature of the Surge Talisman. It was a huge amount of wealth that could not be measured by money or resources. However, the fact that it required Martial King Dan to refine it made Jun Changxiao feel a bit depressed, and a bit hard to accept. The system said, it's better than nothing, don't be too depressed. Not to mention, Elder Wei and the others are still planting Martial King Dan materials. Sooner or later it will reach saturation point. To be able to comfort the host like this, after a long time of contact, there were still sincere feelings. You're right. Jun Changxiao was relieved. Now we just need to wait for the new batch of materials to mature, then use the Martial Emperor pills to refine the Surge Talisman. He didn't lack crystal cores, but he lacked auxiliary materials. Patriarch Ningdu woke up and reported, "It's time to recruit disciples again. Are there any special instructions?" "No." Jun Changxiao said, "Just do it as usual." "Understood." A few days later, the Sect of All Times' daily disciple recruitment began. Due to the continuous rise in his reputation, the number of youths who came from all over the world to register each month was maintained at a few thousand, but those who actually passed were few and far between. Gradually, the difficulty of joining the Sect of All Times spread throughout the Starfall continent. Jun Changxiao was not lacking in disciples at the moment, so he would rather go without than have too many. As for the Sect's monthly strength assessment, the disciples' minor competition every 3 months, and the disciples' grand competition every year, although they were never mentioned in the text, they were also held at a fixed time. Other than the grand competition every year to determine whether a disciple would be promoted to inner or outer disciple, Jun Changxiao generally did not participate in other tests. As the Sect scale grew larger, it had to be tested on its ability to operate on its own. If the Patriarch made the decision on any trivial matters, wouldn't raising a group of elders be akin to freeloaders? Of course. This had something to do with Jun Changxiao's deliberate intention. Because while he was completing the main mission, he was also carrying out another mission. One day, he would be a hands-off shopkeeper, let go of fame and fortune, and travel the Jianghu hand in hand with his true love, living a life that only envied Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Every time he thought of this, the system would very timely pour cold water on him and say, "With your attributes that are even more amazing than a spiritual cat, it's impossible for you to achieve this in your lifetime." "What do you know?" Jun Changxiao said, "I'm just putting my thoughts on the Sect." When the bomb was defused that day, it was definitely at the level of Elder Wei. After the disciple recruitment, the Sect of All Times once again entered a relatively peaceful phase. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others successively received large amounts of natural spirit stones and focused their attention on cultivation. The Patriarch said, if they broke through to the peak of Martial King in half a year, they would be brought to the dimensional battlefield. A place that could injure the Patriarch and make him unconscious would definitely be full of excitement, so it greatly stimulated everyone's desire to break through faster, with Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' high-level spirit roots. As long as they were given enough resources, breaking through small levels was very stable. In the next few months, one after another, disciples broke through and advanced all the way to the peak of Martial King. Of course, the first to reach this level was naturally Pei Aniu, who had scattered the stars and scattered the clouds and the sun and moon. This won't do. Inside the space-time secret realm, Yi Xingchen said rather irritably, it's impossible to break through Wu Huang in 3 months. He had experience. But there was not enough time. If Jun Changxiao delayed for a few more months, then there would be no problem. It could not be delayed. The system reminded the host every day not to forget that he was suppressed by an Earth-rank expert, so the closer it was to the end of the epic mission, the stronger the desire for revenge. Patriarch. One day, Elder Wei came to see him and said, the new batch of medicinal ingredients has matured. Hurry up and bring it over. When the medicinal ingredients for refining the Martial King pill were stored in the space ring, Jun Changxiao directly refined it with one click. Ding! The first pill was refined. He opened the talisman pavilion again and pressed the confirmation button to refine the Surge Talisman. About an hour later, the warm Surge Talisman was refined. Jun Changxiao held it in his hand and thought to himself, can I use this thing? The introduction said that it could only be used when one reached the highest level of a certain realm. He was now a peak Martial Emperor, so theoretically, he met the requirements. However, there were 2 epic missions. If he crushed it and his realm did not increase, then it would be terrible. Let's try it. Pa. Jun Changxiao decisively crushed it, but there was no reaction at all. Thus, he squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. He wanted to cry but had no tears. A Martial King pill, so many crystal cores were wasted just like that. MIF** King cheap. Ding. At this time, another Martial King pill was produced. Jun Changxiao continued to refine and called Yi Xingchen over. You broke through the peak of Martial King? Yes. It just so happens that I have a talisman that can temporarily increase one's realm. Give it a try. Jun Changxiao handed over the surge talisman. Temporarily increase one's realm? Yi Xingchen crushed the talisman with surprise and shock. The spiritual energy in his Dantian spirit core immediately began to transform, and his realm also advanced from peak Martial King to Wu Huang. This, Xianxia was dumbstruck, standing in place. It was not strange to advance to Wu Huang, but the whole process made him feel the same as when he advanced to Martial Emperor, magical, unbelievable. Pei Xingchen gradually calmed down and said in his heart, this talisman that can instantly increase one's realm must have come from the upper realm. Upper realm? No, it didn't, don't talk nonsense. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao reminded him, the talisman's effect lasts for 2 hours. After it disappears, your realm will also drop from its original level for 2 hours. When the time limit was up, Yi Xingchen's realm dropped from Wu Huang to peak Wu Zong. It felt as if he had fallen from the sky into a bottomless abyss. The most tragic was Jun Changxiao, who had fallen from peak Martial Emperor to peak Martial King. He then lay on the chair and said helplessly, you didn't give me the enhancement effect, but you gave me the side effects. After Yi Xingchen's test, the surge talisman indeed had the ability to increase one's realm. Moreover, after breaking through, there would be a similar feeling of increasing one's realm, which would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the user. In short, the surge talisman's increase in strength was secondary, the most important thing was to experience the process of breaking through. Although it didn't immediately help the warrior break through, with the experience of someone who had experienced it, the comprehension and time would be greatly reduced. Not bad. Jun Changxiao was very satisfied. With the surge talisman, there was no need to deliberately chase after the Wu Huang pills, after all, there might not be any. However, because it required Martial King pills as materials, it was destined that it couldn't be mass-produced for the time being. Let's refine 100 pills first. After a few hundred Martial King pills were refined, Jun Changxiao selected 100 pills to begin production. As for the unused Martial King pills, he left them for the disciples to use to break through to the King level. The sect of all times' Martial King level was steadily increasing every month, even the first-rate sects couldn't compare. To be able to cheat to such an extent, it was truly insane. After he finished, Jun Patriarch habitually clicked on the epic mission, which showed that there were still 3 months left until the end of the mission. Soon. Who should I bring into the dimensional battlefield? Old Ding and Xianxia, the sect's upper echelons, would definitely be there. Zidan and Baiqiu would also follow. What made Jun Changxiao hesitant was whether to bring Li Qingyang and the others. After the epic mission was completed, they might not be able to break through to Wu Huang, but they might be able to sneak in with the surge talisman, but they could only stay there for 2 hours. If something happens and we can't return before the time limit ends, it will definitely be dangerous. Jun Changxiao tapped his finger on the table and said, we have to think about it carefully. He decided to let the disciples decide whether to go or not, so he called Li Qingyang and the others over. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji was the first to make his choice, his eyes were firm, disciple is willing. Disciple is willing. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others all expressed their opinions. Obviously, in their pursuit of excitement, they could ignore all dangers. Jun Changxiao said, in that case, let's break through to the peak of Martial King in 3 months. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. After that, they cultivated even harder. Patriarch. One day, Li Luocha walked in and said, Little Mo sent a message. 10 days later, she will go to the Yunling Mountains with the outer disciples to train. The Yunling Mountains are Taishan Xingzong's exclusive training grounds. There are many ferocious beasts there. Every year, the outer court disciples are organized to engage in actual combat. Whoever kills the most ferocious beasts within a set period of time will be rewarded handsomely. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, this is a good opportunity for Little Mo to be promoted. Inform Hall Master Z and ask him to bring some members to the Yunling Mountains. Yes. Li Luocha left. Not long after, Hall Master Z led his subordinates to the Yunling Mountains. Jun Changshao only gave one task, which was to create opportunities for Su Xiaoma as much as possible and provide a stage for him to shine in the outer court training. If he relied on himself to climb up, it would definitely take time. If he helped him at a critical moment, he would definitely climb faster. In the forest, 500 outer court disciples of Taishan Xingzong were led by an elder of Wu Huang's level to the Yunling Mountains. Their eyes flashed with excitement, nervousness, and other emotions. Every year, the sect would hold an actual combat training. If they performed well, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also be awarded merit points. As long as they had enough merit points, they could enter the inner court from the outer court. The easiest way for an outer court disciple of Taishan Xingzong to enter the inner court was to obtain excellent results in the annual sect competition. Those outer court disciples who were diligent and hardworking but were not very talented could enter the inner court by accumulating merit points. Junior brother Su. On the way, a fair-skinned man said proudly, "Although the Yunling Mountains are dangerous, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will be safe." Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Sunday," he muttered in his heart, "it's just a Wuzong. Does he really think that he's strong?" As a martial king, he relied on the hidden cultivation technique to suppress his cultivation level to that of a martial master. It was a little unfair for him to hang around with low-level outer court disciples all day. He had no choice. In order to complete the task given to him by the patriarch, Su Xiaoma had to be a spy to the end. "Rest here." Not long after, the leading elder shouted, "Junior brother Su." Sun Yingquan waved his hand and said, "Come and massage senior brother Su's shoulders." "Okay." Su Xiaoma ran over with a smile and then skillfully massaged his shoulders. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Sun, is my strength okay?" "Yes." Sun Yingquan closed his eyes and said, "Not bad." If it was Night Emperor doing this, he would be able to shatter his shoulder blades with a punch. Therefore, someone like Su Xiaoma, who was smooth and slick in dealing with people and was able to lower herself, was practically born to be a spy. "Yingquan." The leading elder's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "You are here to gain experience, not to enjoy." "Father." Sun Yingquan smiled and said, "Just for a while." Sigh. Elder Sun shook his head, then glanced at Su Xiaoma and said, "After returning to the sect, you can go to the Spirit Chi Array to cultivate for 3 days. The Spirit Chi Array was a place to cultivate in Taishan Xingzong. The Spirit Chi inside was several times higher than the outside world. Although it was far inferior to the Spirit Gathering Array of the sect of all times, it was a holy land in the eyes of the outer court disciples. They would do anything to get in. "Thank you, Elder Sun." Su Xiaoma was overjoyed and pounded even harder. As expected. My strategy is right. As long as I serve Sun Yingquan well, I will naturally be valued by Elder Sunday. While thinking, he looked at the beautiful girl sitting on a huge rock in the distance and thought to himself, "She is Elder Xiao's granddaughter. I have to find a chance to interact with her." Su Xiaoma's way of climbing up was to build a good relationship with all the disciples who were related to the Taishan Xingzong. "Let's go, let's hurry." The Taishan Xingzong disciples rested for a while before continuing to the Yunling Mountains. At this time, Hall Master Z had already rushed over. With his subordinates. "Elder Nyo. What should we do?" He was good at taking off his clothes and fighting, but finding a way to provide a stage for Su Xiaoma to show off was a bit of a test of his intelligence. Elder Nyo said, "The patriarch said that we only need to create some trouble for the Taishan Xingzong. When necessary, I can transform into my physical form to bully them." "That works too." The Purple King said, "It's decided then." "King. The target is here. Hide well. Don't be discovered." Swish. Swish, all the experts of the Spirit Beast Hall went into hiding. Elder Sun didn't expect so many powerful spirit beasts to be hidden in the Yunling Mountains. He walked in with his disciples and said with his hands behind his back, "This training will last for 5 days. You can group up or act alone. When the time is up, gather here." "Yes." All the disciples shouted in unison. "Training begins." When Elder Sun shouted this sentence, the 500 disciples immediately scattered. Some entered the depths of the mountains alone, while others formed groups of 3 to 5. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan shook his head, clenched his fist, and said, let's go, senior brother will take you to kill some beasts. Su Xiaoma followed behind, not forgetting to flatter, I heard that senior brother's son has already comprehended the 12 moves of the chrysanthemum sword technique to the great accomplishment stage. I wonder if junior brother will have the honor of witnessing it today. Yes. Sun Yingquan said proudly. Sister Xia. Su Xiaoma waved his hand and smiled, do you want to team up? Not interested. Xia Shui said indifferently and left without paying any attention to the two of them. Sun Yingquan rolled his eyes at the woman and said, she's always so cold, as if everyone owes her money. Senior brother Sunday, Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, Sister Xia has the minor ice sky physique, so it's understandable that she's cold. Humph, Sun Yingquan curled his lips and said, back then, that person also had the Taishan ice heart physique, but I didn't see her this cold. That person? Who? Su Xiaoma asked. Sun Yingquan tilted his head and whispered, it's Lu Xianxia who was expelled. The higher-ups ordered us not to talk about her, so don't talk nonsense. Understood, understood. Su Xiaoma hurriedly nodded and said in his heart, so senior sister has such a strong physique, no wonder she wasn't interested in ancient physiques in the suicide tower. During this period of undercover, he had already understood a lot of things. Taishan Xingzong started with the remnants of the Taishan ice heart technique left behind by the Taishan elders. Although the martial path had blossomed everywhere, she still mainly cultivated the ice element. If a disciple had an ice element physique, no matter what level they were at, they would be heavily nurtured. For example, Xia Shuiyun. Although her grandfather was an elder, she also had the minor ice sky physique, so her outer disciple status was only temporary. When her strength increased, she would be an inner disciple or even a direct disciple. Senior brother Sunday, Su Xiaoma asked tentatively, Taishuan's ice heart physique is one of the strongest physiques in the ice element. Since Lu Qianqian has such a strong physique, how could she be expelled? I broke the precepts, Sun Yingquan said. Oh. Su Xiaoma didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. He was afraid that he would be suspicious if he asked too much. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a fierce beast could be heard. A huge tiger beast stood in front of him, its eyes emitting a strong ruthless aura. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan took out his 3-foot green sword and said proudly, today, senior brother will show you the 12 paths of the chrysanthemum sword technique. All right. Su Xiaoma hurriedly stepped aside, although he appeared to be looking forward to it. However, he quietly released his psychic senses and captured Xia Shuiyun who was gradually moving away from him. He thought to himself, I wonder if the patriarch has sent anyone over. Kid. Suddenly, the Purple King's voice sounded in his ear, I'm here. Do you want this kid to die or cripple him? Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched slightly. It was just an outer sect experience. How could he kill him? Besides, he was following him. If he died, he would lose his promotion. He might even be unlucky. Hall Master Z. Su Xiaoma said. Telepathically, let's wait and see. Okay. Chrysanthemum bloom. Chrysanthemum dance. Sun Yingquan shook out the 12 paths of the chrysanthemum sword technique. Sword shadows appeared all over the sky. Although the moves were very fancy, in terms of level, it was actually just SOSO. Poochie. Poochie. The tiger beast blocking the way was only at the level of a martial disciple. It was quickly killed. Su Xiaoma stood at the side and praised, senior brother Sun's sword technique is exquisite. It's really amazing. Swoosh. Sun Yingquan sheathed his sword and said proudly, it's just a warm-up. Su Xiaoma smiled and said, with senior brother Sun's superb sword technique and strength, you will definitely be able to take the first place in this Yunling mountain range experience. Of course. Sun Yingquan waved his hand and said, let's go. The Purple King, who was hiding in the dark, saw that this kid had killed his own kind and was still so arrogant. He almost couldn't help but rush out and slap him into meat paste on the spot. Calm down, calm down. In order to not reduce the number of beast pills next month, he had to complete the mission that Guy gave him and smoothly cooperate with Su Xiaoma's performance. Roar. Boom boom boom. In the depths of the Yunling mountain range, the 500 outer sect disciples had already started 5 days of actual combat experience. Fighting scenes and killing ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. These ferocious beasts were not the Purple King's subordinates, but they were still of the same kind. Seeing them die one after another, their eyes became redder and redder. Patriarch. In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang was a little worried and said, Hall Master Z is from the beast race after all. The Taishan Xingzong's outer sect training this time is mainly to kill ferocious beasts. I'm afraid that things will go wrong. Jun Changxiao said, that shouldn't be the case, right? Something happened. Li Luoqiu hurriedly walked in and said, Hall Master Z brought Elder Niao to cause trouble in the Yunling mountain range. The Taishan Xingzong disciples participating in the training have suffered heavy casualties. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, this guy really dares to cause trouble. It was more than just causing trouble. It was as messy as the sky. At this moment, in the depths of the Yunling mountain range, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surrounded the Taishan Xingzong disciples with red eyes. Ta. Elder Niao walked out and said coldly, you dare to kill my people? All of you must die. In the crowd, Su Xiaoma supported the injured Sun Yingquan with one hand and roared in his heart, Patriarch, what kind of actors did you hire? They're completely unprofessional. In the plan, he would let Hall Master Z make a move when necessary and create some trouble for the Taishan Xingzong disciples. At the crucial moment, he would rush over and sacrifice himself to win the favor of his fellow disciples and elders. In the end, trouble was coming. However, Hall Master Z directly gathered tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the mountain range and launched a beast-tide attack. What was even more devastating was that Elder Sun was even injured and ran away. More than half of the 500 disciples were dead or injured, and they were surrounded by so many ferocious beasts. The situation was critical. If he stood out now and used his body to block the danger, it would definitely be unreasonable. Kid. The Purple King transmitted his voice, I've created a chance for you to act cool. You can come out and perform now. Perform your sister, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Do you want me to chase them all away with my martial master Cultivation? It's over, it's over. We're all going to die here. Despair appeared in the eyes of many Taishan Xingzong disciples. If there were only a few hundred ferocious beasts, they could still fight against them. Facing tens of thousands of them, and a few spirit beasts that were stronger than the elders, they would definitely die today. Wah! Sun Yingquan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler. This kid was punched by Elder Niao. Although he did not die, he was already seriously injured. Don't panic, don't panic. Su Xiaoma pretended to be calm and said, the sect will definitely send someone to save us. Save? Elder Niao smiled sinisterly and said, I've said it before, all of you will die today. As he spoke, he waved his hand and grabbed a trembling Taishan Xingzong disciple. He said coldly, you killed 7 of my clan members. Death. No, bang. Elder Niao squeezed his hand, and the disciple directly shattered. Su Xiaoma roared in his heart, if you kill him like this, how can I save him? Next. Elder Niao glanced at the Taishan Xingzong disciples and smiled coldly, whose turn is it now? Ta. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and walked out. His legs pretended to tremble and said, If you want to kill me. Don't hurt my senior brother. Although this group of actors did not follow the script, he had to change the plot into the plan, needless to say. Xia Shuiyun, who was in the crowd, looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. She said to herself, is he not afraid of death? Elder Niao raised his hand and said coldly, a piece of trash that isn't even from Wuzong. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Bang! A slap landed on his face. Su Xiaoma immediately flew out and crashed into a huge rock. Wah! He pretended to be injured and vomited blood, but in his heart, he collapsed and said, Patriarch, there is a group of unqualified actors. I can't continue this show. Jun Changxiao wanted to provide Su Xiaoma with a platform to show off. He wanted to shine in the Taishan Xingzong outer sect disciples training and be recognized by the higher-ups. In fact, Su Xiaoma had a whole set of plans. First of all, he pretended to be a martial master in the Taishan zone. It was unrealistic to be the best in the Yunling Mountains, so he decided to take the tragic route. What was the tragic route? It was to deliberately create trouble for Sun Yingquan and Xia Shuiyun. At the critical moment, he would step forward to take the damage for them and pretend to be seriously injured. The plan was perfect, but the reality was cruel. The Purple King lost control of his emotions when he saw his clan members being killed. He directly gathered tens of thousands of beasts and formed a beast tide to attack the outer sect disciples of the Taishan zone. At this time, Su Xiaoma definitely could not step forward. After all, he was only a martial master. If he could survive the beast tide, he would definitely be doubted. However, what was more desperate was that Elder Niu's original body appeared and beat up Elder Sunday. Only a group of outer sect disciples were left trembling. In this situation, he might not be able to win even if he used his martial king cultivation. The plan and plot were all messed up. The difficulty level was raised by n levels. Su Xiaoma could not act at all. Saying that Hall Master Z and Elder Niu were not qualified actors was already mild. It was unpleasant to hear. A group of useless teammates, however, no matter how wrong the plot was, no matter how difficult the play was, he still had to act. Su Xiaoma stood up, his arms hanging down. He said shakily, if you want to kill me. Don't hurt my senior brother. Not only did he have to continue the tragic route, but he also had to find a way to stall for time. As one of the top sects, they should have received the news that the outer sect disciples were attacked by beasts and should have sent reinforcements. Yes. They had received it. However, it would take some time to reach the Yunling Mountains from the sect. Gosheng, Sun Yingquan, who was seriously injured on the ground, was stunned. He did not expect junior brother Su to be so manly in this situation. On the other hand, he and the other disciples were scared out of their wits. Bang! Elder Niu slapped him again. Boom! Su Xiaoma crashed into the wall and used his spirit energy to force the blood out of his body. He staggered to his feet, and his eyes shone with determination despite his messy hair. Can these two palm strikes exchange for my senior brother's 2 lives? Junior brother Su, the outer disciples of Taishan Zone were all stunned. Kakik. Old Monster Ox laughed and said, "Kid, you're pretty tough. Alright, let's play a game. Take one of my palms and I'll spare your life." Fortunately, this old man could follow the plot. Otherwise, there would be no way to continue acting. Su Xiaoma took a deep breath. Because he had aggravated his injuries, his face suddenly turned ferocious. Come, every action and action of a qualified spy had to be at the level of an award-winning actor. The Taishan Zone disciples had already determined from his superb acting skills that he was struggling to hold on, that he was using his life to stall for time. Boom! Old Monster Ox struck again. Su Xiaoma flew out beautifully and then fell to the ground. One of his legs was twitching slightly. Old Monster Ox thought to himself, his acting is really good. Although it looked like he had used a lot of strength, it was actually just SOSO. Martial disciples wouldn't feel pain. Wah! Su Xiaoma forced out another mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet. Sun Yingquan and Xia Shuiyun were both stunned. After being hit so many times, he was clearly seriously injured. How could he still stand up? Heh! Old Monster Ox said in surprise, "You're a little martial disciple. Seems like I'll have to use more strength." This sentence was to tell the Taishan Zone disciples that he didn't want to kill Su Xiaoma. It was to explain why he could take so many hits. Old Monster Ox. Su Xiaoma transmitted his voice, hit harder. Break his bones. If he kept standing up like a roly-poly toy, there would definitely be flaws. If he wanted to play, he would play to the limit. Whoosh! Old Monster Ox threw a punch. Bang, crack. The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. Su Xiaoma flew out and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan suppressed his injuries and roared with his fist clenched. At that moment, the Taishan Zone disciples' eyes were filled with grief. After all, Gosheng was trampled by the spirit beast for everyone. Bastard! Sun Yingquan said angrily, if you have the guts, come at me. Don't hurt my junior brother. Although this guy was a little arrogant, at this moment, Su Xiaoma's unyielding performance had stimulated his manhood. As for the other disciples, they also showed an expression of facing death with equanimity. Don't worry. Old Monster Ox smiled coldly, it's almost your turn, because Su Xiaoma got up with difficulty and half knelt. One hand was on the ground and the other hand was on his chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I haven't fallen, Old Monster Ox. Come and stomp on him. He could only bet on the Taishan Xingzong's reinforcements. All he could do was to delay as much time as possible. Understood. Old Monster Ox walked over and said coldly, it seems that I'm too merciful to let you live until now. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Bang! 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 He stomped crazily. Junior brother Su, if Sun Yingquan was not injured, he would have rushed up even if there was a possibility of death. Bang bang bang. Old Monster Ox trampled on Su Xiaoma to his heart's content. The outer disciples of the Taishan Xingzong who were huddled together all stared angrily. Are they still not coming? Although Xia Shuiyun in the crowd still looked cold, she was very anxious in her heart. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, in the distant sky, hundreds of streamers were flying at an extremely fast speed. The aura in the sky was very strong. Old Monster Ox. The Purple King transmitted his voice, we can retreat now. Let's go. Swish. 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 In an instant, Old Monster Ox and the other spirit beasts retreated. The tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surrounding the outer disciples of the Taishan Xingzong also scattered like birds. As soon as they disappeared, the experts of the Taishan Xingzong landed one after another. These people were all at the Emperor stage. If they fought with the Purple King, it would be earth-shattering. Are you all okay? The middle-aged leader asked. Elder Shen. Xiao Shuiyun hurriedly pointed at Su Xiaoma who was lying in the distance and covered in bruises and said, Junior brother Su is seriously injured. He needs to be treated quickly. Woman. You're not cold at all. Su Xiaoma fainted with satisfaction. Although the difficulty of the play increased a lot, he made the right bet. The Taishan Xingzong was quite fast in terms of rescue. When Su Xiaoma, who pretended to be unconscious, woke up, he was already in the hospital bed of the Taishan Xingzong. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan, whose wrist was bandaged, hurriedly got up and said, You're finally awake. Senior brother Sun, Su Xiaoma said, What is this? Place? Sun Yingquan knew that he was unconscious and didn't know what happened later, so he hurriedly explained. Is that so? Everyone is safe. Su Xiaoma smiled with difficulty and said, That's great. Sun Yingquan said, Junior brother Su, you stepped forward in the face of danger and bought time for everyone to prevent more of your fellow disciples from dying. I'm really touched. This is what I should do, cough cough. Su Xiaoma didn't continue because he needed to pretend that he was seriously injured. Life was like a play. It all depended on acting. Sun Yingquan hurriedly said, Don't talk. Heal your injuries first. Pa Xia Shuiyun appeared in the ward and put a bottle of pills on the table. She said lightly, This is the Tranquil Heart Ice pill. It can quickly heal injuries. After that, she turned around and left. Sun Yingquan was stunned. The Tranquil Heart Ice pill was a top-grade healing medicine in the sect. It was extremely difficult to obtain, but this woman actually took out a bottle, in the main hall. More than 10 elders of the Taishan Xingzong were talking. The topic was, why did an emperor-level spirit beast appear in the periphery of the Yunling Mountains? Why did a group of ferocious beasts riot? Elder Shen guessed, the altar sent a message earlier that the Purple King has been unsealed. Could it be that guy's doing? It's possible. It seems that if we don't find that monster as soon as possible, it will be a threat to the Taishan Xingzong and the entire continent. We have to find it, but it's the altar's business. We don't have to force ourselves. Is the disciple named Gosheng all right? Although he was seriously injured, he was treated in time. He is now out of danger. In a life-and-death situation, he still stood up for his fellow disciples and stalled for time. This courage is precious. I think it must be rewarded. Elder Sun said. Elder Xia next to him said, Shui Yin told me what happened. At that time, all the outer disciples were scared. Only he dared to stand up. He should be used as an example. Since the two of them could help Su Guoxing, it meant that the trick of injuring oneself was not in vain. At least, they had won the favor of the two elders. The third elder, who was more authoritative, was silent for a while and said, this time, the training was interrupted because of a group of beasts. Su Guoxing is the winner. He will be rewarded with 500 merit points. No one had any objection. If it weren't for Su Guoxing risking his life and successfully stalling for time, hundreds of disciples would have been killed. He deserved the merit points. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan came to the ward and said excitedly, in view of your performance in the Yunling Mountains, the elders have discussed and decided to reward you with 500 merit points. Su Xiaoma was stunned. In the plan, he didn't fight for anything in this training in the Yunling Mountains. He only needed to play the role of a tragic character and win the favor of two disciples with elders backing them. He didn't expect to receive such a high amount of merit points. He was rewarded because of the Purple King. However, that guy was now standing with Elder Niu in the Spirit Beast Hall, being reprimanded by June Patriarch. Two elders. I asked you to help Su Xiaoma act cool and give him a chance to shine. I didn't ask you to attack the group of beasts. I didn't ask you to act cool. The Taishan Xingzong sent so many Emperor stage experts to help. If there was a mistake and your identity as a disciple was exposed, you wouldn't be able to escape the blame even if you died 10,000 times. The Purple King whispered, it can't be that serious, right? Swish. Jun Chongxiao sat down and drank a cup of tea. He said, if you don't handle the matter well, 2 of your meals will be reduced this month. Your mid-grade beast cores will be halved. Ah? After the Yunling Mountain incident, Su Xiaoma received the approval of the elders. After all, it was rare for someone to risk his life for a fellow disciple. At first, Sun Yingquan only saw him as a follower. Now, he saw him as a good brother. This was, after recovering from his injuries, he took the initiative to call Su Xiaoma over and secretly gave him the secret manual. Junior brother, this is the 12 chrysanthemum swordsmanship. Take it and cultivate. Don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Thank you, senior brother Sun. Sun Yingquan said with a straight face, you're treating me like an outsider. Su Xiaoma grinned. I took on an easier mission. Let's complete it together tomorrow. Okay. Sun Yingquan was not the only one who changed his attitude toward Su Xiaoma. The other disciples would greet him warmly when they saw him from afar. In the past, they pretended not to see him. Su Xiaoma was a good person in the eyes of the elders. However, in the eyes of many disciples, he was a little cunning. Therefore, he was not liked. After the Yunling Mountain incident, they realized that this fellow disciple had courage and backbone. Naturally, they accepted him. Although Hall Master Z and the others don't know how to act, everything is still according to plan. Su Xiaoma thought to himself on the way to the cafeteria. For now, he had successfully gained a foothold in the outer sect. As long as he slowly released his talent and strength, it should not be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. In a large sect like Taishan Xingzong, flattery could only accumulate limited connections. If he wanted to achieve a meteoric rise, he had to rely on his own strength. I can't take too big a step to avoid the suspicion of the higher-ups. Sigh. Su Xiaoma rubbed his temples and thought to himself, I have a long way to go. Hey. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Su Xiaoma turned around and saw Xia Shuiyun leaning against a tree. She said calmly, have you recovered from your injuries? This girl was about 18 or 19 years old. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, she was very pleasing to the eye. However, there was a cold air on her face, as if she was 1,000 miles away. When a girl with a cold personality takes the initiative to talk to you, it means that she has let her guard down around you. Elder Wei's words sounded in Su Xiaoma's ears. Then how should I interact with her? When facing such a girl, you must not pester her, because it will backfire. You should deliberately keep a distance from her, and then wait and see what happens. You should adapt to the situation by sticking to the status quo. Su Xianxia carefully thought about what old man Wei had said before. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for the tranquil heart and icy skin pill." Xia Shui said indifferently, "Sun Yingjuan's thoughts are not on the martial path. Following him will only delay your future." With that, he turned around and left. Su Xianxia thought to himself, "I want to follow you, but you don't care about me." He didn't care about the relationship between men and women, but that his grandfather was an elder, which was beneficial to him in Taishan Xingzong. Go Xing. Sun Yingquan appeared behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. "I saw Xia Shuiyun talking to you just now." Su Xianxia said. "She asked about my injuries." Tisk. Sun Yingquan said, "This cold woman actually knows how to care about junior brother. It's a bit unusual. Could it be?" He paused and said, "She's interested in you?" "Senior brother's son, don't joke around." Su Xianxia said, "I'm from a humble background, and my aptitude isn't high. How could I be liked by a proud girl like Sister Xia? Don't look down on yourself too much." Sun Yingquan patted his shoulder and said, "Come, let's go eat." The Taishan Xingzong cafeteria was bigger and bigger than the Sect of all times. However, the taste of the food was not to Su Xianxia's taste. Every time he ate, it was like swallowing rice grains, but he still had to pretend that it was delicious. "I miss Dudu's cooking." Su Xianxia sat down listlessly with the food in her hands. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly felt a chill. He saw Xia Shuiyun sitting in front of him. "Hey." Sun Yingquan walked over with the food and said, "This is my seat." "Why are you sitting here?" "It's my pleasure." Xia Shuiyun said lightly. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Sun Yingquan sat in another seat and muttered in his heart, "She always eats alone. Why is she sitting in front of Gosheng today?" When facing such a girl, you must not pester her, because it will backfire. Deliberately keep a distance, and then wait and see. Adapt to the situation by sticking to the status quo. Su Xianxia was still thinking about Elder Wei's words, so he lowered his head and ate. He did not look at Xia Shuiyun and did not say a word to her. "Elder Wei, how did the situation change?" "I accepted a mission." "Let's do it together after dinner," Xia Shuiyun said. Sun Yingquan, who was drinking soup, almost choked. Did he hear wrongly? The woman who had always been isolated from the world actually took the initiative to ask Gosheng for a mission. Su Xianxia scratched his head and said, "Sister Xia, I have an appointment with senior brother's son. After dinner, we will go to the spirit array to cultivate, so, you must go," Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xianxia looked at Sun Yingquan, who said, "Sister Xia rarely asks for help. You have to give her some face." Was she asking for help? She was ordering him. "Okay." Su Xianxia said, "I will go after dinner." With that said, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Xia Shuiyun said indifferently, "When you scratched your head just now, your dander fell into the bowl." Su Xianxia's expression became interesting. "In Mountain Ridge. A very evil place." At this moment, Su Xianxia was walking in front, and Xia Shuiyun was walking behind. The two did not talk and kept a certain distance. "Senior sister." After walking for a while, Su Xianxia finally could not help but ask, "What mission are we doing?" "Destroy the Wind Wolf King." "Huh?" Su Xianxia widened his eyes and said, "This is a beast comparable to Piquuzong. I can't beat it. You just need to lure the wolves away." "Leave it to me," Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xianxia rolled his eyes. This woman called him over to do the mission with her to lure the target. Awoo. Awoo. At this moment, wolf howls could be heard from the dark forest. Thud thud thud. One by one, Wind wolves with strength of lower rank 9 walked out. Their eyes were cold. "Go." Xia Shuiyun said, "Lure them away." Although Su Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down, he could only brace himself and walk forward. He taunted the wolf beasts, "A bunch of fleas, come and catch me." Awoo. Awoo. Hundreds of wolf beasts rushed over in a frenzy. "Oh my God." Su Xianxia hurriedly ran away. Although he was trying very hard to suppress it, his short legs were still quite fast when he took a step. Clang! At this moment, Xia Shuiyun took out her 3-foot-long sword. She used a mysterious movement technique and blended into the darkness, looking for the Wind Wolf King that was hiding. This woman is too reckless. Su Xiaoma, who was walking with a group of wolf beasts, was speechless. His spiritual senses had already penetrated deep into the forest. He found that there was not only the Wind Wolf King, but also a few high-level wolf beasts comparable to Wuzong. It was easy to go in, but difficult to come out. P.S. There will be 2 chapters today. In the middle of this month, the strongest sect will make a big recommendation. When the time comes, there will be a lot of chapters. Without Jun Gosheng's ability, I can only work hard. How many chapters? Probably 10, 20. I don't dare to say more. I'm afraid I can't do it. As expected, Xia Shuiyun entered the depths of the forest and saw that there were 4 other beasts in addition to the Wolf King. She immediately realized that the situation was not good. She wanted to retreat. But as soon as the thought arose, she was surrounded. One Wolf King is not easy to deal with, let alone 4 helpers. Su Xiaoma thought, this woman is in big trouble. Should I save her? Forget it, I'll just wait and see. Su Xiaoma withdrew his thoughts and continued to drag hundreds of wolf beasts around the forest. For the sake of acting, he gave up the dignity of a martial king. He would rather appear weak and be chased by a group of trash beasts comparable to martial disciples. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting came from the depths of the forest, and a cold and gloomy air filled the air. Xia Shuiyun fought with a few powerful spirit beasts, but because there were too many of them and her strength was not overwhelming, she soon fell into a passive position. This was within Su Xiaoma's expectations. In the current situation, even if a few more disciples came, it would be difficult to deal with, let alone her. I was careless. I have to think of a way to retreat quickly. Xia Shuiyun fought with a few beasts while thinking of a way to escape. However, the evil Wind Wolf King had seen through her thoughts. It raised its head and growled, and 2 of its subordinates blocked the way. Damn it! Xia Shuiyun could only fight passively. Poochie! After a while, the evil Wind Wolf King's sharp claws scratched her arm. Su Xiaoma, who was wandering outside, had been paying attention to the inside. Seeing that the woman was injured, he thought, if I don't save her, she will definitely die here. How to save her? This was a big problem. Poochie! Poochie! Blood splattered and poured on the ground. Xia Shuiyun's back was scratched a few more times by the evil Wind Wolf King. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Sigh. Su Xiaoma stopped and began to gather spiritual power in his palm. Xia Shuiyun was Elder Xiao's granddaughter. Being on good terms with her would help his promotion in the future. He couldn't let her die here, and he couldn't save her directly, so he could only sneak here. Sigh. Troublesome woman. Su Xiaoma waved his hand, and his spirit energy gathered into the shape of a needle. With his strength as a martial king, he could easily take the head of the external Wind Wolf King, which was several hundred feet long, without making a sound. However, right when Su Xiaoma was about to make a move, Xia Shuiyun, who'd originally fallen into a dangerous situation, had a resolute expression in her eyes, and a gurgling cold current erupted from her body and swiftly spread towards the surroundings. Icebound 1,000 miles. Huff huff, the cold air swept along with the wind, and everywhere it passed, a layer of ice formed on the grass and trees. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka, the evil Wind Wolf King and the other 4 wolf beasts weren't spared either. They were frozen by the cold air, and turned into 5 lifelike ice sculptures. Tsk tisk. Su Xiaoma dispersed his spiritual energy and said in surprise, so, this woman still has a trump card. However, it seems like I'm barely using it. I'm afraid it's already, poo. Xia Shuiyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire face turned extremely pale, as if she'd been severely injured. The duration of the ice seal was limited, so she didn't have time to catch her breath. Suppressing her body that was suffering from the backlash, she hurriedly walked out. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. As soon as she walked out, she saw Su Xiaoma running wildly with his tongue out and howling. Let's go! Xia Shuiyun shouted. After saying that, she took the lead to walk out. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she almost fell to the ground due to her injuries. Sister Xia. Su Xiaoma ran over with sweat all over his forehead, and said, "You're injured." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly picked up Xia Shuiyun and ran out while screaming. Huff. 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 On the ancient road outside the Yin mountain ridge, Su Xiaoma stopped and panted rapidly. His legs were so tired that they were trembling violently. What a good actor. Are you done hugging? Xia Shuiyun said coldly. Su Xiaoma hurriedly put her down and stuttered as he explained, Xia. Sister Xia, it was a dangerous situation, I know, don't say any more, Xia Shuiyun said weakly. Su Xiaoma hurriedly shut his mouth. Awoo. Awoo. At this moment, the howls of the wolf beasts came from the Yin mountain ridge again, as if they were about to catch up. Xia Shuiyun frowned and said, "Let's go." Okay. Su Xiaoma took to her heels and ran, leaving him on the spot. This guy, Xia Shuiyun bit her lip and said with difficulty, "Come back, bring me along." Oh. Su Xiaoma hurriedly turned back, then pulled her hand and ran forward. As a result, his injuries aggravated and he spat out blood. Ah. Sister Xia, you're spitting blood. Don't talk nonsense, quickly carry me and run. Okay. Night fell. In a slightly damp cave, Su Xiaoma was roasting a pheasant in front of a bonfire. Xia Shuiyun sat cross-legged in the distance with her eyes closed. Her body was covered in ice, as if she was healing her injuries. After a long time, when the pheasant was cooked, she opened her eyes. Although her face was still pale, her injuries were under control for the time being. Sigh. Xia Shuiyun sighed and said, "If only I had the tranquil heart and icy skin pill." Here. Su Xiaoma handed over a small exquisite bottle. Xia Shuiyun looked at him and said in surprise, "You didn't take it?" "I can't bear to eat such an expensive pill." Su Xiaoma smiled foolishly. Xia Shuiyun took the bottle, then took out the pill and swallowed it. She started to heal her injuries again. Su Xiaoma sat next to her and looked at her with his chin in his hand. He thought to himself, are girls who have ice physique and practice ice attribute also cold? Suddenly, he released his spiritual thoughts and found that the evil wind wolf king was approaching the cave with the wolf pack. These fleas were really annoying. Swoosh! Swoosh! The evil wind wolf king followed the scent in the air, but when it was more than 10 miles away from the cave, it heard a cold voice, "Go back to the shady mountain ridge." Ga. It hurriedly stopped, and its eyes were filled with shock. Then it immediately ran back to the shady mountain ridge with its tail between its legs. Although it did not see the person, it knew that the person must be very strong. It could not afford to offend him. It definitely could not afford to offend him. The next day, Xia Shuiyun recovered from her injuries with the help of the tranquil heart and icy skin pill, but she could not use her spiritual power for the time being. This was the side effect of using the ice attribute martial arts to seal the wolf beast. Sister Xia. Su Xiaoma ran in from outside and held a lotus leaf filled with water. He smiled and said, "The spring water here is very sweet. Do you want to try it?" "I'm not thirsty," Xia Shuiyun said calmly. Oh. Su Xiaoma raised his head and drank the water. He thought to himself, just like Elder Wei said, I have to keep my distance from this kind of woman. Yesterday. Xia Shuiyun looked at him, her eyes shining. She said meaningfully, "You run very fast." Su Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. Although she had been acting all the time, the situation yesterday was a little troublesome. When he carried her out of the shady mountain ridge, he sped up a lot. She was still aware of this when she was heavily injured. As expected. Women were as sensitive as needles. Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun looked at each other. A professional spy had to be able to withstand the test of any situation. After a while, he scratched his head and said, "I have no aptitude or talent. I grew up in the mountains, so I can run fast." Xia Shui had been looking at him the entire time. Then, she said with certainty, "You're lying. You're lying." When Xia Shuiyun said these 4 words, her tone was very certain. Su Xiaoma's heart was in his mouth. Did this cold woman discover something? That shouldn't be the case. He hid it so well. When you were chased by the wolf beast, I could tell that it wasn't because you ran fast, but because you cultivated some kind of movement technique. Xiao Shuiyun stared at him suspiciously. The more she was like this, the more Su Xiaoma felt uneasy. I was born poor. How could I cultivate a movement technique? Sister Xia, don't joke around. Born poor? Xiao Shuiyun said lightly, this kind of nonsense can only fool the elders who recruited you. Damn, this woman must have discovered something. Could it be that she was suspicious of his identity? What should he do, kill her? Or destroy the evidence? Xiao Shuiyun said lightly, you used a low status to make yourself look lowly. It's just that you don't want to attract the attention of your fellow disciples. Then, you use flattery to climb up. She was right. Sneaking into the Xianxia zone was to make himself look lowly and use his connections to climb up. Su Xiaoma, who was still a little hesitant, made a decision in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Shuiyun said, you were attacked by spirit beasts in the Yunling Mountains. Although the other party didn't hit you hard, with your martial master cultivation, you couldn't have held on for so long. Su Xiaoma frowned. I wanted to get close to you and become a tool for my promotion. Now, it seems that I can only destroy you. However, the sect knew that they were on a mission. If they didn't return, how could he explain it? Su Xiaoma started to think. Xiao Shuiyun said, you're an ambitious person. It's hard for an outer sect disciple to satisfy you. However, you have to understand that becoming an inner sect disciple doesn't depend on shortcuts. It depends on your own strength. Su Xiaoma was stunned. Did she think that he was someone who deliberately lowered himself for the sake of his ambition and deliberately took advantage of both sides? Sigh. Su Xiaoma shrugged and helplessly said, in the end, we were still discovered. The corners of Xiao Shuiyun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an almost undetectable smile. She seemed to be proud of her ability to see through the other party's ambitions. Su Xiaoma, who was good at reading people's expressions, noticed it and thought to himself, she probably didn't think that she was a spy. I can take this opportunity to fool her. I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was doubts. Stop pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. Su Xiaoma sat down, and the simple and honest look on his face disappeared. I've practiced movement techniques before, and I'm deliberately currying favor with senior martial brother Sun and sister Xia. Was the Yunling Mountains intentional? Xiao Shuiyun asked. Yes. Su Xiaoma lowered his head and pretended to be depressed. I don't come from a good family. I don't have an ice physique like sister Xia, and I don't have an elder grandfather. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to establish a foothold in Xianxia zone, so I can only find help from nobles. You're on the right track for now. Xiao Shuiyun said, after the Yunling Mountains incident, the elders are very satisfied with you. Su Xiaoma smiled bitterly. Sister Xia, do you know that this satisfaction was exchanged with my life? You're very smart. Xiao Shuiyun said, in that situation, you were going to die anyway. It's better to take a gamble and delay time with your life. If you succeed, you'll be valued, but if you fail, you'll still inevitably die. This woman was really not simple, however. It seemed that she had guessed off topic. Su Xiaoma beat her at her own game and grinned. I made the right bet. He could now be sure that this woman only thought that he was bent on climbing up, and did not think that there was a deeper meaning. You're just lucky. If you want to establish a foothold in Xianxia zone, you still have to rely on strength, Xiao Shuiyun said. Su Xiaoma said, strength also has to be built on resources. If I, Su Xiaoma, can be valued by the higher-ups, even if I have 1/10 of the martial arts resources of Sister Xia and senior brother Sun, I may not be weaker than others. You're so confident? Xiao Shuiyun said. Phew, suddenly, Su Xiaoma released his cultivation to the level of Wuzong, and a heavy force filled the cave. He said proudly, when I went down the mountain, Master often taught me that others can look down on me, but I must look up to myself. This should be the only truth he said since he became a spy. Because in terms of relationship, he and Jun Changxiao were master and disciple, and the latter did often use this sentence to encourage his disciple. So you've been hiding your cultivation. Xia Shuiyan's tone and eyes did not show the slightest surprise. Sister Xia. Su Xiaoma said with a smile, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. You deliberately asked me to do a mission, didn't you just want to test me? Xia Shuiyan looked at him, what's your ambition? Su Xiaoma withdrew his aura and said with a sharp gaze, to become an inner disciple, a core disciple, or even an elder, or even, a master of a sect. Xia Shuiyan was stunned. This guy's ambition was quite big. He actually wanted to be a patriarch. At first, he did not, but now that things had reached this point, Su Xiaoma might as well say it in a big way. Of course. This is not my ambition, but my dream. You can laugh at me, and you can also think that I'm daydreaming, but my dream will never change, because Master once said that a chef who does not want to be a general is not a good tailor. Jun Changxiao, that's right, I really did say that. Pfft. Xia Shuiyun was amused by the last sentence. However, she realized that she had lost her image, so she hurriedly put on a stern face and said, dreams are not based on words, but on actions and hard work. I've been working hard. Working hard to flatter the ignorant and incompetent Sun Yingquan, and wasting your time for nothing? I want to flatter Sister Xia, but I'm afraid of delaying your cultivation. Since he had already confessed, there were some things that he did not have to deliberately hide. Rest for 2 days. Xia Shuiyun said, then go to the Yin mountain ridge. That. Before Su Xiaoma could finish, he heard her say, I'll help you keep it a secret. Thank you, senior sister. Su Jintang is your real name? That's right. Who is this master you're talking about? My master is Old Man Jun Tian, he lives in seclusion in the mountains. Old Man Jun Tian? Xia Shuiyan secretly said, I've never heard of this person, he should be a hidden martial cultivator. Phew. Su Xiaoma secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, this woman had gone off topic, thinking that he was ambitious and was not here to be a spy, otherwise he would have been forced to silence her. A few days later, Xia Shuiyan's injuries recovered, and the two went to the Yin mountain ridge again. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma stopped at the outer area and said in a low voice, I'll be responsible for luring the wolf pack first, then after shaking them off, we'll work together to kill the Yin Wind Wolf King. Okay. Xia Shuiyun said. I'll go first. Su Xiaoma dashed in and lured the pack of wolves out in no time. This time, he lured them quite thoroughly, those beasts comparable to master level were also chasing after him. Shua. Not long after, Su Xiaoma jumped out from the grass and said, there's not much time, let's finish this quickly. Xia Shuiyun was stunned. Isn't this guy running too fast? Time did not allow her to think carefully, she took out her 3-feet-long sword and rushed into the forest with Su Xiaoma. The Yin Wind Wolf King's strength was not bad, but without help, facing 2 master-level martial artists was destined to be a tragedy. Puchi. After fighting for a while, its head was chopped off. Awoo. Awoo. Just at this time, the wolf pack that was released by the kite finally rushed back. Let's go. Su Xiaoma picked up Xia Shuiyun, who had put the Wolf King's head into her spatial ring, and jumped up and down a few times, completely disappearing into the dense forest. Hoo-hoo, the cold wind blew by her ear. Xia Shuiyun tried to keep a distance from his chest, frowning slightly, and said in her heart, this guy is taking advantage of me again. After killing the Wind Wolf King, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun returned to Taishan Xingzong. After handing in the task and receiving the reward, Xia Shuiyun gave the elixir and the time card to Su Xiaoma and said, don't ask why, this is what you deserve. Su Xiaoma accepted all the rewards and said with a silly smile, thank you, senior sister. In front of Xia Shuiyun, he had to pretend to be an ambitious person. In the sect, he still had to pretend to be a lowly and sociable little rascal. Sigh. It really tested his acting skills. In the future, spend less time with Sun Yingquan. Xia Shuiyun said, if there's any task, I'll call you to go with me. Okay. Su Xiaoma nodded. Oh, right. Before Xia Shuiyun left, she stopped and said, the outer disciple assessment will be held soon. I hope you can get good results and let the elders see you in a new light. This? I'll do my best. Su Xiaoma said. Next. He put his mind on cultivation. Because of the merit points and the rewards from the tasks, his frequent appearance in the cultivation place did not arouse the suspicion of his fellow disciples. During this period, Xia Shuiyin also appeared often and took him to do tasks. Su Xiaoma knew that after the incident in the Yin Mountain Ridge, this woman was obviously taking the initiative to help him obtain more martial arts resources. Go Sheng, you've been very close to Xia Shuiyin recently. Do you really have that kind of relationship? On the way to the cafeteria, Sun Yingquan asked in a low voice. Not only him, but many outer disciples were talking about it. After all, Sister Xia, who had always been cold, looked for Su Xiaoma too often. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. What kind of relationship can I have with Sister Xia? We're just doing tasks together. Su Xiaoma quickly denied. He was also quite depressed now. Because Xia Shuiyin's help was too obvious, it was easy to be gossiped about. Moreover, as a beauty, she had no lack of admirers and pursuers in the sect. If he got too close to her, he might get into trouble. As expected. Just as he walked to the cafeteria and was about to get some food, a tall and handsome fellow disciple blocked his path and lightly said, "Boy, I advise you to stay away from junior sister Xia." His name was Xianxia. He was one of the stronger disciples in the outer sect. It was said that he had a high chance of being promoted to the inner sect in the sect's grand competition at the end of the year. There were many outer disciples in Taishan, but they were also divided into different groups. Su Xiaoma, Sun Yingquan, and Xia Shuiyin entered the sect later, and belonged to the same batch. The other disciples became outer disciples earlier, and belonged to the previous batch or the batch before that. To put it bluntly, just like in school, there were different grades. If the outer disciples of Taishan were compared to junior high school, then Su Xiaoma was in his first year of junior high school. He Zhongming became an outer disciple earlier, so he could be considered in his third year of high school. The one with the surname He. Sun Yingquan walked over and raised his head. Who are you trying to scare? He Zhongming did not care about elder son's son. He only lightly glanced at Su Xiaoma, then turned and left. Senior brother He has been admiring junior sister Xia for a long time. Junior brother Su and junior sister Xia have been a bit close recently. It's only a matter of time before something happens. In the cafeteria, the outer disciples discussed in low voices. Go Sheng. Sun Yingquan put his hand on Su Xiaoma's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. With senior brother here, that guy won't dare to bully you." "Thank you, senior brother." Su Xiaoma carried his food and found a place to sit. Then, intentionally or otherwise, he looked at Xia Shuiyin, who was eating with her head lowered, and his heart collapsed. Is she doing this on purpose or not? Elder Jun Tian? In the sect of all times, Jun Chongxiao leaned back in his chair and muttered, "My new identity?" Li Luoqiu smiled. Little Mo also said that Elder Xia's granddaughter, Xia Shuiyin, has been bothering him recently, so she was warned by the outer disciples and asked what the patriarch should do. Now that he has a firm foothold in Taishan, if he wants to climb up, he must use his strength to move the upper echelons. Jun Chongxiao thought for a moment and said, "Tell little Mo that there's no need to keep a low profile all the time. If he explodes at the right time, he can gain the upper echelon's attention." In traditional novels, when the main character entered a sect, they would go from the initial forbearance to the full display of their abilities, then to the point where they would slaughter their way to the peak of their lives. That was why he planned to let Su Xiaoma do this. Okay. Li Luoqiu left and sent the message out. Jun Chongxiao rubbed his chin and said, "If an expert's disciple entered Taishan sect is known, he should be able to gain enough attention, right?" He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. "Once the matter of the planar battlefield is over, I will use Elder Jun Tian's identity to do something, to make little Mo's lies more realistic and three-dimensional." The system said, "The host wants to let Su Xiaoma advance to a higher position, not just to obtain Lu Qianqian and Fang Lingyu's matters. If my disciple has the ability to infiltrate a large sect and gain an important position, that's not bad either." Jun Chongxiao said. Taishan. After Su Xiaoma received Hall Master Li's message, he thought to himself, "How can I explode at the right time?" This right time was very important. He couldn't just release his cultivation to Martial King, then beat up Xianxia. Torturing him was fine. But it had to be reasonable, so that others couldn't find fault with it. Let's go to the scripture pavilion and exchange merit for martial skills. Xianxia stood up, then entered the scripture pavilion for outer sect disciples, picked a movement and a fist technique, then left after registering. This brat used 500 merit to exchange for 2 of the most difficult martial skills to learn. The scripture pavilion elder glanced at the registration book, seeing the names of 2 relatively high-ranked martial skills that were hard to learn. His eyes were filled with surprise. After returning to his place, Xianxia began to focus on cultivation. With his Saint-grade spiritual root and martial king cultivation, comprehending this kind of high-ranked martial skill is as easy as pie. Let's go. Xiaoxueyun shouted from outside, go do your mission. Yes, senior apprentice sister. Xianxia stood up and continued to interact with this woman, continuing to do missions to earn martial skills. Resources that will give him a reason to become stronger. Xianxia has the qualifications to become an outer sect disciple. On the way to do missions, Xiaoxueyun said, if you can defeat him, you'll definitely be valued by the higher-ups. Xiaoxia's mouth twitched, you're asking me to do missions every day, is that on purpose? I'm helping you fulfill your dream. Xiaoxueyun stopped and turned around to look at him. Sure enough, every time this woman comes to me openly, it's on purpose. She's purposely causing trouble for me, although he doesn't know what her intentions are. Xiaoxia also knows that if he can defeat Xianxia under reasonable circumstances, he'll definitely gain a lot of recognition. Here. Xiaoxueyun casually tossed over a space ring, saying, there are 50 natural spirit stones inside. This? Xiaoxia was stunned. 50 natural spirit stones is already quite a lot. An outer sect disciple of Taishan Xingzong might not even be able to earn that much in a few years. Don't ask why. Xiaoxueyun said, I just hate Xianxia. Xiaoxia understood. That guy always comes to bother her, so she's purposely getting close to me to use me as a shield. Xiaoxia smiled, the person that senior apprentice sister hates is my enemy. Senior apprentice sister hates the entire world, so I'll be the world's enemy. Xiaoxueyun's expression froze, whispering, big idiot. P.S. Monday, please vote. Huff huff. In the sect of all times, a strong aura of advancement rose in the inner courtyard. Creak. Li Qingyang pushed open the door and walked out. He looked even more energetic. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and smiled. You didn't waste the spirit stones I gave you. You reached the peak of Martial King faster than expected. At this moment, there were only 2 months left until the end of the epic mission. Li Qingyang became a peak Martial King after Yi Xingchen because he entered the Lingyan Pavilion and obtained the divine grade spiritual root. Congratulations, second senior brother. Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the rest congratulated him. Li Qingyang said, you guys have to work hard and break through to the peak of Martial King in 2 months. Don't disappoint the patriarch. As the head of internal affairs, he was very competent. Yes. Everyone nodded, their faces full of confidence. The patriarch gave them so many natural spirit stones and all kinds of martial arts facilities. It was not difficult to reach the peak of Martial King in 2 months. Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the rest were stimulated by Li Qingyang's breakthrough and were even more diligent in their cultivation. Let's go to the spirit gathering array to cultivate and catch up with second senior brother and junior brother Yi. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just as they reached the outer courtyard, unrestrained laughter came from the spirit beast hall. Swish. Hall Master Z landed on the martial arts field and clenched his fists. Bang, his clothes burst open and his purple hair danced under the release of his aura. He looked extremely arrogant. The Purple King's eyes were burning. I finally recovered my strength before I was sealed. During this period of time, he had to eat 2 out of 3 meals a day, which made him feel very wronged. So, he could only focus on recovering. As he wished, he reached the level before he was sealed. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao held his face and said, in other words, if I want to seal you again, I need at least 5 wuxing? 5? Humph, that was in the past. The Purple King flipped a strand of hair in front of his forehead and said proudly, "Now, I have to add at least one more." Xianxia almost fell off his chair. King thought you were very awesome, but in the end, you only have one more than before. You still have the nerve to brag about it. If that's the case, Xianxia said, can you fight 5 wushan by yourself now? No problem. Perhaps it was because he had recovered his strength, but the Purple King was still very arrogant. His nose was so high up in the sky that it was almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. In the cafeteria, the arrogant hall master Z no longer cared about his status and was wolfing down the delicacies. A month of punishment had just ended today. Therefore, not only could he eat 3 meals a day, but he could also eat more. Only when he had it again would he know how to cherish it. After finishing the bowl of rice, all the rice grains were licked clean by Hall Master Z. After that, he raised his thumb and said, "Do, your culinary skills are getting better and better." Lu Wancher sat at the side and said with heartache, "Hall Master Z has only eaten 1 meal a month. Your face is almost skinny." As a top chef in the sect, what she cared about the most was her fellow disciples going hungry or losing weight. She was especially worried that senior brother Su would not be able to eat well in the Taishan Xingzong. Therefore, she decided that when senior brother Su came back, she would definitely give him a lot of nourishment. Sigh. The Purple King sighed and said, "It's my fault for not completing the task given to me." At this time, if he knew that he had accidentally helped Su Xiaoma to obtain a higher level of recognition in the Taishan Xingzong, he would definitely flip the table and go to the patriarch to reason with him. Why did he have to punish him by reducing 2 of his meals out of 3? It's okay. Lu Wancher smiled and said, "He will recover in a few days." Yes. The Purple King placed the empty bowl at the side and grinned. Another bowl of fried rice. Sigh. A demon king had fallen to such a state. It made one sigh. Those subordinates. Elder Niao leaned over and said with a smile, "Give me a bowl too." Fine. Everything had changed. This demon king from the upper realm has recovered his strength before he was sealed. He will definitely be of help to me when I enter the dimensional battlefield for revenge. Xianxia sat in the study and thought. Being suppressed by an earth-ranked powerhouse was an unforgettable hatred. He would not forget it. Moreover, the system mentioned it every day. Elder Ding. King of 100 Hills. Now, there was also the Purple King. Xianxia was confident in his revenge. He was also confident in entering the dimensional battlefield for the 2nd time and causing trouble. Of course. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. How many contribution points and rewards could he get from the 2 missions at the same time? Damn it. I can't wait. The more he thought, the more restless Xianxia became. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, "Little Mo sent news that she signed up for the Taishan Xingzong's outer disciple exam in a month." Looks like she found the right time, Xianxia said with a smile. For the past month, Su Xiaoma had been doing missions under Xia Shuiyan's lead. The difficulty was relatively high, but the rewards were very generous. It helped him accumulate the capital to cultivate and become stronger. An outer disciple called Xianxia came to cause trouble. The 2 of them have agreed to a battle. The victor will be decided in the outer disciple exam, Li Luoqiu said. Xianxia said, "He dares to provoke the disciple I nurtured. He really doesn't know how to write the word death." Regarding the battle between Su Xiaoma and Xianxia, the outer disciples of the Taishan Xingzong were also widely discussed. However, most of them supported the latter. After all, he entered the sect early and had the highest chance of becoming an inner disciple. Creak. The door was pushed open. Sun Yingquan walked in quickly and roared, "Junior brother Su, was your brain kicked by a donkey? You actually agreed to Xianxia's battle." Su Xiaoma paused his cultivation and scratched his head. "He kept humiliating me. I couldn't help but agree." You. Sun Yingquan sat down and said, "How about this? I'll ask my father to cancel this battle." He was thinking for Su Xiaoma. After all, Xianxia was very strong. Since you agreed, you have to fight. Not to mention, Su Xiaoma's expression suddenly turned serious. I also want to use my strength to tell others that although I, Go Sheng, have a low status, I'm not a pushover. Sun Yingquan was stunned. His junior brother's determined gaze reminded him of the scene in the Yunling Mountains where he did not yield even in the face of powerful spiritual beasts. All right. I understand. Sun Yingquan stood up and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, no matter how the outside world doubts you, your senior brother will always stand by your side and cheer for you. Thank you. Su Xiaoma said with a smile. Sun Yingquan lightly punched his chest with his fist and pretended to be angry. If you say thank you again, I'll beat you up. Hee hee. Su Xiaoma laughed foolishly. Here. Sun Yingquan handed over a space ring and said, there are 100 natural spiritual stones inside. I saved them by living frugally. Take them and cultivate. When the time comes, you must put that guy on the ground. This is too valuable. Su Xiaoma and Sun Yingquan's eyes met. Without another word, he took the ring and vowed, I won't disappoint you, senior brother. I'll definitely defeat He Zonging in the outer sect assessment. He decided. Not for his career as a spy. But for Sun Yingquan's timely help, he must win the competition. He Zonging, Taishan Xingzong disciple, once I, Su Xiaoma, get serious, none of you can stop me. Su Goxing has only been an outer sect disciple for a few months. Although his performance in the Yunling Mountains was outstanding and he received 500 merit points, challenging senior brother He? There must be something wrong with his head. Elder Xia's granddaughter has been dragging him to do missions and received quite a lot of rewards. He also often goes to the Spirit Chi formation to cultivate. His strength should have improved quite a bit. Junior brother He is a genuine Wuzong after all. No matter how much he cultivates as a martial master, he won't be able to defeat him. The Taishan Xingzong disciples were all discussing the battle between Su Xiaoma and He Zonging. It even alerted the higher-ups. They took the initiative to talk about it during the regular meeting. Ha ha ha. Elder Sun laughed. To dare challenge He Zonging, an outer sect disciple who has been in the sect for many years, Goxing sure has guts. His son had a good relationship with Su Xiaoma, so it was reasonable for him to stand on the latter's side. Moreover, he had been providing help to Su Xiaoma during this period to buy time for him to enter the Spirit Chi formation. He Zonging has the potential to become an inner sect disciple after all. To challenge him is overestimating himself. It's not surprising that he dares to challenge a fellow disciple of a higher realm in the Yunling Mountains without any regard for his life. Third elder said, Elder Xia, I heard that your granddaughter has been very close to that kid recently? That's right. Elder Xia nodded. Ever since that incident, Shui Yun has been very optimistic about that kid. She often provides him with martial arts assistance. From the looks of it, third elder said, maybe he didn't agree to He Zonging's battle on impulse, but because he's confident. The technique pavilion elder beside him said, not long ago, that kid used 500 merit points to exchange for the 6 styles of flame palm and 9 winding shadow steps. He should be prepared. What? Elder Sun and Elder Xia were surprised. The 6 styles of flame palm and 9 winding shadow steps were high-grade martial arts. Although their quality was not top-notch, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Third elder smiled and said, this Su Goxing might be able to bring us an unexpected surprise. Creak. The door was pushed open and Sun Yingquan hurriedly walked in. Goxing, you used 500 merit points to choose the 6 styles of raging flame palm and 9 winding shadow steps? Yes. Su Xiaoma nodded. F***CK. Sun Yingquan sat down and said with a crumbling face, although the ranks of these 2 martial arts are not low, they are extremely difficult to cultivate. Using merit points on them is a complete waste. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, I didn't know either. I just felt that the introduction was pretty awesome, so I bought it without thinking. Sigh. Sun Yingquan said, tell me, I'll accompany you to the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. I'll definitely be able to use the least amount of merit points to exchange for the most cost-effective martial arts. Next time, call me senior brother Sun, Su Xiaoma said. Well, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Sun Yingquan stood up, but before he left, he said, I heard from my father that the third elder seems to think highly of you. The third elder thinks highly of me? Su Xianxia said to himself, it seems that the preparations I've made during this period of time have already made him think that there's a possibility of defeating Xianxia. Xianxing's cultivation facilities were far inferior to the sect of all times. As a martial king, going in was purely a waste of time. It was of no help to his cultivation at all. He had to act even if it didn't help, because he had to create the impression that his victory over Xianxia wasn't due to luck, but due to his hard work in cultivation. Only then would the higher-ups not be suspicious. Of course. Only by slightly revealing his aptitude would he be able to get better recognition, and only then could he have a meteoric rise. Look, it's Su Xianxia. This guy hasn't left his room recently. He must be working hard in his cultivation. The gap between him and senior brother he isn't just 1 or 2 steps. Making a last-minute effort to cultivate is completely useless. On the way to the cafeteria, Su Xianxia heard everyone's discussion, and a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't worried that the disciples would look down on him. He just needed to let them know that he had been working hard in his cultivation. That way, his victory over Xianxia wouldn't be too sudden. It had to be said. Su Xianxia's calculations were very precise, and the chess pieces he played were getting bigger and bigger. In the sect of all times. Although Jun Changxiao wasn't present, he was constantly listening to Li Luoqiu's report. He also gave high praise to Su Xianxia for what he had done in Xianxing's recently. This disciple of his was experiencing a plot that only the main character would appear in, and he was doing very well. He kept the suspense, and also provided a good explanation for him to become stronger. Little Mo Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, the outer sect assessment is a springboard. As long as you control it well, you'll be more comfortable in Xianxing's. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the momentum of a breakthrough appeared. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual thoughts and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Zue Ji has also broken through to the peak of Martial King. Half a month later. Li Fei, Tian Qi, Long Xiang, and the other core disciples stepped into the peak of Martial King one after another. This is the Surge Talisman. Jun Changxiao generously took out the talisman and said, after using it, it will allow you to temporarily break through a big realm. There were many good things in the patriarch. Li Qingyang and the others had long been used to it, so they took the talisman and crushed it. Their realms instantly entered the Emperor realm from the King realm. Oh my god, it's amazing. The feeling of improvement just now was as if I had really broken through to Wu Huang. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jun Changxiao said, the effect of the Surge Talisman is not to make you stronger, but to let you experience the feeling of advancement and a higher realm faster. It will be easier for you to break through. I see. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others sat down cross-legged. They used their hearts to experience the feeling of advancement just now, as well as to feel the cultivation they had now. Except for Yi Xingchen and He Wudi, Wu Huang was a new and unknown level for them. They would definitely benefit a lot if they could experience it faster than others. Shua. After a while, Li Fei stood up. He pushed his right foot against the ground and channeled some kind of energy in his dantian. His entire body flew into the air. Then, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly, ha ha ha, I'm flying, I'm flying. Ah, I'm so envious. Li Tian covered his head with his hands. His dream was to fly. Breaking through to Wu Huang and gaining the ability to fly would undoubtedly fulfill his childhood dream. It was a pity that he was only a rank 7 martial king. He was still far from reaching the peak. Not good. Right at this moment, Li Fei, who was flying high in the sky, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. One needed time to get used to the ability to fly. Cultivators who had just started using it often lost their balance and fell. Let me give it a try too. Li Qingyang stood up and slowly rose into the air. As expected of a man with the word steady in his name. He was very careful in his flight and didn't fall. Putong. On the other side, Li Fei took off for the second time. However, because he was too hasty, he didn't control his body well and fell on the ground again. Then, with 2 big bumps on his head, he said, I don't believe it. Shua. Shua. Xiao Ziji, Long Xiang, and the others relied on the rapid increased talisman to fly. Thus, in the sky above the outer courtyard of the sect of all times, the disciples could be seen swaying up and down as they practiced flying. The scene was very awkward. Although they were in a sorry state, there was no doubt that these core disciples would be able to get used to it quickly once they stepped into Emperor realm and gained the ability to fly. This could be considered another benefit of the rapid increase talisman. I'm so envious. Work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Sooner or later, we'll be able to soar in the sky like senior brother. End of chapter 867. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.